the Carlos Lego team. All the people that I started handling this matter since 2014, 15, they have all left. All the new lawyers there now, they met me there.
Why did they leave?
When I'm traveling outside, my body will be telling me that Master, you don't belong here. Their weather, their food, their language will be, my body will tell me, especially those of us that are born and brought up in the village. So this is our country. And when you see most of us fighting like this, want to get here right, I can't leave another place. I don't know how to manage. Any police officer you see that is using the gun government give him to kill innocent citizens, don't allow them to kill you first. Collect it and kill them first. By the instant that police will tell you if you are coming out, yeah, they say, didn't you know that today is sit at home? A police officer, compliant, banned, schools,
and it could be out of fear.
That is what I'm saying, which means you are incapable.
So that means they fear the leadership of whoever is speaking. That's what that implies.
Which means that is not state actor now. That's not state actor.
Yes, they fear him enough to know that he could harm them.
What is interested in intention of you making that statement?
So what would be, and I understand what you're saying,
yeah,
the intention of statements, which makes sense, but I'm just wondering what would be the intention of somebody like Nnamdi Kanu when he speaks about people should sit at home and do pretty much little or no work.
For what? Sit at home. Sit at home. It's a voluntary decision. Who is Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu just came, and an average Igbo man felt that he has lost. Nobody is speaking for us. As soon as the Kanu came, an Igbo man now
embraced him.
This one that is talking for us, let us support him. That is just it. To me, I may be wrong. If they did not amend the electoral act, you won't see me wasting my time. Coming to do what? Don't you know who will win? If you are a president and you are doing well, and you have a functional healthcare, as you let them to understand, if you are sick, you should. Have you seen Trump going outside America, coming to Nigeria to take medical treatment? No, but you go to France. There is absence of rule of law in Nigeria. There is absence of fundamental rights here. There is
complete absence or just not practicing.
Anyway, when something is 80% is A. The problem of Nigerians, as we speak now, is we lawyers and judges.
How?
Of that.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. Glad you joined in for another edition of an interesting conversation. My guest today is Barrister Maxwell Opara. He's a human rights lawyer, an activist, and as well provides solutions to some of the challenges along the lines of human rights in Nigeria and internationally. His perspective is varied on various issues, including high-profile cases in Nigeria, and not to mention some of his reservations and views with regards to Nnamdi Kanu's case, one of the biggest law cases that has lingered on for a decade or more in Nigeria. Welcome to the show.
It's my pleasure to be here once again. Thank you for having me.
All right, welcome. So let's start off with talking about the human rights situation in Nigeria, as we've had it over the years. Under different administrations, we've seen different perspectives, different body language, different dispositions. It will be of interest that we've had, including that of the CBN governor, former CBN governor, we've had high-profile cases of such nature, in which some people say, well, the way he was treated was definitely out of place. And many other high-profile cases as we have had in Nigeria. But then, at the baselines, also low-profile cases that we have in Nigeria in prisons that are either not documented or known. Give us a perspective of how Nigeria has fared when it comes to human rights issues thus far.
Well, the issue of human rights is something that cannot be overemphasized. The human rights started from the time of creation by God himself. In the Garden of Eden, God knew that Adam has committed the offense. God also knew that Eve has committed offense. It is obvious, the evidence are there. But he still gives them that power to exercise that right. And the number one human rights activist, as far as Masolopa is concerned, is God. God has everything to direct whatever thing that you want to do. But he will allow you to make a choice. That's why he will leave death. He will leave life. That's why he will leave light. He will leave darkness. That's why he will leave the way to righteousness, the way to live a good life. He will also leave a way for destruction. You are here doing this work. Why are you not in the bush kidnapping people? It is your choice. You don't want to go to that lane. That is human right. And God used to cry when he discovered that you don't allow people to exercise their right. Now, from the Bible, it is what we call natural right. It is there in the Bible. Thou shalt not kill.
Which brings me to the story of Cain and Abel.
Yes.
That was a situation that looks like it was never resolved, was it?
Yes, it was. See, let me tell you. You see, he's a merciful God. If God continued to punish us in line with his own standard, there will be no body on earth. No person will be living here on earth. So when you violate, when you go against his will and show remorse, will bring you back. Now, going there, we'll call it natural life. Natural, given by us by nature. FemiDlive, without even telling anybody, without even telling you, you know that to kill somebody is bad. Without any law, without going to church, without going to mosque, without doing anything, you know that it is natural right. You know that when you go and collect something that does not belong to you, the person in you, your innermost person will tell you that this thing is not good. These are natural rights. Why these rights are there, people are violating it. People don't know how to do it. Coming into the world gathered in December 10th, 1948, and said, all these rights, let us just come and gather them together and codify them in the law. And that's when we have December 10, 1948, Declaration of Human Rights. Everybody came, all the whole countries came. We are still under colonization then. So, we put everybody consented to that declaration. And they say, oh yeah, go and domesticate it in your own legislation. We have had a lot of constitution, Macpherson Constitution, Richard Constitution. I can go on and on. Then when we come to 1960, when we have our independent constitution, it was documented, it was included. We have 1963 Republican Constitution. Those rights were there. We have 1979 Constitution, which Obasanjo used to swear Shagari in. Those constitution, those rights were there. We have 1989 aborted Constitution. It was also there. Now, when we now come to this particular republic where we are now, 1999, which Abu Salami used, the 1999 Constitution, which Abu Salami used to swear Obasanjo in, all those rights are there, and you see them in chapter 4, from section 33 down to 46. All those right to life, right to dignity of one person, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, all those rights are there.
Which then brings forward, if from 1948 the world adopted it and Nigeria consented, either by proxy or through the leaders that they had,
yes,
it clearly shows that we have a strong foundation when
yes,
it comes to human rights.
Yes.
But do you agree that we practice more than a good percentage of what we've signed on to practice? Do we practice effectively?
I'm coming to that. FMD, in a family, you people have 8 families, and you people have a land, and probably they saw oil there. Federal government decided to pay your kindred the money. They paid you people 1 billion naira, and you people are 10 families. You share 100 million. You people use their own to invest. Use your own to better the life of every members of the family. My own family collected our own, and we share it. Some used to go and marry another wife. Some used to go and they change teeth. I've seen somebody collected his own money. He paid his own girlfriend to go to Dubai to go and do breast so that the girlfriend breast will not fall.
Is that a real story?
Yes, it happened live in Abuja. Yeah. It happened live. the person gave me a job to do for him. I did that job. They paid him 120 million naira. He gave me only 17 million. I said, thank you, because I never expected that. After 6 months, he was asking me whether I can get me 200,000 naira from me. Ask what happened. It's a PA that told me that he squandered that money. In fact, the one that even pending, he sent the girlfriend to Dubai to go and do surgery so that the breast will not fall. It's investment. It depends on how I use my own to complete my wife's school. So it depends on what we want to invest. So that they have given us that human right and decided to mess up with our own. Whom do you blame? And I want to also tell you, because thank God that you brought out this. Tell me any developed country, I will tell you the level of human rights there, how they appreciate human rights there. Human rights is predicated on democracy, predicated on rule of law, it's predicated on fairness. So when we are talking about human rights, that is the term that distinguish Maxwell Opera and FemiDlive from animal. Otherwise, we are all animal. So they say human rights. You don't have animal rights. Even if you have animal rights, it has a limitation. So that's why you can go to Zuba, but the goat that you see that will be alive in the next 5 minutes is dead. They burn everything, cut it, pack it for you. You put inside the fridge and start eating. You cannot kill a human being like that. So it is human right. If you're a dog, if you want to, as you expected visitor here, if you have a dog, you put your dog and chain your dog. You cannot chain a human being like that. You can chain a goat, you cannot chain a human being like that.
So let me use your phrase, the word chain. Do you think when certain individuals of interests, public interests, are in custody or being accosted in any mannerism, and I do say any mannerism, including military, including spy-like, or in any other form that has existed through various mechanisms of various kinds of government, do you think it's a violation of their rights if, in such instance, the person is of public interest?
Where there is a right, there is a remedy. In every right, there must be an exception. Exceptions are there under Section 46. What are the exceptions? Remember that you have a right to life.
Yes.
But once you kill somebody, that your right to life will be taken from court. Because if you kill, you shall be killed. Remember that you have a freedom of movement. You cannot just move into FemiDlive studio anyhow. That's one of the exceptions. You have a right of movement of expression. You cannot just wake up as you have given me this opportunity and start calling people's name, calling people that they are criminals. And when they ask you, say, I'm expressing my right of expression. No. There must be a limit to anything. When you say that you have there are some people in Kuje prison. A couple of days ago, we were there in Kuje prison with CJN, with CJ of FCT. We were there for prison visit to look at their matter. There are some people that are there. Their right of movement has been taken away by courts. Their right of movement has been taken away by law enforcement agents. Now, but when you are taking somebody's right, a client of mine was briefed the day before last week. Okay, today is Friday. That was on Monday. You said that somebody took the company. You arrested him there in Port Harcourt, 20th September 2024. You kept him. As I speak to you, still there in the police. Doing what? It's gross violation of rights. Investigate, take him to court, let court convict him so that he will know that, yes, he has exercised that his right of facing the court. Keeping him there. So that's please, I'm taking police to court.
Which makes me come back to what you had mentioned, the limits to what you can say. Would you say, for example, Nnamdi Kanu, the build up to the situation where we have him facing legal proceedings now, and I'm taking you way back into the era of his broadcast, era of his dissemination of certain kind of information in which is classified as a breach of national security. Do you think it violated the rights of the country, a country like Nigeria, with the kind and choice of words he used in expressing his opinions, his views, and, well, one would say his rights?
Well, I may not go into that particular issue on the following reasons. One, I'm a member of the legal team. I'm not only a member of the legal team, I'm the oldest lawyer in this Nigerian legal team. All the people that I started handling this matter since 2014, 15, they've all left. All the new lawyers there now, they met me there.
Why did they leave?
It's a choice. Either you live on your own or Nigerian message. Please excuse yourself. You're not giving me what I want. So I don't want to go into that. Now, secondly, the trial is ongoing. And in our ethics, once a matter is in court, you don't speak about it. But I must say, I doubt whether there is any part of Europe that I have not stepped in my leg. And not only stepping in my leg, I have interacted with most of them. I'm a member of International Bar Association Human Rights Committee. We travel almost every 2 months. And when you see what is happening in other nations and compare with what is happening in your own, you feel ashamed. FemiDlive, last year, November, we went to Mexico for IBA conference. And we are discussing about Human Rights Committee in my own section. So when you want to speak, you take mic, you introduce yourself. And fortunately for me, I was happy. The FABEMI SAN, the Attorney General, was there. The then MBA President Mikel was there. I think Tambua also was there. I have about some judges were there. Many judges, many SAN, they were there. So when I took on the mic, I introduced myself, which country I mentioned Nigeria. You see reaction. You see how people are making jest of us. So I felt somehow as a Nigerian. I said, okay, I have to control myself. I asked my question. And I used that opportunity to ask IBA. IBA should help Nigerians. Can't we, as a body of lawyers in the whole world, formulate a policy, go to UN, go to every. If you are in your own country, there is absolute absence of medical, health, education, amenities, absence of a human right, you will be restricted from traveling out of your country. Or better still, all these countries, the Europe, the UK, the US, will stop giving you visa, especially medical tourism. Can't we do in that way? I was bold enough to mention the immediate past president and the current president, President Tinubu. I use them as a case study. I say, I can't see the reason why.
Do you mean about their medical leave?
Yes, because if you're a president, and you are doing well, and you have a functional healthcare, as you let them to understand. If you are sick, you should. Have you seen Trump going outside America, coming to Nigeria to take medical treatment? No, but you go to France. So I presented it. Now, back to what we are talking about, so that I don't deviate. Human rights is one of the things that will project you. Human rights is one as a country. Let me just give Simon Eba.
Okay, that's a good example. I was going to go there.
As an instance, I went to Finland by March last year. I finished my program in Paris. I went to Finland. I went to understand their own judicial system. And I was made to understand that Finland is the only country in Europe that doesn't have bilateral agreement with any other country. What am I trying to say? So when they say that Finland are going to extradite Nnamdi Kanu, I look at them and laugh.
But Finland is part of EU, and I presume when you're part of a body, you're subject to some of the laws and regulations around that body.
That will not stop you from being a sovereign state. You are still a sovereign state. You know what is good for you. And as a matter of fact, international law is what I research on it in my PhD.
Okay, but I still want you to finish your point about Finland and their laws and why they will not extradite Simon Ekpa.
So that's where I'm coming. So in the course of my research during my PhD, I discovered that extradition is a very serious law. And one of the things they consider, you are a number one Boko Haram known in Nigeria. You have destroyed life. You have destroyed property. Now you have run into a particular country. Let me just use Kenya as an instance. And you are caught there as a fugitive. The extradition law said Kenya people will now apply, the country, assuming that you're in Nigeria, you apply to Kenya, telling them that this particular person, Mr. A, is a terrorist. We are looking for him. Now, Kenya the law said upon receiving your application,
Request, yes,
they will arrest the fugitive. And they took the fugitive and take the fugitive to their own court, that with jurisdiction. Example, if it's Nigeria Federal High Court. Now you attach the investigation report in that application. You attach the charge you have preferred for the person. You attach everything, evidence.
But if that is the scenario, I'm just thinking of Interpol also being involved.
Yes. So they're working together. Because remember that it's Interpol that will still come and pick the person.
Mm-hmm.
So when you now attach all these documents, the law said, extradition law said, upon seeing all these things with your evidence, they will now approach court. The court will now ask the person, fair hearing, you committed this offense. Tell us the reason why we should not take you to your country or to the country in question for you to go and face a trial. After hearing from you, the next step is, one, to check that country whether there is human rights there. I thank God that you brought in this issue, and I believe that our leaders will hear it. They will check the level of human rights there. If you are the country that observe human rights, that one is one. They will not check whether your life will be protected there. After checking that your life will be protected, they will not check whether you have justice there.
So what if in a scenario, and I'm following you carefully,
yes,
when it comes to procedure,
yes,
and the procedure is on one part,
yes,
and there's also the contingency of if such a person, even when there are procedures around what they can do or whether they're fugitive or not, if such a person still continues to embark on, let's say, a call to action, a certain level of call to action, where what is being accused of...
Remember
yes,
that the person is already in the custody in that country.
Yes, but has not hesitated to possibly continue to disseminate his call to action through his disciples, if I would say.
No, that one is a different ballgame.
Why is it different?
The different ballgame is that the person is, you said you want to extradite him to the country. That is the issue. We are talking about, I want to link it up to tell you the reason why human rights, because we are talking about human rights. I'm just giving you implications why you should ensure that you observe human rights in your country. I wish that I have time, so that it's good that when this kind of program, especially human rights, you let people understand. I'm still at the international level. I've not come to the domestic level. Why I'm talking about this international level is that it's the one that affects I and you. Mm-hmm. It's not enough for you to go and convince somebody to come, a foreign investor, to come and invest in your country. There are some things that they will check, especially human rights, rule of law. So after all these things, the law said, having checked this thing, if they discover that there is no human right in your country, that country will not check whether they have the same law with that country, especially Kenya, using Kenya,
Using Kenya,
and
Nigeria,
Nigeria.
example.
Whether that terrorism offense which we have sent, that there is evidence, whether Kenya can try it.
So
if Kenya can try it, the law said try him in Kenya.
So let me understand a little bit more, and I'm trying to understand perspective. And I do know, for example, Simon Ekpa's case with Finland. I don't know if it's a case, but it's of interest to organizations around the world. Both some of the UN organizations and every of the other bodies. And I can imagine that if that was done against Finland, certain statements about what needs to be done, right, against Finland as a country, will they sit and be quiet about it? And then it brings forward the question about, what about in good faith? If peradventure, I mean, there are cases such as Julian Assange, right? Leaked cases, he has human rights, he stays in an embassy. I don't even know which embassy he is now, but it's of interest that when you do disseminate information, whether true or not true, or you have statements that have strong implications to national security of another country, there should be response from the host country, don't you think so?
And FemiDlive, we are talking about law. We're talking about the rule of law. FemiDlive, do you know that if we go out here and go for bid, we saw armed robbers killing people alive. The judge saw the armed robbers kill the person with the AK-47. The Attorney General saw it. The Nigerian Bar Association saw it. Everybody witnessed it. Evidence are there. The law said the procedure must be followed. You must get him arrested. That's what we are talking about law. You must get him arrested. Not only getting him arrested, you must subject him to investigation. Police will investigate him. He will write a statement. After writing statement, he will bring his own lawyer to give him fair hearing. After giving him fair hearing, you arraign him in that court. Remember that the judge, when he was going to work, witness everything.
Yes.
The judge will allow prosecution to prove his case. FemiDlive, do you know that when you go to court and the man said, guilty or not guilty, I'm guilty, convict me. The law said, judge, you cannot convict. Prosecution, prove your case. I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying.
I do follow you.
The law will say, prosecution, prove your case. And if you charge him for armed robbery and murder, and there is 4 elements for you to prove murder, there's 4 elements for you to prove armed robbery. If you prove 3.5, if you do not prove the other half, you'll be set free. Remember that he has accepted, he has pleaded guilty. Court will say, prove your case. And where he failed to prove all those elements, court will change that his guilty to no guilty.
So despite the fact that the person on trial says, I am guilty,
you prove it.
The prosecution has to prove it.
You must prove it.
And if they can't prove it completely, the judge will rule against
it. Convert that he's guilty to non-guilty and discharge him.
It brings me forward to the question of some of the arrests in the country as we have it going on, including Nnamdi Kanu, which you one of
yes.
the
do you know why I'm giving you this instance?
Yes.
Do you know why I don't want to bring Nnamdi Kanu's own? Because it's on trial. But I'm giving you a scenario that is related to that.
Oh yes, I understand the scenario game, and I do believe the others are following through.
So people want Simon Ekpa to come down here and face his trial. That's what people. That's
really.
That is the question. Now, tell me the reason why Finland refused. The woman who was the ambassador of Finland that time, when they met him, he said Nigeria should do their own. Nigeria should. Nobody is happy. I'm living in Nigeria here as an ambassador of a Finnish government to this place. But Nigeria should do their own. What is their own? The first time they took Nnamdi Kanu to court in their own, Nnamdi Kanu brought only 2 judgments. Look at the 2 judgments. Court ordered that Simon Ekpa brought the 2 judgments. Only 2 judgments. Show the court. Look at the 2 judgments given by the court in Nigeria, asking that they should release Nnamdi Kanu. They refuse. So, and this and the country that are civilized, and that is what is making me to be.
So there's a mountain of evidence and this evidence, and I do say, because I'm just following through with some of, and I know it's an ongoing case, so there's a limit to how we could put perspective to it.
Yes.
But for the purpose of understanding how things are so far, last week it was about the fact that, he said certain words during the broadcast. And I just want to talk about the broadcast because now the broadcast is being brought into court. But let's talk about the broadcast, which is the Radio Biafra and all those kind of conversations that were held. And I'm taking, because it's a case, the federal government versus Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes.
But I'm just thinking about Nigerians. Now, Nnamdi Kanu's perspective on Nigerians, Nnamdi's perspective on the concept of the Southeast Bloc pretty much standing in its own, and his method of administering what some of his followers should do. And this is completely out of the court case because it's a federal government versus that. So we're treating about Nnamdi Kanu, Nigerians, and his method of saying do this, do that.
We are still talking about the same thing. This is our own country. My friend, I think I left here last night. I left here around after 11 December in this hotel there. My friend came in from Canada and he's traveling tomorrow. He said that I must come today. And that night, I said, today I won't have, he said I should come. He said I should come to Canada. I said I will be in Canada. We are having IBA in Toronto. I'll be there. But I won't stay more than 2 weeks. The point I'm trying to make is that when I'm traveling outside, my body will be telling me that, Master, you don't belong here. Their weather, their food, their language will be, my body will tell me, especially those of us that are born and brought up in the village. So this is our country. And when you see most of us fighting like this, want to get here right, I can't leave another place. I don't know how to manage. What we are talking about is that, FemiDlive, when you have a good case and they channel it from a very wrong angle, FemiDlive will lose it. FemiDlive, that is your handset there. If I collect that handset now and running and they're pursuing me, you use something and hit me, I fall. And something happened to me. Nobody will talk about this handset again.
But typically.
You know what I'm saying? Don't channel your case from a very wrong angle.
So are you saying...
And don't put yourself in a situation whereby you will not be trusted.
So are you implying, and I still want to go back to...
Yes, I'm coming. Now, in law, criminal law, there's what we call artificial and menstrual. Menstrual is the intention of committing the act. Your intention of
premeditated murder.
Yes, you committing the act. Artificial is the act of committing that act. Let me just give you this instance. Though you people will pay me for this criminal law.
Oh, yes, we'll take the lectures.
When I take this handset now,
okay,
and be moving out.
That one is the phone, not my glasses. That's what will be a challenge.
Yes. Now, they say, where is the FemiDlive? Say, where is my handset? They say, no, the only person that I saw in this city is Maxwell. You saw me outside. You act there, you look for the handset, you do not see. Finally, they caught me and searched me and saw the handset. Remember that? You people started beating me. What court is looking at? Can you tell me? Why did you take this handset? That's the only thing court is interested. That's the only thing police is interested. I know that it's not my own. I collected the handset to call my wife, to tell my wife that my handset is
But that's
outside.
speculative in law.
Excuse me. I heard them say, remember that is my statement.
Yes.
That's my statement. That's my defense. Now, FemiDlive said it's not true.
I'm saying it's speculative.
I heard them saying, you said it's not true. Did you tell me? The question, you asked me, did you ask me for the handset? I did not ask you. Then court is investigating whether it is true. If court was able to establish that, if I was able to prove that I took this handset to make call and return it, there is no intention of stealing. There is no intention of stealing. Now, what am I trying to say? When you make a comment, if this cameraman touch me, I'll go kill him here. I will kill him here. In fact, your days are numbered. You do listen to me, your days are numbered. If you last the whole of today, call me bastard. Remember that is a statement you made. And the person died. The person moved and died. Who was who he had last encounter. This person said, you know what I'm saying? Remember that he has made a comment. They cannot convict the person because of making that comment. The question there is that, why did he say such a thing? Probably this man tried to rape the wife. And they caught him. So he now make all those statements. Court is interested in intention of you making that statement.
So what would be, and I understand what you're saying,
Yeah,
the intention of statements,
yes,
which makes sense, but I'm just wondering what would be the intention of somebody like Nnamdi Kanu when he speaks about people should sit at home and do pretty much little or no work.
For what?
For what would be the intention?
Oh, that is what I'm saying now. Anyway, just like I thank God, those evidence now are in public domain. We can now people can assess it. And the Carlo, the evidence are there. He made his comment. What did they establish? ESN. The SSS tendered their evidence, including the question. They asked him all this question. You made this statement, and fortunately, all these statements he made, anyone he made, he told you the reason. Anyone he made, tell you the reason. Anyway, I'm saying so.
In which he said yes, for example, to a few of them.
Of course, when you said, if you see any police officer, kill. Police officers are established to protect life and property. Police stations are established to protect life and property. Any police officer you see that is using the gun government give him to kill innocent citizens, don't allow them to kill you first. Collect it and kill them first. Any police station you see that they are there killing innocent persons, burn it down.
That means he's made himself a judge of what should apply.
We are still talking about the same thing. Now, the question there is that, what is their intention of saying that? The question, has there been extrajudicial killing that made you to say such a thing? The question there is that, when you see any army that is trying to kill you, was there anything? Is there Operation Python Dance? Was there people, about 38 persons, killed for no just for something made somebody to say something? You establish ESN. What's the meaning of ESN? Eastern Security Network. And their agenda, their mode, their whatever thing, the intention of establishing them, you explain it. It is not Biafran army, as most of you explain. This is something the Southeast governor is supposed to establish, as Akere Dolo has done in the Ondo. Since they are not doing it, we cannot fold our hands saying that we are looking for Biafra, and the people that we say that we are fighting for are dying. We have to establish it, and we are taking the law, we are taking a bill to the various state house of assembly, believing that they will enact it. But their own is to go to the bush. And then also one, people were killed, raped, women cannot go to farm. So
just like you said, I mean, those are some of the things in public domain.
Yes.
And there's debates about how it was done, why it was done, who commanded it to be done.
Yes.
But it's the part about the human rights of people in, for example, in the Southeast, when they do say, we want to go to market, we want to go to school, we want to do our daily biddings for a typical Monday. Do you think some of those statements that kind of instruct to say, if you see anybody moving on this our restricted day or on this assumed restricted day, that such a person should be dealt with? Do you think the human rights of those who wanted to move and then were dealt with was violated?
That is where violation of right comes in, which he never said. That's where his own is quite different from that of.
You're saying he never asked for people who violate the sit-at-home order.
Sit at home. It's a voluntary decision. As I speak to you on Monday, some people go to market, some people don't go.
So when you do say it's voluntary, for those who are scared and for those who did not do what they wanted to do.
That's what I'm saying. Now, you see, when you believe in a cause, there are some people who are members of IPOB, disciples of Nnamdi Kanu, that believe that what he's doing is good and we need their support. And now, Nnamdi Kanu, just like as a person, cannot be everywhere. He lives in London. And he said, now that they have killed, like now, somebody issued press this the 30th of May. They are going to observe sit at home for those who died during the war and in the course of struggle. Now, and you see that this thing is for and against. Which some people may not belong to believe in what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. That does not mean that he don't have supporters. But Femidi, what I'm trying to say is that a good government, Femidi, I don't know whether you have thought about this thing, that a non-state actor will give order. By omission or commission, people will obey. And you give counter order, nobody will obey. I don't know whether you're getting one.
Oh, yes, that's continued to be on top of my mind.
Yes.
That means it's quite influential, if I would say, the non-state actor.
Inflation is failure of leadership. Femidi, in your house, put bread geisha.
But some would also say it's a call to break law and order.
No, sir.
Why not?
It is a failure in the leadership. Who is in Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu just came. And an average Igbo man felt that he has lost. Nobody is speaking for us. As Nnamdi Kanu came, an Igbo man now
embraced him.
This one that is talking for us, let us support him. That is just it. My father used to, when he was alive, he said, we put evening mass because morning mass was not complete. If everybody come in that morning mass and we do so, there should be no reason for evening mass. And when you call yourself a governor, you say that when they release Nnamdi Kanu, you will have inflation. Ejife, when he was alive, they asked him in television, who is the leader of the Igbos? He said, Nnamdi Kanu for now is the leader of the Igbos. I'm not here to lie. They asked him why. He said that from Ikulobe, former governor of Anambra State. If I come at Ikulobe, you will not see 10 persons that will follow me. If I leave Ikulobe and go to Afadibeku, Nnamdi Kanu's matter, you will not see 8 to 10 persons that will follow me. But if Nnamdi Kanu leave Afadibeku and come to Ikulobe, Ikulobe will shut down. Who is a leader? Who is a leader? So the point I'm making is that when you are saying that somebody is issuing order from prison, from Finland, from London, and people are following, it's a complete failure. To an extent that police will tell you if you are coming out, yeah, they say, didn't you know that today is sit at home? A police officer, compliant, banks, schools,
and it could be out of fear.
That is what I'm saying. Which means you are incapable.
So that means they fear the leadership of whoever is speaking. That's what that implies.
Which means that is non-state actor now. That's non-state actor.
Yes, then they fear him enough to know that he could harm them.
Which means the non-state actor you have subjected to the government of that non-state actor. You have subjected your government to him. If he will say yes, and the people will believe, and you say no, people will not believe you.
And should that be so? Because if a government were to, in quote now, and this is just simulating examples, to subject itself to the authority of a non-state actor, and this is just a statement, not a fact now, were to subject themselves to the authority of a non-state actor, one would then wonder about the fact that, is that not almost the same thing that what would we describe as terrorism, when you take over the territory, the authority, and all those kind of measures that a government normally takes on, and you take it on? Is that not terrorism? Because I do know, for example, Nnamdi Kanu is facing a 10 counts charge on terrorism and felony.
I have told you, I don't want us to be dragging into issue because this matter is in court. But I'm just giving you analysis.
Yes, I'm following you. I'm trying to be educated.
I don't want to use.
So terrorism in this case would be what?
No, I don't want to go into that. This matter is in court. And as a lawyer, because I came here to talk about human rights.
Yes,
as a lawyer, I know why you are using this one. Try to balance it. And why I cannot go into deep. Well, that's why I'm using other instances.
Please share an instance that helps me understand terrorism in this case.
Now, terrorism is a crime with its own element of terrorism, how to prove. Remember that, let me just, so that I want to bring it down to people. If you see a woman now, you grab the woman, you look, you tore his clothes, tore his bra. You know what I'm saying? You drag with her, you suppress her, you ejaculate in her laps, and you are arrested, and they prefer a charge of rape against you. Do you know that you are going out?
Yes.
Why?
Because the law does not, it speaks about rape there has to be some form of penetration.
Good. I don't know that you are even a professor of law. So, you know what I'm saying? Because you should have charged the person for indecent assault. You should have charged the person for violence against person, not rape. Because the main cardinal proof of rape is upon penetration. And when you now you draft the charge, you rape somebody, you file. Lucky enough, the girl is still a virgin. They want this everything. There was no penetration. The case has collapsed. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So one of the ingredients of rape is upon penetration. Then ingredients of terrorism is there in the law. You know what constitutes terrorism. I'm in my house. I made a call. Everybody in Owerena should go out and destroy government house, kill everybody, and people move. You say that I've committed terrorism. No, I don't want to go into that because terrorism has its own. Then two, when that person who made that comment is being arrested, the thing there is that what is the intention of making that statement? What even gave those people adults, right to go and carry out that act? There is an adage in my place. Somebody whose father sent to go and steal normally use leg to break door. Somebody whose father sent to steal, they use leg break the door because of what? My father sent me. I don't know whether you are.
I do follow you.
So now, when you made such a statement and the people obey, who are you? What is that you are doing that I'm not doing? I was a person that have the authority. You are not state actor. Nobody elected you as the governor of Abia State. And the governor of Abia State. You are not the president of Ahanes and Igbo. Where are you operating? A freedom fighter from nowhere. People are believing you. The government should have buried their head in shame and look at the issue. I wrote a memo. I told Buhari, though I know that government, they don't read papers, they don't read memo. I say, if you want to know the person that will help you in the Southeast, is Nandekal. Work with him. Forget about all these people. Forget about red cap. Red cap is not 1,000 naira. I be there selling 2,000 naira to the market. It doesn't move. There are something that somebody will look at you and say, you are not my father, look at my father. You are a biological child. You say, I will disown you. You say, you are disowning me that have already disfathered you. We have some comedian. You can use it to make, I will disown you, yes, I will disfather you. So there is something that you are doing. What you should do is that you should go back to your house. Every day, 24 hours, your children are in your neighbor's room. Your children are in your neighbor's house. You have not asked yourself, what is that we are not doing well? That is the failure of leadership.
Okay.
Have you asked yourself, as we speak now, Attorney General said, hey, you flared on news the other day. People are calling me and say, Finland, extraditing Nandekal. Simon Eba. Finland, extraditing Simon Eba. You people are jokers in this country. What do you think you take Finland for? They are watching what is happening in Nigeria. They are watching. The Kenya people that brought Nandekal, allowing Nandekal to be kidnapped. Do you think that they are finding it funny? They are not finding it funny. I've been in Kenya. We're following the matter. It's not easy as you are seeing it. Because one, it has also affected their own country. It shows that nobody will enter your country and be safe. The due process must be followed. Don't you know when they arrested Iboho? at the Benin Republic. Malami quickly sent the jet as he sent in that of Nandekan. What did the Benin Republic do? Say, no, they're not extraditing anybody. They kept him there because there is absence of rule of law in Nigeria. There is absence of fundamental rights here. There is
complete absence or just not practicing.
Anyway, when something is 80% is A. If you made an A in a subject, you are a guru in that subject. Your A may be 70, maybe 75, maybe 80, but it's on a majority. Because if a situation whereby, do you know why Trump contested the election? Trump contested the election because of one comment he made. And the judge saw reason with him. Trump said, when they brought the charge against him, he shouldn't have contested. Trump said, this charge was brought to deprive me the right to exercise my right of contesting. Somebody that, right, fundamental right. God said, yes, it's true. Has he not been sentenced? He has been sentenced. Yet he's the president exercising that right. And that is one of the things that is keeping America going today. So if we come in this country and somebody said anything, you say, go and shoot. Are we under military? When somebody says something, that's why, have you forgotten that the Bawa and the Mefiele connived? When I said the worst corruption department you have in Nigeria is a Lagos department of CBN, I proved it. I attacked Bawa. You are not qualified to be the EFCC chairman. Both of them connived.
That was the former chairman for those.
They were former chairman. They connived and preferred charge against me. I finished a national industrial court. They kept me there, collect my answer. They followed the charge, saying that I'm giving false information against government. When Emefiele was arrested, nobody wanted to speak about it. I mobilized lawyers. I mobilized civil society group. We carried out a protest. It was after that protest on Thursday, they arrested Emefiele on Monday. They arrested Emefiele on Thursday. When Emefiele, they granted him bail, EFCC rearrested. Granted him bail, EFCC rearrested. I wrote a petition and followed it up in the House. The House now invited the EFCC chairman. What is the problem? The arrest man, you arrest him. What's the problem? He tendered apology. Emefiele today is moving as a free person. That is, I'm not saying that somebody that committed crime should go free. I'm not a criminal. I don't commit crime. If somebody who committed a crime, allow him to follow that due process. That is our own challenge. That's what we are quarreling for. When you say something, that's what you see that the Nanakalo was shouting in court, pushing everybody, saying, because he felt that the law has failed him. And Nanakalo said, you shouldn't talk while I'm talking. Personally, I don't see it as anything because that young man has been injured. That young man has served the highest injustice one can talk of. So because of as he writes, you shouldn't talk while I'm talking, then I will not abandon him, which means somebody who don't have power to fight used to say that his brother, they fight trouble.
Let me take you to the issue of rights as we have it for the very uncommon people and people who are possibly with low profile cases. Our prisons are really full with people who don't even have court case numbers, whose issues have not been examined by lawyers, not to talk of, them being set free on bail when, you go to the police. That landscape is really daunting. And I wonder, the efforts of someone like you, quite influential with the NBA, especially NBA Abuja, where you have your efforts going with regards to human rights. How is that going? Can you provide clarity on why we have so many backlog of cases not resolved in one way, or cases not filed, if I would say?
The problem of Nigerians, as we speak now, is we lawyers and judges.
How?
Of that. The problem of Nigerians, I'm a lawyer, my wife is a lawyer, we don't do any other thing. My son will soon join us as a lawyer. The problem of Nigerians, as we speak, as we are talking, in Nigeria now, we lawyers and the judges. Now, I will give you one instance. The law has provided everything. In Constitution, When you arrest somebody, you don't keep him more than 48 hours, or more than, in short, not more than 48 hours. 24 hours, they reduce if it's 48 hours. But go to prison. You see somebody in the prison without being in court, in police custody for months. Yet we have NBA Human Rights Committee. Now, I just give you one that is happening now, one that is happening. Somebody that was arrested 20th September 2024. FemiDlive, how many months do we get? How many months do we have now for us to get another 20th September? No charge, no trial. He's there in Asokoro police station. What are you investigating? Then when somebody go to court, police will go to court, you give him court order. There was somebody, the guy normally do this roofing. Somebody gave him money. He did the roofing. So the guy now said that that is not the pattern he asked him to do. He said, okay, this is, we discuss this, I send you this. The man said that he should return him money. He said, okay, how will I get the money? He said, I will deal with you. The next thing, he wrote a petition against him, used his contact at DSSS. He's a member of IPOB. DSSS came to his house at Ikenebu, 3 a.m. in the morning. Pick him. That was all. They look at this man, go to DSSS office, they say he's not there. Go everywhere, say he's not there. After 6 months, they conclude that the guy is dead. Now, the family, one guy in the DSSS office headquarters from Benue, he was detained. So when he was released, he called the wife, hide the number. Are you the wife of this? Are you the wife of this person? He said yes. But my husband, your husband, is telling me, say, I should tell you that he's alive. I was with him at DSSS headquarters, Abuja. He said that people should go and look for a lawyer to go call for him. They engaged me. I went to DSSS. They said that the man is not there. I have to file enforcement of fundamental rights against DSSS, serve them. Lo and behold, only DSSS now to file their defense, saying that the man is with them, that they kept the man with court order. Court gave an order that they should keep him for 90 days. After 90 days, they went back again. They went back to go and do this thing. I said, sure. When I saw this defense, before just Sobona, a judge that has breath gave such an order without seeing this man in court, whether there is somebody that is answered HWHF. FemiDlive, am I being justified? I'm just telling you why I say so. A judge that has blood gave order to keep somebody for 90 days, 3 months, subject to renewal.
In law, what would have been the ideal period in which a judge would have allowed for such retainment?
The judge has a right to give an order. But what I'm asking you that, what would have stopped you from saying, who is this person? Is he a human being in the first instance? I want to see him. At least to hear from him. Something happened there in Kuje prison the first day. A guy is moving with a girl. The parents felt that there are way to do. They said they don't want the girl. The guy with the guy. The girl said, that's the person I want to keep as a boyfriend that may lead us to marriage. They now use police to get the guy arrested. Pay police money. Police file rape. Have you attempted rape? Since 2020. And then the guy in court. Come tomorrow. Very influential. So what CJ was doing is that when they called you, you narrate what happened. After narrating, CJ said, is that what happened? Said, who is prosecuting? They said, my Lord, we are going to this. CJ shook his head. I hereby release you. There was citation in tears for 5 good years. 5 good years. That's how somebody lost his life with court order. Application made by a lawyer. As I'm talking to you, one is happening now. I'm not saying that somebody that committed a crime should go free. Why do you keep him? You discover that the offense they accuse you of is 5 months or 6 months with an option of fine, but you have stayed there for 6 years because you don't have anybody. We need holistic, holistic approach and overhauling our judicial system. If I'm a judge, I know that they will not like my face. They may sack me in time. There are some things that you cannot do. I will go out of my way to verify every matter. I will go out of my way to verify every matter. And if I discover that you committed that crime, no matter if you like, go and bring out a ballot, bring all the whole SN in Nigeria. You are going.
So judges in Nigeria claim they're overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed by who?
The number of cases that they have to attend to.
What are the cases? What are the cases? Why is it that if you come to this court, they will normally give you 4 months adjournment? But if you come to this court, this one normally give you 2 weeks adjournment. When you are filing a frivolous application you want to use to do this thing, there's some judges who will ask you, this case you are bringing, there are some judges, when you file a matter in their court, the first day the matter is being mentioned, he will ask you 1 or 2 questions. He will ask you 1 or 2 questions. Counsel, I've seen your reliefs. Did you advise your mind to this? What happened to this? What happened to this? What happened to this? Well, is your case. I was in Abuja High Court yesterday. We are doing a particular matter. Somebody collected money from my client estate. This you want to give them since 2015. Where is the house? No way. Where is the money? No way. 2014. Police have advised you. Police charge you to court. How are you doing the thing? We tender documents you gave us, tender everything, that there was no even land in the first. Do you know what the judge said? They said the case, I don't understand. Drink after cross-examination. So this is how it's supposed to be. The point I'm making is that, FemiDlive, if the judiciary, like somebody believes that you're a senator, I will deal with you. You go and make the, you should be able to verify what happened. What is happening in the Southeast now is that if you want to wicked somebody, just write a petition, tell the person, tell the DSS that is a member of IPOB or ESN. That's all. And when the judge, just in the north, tell the person that is a member of Boko Haram operating in Bonu, and when the judge sees the Boko Haram, the judge will be careful not to release the person. But most of the times, you calm down, carry out your investigation. When they bring the person, ask the person question. They say, my friend, wait. There's one judge, I won't mention his name. When he's in FCT High Court here, come, are you owing him?
Very direct.
Are you owing him? He said, yes. When are you going to pay him? You are living in his house. You are owing for 6 months. Somebody's house that he built, that he wants to use. There are some things that he doesn't do in his court. His own is justice. Pure justice. If you say you want to, my Lord, law, there's something that is supposed to do like this, you not do like this. So no, after here, you go to where you do your law. Here is justice. Practical justice, as our forefathers, they normally do it. Say you have backlog of cases. Cases for what? You see that these 2 persons are contesting for land. They are in your court. The documents are there. Carry the papers. This paper is given to you by FCDA, signed by the minister. This particular paper is given to you by Madaki. Abina Emia, Abimengwa. You should be able to know who owns the land lawfully. Why are you joining? Are joining for what? You should be able to know who owns the land. Counsel, you brought this thing, you brought this thing. And when do you tell them like this? They should know where you are going. And they won't allow you. Because what I'm saying this thing is that if you people know that they are coming here with frivolous, that's what Supreme Court is doing now. If you bring a frivolous matter, what they are awarding now, the least Supreme Court can award now is 2 million naira to be paid by the lawyer. That's how it's supposed to be.
A fine against the lawyer.
To be paid by the lawyer. If you go to Supreme Court now, before they were, I think they were in 2006 cases. I think somebody told me that they are now coming to 2018. The new rules are striking. Lawyers are withdrawing their matters. Because if you allow them to strike out the matter, they will strike it out with cost. That's how it's supposed to be. So, as a judge, there are some things. if you are a judge, they brought somebody for 8 months in the police. Even if the person committed the highest distance, out of annoyance, you may ask the person to go. Because if you have a bad case, what stop you from bringing this man to court? You kept him there for 8 months. Doing what? You are exploiting the family. When the family wants to see him, you have already given nobody should see him. They must get consent from me. They have to come and see you at first headquarters. Say, how much do you have from me? You give you 10K. You now drive them to that place. They'll go and see him.
That's systemized corruption.
Yes. So the judges and lawyers, election petition, uncle.
Oh, yeah.
What are we talking about? You saw what happened. You look for technicality for what? And they're saying that people should come out to vote. Voting for what? I was in a Arise television when they said, well, to me, I may be wrong. If they did not amend the Electoral Act, you won't see me wasting my time to come in to do what? Don't you know who will win? That Electoral Act, amending it, we have Supreme Court have said that it's not compulsory because Electoral Act does not contain it. Enact it in the law. Let it be compulsory that any result that was not uploaded from polling booth should not be counted. Nigeria will come out. Why did Nigeria came out to vote in 2023? I gave it to Nigeria. It's because of the told them that they will be uploading from this thing, only for you to say that it's not compulsory. And somebody left to UK, come here, register, came back to come and collect his PVC, came back to come and vote. At the end of the day, you have the guts to tell the person that is not compulsory. Why don't you carry that money, go to motherless babies home, share them that 300 and something billion naira they are budgeting for INEC, so that INEC could just sit down and appoint somebody? Why should you risk people's life? Why should you want people to? My sister left to my house to register in Saburi that early morning, 5 a.m. According to her, she said she had to walk from Cuba down to Express to enter motor. So we have to go where they were living before, from Masaka to Pape, slept in the primary school for them to vote.
Vote, yes. There were all kinds of experiences.
Then why should you do your fellow human being that kind of thing? And they brought the matter to you, and they are saying this one did not do this one. Realize the justice.
Barrister Maxwell Okpara, we have to leave it at that on this very edition of.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
And that's it. This is Volume with FemiDlive. Stay on. There's still more to come right here. Keep your comments coming in on various platforms, as we would love to hear
8 years
from
of
you.
why you destroy this country.
My people, we are live right now on the Volume Pod channel. And if you're not watching, you're missing out. This is where the real conversations happen. Yes, no filter, no nonsense. Just the truth about Nigeria, the politics, the economy, the governance, the stories, and all the stories. And all those stories. Well, everything you want to hear is right there. So here's what you need to do right now. Hit that like button. Yes, that one right there, just there. Right now, don't wait. And second, drop something in the comment section. Even if it's your name, make we know you now. Let's know what you are here for. We'll see that. And yes, the third and most important part of it all, if you're not yet subscribed, please and please and please, we'd like you to hit that subscribe button, turn on that notification bell so you will never miss a thing. And if you have somebody, a family friend or a friend of me or somebody around the corner, well, you want them to know what you're watching, share this stream link with them right now. There's a share button just there. We build the Volume Pod for the informed and curious mind. And that's exactly who you are, right? Informed and curious. So stay with us. The conversation is just getting started. We are the Volume Pod and we're just warming up. I'm FemiDlive and we're turning up the volume. Let's go.
Let me ask you a question, Femi D.
Okay.
What did he not say?
Nothing. They were quiet, especially the NGF.
Absolutely nothing. Okay, let's go beyond the north. What did we in the south say?
There was just a lot of rumbling.
Grumbling, but could anybody dare to challenge Buhari's government? in opposition in PDP. PDP was there. In fact, if you notice, maybe President Buhari was sworn into office. Olisametu wanted to be like Eli Mohammed and be a thorn in the flesh of government. He did it just 2 weeks. He was arrested. That was the end of anybody speaking from PDP against that government. They arrested opposition en masse. They went after opposition, and that was the end of opposition. Google is your friend. Watch my statements. I spoke against that government consistently for 8 years. I fought that fight. There's nothing, there's no threat. Like all the threats I'm getting right now, every single thing is normal.
You're getting threats at this moment?
Absolutely. My workers are even being threatened. They threaten my worker, tell them, oh, you guys tell your boss this, blah, 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 blah. You see, Nigerians take this uninformed, passionate approach to things.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined in. I mean, big thanks to everybody who has taken time to watch. Yes, the numbers are growing, and we're truly grateful for all that you do. I'm Femi D. Amele. I'm joined today by the presidential candidate of the ADC in the last election 2023, Mr. Dubebi Kachuku. He provides an excellent perspective when it comes to politics, but also the fact that he is so much keen on the values that come within his own political party and the country at large. Some of those views he has expressed strongly in recent times, especially with his party appearing to be an umbrella for a coalition that is carefully being formed, even though yet to be defined. Extensively today, we would have a conversation with Mr. Kachuku on some of the key areas that affect our national life and partly that build up to the 2027 election. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thanks for having me, Femidi.
All right, well, the ADC as we know it, the political party ADC, was formed in 2005. And I was going through the mission earlier today, and I realized that some of the key things you helped shape, even when you got into the party, as part of the mission, was to make sure the ideas around godfatherism or people with big pockets don't get in there and, should I say, redirect the mission. But that's not where it stands now. That party is taking on many other missions in which I'm not sure is how you projected or perceived it to be as we stand now.
Yes, you're very correct. When I joined the party, a week or two after I joined the party, I did realize that I had been suckered into what we call a political quicksand. I got into a party that is known for political trading. Essentially, they lure up candidates into the party and then they trade the mandates of those people with bigger parties. So a party at that time for 18 years that had only one chairman, and this same party had not produced any candidates who or just one candidate, or I think one or two candidates who had done well in the election. But essentially, what they were known for was trading the mandates of their candidates, especially the presidential candidates of the party. You remember the case of the late Ndaya, I can't remember his name. You know, it was their candidate, and just a few weeks to the election, they traded his mandate, you know, and that's really affected that man, you know. So that's what the party is known for. And when I realized what had happened to me, I went for the primaries. I will never forget what happened on the day of the primaries. The former chairman, Ralph Nwosu, on the day of the primaries, invited me to his hotel room with the chairman of the BOT there and said to me, well, I have owned this party for 18 years and now it seems like you are coming as a new sheriff and the people are here. It seems like you win the election, but I'm not willing to let go. You have to give me 1 billion naira so that I can let go. And I just laughed and I said to him, I'm not desperate to be presidential candidate of this party. I don't have 100 million to give you, talk less of $1 billion naira or anything above that, you know. So that's not certainly not going to happen. If you don't want to do the primaries, it's up to you. I walked out of that meeting. But he was so desperate. But unfortunately for him, we had a lot of the delegates from northern Nigeria who were pressuring him that, what's going on? Why are we not having our primaries? We were here waiting for hours, 5 hours waiting, 6 hours waiting. And he knew that there was going to be a major uprising there. And he was forced to go ahead with the primaries. And that's how he emerged as a candidate. a few weeks after my emergence as the candidate of the party, this same man came to me and said I should stop dealing with the state chairman of the party, that he is the alpha and omega, and if anything, I have anything for the chairman and I want to interface with the states, I should go through him. And the state chairman were not happy about this. Then a few days after that, we realized that his tenure as the chairman of the party had lapsed. And the state chairman said, you have to now step down, your tenure has lapsed. He came to plead with me to help him, save him. And I said, I can't do anything outside of the country.
Save him in what way?
In terms of helping him elongate his tenure. I'm pleading with the chairman to allow him continue, for us to have an amended neck so that we could then allow him continue presiding over the affairs of the party. And I said, absolutely not. The chairman has signed on the constitution, and it's not going to happen. The next thing he did, a few days later, I saw that he had an emergency NWC with an NWC that the tenure had lapsed, and said I was no longer the presidential candidate of the party, and the party had no presidential candidates, and that's how the whole fight that happened then happened, But again, what would interest you is that INEC played a very noble role in the whole affairs of the party, For INEC to have a situation where you have a chairman of a party to be there for 18 years. I know what they used to do then. INEC used to give these parties money, and so that's why you have people like Nwosu there. And then for what happened when the neck of the party said this man has to go, his tenure had lapsed, and INEC was dragging their feet, and when the chairman will go to INEC with their letters, INEC will not recognize them or accept their letters, and INEC will be telling them, oh, what's wrong with you guys? Why can't you guys go and trade like you normally would? Go and talk to Atiku, go and talk to Tinubu, we can do this with you. That's what INEC was doing.
Giving them advice
to why don't you guys go work with the other major parties, APC or PDP, why are you doing this, Why can't you just make your money? That's what this chairman were telling me that INEC was telling them, So the INEC was supposed to be an unbiased umpire. Essentially was not prepared to do anything about this situation. I went into that election having INEC against me because INEC did not do what was right by my party, having people like Nwosu denouncing my candidature and saying they are trying to trade. A week or two before the election, I saw Nwosu and some of the ex-NWC members on a stage with Peter Obi saying that the party had endorsed Peter Obi. The next 24 hours, I saw another group of the party endorsing APC. Then I saw another group endorsing PDP. So that's what the party was known for. And I was very disappointed that people like Peter Obi, Atiku, and President Tinubu did not denounce this, did not chase these people away or say that they
But why would they want to chase them away?
Because you know what? Politics is not about desperation. Politics has principles. What they did will not happen in any country where things are being done properly. We're a nation of anything goes. We accept anything and everything, and that's why we are where we are. We can't keep on saying we want to sanitize our affairs, and we see the things that are so little, and we allow those things go. You cannot claim that you want to be president of Nigeria, that you want to make better, and the process that gets you there is a dirty process. I will never have done that. I had people from another party approach me the same way. I said, absolutely out of the question. I'm not that desperate that I will now truncate the ambition of someone who is emerged through a free and fair primaries just because I want to be president. I will never do that. And so I was disappointed that this gentleman accepted to stand on the same stage with these people, and even there were allegations of giving them money and all of those things, and it's just it was just terrible. So this is what he did. We then went to court, and the court ruled that his tenure had lapsed. Justice Bintanyako of the Federal High Court ruled that his tenure had lapsed. He went on appeal, and appeal court said it's an internal party affair, and the party should resolve it. We then went to the Supreme Court. We went to Supreme Court till 3-4 months ago. When this whole issue of coalition, sometime in November last year, some people are approaching me that they are discussing coalition. And I think the first person I heard from was my lawyer, Michael Zekome, who said to me, "Oh, some people are discussing with him because he was representing us in the matter, and that they said they are talking. And he told them that, you know what, he can't discuss that with me. They have to find a way to reach out to me." Eventually, they did. If a close friend of mine came to me and pleaded with me for almost a month, "Can you please speak to these people?"
Ahead of this, physical gathering and announcement,
yes,
you were approached to join the coalition.
They approached me not about necessarily joining the coalition. They were aware that we had a case before the Supreme Court. And for them to use the ADC as a vehicle and you have a case before the Supreme Court, they didn't know which way the case will go. And they wanted me to withdraw that case so that they could use it.
Oh, you were the one that initiated the court case?
Yes. I sponsored the case before the Supreme Court, And so even though I was not, my name was not there, but I sponsored the case. I briefed the lawyer. And so they needed me to withdraw the case so that they could use this party as a vehicle, And so I went for that meeting with some former ministers in the Buhari government, the former SGF, Abuja Lawal, and some other people, of northern extraction. And they told me about, all Tinubu's sins and all the things he's done and blah, 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 and that they say that the North is totally against him. They are all over the country. Nobody wants Tinubu, and they are doing everything. They will do everything to remove Tinubu, and said to me, but the only challenge we have right now is that this issue of this, and they want me to remove the issue. I said, okay. That I accept that we have major issues within Nigeria. I accept that there are people who feel certain about the president of Nigeria. But I want to ask you a question that is important to me.
Who were you asking at this time?
Abuja Lawal.
Okay.
I said, seeing that late President Buhari had, at that time, was very much alive. President Buhari had done 8 years, 2 terms of 8 years. And seeing that President Tinubu is in his first term, if you want to remove President Tinubu, will you accept that any coalition will produce a flag bearer of Southern extraction? And the immediate response was absolutely not. We're taking our power back and never making this mistake again.
And you are from the South.
I'm from the South. What surprised me was that I was not even the only person from the South who was there. A former minister from Imo State in the Buhari government was there. The person, my friend, who took me there was from the South, from the Southwest. And you watch this man saying something so insidious to me that never, that's out of the question. Essentially saying to me that as a Southerner, as an Igbo man from Delta State, that I'm a slave in my own country. That I can never aspire to the highest office in the land. And I was furious. I asked another question that, so essentially this coalition is being packaged for, because from everything that had been said, this Atiku was coming out next weekend, that this coalition was being packaged for Atiku Abubakar and all that stuff, that they wanted me to meet, and and they were now trying to camouflage and say, that at that point would say, I said, no, but from everything people have said, it's clear that it's all about Atiku Abubakar, I said, how does it make sense? How does this make sense to you guys? So I left them, walked out. And I knew that when we speak about the politics of this generation, this older generation, a politics of lies and deceit, a politics of religion and ethnicity, and that there's no change, there's no redemption for these people. Shortly after that, since they realized that they had messed up because they did not understand who I was, and that seeing that I was upset, they started going around the different party chairmen, state chairmen, where their names were in the case before the Supreme Court, and started inducing these people with 500,000 naira for them to.
If I do remember clearly, and why I say this is because I remember the build up of many interviews I've had with you. You often talk about the state party chairman. And significantly, some of these people had an inclination towards you, favorably towards you. And when you do say now that they're being offered 500,000 naira to change their position, which is to possibly withdraw their position in the Supreme Court, that means you do not possibly have the same type of support you had in ADC now, like you did the build-up of 2023.
Yes, that's correct. So because these people were being induced and they were being told and being convinced that Nigerians from all walks of life are against the president, and that if they got this 500,000 naira, that they are doing what is right, not only by themselves, by their families, but by the country, you know. And for me, I knew that, yes, this men, I didn't want to play a game where I will tell them, don't collect this money, I'll give them money, and then every day, every week, it will be that, oh, they're offering them money, and, you know, I did
Your country balance.
Yes.
But you as a person, I know for sure that you're not keen on offering people money.
I am not. I like I said, I'm not that desperate to be president of Nigeria for me to do what I don't believe in. I'm desperate to change Nigeria, but I'm not desperate to be president. I'm not so desperate that I have to do what the people I'm trying to change are doing. There's no point. Do you understand? So I refused to play that game. They collected the money and they all started signing to withdraw from the case in the Supreme Court. But I knew that they were going down a very slippery slope. Why did I say slippery slope? The issue is this. It's not about the case in the Supreme Court. It's about the constitution of our party. So even if you were to withdraw the case from the Supreme Court, the issue is our constitution still states that for anybody to take up office as a party official, you ought to have been a member of the party for 2 years. So if these guys were to induce all the state chairmen, all the state official secretary, women, everybody, youth leaders, down to what level, local government level, right? It still will not change the fact that you need to be a member of the party for 2 years.
But they're technically playing to it when they say they're acting chairman, acting secretary.
Even at that, if a constitution that does not allow you to assume a position as substantive certainly doesn't allow you to assume that position as acting. I mean, so the intent of the law is what is clear. So I knew that they had this slippery slope to walk down. I also knew that ultimately the court case that they are avoiding will still come before them. If you say that your actions derive from Rafunwosu, who they believed was the party chairman, my case before the courts, before the Nigerian people is, can you build something or nothing? A man whose tenure lapsed over 2 years ago cannot hand over the party to you. 2 courts, Justice Bintanyako ruled, a court in Rivers State also ruled that his tenure had lapsed. 2 courts ruled. INEC refused to recognize the rulings of both those 2 courts because essentially, like I said, they have been trading with parties like this for a long time. So you have people in INEC who just, they're friends, they're bodies that they've been doing this for a very long time. So INEC did not do what was right by our party. And essentially wanted to see the end all the way to the Supreme Court. I promised my party members one thing and one thing only. I said, you know what? For the fact I came into this party, I assure you people that what I have experienced, nobody will ever experience in this party. I'll ensure that these people never have anything to do with this party ever again. It's a promise I made to my party men.
It's interesting you make that promise. I was in Buhari Area Council here in Abuja some days ago, and I actually passed in front of one of the outlets, or should I say one of the party buildings you have there. Everything seems updated to some of the recent people who have come in, including who's the chairman, Senator David Mark, and the likes of that, secretary of your party, Arek Beshola. I don't know if I would say your party, but those things have been updated, including some. I was on INEC website, and if my memory serves me right, I see this same update already going on. It is clear that the party has already been taken over.
I will say this to you very clearly. You cannot build something on nothing. The challenge before us, before them, is this. and we'll let the courts determine. Like I told you, INEC had played this game with them for the longest time, right? I saw a few days ago where INEC said that was speaking about their SDP, and that they are responding to a letter that had been written changing their chairman. And I laughed because the same INEC that responding on SDP has not responded on any letter written on ADC. Even the letters
Are there letters written to INEC on ADC?
Yes, even the letters recently written to them on ADC. Even letters asking them that clarify the position of INEC on Nwosu's tenure, on when Nwosu's tenure lapsed. Let me tell you something. You know what? I keep on saying this. They are walking down or running down a very slippery slope that only ends in one place: failure. You cannot build something on nothing.
Let's talk about building for a moment.
Yeah.
I looked through the constitution of your party.
Yeah.
I see at the ward level, you need just 1/5 of present members. Same thing applies at the local government level. And pretty much, I think, 2/3 at the state level for you to make some major changes from National Working Committee, State Working Committee, and the likes of that. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to change what the ADC is if by your constitution of the party, if you follow that through, it doesn't take a lot. And it also doesn't take a lot, from what I read from your party constitution, to also be a member. It means you show interest, you do not belong to another party, you pay your dues, and voila, you're a member of the party.
You've asked very brilliant questions. I'm happy you brought this. So here's the situation. It's very easy to do all those things, right? Ultimately, there has to be a head. And the situation with ADC is that there's no head. So to do every single thing you've mentioned, there has to be a head. There has to be a national working committee. There has to be a chairman of the party. And for 2 years, the party has had no chairman. So whatever they try to do, even if you try and amend the constitution of the party, it has to be done by a valid NWC. And that is where these people fail. 2 courts in 2 different jurisdictions did not make a mistake when they ruled that this man's tenure had lapsed. So there's nothing they will do that will make sense. Because ultimately, you still get to the point that Nwosu's tenure lapsed 2 years ago. There was no neck. There has been no convention of the party. They've been trying to have a convention. In fact, they did 2 conventions. And INEC said, we're not recognizing this convention. Because the issue was, at that time, that's the only time INEC said, you can't organize a convention. Who's organizing the convention? Nwosu's tenure has lapsed. They tried to do something in Kano. And it failed. So, who then is the person transacting or dealing or giving any directives or instruction if there's no NWC? So that is the problem of the party. So we are facing special circumstances that our constitution never envisaged, that will have a lacuna within the party. So what then happens when you have a situation that our constitution does not envisage? The courts then mediate or midwife.
Are you comfortable with the courts?
So
in Nigeria?
let me tell you this, right? No matter what we want to say about the courts, we have had 2 courts rule. Even if this gets to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court now says, okay, you know what, rules in their favor, but what will have happened is that we'll have fought a very, very just fight. We will have fought a fight, because what happens in Nigeria is that we never want to fight for what is just, what is equitable, and what is fair. We all give up before starting a fight. We all say, oh, you know what, we accept defeats. I'm not the kind of person. They all realize now, all these men realize now that they made a mistake in entering this party without dealing with these issues.
How do you know they realize?
Because they are reaching out to me through several people. There's absolutely nobody. If you think, who is who in Nigeria? People are reaching out to me. And I keep on saying this.
I wanted you to elaborate on the mistake. I mean, how did they come to establish that they made a mistake?
The mistake is that they believed that just by buying those chairmen to withdraw the case, that they had solved their problem with the ADC. And I said to them, that was a big mistake. I'm not fighting a fight because I want to own the ADC like a cup or a pen or a phone. I'm fighting a fight because I believe that the ADC ultimately will be a vehicle for Nigerians who want genuine change, who desire change, who desire to make Nigeria a better place. That's a vehicle that can use to express their aspirations. That's why I'm fighting this cause. I believe it's a just cause, and these guys made a mistake in believing that the ADC will be a vehicle like any other vehicle. You see, they tried to do AD didn't work. They tried to go to SDP, saw that SDP there, they were going to have a fight with my friend that they were there, and chased them out, and they then came to ADC where they believed that they had someone who was ready to transact. And that's why they felt, okay, you know what, oh, this guy can push me aside, let's transact, let's do this. And
Why do you think they're approaching parties as a vehicle? Because a lot of the parties that we know in Nigeria, there's party philosophy, party principles, things that define and solidify what a party is, essentially, in Nigeria and around the world. And when you do say use a party as a vehicle, it makes me curious enough to say it's about one point to another destination. So where do you think they're riding the party, currently ADC, from, and where are they riding it to?
A very good question. Again, is because the approach of these geriatric politicians is politics without philosophy, politics without ideas or ideals, politics that has no bearing, there's no manifesto, there's nothing that defines who they are. It's about grabbing power for their personal economies, power for the sake of power, power to prosecute age-old grudges, politics of North and South, of Christian and Muslim, It's not a politics that ever answers the question of our myriad problems. It's not a politics that ever speaks to who we are as a people, our national cohesion. It can never be a politics that says, oh, you know what? I mean, we've all watched in the last 3, 4, 5 weeks since they announced the so-called coalition. You've not heard these people speak once to any issue we have as a nation. All we've heard is that President Buhari has failed and has destroyed the country and this and that and that and that. Okay. Let's accept that President Buhari has President Tinubu has failed. Where he failed in education, what are your propositions? Where he failed in infrastructural deficits, what are your propositions? Where he failed in security, what are your propositions? Where he failed in the economy, what are your propositions? In any area you say this man has failed, what do you intend to do? Femi D, you know what? I feel sorry for who we are as a people, as a nation. Nigerians keep on making the same mistake. If you talk to diplomats, they speak to you in confidence. People have given up on Nigeria. People watch this coalition emerge and saw Nigerians, this bound back effect. Oh yes, because it's always, you see, we always have this thing where we hate the big man, and when we see two big men fighting, we go with the underdog big man, and like what we did with Jonathan, gang up against Jonathan, get him out, and we got Jonathan out, and 8 years of President Buhari. 8 years of my life wasted with President Buhari. 8 years. Same gang up has come again. And what I've realized in recent times is that a gang up happens when it concerns smaller nationalities or sub-nationals. So Jonathan was an Ijaw man from the South. It was easy to gang up against him, right? And you threaten what was out there, say them blood of baboon and this and that and all those kind of things, And they gang up on President Jonathan. And if you think about all that he achieved in the area of agriculture, in terms of the economy, in terms of trying to remove subsidy, that they can't remove subsidy. Every single thing he tried to do, they came in and did not do better. In fact, President Buhari took us back over 30 years. He reversed all the gains made since President Obasanjo. President Buhari's government was so bad that all he could do as his only solution to the economy was to borrow money. President Tinubu's greatest failure as a president is the fact that he's not been able to tell Nigerian people the truth.
And what truth would that be?
The fact that as a president, he's doing a cover-up for the APC's party. He came in as president of Nigeria to meet a situation where President Buhari, late President Buhari, has forward sold all the oil that we produced for the next 8-9 years.
But there's no evidence to that.
Well, I mean, what do you say? There's no evidence to that. Yeah, I mean, FOI is there. Nobody's denying it is there.
Have you seen some of this?
Of course. I mean, the records that you can approach the new GC of NNPC. It's not hidden. Everybody knows that. For you to take a loan, you have to have a collateral for your loan.
True that.
And the collateral for their loan was our production for the next 8-9 years for every loan they took. So this president came in. Remember that President Buhari did not provide for subsidy in the last budget before he exited.
Mm-hmm.
So President Tinubu now came in, and on the day of his swearing in, had this swagger, this whole, like I noticed that the guy I just felt like he was so excitable. And he announced that I'm removing subsidy. Because, I mean, himself, it will be Tiku that also they will remove subsidy.
But I think you also did.
Never. I was never for the removal of subsidy. You have to understand the problem before you deal with the problem. I will not go in a direction that will affect hundreds of millions of Nigerians, over almost 200 million Nigerians. I won't take such a drastic action. What is the problem of subsidy if you individuals are abusing subsidy scheme? Why can't you investigate these people, prosecute these people, and let it serve as a deterrent to others? It's never done.
That would have been what you would have done.
My approach was, what? Worst case scenario, suspend subsidy for a period of 3 months. Reprocess it, make it stronger, make the system much better, bring technology in place and every single thing, and then reintroduce subsidy. Pain of three months. So that Nigerians from all walks of life don't suffer the removal of subsidy. That was what I advocated for throughout my campaign. President Buhari removed it and didn't make a song and dance about it. It was a slippery slope for the incoming president, but an appeal for him. And he came in and announced, I've removed subsidy. He didn't remove subsidy, because subsidy was not provided for. So it was a good opportunity for him to say, I have come to meet a situation that there's no subsidy in the budget. If I have to bring subsidy to take me a few months to prepare a supplementary budget and introduce subsidy, but for now we have to do without subsidy because it's not in the budget.
Daumin is running speeches that run against some of these party men.
So you see, this is why I said the greatest failure of this president is that he was trying to protect his party men and protect a President Buhari, and he put them above the Nigerian people. That's his greatest failure. I will have let Nigerian people know the truth. I will let Nigerian people know that I have no income available to me from oil for the next how many years. And because I am facing this situation, I have to take subsidy out as a whole so that all Nigerians contribute towards paying back these loans that we're taking. I have to increase VAT or taxes because I need money to pay. If I don't have money from oil, I need money to pay salaries, take care of infrastructure, take care of all the other recurrent and capital projects. I have to increase duties, right? Customers have to increase duties on every single thing. We have to increase our IGR by all means, by every means necessary, because we need money. We don't have access to money from oil. I will explain to Nigerian people what I have met, what is before me. But I will not cover up.
But don't you think Nigerians, we've listened a lot to a lot of our leaders, and coincidentally in the last 10, 15 years, apart from President Buhari, who was a man of very few words, many of them have been quite outspoken about what they faced. The guy before me didn't do well. There are different ways of expressing this. But you're talking about the truth that President Tinubu is not expressing. However, he's also confidently talking about the gains he has made of subsidy, which is he has saved up money, now he can venture into this, venture into that. That is his own position, which is to say, there's money saved from subsidy, therefore I can do this, do that for Nigeria. And if that doesn't look like a trade-off of profit and loss, it looks like a profit to him.
Absolutely not. So remember again, let's look at this equation. Imagine if you had a situation where you remove subsidy and you have all these gains from removal of subsidy, and you still had money coming in from selling your crude oil. Isn't that a bigger gain for Nigerians? We don't have this money coming in from crude oil. because of the loans we took. We took loans to build bridges and roads that led nowhere. We took loans to build railway and roads to go to Niger Republic. We took loans to fund unnecessary projects while the common man has to pay back these loans. That's the reality of who we are. You see something, when I'm speaking, reality is that I do understand that I'm speaking to a people whose minds are imprisoned. I'm speaking to Renchi. You understand? Like, no matter what you say, if you were to go to ballots today in Nigeria today, we'll see a situation where the man we know is the man we know. Tinubu will still be number one choice. They know him. They know that.
Despite this gang up.
Trust me on this. Go to the polls today. The man they know is the man they know. Number one is President Tinubu. Number two will be the faces. Remember, it's about subliminal persuasion. These are brands that they have known for the last 3-4 decades. People who have ruled us for decades. You know them. You don't have, for me, I have to have probably 50,000 such interviews for Nigerians to hear me, to see me. Those people are brand names because they have been government officials.
Which makes it interesting because, I mean, I view the issue of the coalition in another way. I mean, it's been a very undefining moment to try to define what the coalition is about, considering the brand of politics each of these individuals have played. But then when I think about the names I grew up listening to, and I know for sure, Senator David Mark, former Governor Aregbesola is also involved. Peter Obi is likely involved. And I use this word because the fluidity.
He's involved, he was there with them.
Yeah, because they've been trying to define whether he's leaving or not leaving and the likes of that. Then you have Atiku Abubakar as well. These are big people when it comes to politics in Nigeria. And something tells me that the assembly of these big politicians is also an endorsement of the credibility that they bring to the ADC. That is to say, Nigerians, all of you who support us as individuals, now there's a place where you can support us together as a group. We're all endorsing one candidate. Whosoever that is, just get behind us in ADC.
Okay. So I love the question you're asking. So you mentioned these people, David Mark, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Aregbesola, and all those things. People who have ruled us for the last 3 decades, like I said. And Nigeria today is not a mini Dubai. Nigeria today is not a mini Joburg or mini Cape Town. Nigeria today is not a mini London. Nigeria is not a mini anything that you can point to in the world space that you say, oh, these nations are working. These nations look this way. This is that. But yet we point to the same people who've led us for the last 3 decades, who've held sway at the helm of affairs. And we see that the same people who set our nation on fire are the same people who are going to put out the fire.
But they are the same people that people recognize, because you just talked about the most recognizable names.
You see, that's why I use the word that, it's called Stockholm Syndrome. Having an affinity to those who hold you captive. That's what is going on in Nigeria. So you ask yourself a question. Understand that there's a Stockholm Syndrome effect going on in this situation. Do I say, I am 51 years old. Do I say that I grew up watching these men? I was a student union activist. I remember the late head of state Abuja declaring me wanted dead or alive because I fought his government. I led students out of Uniben then. And do I say that I watch a situation where I have fought for this country, fought for the betterment of Nigerians, and say, you know what? Nothing can ever come out of this. Let me japa. Let me know what, if you can beat them, join them. Just do nothing.
What will it take to join them?
Is that what?
What will it take to join them?
Let me tell you something. You know what? I have absolutely nothing in common with these people. I believe in the future of Nigeria.
But you have Nigerians as the common factor.
Tell you what, something, education, information will get to a point where people start asking questions. I believe in the potential of a younger generation of Nigerians who are doing something, creating something out of nothing, whose potentials have been limited. But they said, despite and in spite of all this, we'll do something. We will not let you beat us. will do something. And if you look at how Nigerians from all walks of life, they leave Nigeria and they are doing the nation proud. They are making things happen. They are showing workings, right? Tell you what, these people have all it takes to make Nigeria a better place. And where my generation has failed, because my generation has ultimately failed because we didn't challenge our fathers and our grandfathers to the point to say, leave us alone. Take your neck, your feet off our necks. We won't take this anymore. Enough is enough. My generation did not fight. We gave up. My generation is a generation that all you have to do is call somebody and say, I give you local government, I'll give you this, give you that, you contract, whatever they offer you, that's the end. And you know your family member is there, that's the end. Nobody, immediately they give you small soup to lick in my generation, you give up the fight. And that's why my generation has not fought. But you see, this younger generation is a battle generation. The revolution already talks about, it's not our generation decision. Trust me, right?
The revolution, that reminds me of Showore.
Showere's revolution talks about, it's not our generation that will lead this revolution. No, it's not distant. You know what? Watch and see. We can continue down this slope. But you know what? This generation, the generation that are selling their mothers and fathers, selling their siblings to make money, that are so desperate that they will do anything to survive. They'll wake up one day and realize that we sold everything, we destroyed everything. Those people up there that created a situation for us, they're the only people remaining, we'll take them on. All die and I die. All of us will die if we have to die. That is where we're coming to in this country. It's not our generation. We're scared. You know what? I see, anytime they come for a protest, how many people do you see? My age group, do you see they're going, no. We have so much to lose. Big men or people of my generation, they can only speak about government and governance in their houses, in their comfort zones, But when it comes to fight, you will never see them there.
Should they be fighting? And why I do ask this is
yes,
because a generation after, before you learn things from them.
When you have a situation where dialogue will not happen, where they will not give you a seat on the table, where they will discountenance everything you are and are about, you get to a point where you are so desperate to say, I need to survive. When you are in a country where I'm told that as an Igbo man, I can only aspire to a certain level. I cannot go beyond this because I'm an Igbo man, because I'm a Christian, because I'm this and that. You get to a point you say, you know what, all die and I die. What the heck? I'm not going to take this. That is where we're coming to in this country. When you have a situation where people come together and say, I was going somewhere earlier on in my trajectory.
Oh, yes.
Where people come together and say, you know what, you bully a sitting president because of Southern extraction. After all, how many Southwest states are there? Bully him. Get him out of there. We can burn this country down. 8 years of Buhari destroyed this country. Let me ask you a question, FemiD.
Okay.
What did he not say?
Nothing. They were quiet, especially the NGF.
Absolutely nothing. Okay, let's go beyond the not. What did we in the South say?
There was just a lot of rumbling.
Grumbling, but could anybody dare to challenge Buhari's government? In opposition in PDP was there. In fact, if you notice, maybe President Buhari was sworn into office. What's his name? Olisametu wanted to be like Eli Mohammed and be a thorn in the flesh of government. He did just 2 weeks. He was arrested. EFCC picked him up. They kept him there for how many weeks? That was the end of anybody speaking from PDP against that government. They arrested opposition en masse. Secondus, who was not arrested by Buhari's government, we are speaking about one-party state. They went after opposition, and that was the end of opposition. 8 years of Buhari's government in PDP, who was speaking? Only one man, Wike. Only Wike was speaking. But tell you what, you know what? Google is your friend. Watch my statements. I spoke against that government consistently for 8 years.
But some would say you're also very well protected, which brings me to the issue of whether you're fearful or not fearful.
Let me tell you something. You know what? I keep on saying this. I said I was once declared wanted dead or alive by a military head of state. It's a way of life for me. you are only as rich as your neighbor. So no matter what you have, as long as you have someone in want next to you, you are only as rich as that person. Buhari's government, one that was here, they came in here with bulldozers, destroyed properties here. I never went to the media. It's my fight. It's my loss. But I will stay on course. I don't believe in that fight. This ADC matter, you guys are hearing ADC matter because these guys, I spoke about what they are doing and they are making media affair. That's why I don't fight my fight that way. They will only see that they are not able to do anything with that party. I fight my fight. I fight consistently. I assure you, at the end of this fight, we will see who is standing. 8 years of President Buhari, I fought that fight. There's nothing, there's no threat. Like all the threats I'm getting right now, every single thing. Is normal.
You're getting threats at this moment?
Absolutely. My workers are even being threatened. They threaten my worker, tell them, oh, you guys tell your boss this, blah, 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 blah. You see, Nigerians take this uninformed, passionate approach to things. They know no better. The question I'm asking them to ask President Buhari is, the suffering we're going through now, right now, as a nation.
President Tinubu?
So President Tinubu, ask President Tinubu, why are we suffering this? Why can't you tell the nation what you met? Tell them how you are struggling to raise money to make sure that we have money for capital projects, we have money to pay salaries, what you have to do because this is our true situation. Let Nigerians know that for every tough decision you take, it was because you've met a certain situation. Do you know why he cannot do that? When this president speaks against President Buhari, the late President Buhari, it's against his party. Number two, there are people who still deify President Buhari, even though I still question that when I saw people rejoicing at his death in his home state. But the so-called 12 million voters that he had, that people believe that he has these people, do you want to speak against that man and have those his people go against you? But I always say this, I have said this several times today, all die and die. You go forward, you die, you go backwards, you die. Why don't you go forward and die? You've taken tough decisions that already say that it's his fault to get you elected. You remove subsidy. You've increased energy tariffs. You've increasing taxes. You're making tax collection more efficient. It's touching a lot of people every day as we speak. When he came into office, to clear a 40-foot container was probably about 5 or 6 million naira. To clear a 40-foot container today is anywhere from 18 to 22 million naira. Tough decisions that ensures that or makes it very difficult for you to get re-elected. Having come this far, what are you afraid of?
So if I do put in perspective what you've said, you're saying Tinubu is making good calls, but he's not explaining, he's not transparent about his calls or his decision making. And it makes me kind of, follow through with the interest on, you're an intellectual activist. I mean, we chat often. I see some of your thoughts about don't be afraid, don't go to that technical fear of silence and nobody locks you out from saying the truth, either in your family mode or whatever size there is. And I'm thinking, what if Tinubu were to reach out to you at this point in time and says, you know so much about the ADC, you know so much about what everybody's trying to build up, which is on nothing, like you mentioned. And he says, align with me to a measure, align with my politics, let me understand your politics. We all know he's very good when it comes to consensus and building bridges. He probably would reach out to you, especially because he doesn't think much of the coalition. He'll probably reach out to you to say, well, continue what you're doing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What do you make of some level of alignment with President Tinubu, knowing fully well that some of the things he's going forward on, you agree with them, except the fact that you think he's not transparent about why he's doing that?
Okay, you've asked another very brilliant question. Shortly after President Tinubu was sworn in, you saw they were playing around with names of ministers and people. There was a leak list and my name was there and all that kind of stuff. And people asking me, you are one of the people that are considering for a ministerial position and all of that stuff. And I was laughing. There was a lot of conversation going on in the background. But I'll tell you this: what my position was then and is today. God forbid that young men who come after me, who aspire for office, who aspire to office to make genuine change, will believe that you run for office so that you are settled with a position in government. My not accepting a position has nothing to do with the government. It's about those who are coming after me. It's for people to believe that if you fight for a cause and fight all the way, you might not get there in the first shot, but you have several opportunities to continue trudging along until you get to where you go. You fail until you succeed. And when you succeed, like I said, you succeed until you get to perfection's door. That's why I oppose his government. But whilst I oppose his government in areas where I feel he's not getting it right, I propose. I will tell you something, that one of the biggest issues of Tinubu's government is the issue of Yoruba-centric appointments. Tinubu made a very, very big mistake in how he approached that issue. Nigerians are not informed people, like I keep on saying. From the military era, when Abiola won an election and was not sworn in, and then you had Nadeko, and you had a lot of Yoruba leading lights leave the country on exile, the Yoruba nation lost a lot in government. Just like what happened to the Igbo people after the Civil War. We hear the Igbo story, but we never hear the Yoruba story. So the Yoruba people had essentially a glass ceiling everywhere. They could not get to certain places. And when they got there, only a few people, only a few slots were given to Yoruba people. Then President Obasanjo came in, sponsored by Northern Leading Lights, Northern military men, and he played the politics of being president of all Nigerians. And whereas he had the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, but one thing they did not do, commission, one thing they did not do was look at what happened to Yoruba nation in the years of anti-military rule. They didn't touch it. So he did 8 years and did not do anything to show undue favoritism or to address the imbalance where the Yoruba nation they were concerned. 2 years of Yar'Adua, nothing was done. 6 years of President Jonathan, nothing was done. And the Yoruba people are, as the people are sitting, they are upset. They look at the situation and like wondering, for example, if you look at INEC as an institution, a Yoruba man has never held that position one day. So many positions like that you stay and, Yoruba man has not, just like what happens to the Igbo people. And President Tinubu came with that graph. When President Tinubu was speaking at Emilokon, my turn. So he was not just speaking about my turn for himself, about my people. But here's where we are different. I would have approached that situation through a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where people see the injustice against my people, where it's clear to everyone that, look at the statistics. So that if you are doing anything, people understand where you are coming from. Not a situation where people believe that Buhari did this same rubbish and you come and follow suit. No. So he made that mistake because he didn't approach or educate or inform Nigerians. This is what the issue is with my people. Remember this. President Jonathan was run out of office. Let me tell you, I'm in Abuja. I've been in the corridors of power for close to 3 decades. I'll tell you a secret. You know what his greatest sin was?
What was it?
He made an Igbo man chief of army staff.
As President Jonathan made an Igbo man chief was his greatest sin.
People believe they'll say his greatest sin, political sin, is that he made an Igbo man chief of army staff.
Why?
That is the country we live in. That is the unjust country, nation we live in, an inequitable nation we live in. That his greatest sin as a president was that he made an Igbo man, not only made, what's his name? Eje Kami, chief of army staff. He then brought another man from River State, Minima, made him minister. But Minima is also Igbo. I mean, you can say Minima is also Igbo. And made him chief of army staff. That's his sin. That is why he had to go. Do you know, in political circles, you know what one of Tinubu's biggest sins is today?
What would that be?
He made Wike a Southerner, Minister of FCT.
You think Wike is undoing
Let me tell you, when Nigerians understand the delicate nature of who we are as a people, the no-go areas, this North and South divide, what goes on in the back rooms where we don't really understand, we will see things differently. There are things you do and you say, how dare you? How can you? Just something so simple. How dare you make a Southerner Minister of FCT? If you look at FCT are made up of indigenous tribes, like the Gwari and all these people, you know. It's not necessarily a Hausa Fulani, whatever it is, but you know what? But they claim this place, they claim ownership of this place, you know. And watch a situation where the same thing they now did to Jonathan, right? What happened to Jonathan? Kidnappings increased. Issues of insecurity. Did the Chibok girl issue. All of those things. And all over the world, they are hearing killings are happening. All these things. And the government has lost control. Then you start having bombings. What have you seen recently? Are you not seeing bombings again? Are you seeing number of people who have been killed in Jos Plateau, in Benue, in recent times? It's the same playbook. And as that is happening, everybody saying, this man's government is so inept. This man is a useless president. He's this, he's that, and blah, blah, blah. People don't understand that there are forces, there are people pulling strings behind that are causing this disaffection and all those things. We watch it happen with Jonathan Gomez. I remember warning so many times then. I remember before Chibok girls happened, right? I run what they call Nigerian Public Safety Network, and I remember writing, I even wrote then, that these are the things ought to do for this because anybody who's thinking how these people think, they ought to know where they're going to come from. I knew that those kidnappings will happen. I knew they're going to do a lot of things to damage that government. And it happened, and Nigerians believe this man has to go. He went. Another came, a much worse president who spoke. You know what happened? NSAS. When the politicians could not do anything about that government, the youth decided to do NSAS. I will tell you something. Before NSAS happened, there was this issue happening in Abuja about police arresting prostitutes, raping them, and all those things. And I was in the forefront. I was pushing those stories out. I was pushing stories of police arresting all these Yahoo boys. And then my media organization, Root CV, I was doing a lot with that, letting people see what was happening with that. And after a while, there was this groundswell. Then NSAS and people said all those things happened. NSAS happened, right? All those people were killed. What is the fate of their families today? It's the same Buhari I saw giving all the national honors and how he was buried and everything. Nobody spoke about the hundreds who died during NSAS. Nobody thinks of those families. You see, there's so much injustice in our country because we're a fearful people. We don't want to speak the truth. I always say this. You know what? I have 8 children. When people say young, listen, I have 8 children. If I die while advocating for good governance, for equity and justice in this country, is a worthy death. There's nobody who won't die someday. There are people who die just after they are born. Death is something that happens to all men. But you know what? Something, let it be known that I stood for something. Let it be known that I was not cowed, that I'm not fearful of a man born of woman just the way I am. I'm not that person. So it will never be, a coalition is never going to scare me. As far as I'm concerned, they are a gang. I will leave you with this. The Bible, we had a situation where the people said, give us Barabbas. Give us Barabbas. Give us Barabbas. Caesar heard the people saying, give us Barabbas. And Caesar gave them Barabbas. The people said, give us APC, give us APC, give us APC. He drove out Jonathan and gave them APC. The people are here again saying, give us coalition, give us coalition. Will we continue having a vocal minority determine our fate as a people? Or will we get to a situation where the silent majority who reason things, who process things, who ought to know better, when they pick up faith, when they pick up an inner strength, where they say to themselves, we cannot continue like this. and speak against the injustice we face in our land. That time has come where we make that determination. Femi D, I know you must have other questions, but I'm sorry, my time is off.
Well, a big thanks to you. Well, we'll be speaking with Dumebi Kachuku. Mr. Dumebi Kachuku, he was the ADC presidential candidate in 2023 election. There's so much to cover, but this is a special one on Volume with FemiDlive. We're grateful to everybody who's watching. Please keep your comments on. You also will be on the platform to read some of the things you're writing and your opinion, your comments. Go and subscribe, and we'll love to read from you. Thank you so much for joining in on Volume with FemiDlive. Thank you for your time. I have heard, yes, I did hear. This is Volume Stories, and I've heard a story that I'd like to share with you. In 1991, in Port Harcourt, the Garden City was gripped by a new kind of fever. It wasn't oil, it was money. The kind of money that brings interest that can be as high as 60%. Well, at the center of this vibe was Resources Managers Limited and its mysterious director, Umana. To some, he was a financial messiah, while to others, a money shock waiting to happen to anyone at all. But the Garden City wasn't just smelling of oil and suya anymore. A new kind of fever was catching everybody, a Naira fever. People were not looking for work, they were just looking for interest, and more interests. That would interest you, I'd say. People are literally throwing bags of cash over counters. My turn. It's a big party for anyone with deep pockets who was willing to gamble and find a way to get more money. I mean, 60% interest on your original cash. Come on, this is you needing to cash out. Well, the feet stands and chants of my turn were the music inside. The mild abusers, move, Oga, move! And the fermented smell of ripe humans hustling to multiply their money is super devious. At the center of this strange sensation was Resources Managers Limited. Yes, they knew him easily as the Oga at the top, one mysterious man named Umana. To the market woman, he was a financial messiah, a man who turned their small change into big man status. But to the wise one, it was a ticking time bomb. What no one knew, and what they should have known, that the Messiah wasn't investing in stocks or oil. He was simply paying the old investors with the foolish money of the new ones. The 60% wasn't profit, it was a countdown and down payment for theft. But something about today was different. As the presence of the police commissioner brought on a cloud, notion of darkness, there was cigarette, there was the rusky fan, just making that endless sound of I am walking but off me if you can. Well, Commissioner Owens Onoge sat there like a man playing a long game of chess, staring, looking deep into the affairs of a ghost. A ghost is anyone you can't see but can't tell that is there. Onoge was shocked. Investigating manner was a totally dangerous, dark, and a deep crime mare, if I would say, such that if you undertake, well, this is a man who is connected to everyone with money, so you can tell anyone with money that Umana was in charge of was his connection, including the police officers who reported to the commissioner. So they would do anything at any length to protect the interest of the man who is giving them interest, or they thought would give them interest. We're talking about their savings here with a man called Umana, and their life savings, if I would say, with the same man called Umana. So, a man with your life savings literally owns half of your life. Well, Commissioner Onoge couldn't even trust his own men, if I would say. Why? Because almost all his officers had their life savings sitting in Umana 60% turnaround vault. The SSS, the Lagos boys were telling the guys, see, this man is straight. Hey, he is straight. But Commissioner felt something was fishy, felt something was filthy, and just felt there was a foul smell somewhere in this money-making scheme. How do you pay 60% interest a month? How? In this economy in 1991? Come on. What do you do with people's money? These were questions, by the way, directed not at me, but at Umana, from what I heard. Umana was confident. So when he did walk into the office to talk with the commissioner, despite all the questions the commissioner had asked in many ways, this time it was face to face. He was beaming with so much joy and felt, well, I found my sweet pool. I'm about to recruit the very man who has always stood in the way of me having it all. I'm about to get Commissioner Onoge because some of his boys have told me clearly that with the right price, just with the right price, it would interest Commissioner Onoge to maybe look away from my business. This is me speaking as Umana now. But I tell you, it didn't play out exactly that way. So first question the commissioner asked Umana was, this your business? How you did do it? Umana laughed and just said, oh, it's one of my business secrets. I can tell you all about it. Then the violence started. Noga looked him dead in the eyes and said, my friend, you are under arrest. The very clause that sounds sometimes like a command and also like a question. There was obscure silence in the room. It was cold, freezing. Umana almost fainted. I came here to do business with the commissioner, not to be arrested. Well, the resources village, every of the offices as they could find in Port Harcourt and in many places around the country was being closed down, and shut down, and down it went. But rain is pouring out here today, same day where it was almost bright for a moment. The atmosphere looks very unsettling and various locations being raided simultaneously is not what a businessman with interest ever wants to hear. The scale of this scam village, if I would say, was larger than the bank. It was an underground bunker. Yes, there was an underground bunker at Ikwere Road. Behind the first wall, they found 6 million naira. Oh, by the way, that's a lot of money if you think about it many years after. A lot of money. Do you want to do the maths? Let me know what you think. But change was about to come, and yes, more places were discovered with more money. Investigators became frantic, and yes, the generator failed just as they tried to put in light into the bunker to see what is staring at us in the dark. The naira that was staring at us in the dark. No light. Get me a generator. One of the commanding officers yelled at all the commanding officers who were commanding, I'm sure, other officers. Eventually, light came on, and 162 bags of cash were just there, unaccounted for and not counted. But here is what happens when you enter the dragon's den. You see, the money that was being turned around on behalf of, well, the company and people did not lie in a bank or in any business. It was right there in Umana's sitting cooling area, waiting, turning some foolish money into wise money for others, and then taking the wise one to become the foolish one. Quick twist, easy one. Now, going to the banks, started checking, and lots of cash was being found. It looked small at first, but they found 3.5 million in EcoBank way back then. Do the maths again. It's intriguing to do the maths. I can put in the numbers for you to see. And then another 80 million in Calabar. Even after raiding the bunkers and the banks, 500 million was missing. It just vanished. To this day, nobody knows where the bunker of the paper went. So, how does this connect to you? The problem is that one uncle, one aunt, somebody you know, way back in 1991 started to cry. This is our money. Let him go. We need our interest to come in next week before you shut him down. It was about their money. Nobody cared where the circle would end, so long as it didn't end on them. Well, people started going to the banks to say, you kept the money with you in the bank. Give us from the money you kept with you. As you know what banks do, you can't reach for what you didn't keep there. So that went on, and the Naira shock begins. While Umana sat in a Lagos cell, everywhere descended into chaos. There was so much talk about who was being made foolish, who had bad luck, and what else had happened. But the strategic importance part is that politicians, said people might have been deceived. Let's clamor and buy into this. I will get you Umana's money back. If your money is out there, I will get it back for you. Well, the reason for that was because the elections were around the corner and something needed to be said about people's money who would only listen to anything that had to do with their money. So thousands of people watched as politicians promised to get them their money back, and their life savings, on the other hand, in real life, disappeared for good in cartons with no sense of redemption. Well, more to that story is the fact that Ononge was soon discovered that Umana was days away from fleeing to Cameroon. Yes, he was the kind of criminal that would walk away from the planet if he needed to do so. It's just that he would be walking away with billions and billions of people's money. It was a time bomb. Soon enough, everyone discovered that the money that was being kept away was never really being kept away to make more money. It was about discovering if you are going to be wise or foolish at the end of the day. Where does your Naira lie? Who have you given it to? Where are you caught? Foolish ones or the wise ones? That's Umana's story, and I have heard. This is Volume Stories.
The whole story of how our nation got to this point is great tribute to the misconduct of military rule in era. Yes, so that's the kind of challenge. So it wasn't as if, one just wanted to be activists for activism's sake, but just that, if you want to do journalism, you really have to put it at the service of, larger goals than journalism itself. Got home, I believe it will be probably something like 1 a.m. or 1:30. I hardly slept. I had a box telephone by my corner. and the phone rang, and somebody said, if you really want to be alive, you have to get out of that house before 6 a.m.
And that led to your exile.
Oh, yes, ultimately it led to exile, 13 years exile. Clear that you could not have journalism, quiet journalism, just journalism as journalism. It serves a purpose, you know. And the primary purpose, of course, is to serve a democracy, a way to organize society, and to organize society in the most humanistic sense of the word. So if you come from that perspective, you know, it's impossible for you not at every point that you're doing this journalism, whatever platform you found yourself, whatever location you found yourself, not to offer it, to ask the most salient questions of the age, and hopefully also see whether it can help answer those questions. Point where I entered more regular day-by-day journalism was the age of military. The question at that point, unmistakably, was, you know, to lay the agenda that military is an aberration in government, and to ask, how do you move society to a more democratic phase?
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined the show. As always, it's intriguing to speak to some of the people who have made the country through their lifetime and the sacrifice that they have made. But you're doing that right now, courtesy of what you do with the comments and much more you provide as we go on this very podcast day by day. My guest today is Mr. Dapo Oloriyomi. Should I correct that? Well, he's an officer of the Order of the Niger. He was granted that June 2025. He's also the publisher of Nigerian leading investigative news platform, Premium Times. Previously, he served as Pioneer Policy Director and Chief of Staff at Nigeria's leading anti-corruption agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. And as you suspect, there's quite a number of part of his profile I'd love to cover. Well, I think the one that is most important to me is to say that he used to be my boss and has remained my boss many years on. Welcome, sir.
It's an honor. Thank you.
The honor is mine, sir. Thank you so much for...
You set me up, so I'm here.
It's interesting. I will start off the interview by talking about, you know, when you started journalism, much of it was the fact that sometimes people didn't study for journalism. They just had a passion to talk or to communicate what was going on in the society. Was that really the fundamentals that pushed you into it?
I mean, it's yes and no. I mean, growing up in a home of newspapers, parents who were generally making journals and reading materials available, doing a little bit of high school press club kind of things. But in the university, then it's fructified into larger engagements and involvements, like doing regular press club kind of stuff. Finding greater definition for the role of a young person in this society, and seeing the platform of a communication platform. Obviously, universities, you know, used to have all the school magazines. Being able to do that at an elaborate stage, and I guess, yes. So journalism then became
A thing.
very logical, inescapable goal. So, yeah. I would have wanted to, you know, I was to go to university, got admitted to Nsukka to read journalism, but also got admitted to Ife to read a very curious course called PPE. Of course, no counseling, you just, what's PPE? Government, Politics and Economics. It just sounded really triple barrel interesting. So, but of course, because I failed maths, I couldn't register for, you know, the social science course, which economics and political science. So ended up Faculty of Arts, which truly was where I belonged to. where I did an English degree and a minor in philosophy.
It's interesting you do say so, because academics has a way of tailoring. When you look at it backwards, it says, "Oh, because he did this, that happened, and that happened, and that's why he ended up like this." And that's something that academics helps with, justifying the career path. You grew up in the barracks. Let me be very direct about that. And it's interesting because, yes, when I say you grew up in the barracks, it means your dad was an officer. You had strong, let me say, the barracks ethics. And usually people who grew up in the barracks, people say they are very resolved. They're very, committed to a set of goals to say, see, there's no toughness that you can get rid of. But when you started your work, you started your work at the time the military was also leading. And years before, we had seen stories around Delegiwa and all of that, and quite a number of journalists around that. How would you say the influence of growing up in the barracks had an influence on your personality and your drive? Because your drive was never normal, would I say so?
Okay. You've created a very huge runway now to apply. Let's see what I can take off with this. Yes, my father served in the military, and but it also didn't stay too long. During the Nigerian Civil War years, he had been in the army and then left, and then of course the Civil War brought him back in a little way. A lot of what I did mostly was what you call my early life, was really the plurality of locations in which I had. He got transferred everywhere in the world. So I was just, so it's this multicultural upbringing was more defining than the military in my own life. Although in later life, when I started journalism and had a lot of head-on collision with people in government who were obviously military at that time, it became clear that, what's military at the background came up, to serve you in good measure. The resilience, the sense of objectives, and the tools to accomplish an objective. I think that's the most interesting thing that I find about people who gone through military life, and probably some of their children, because it structures you, even if it's not obvious. But internally, you always have a sense of an objective, to accomplish something. And you have, of course, the tools, the strategy, and, what tactics to deploy to overcome. And that's been kind of a very helpful life lesson. You're always knowing what's the objective at this point, what are we trying to accomplish, how do we get to do it, when we suffer reversals, how do we come back and make sure that, we can overcome those reversals? That's just that, but in terms of things that will have shaped my life, also, my grandfather was also a very famous priest. So there's a lot of religion in the house, and that also provided an interesting scaffold around which kind of see life, life of the old church there. The old religion was a little more humanistic than some of the, obviously, I don't want to use bad names on your very, very good, some of the distortions that you find around church and religion today. So you also kind of face the challenge of how do you define humanism in a world that also needs some kind of straightening. And then, of course, university life was very helpful. I came in to university at a time when there was so much famine in Africa. South African independence was about. Zimbabwe had just gotten, its own independence, and there was everything everywhere. So youth life was very, very interesting. And if you recall, late 70s into the early 80s was a ferment hotbed, a lot of contestation,
Yes.
how to renew pedagogy, how to turn, what we go to school to learn, to serve society more. In the southern part of the country, Ife was kind of a headquarters of a lot of this rebellion, just as ABU was in the north. So if you were in school in these years, you can't be dispassionate to all these currents. So you can see I came into a whole lot of Bonnie and Kano, grew up almost everywhere in the north, and having, as you say, barrack ethics, that's a good word to use, but also having public service ethics, because my father ended up in public service, where he retired, but also having very the humanistic ethics of true religion.
Let me push you a little bit about you've been creating things from as long as anybody could remember. I mean, 3 major newspapers in the 90s, you were strongly involved in their creation. And this was, and I was even reading years after, almost 20 years after, when you were starting the Premium Times, you also said, this is about you writing for the people. But even the newspapers and magazines you created then was all about writing for the people, writing what was going on and not just turning one's head away. And one particular one, I can't recall the name now, was shut down. And weeks after, you had gathered with your friends and started that magazine. How does that work?
Well, so it's journalism means different things to many people. I think the way to interpret this is to what you want to use your professional life to serve. I guess it will mean the same thing for a doctor, a lawyer, anyone. For me, and very early, it was clear that you could not have journalism, quiet journalism, just journalism as journalism. It serves a purpose, And the primary purpose, of course, is to serve a democracy, a way to organize society, and to organize society in the most humanistic sense of the word. So if you come from that perspective, it's impossible for you not at every point that you're doing this journalism, whatever platform you found yourself, whatever location you found yourself, not to offer it, to ask the most salient questions of the age, and hopefully also see whether it can help answer those questions. So the point where I entered more regular day-by-day journalism was the age of military. The question at that point, unmistakably, was, to lay the agenda that military is an aberration in government, and to ask, how do you move society to a more democratic phase, And military is tough, it's a very commandist institution, and if you confront it, it interprets it, in terms of friends and enemies, so willy-nilly. And it was really a very atrocious military culture at that time. They were not even the kinds of military that you will say laid the greater agenda of how to transform the society for the purpose of the best interest of all, The country came into this sudden oil boom. They found themselves in government. And the whole story of how our nation got to this point is great tribute to the misconduct of military rule in our era. Yes, so that's the kind of challenge. So it wasn't as if, one just wanted to be activists for activism's sake, but just that, if you want to do journalism, you really have to put it at the service of, larger goals than journalism itself.
And that led to your exile.
Oh, yes, ultimately it led to exile, 13 years exile.
How did you know you needed to be on the run?
the question of being on the run, so it's been in and out with military every day. You got, invited here and there, a little skirmish now and then, until this very dreadful day. We've been having problems with the military. You do productions, they come, they strike, they cut away all the production for the week. It's so frustrating. And so we have to move different corners. This time, I think Femi Ojudu, one of my colleagues who ended up being a senator, and has just done an interesting book. I think you should get it, on what he called the guerrilla press. Guerrilla press, of course, it's a strange word to use in the context of journalism, but it also meant that it's a journalism where the whole forces that enable production and distribution had broken down, not account of the market, but of a Cartesian arbitrary government. And then you insist to keep that flow on. However, that may mean that you create corridors of production yourself, which are not the normal corridors, So at that time, we'll disintegrate newsroom structure and rearrange them at different points and publish at different locations and find segments of societies that will have become vendors of, publishing materials. It's thrilling. It still needs to be written about in a very technical journalistic sense. I'm sure people are thinking about that. And more talented people, but aspects of this have been written a lot here and there through biographies of participants. Femi Ojudu, as I just said, had written something. I think Sunday Diary, who also works with the president, has written something. Kunle Ajibade's own partner, Kunle Ajibade, as you know, had to be arrested and was jailed for life. That's part of the whole craziness of that age. Anyway, so you had asked, how did I know? So to cut all that short, just finished production this night, got home. I believe it will be probably something like 1 a.m. or 1:30. I hardly slept. I had a box telephone by my corner, and the phone rang, and somebody said, if you really want to be alive, you have to get out of that house before 6 a.m. You could say it's just a joke, a bluff. So what does that mean? So so I just put my international passport in my pocket, and I drove back again into the night, I had to go and sleep with at one of my it's an African large motherhood, my friend's mom. She has a house welcoming, one of those houses we use as a production center in many sense. She's a big markets leader. So you'll see many people in her house, many women coming for wares and things. But embedded in that market structure were also a small newspaper production team. Anyway, I went there to sleep, and then they never got back home again until 13 years after.
13 years after?
Yes, sir.
And part of that experience, I was digging around into that part of that experience, and I saw this. I don't know if you recall seeing this.
Oh, yeah. True.
Yeah.
So
it was PM News paper 1997, May 7, 1997.
Yes.
And your wife was arrested.
Yes, and my then 3-month-old son, who, by the way, is around now. I think he came around, did some little work with the different. He's trying to put all that experience himself into some perspective now do videographic work and all that. Yes, so immediately I left. They then put on this, have you seen this guy on TV randomly?
Oh, you were pictured on TV. I mean, placed on TV.
The police or the government at that time, they made a claim of treason. That claim, of course, were bogus. I mean, and then kind of evaded it for a while before managed to smuggle out of the country, and then ended up in the US, where I then started working with a team of Nigerians in exile for the purpose of finding a way to help wind up the military government in this country. And that took a whole lot of time. But yes, so immediately I left, and it became clear that the activism became stronger. This happened the day I testified before the Commonwealth Heads of States meeting, which was holding, I believe, in Scotland at that time. And they went to arrest my wife and my son. Yeah. That's how truly crazy that government was.
And she spent 68 days behind bars.
Yes, at the military intelligence, into some of their horrible cells, yes.
Did you feel disconnected emotionally, or how was the prime of your reaction to knowing that the military had someone that you loved, behind bars?
Well, this is a very tough thing to say. For those who go to exile, if you prepare to go to exile, like the Jacques syndrome, you wanted to go. But I'd never really thought of exile. It's not part of a plan. So the fundamental disruption, to then find yourself waking up at night and then you go. You have no other place. Then you suddenly found yourself in a different country. You have no plan to come here, and you don't want to resettle here, So then you have an obligation. Friends are in jail. Now family members have become. So I think the best thing you can do for yourself is just to commit to that whole purpose. A lot of the work that we're doing at that time is building networks of resistance outside the country and helping to propagate really how truly a radical evil that representation of military at that time really was. Yeah. Killing people, people disappearing, all sorts of things. You really needed to be able to help the world to understand that, especially people who just thought that it's just another government in Nigeria, which it was not.
And there was this period, it's been described for those of people who study, they call it the cruelest month in journalism, somewhere between the period where late General Sani Abacha died and late Moshood Abiola also died. It barely was 1 month apart. It's been described as, if there's a month in journalism in Nigeria that's described as the most cruelest month, difficult, and I recall my own experience because there was chance of joy. Month before, well, we didn't know the meaning, but we just felt our parents looked really happy. And then there was that deep sorrow, sadness that one of our uncle died, that also came with Abiola at that point in time. And that experience, I guess you capture it a little bit differently, because I can imagine some of the journalists, I can name some of them, from Kunle Ajibade, who later wrote The Pen is Still Mightier, Rats on Two Legs, Chris Ayawo, My Trial Was a Charade by Ben Charles Obi, I Knew I Would Outlive Abacha by George Uba. They wrote their experiences later on, I think in 1999. These were some of the people that were told that this is life jail sentence that you're facing. What was it like, knowing fully well that there was possibly a transition that would happen now. And there was the drama of the people who got life sentence coming to 15 years and really, are they really serious? Should we start coming back home now?
Yeah, I mean, so a whole, first, of course, to acknowledge, yes, that was really a terrible period, because what Abiola represented at that time was the really hope that at last military rule, which, except for that short interregnum when, you had 4 years of the Shagari government, it's really an uninterrupted since 1966. Many Nigerians have never experienced the whole meaning of true, even independence, let alone, what it means to have a republic and then also have democratic rule. So Abiola then represented far more than something little. It was really a whole system change. And then suddenly the military terminated all that effort, and the way to interpret the Abiola victory is just to see how widespread his victory was, cut across north, south, east, all the crevices and all the fault lines in the country. He kind of brought it together. But anyway, so they got him killed, Then the forces that got him killed, apparently also, if you eliminate, a black king on the chessboard, you know that you got to eliminate
a white one.
So that's the kind of logic I think that happened in that situation. But not to trivialize something very serious, it obviously turned the country into a totally new path. The prison sentences of our colleagues at that time, what was good about it was that at least it meant that when the emergence of a new government, ultimately, still took time, not the committal to either 15 or so years, but the fact that at least a civilian administration ultimately emerged, was something of a very big victory. It's coming together of a whole lot of efforts of people, both local and international, who helped all this process work. I didn't come back immediately. Took a little time to wind down the kinds of work I was doing. At that time, I was working around the body, helping to promote media freedom in Africa. So working mostly around Nigeria, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and all that. So, of course, finally I came back, but then came back also to start serving in a new reality. You spoke earlier about working with the EFCC. During the years of exile, I've also met Mr. Ribadu on many of his Washington trips. And then he had invited me to come help do some of the heavy lifting they were doing then around the issues of corruption, because obviously one of the legacies of misrule that the country inherited, the military did not create corruption because there was corruption before them, but they really gave it, a megalithic character. It just went totally out of joint. So the EFCC, coming shortly after the ICPC, that was some of the things that came immediately after civilian democratic rule, was the creation of these anti-corruption agencies. And then it seemed a logical place to help do some work. And I think we tried to do some work until, of course, we're all thrown out of the place again.
I heard you were placed on suspension. You were never really told that you've been terminated from the job.
It's a very funny thing, EFCC. But I never saw that letter, Yes. So I think when our own way of characterizing it is that so Ribadu was there, they sent him out. Whatever you say about Ribadu, he had done a distinguished job, as EFCC chairman. And the records show. So, of course, with the comment of the Yar'Adua government and a whole ring of the characters that came with that government, one of the institutions that they thought to kind of rejig was the EFCC. So, of course, they sent Mr. Ribadu to go to the Command College in Jos. And I was there, and I'm sure they didn't know what to do with me. And I remember the lady who came to take over, Mrs. Waziri, she came to the office. The first day she came to the office was the most dramatic in my own understanding of how chief executives resume at work. She was being led to offices. So I was a director there in the office of the executive chairman. And she came, they were going through offices. So to the last floor. And she was led into here. We were doing some strategy sessions about some work that we were going to do in Lagos. And she came in and she stood by the door. And I said, Sergeant, come in. Come and see what we're doing here. She didn't come in. She stayed at the door. And the secretary or the commissioner at that time then introduced her. I said, oh, well, is this...
You knew?
Yeah, and oh, wow, come in. And she just turned. I've never seen such athleticism. She just full circle and she was headed to the staircase. I'm sure they've given a demonological image of the kind of work we were doing, that these are the devils. So she left. And anyway, so we have work to do. So I was on my way to Lagos, shortly after, and I got a call. I was almost near the airport, and they said I had a letter to pick. I said, "What letter?" I asked somebody to pick the letter for me. I said, "Oh no, I have to come." I said, "No, just pick the letter." And they begged me and urged me to come back. I said, "No, I'll miss this flight. Just take the letter and read it to me. Open it." They said, "No, the new chairman, which is a lady, wanted me to collect the letter myself." I said, "No, just give it to somebody. I'm not going to come back." So I never went back to the FCC since I left. The old side, but now they're the big side.
Yeah. It's interesting you do say that. And I know from there you moved on to becoming an enterprise editor.
Yes.
234 next. Publisher was Daily Olojede.
Yes.
It's a project that brought on a new wave of journalism, technological wise, and at the same time, it pushed a lot of borders. I remember one of the backroom jokes that people used to say about us then, and I say it was because I worked there as well, was that you people will write a story about conjoy tax evasion and at the same time collect glow money. And that was one joke that was then. But that was really, really something that, if it had worked out, it will have been the New York Times, the biggest of the biggest of the biggest kind of papers in Africa. There are questions about why it didn't still work out. And I guess those are the things you're correcting now. But let's get insights from you on why you think that didn't work out then.
Well, it's a melange of factors, It's a very, very big project. Dele, if you know him, is a man of very big imagination, and obviously a man of big accomplishments himself. The first guy to pick the Pulitzer Prize, coming from anywhere in this part of the world. And so I think, the headwinds were really ferocious and people make light of it. I think people have very cynically and I would say totally uh, ignorantly tried to locate the failure of the whole process around the personality of the promoters. I think that's this paper tried to do investigative journalism in an age where the conditions for it were unavailable. Let me explain. Next was not the first newspaper to do investigative journalism in Nigeria, by far, not only once. But in terms of creating an institutional framework for it, self-aware that this is a desk dedicated to this, and that's your job. Every day of the week, your job is to help push the boundaries against issues of corruption, the violations of human rights in this country, the failures of regulatory institutions, how to really make a case for the so-called bus stop man, in this contest at every point and junction of life against the big guys. And there's never been a newspaper like that in the history of our country. The closest you will say in terms of building the collective aspiration of communities in 19th century Lagos Press. And they had an interesting objective, independence. So you can wake up every day, rally against the British colonial administration. But here, we're talking of, a country which has, at that point, became, announced itself, reconnected back to the ethos of democracy and human rights. And you have these decades of, mounting corruption, abuses in every segment of the country's life, and you're asking to come open all these leads. It's not going to be easy. So first, the business model was a little bit challenging. How are you going to finance an institution like that? And next was not a small newspaper, it was a huge enterprise. Okay. And it insisted to do everything that it will do using market systems and market logic. So you had huge loans, which had helped to underwrite many of whatever you're doing. You had all these big presses had to run. And the advertising did not come. I mean, at least they didn't come in the measure of, the kinds of quality journalism that met the kind of content being created that next still hasn't been created in any Nigerian newspaper till date. Yeah. Yet, you didn't have any robust advertising response. You could do sales. You could hope that sales will augment. But I think the logic of using, sales as the arrowhead of the business model of newspapering probably ended up with probably Joseph in the old Daily Times. Yeah. Because, again, don't forget, we're then coming into the new beginnings of the digital age.
True.
An age that, many operators in this part of our business did not understand, at least in the logic of how it affected, the media industry. Advertisers didn't understand it, certainly, at that time. And next was the first signal of something new is coming in the sense of, how to reorganize society around a totally new logic, the logic of digital. But even within Next, it was understanding only the outline, not being able to really carve the inner internal structure and neural logics of that new age. So it's in this kind of shadow work, it's tough. And the government was really, really upset with that newspaper from the beginning. And at one of the famous interviews that he gave, I think President Jonathan ended up ridiculing the effort and saying that, oh, a paper that then tried to do this, you could see how it ended. Yeah. It was clear that the government made sure that's advertising, and advertising in newspaper, things may be changing a little bit. It's still largely, public sector driven, and that means that they look at the direction of the government, even the private sector advertising till date. They look at the direction of, government. And if you're not a very
You're not even
compliant,
there.
you're in bed with, you can be sure that's. So, yeah. And you're right. Some of the errors, the story of Next will be written, and it will be helpful that we get the promoters to be able to say what they experienced, because nobody truly understood what it meant at that point. Yeah. But of course, there were issues outside them that we can discuss. That was the kind of things that was.
And I agree with you on that because at the end of the day, I think a lot of the people who were Next were people who heard stories of why Next was closing down from people outside as well. I mean, it's one organization that by the time it's shut down, nobody told anybody the doors were closing. I still have my Next ID card, by the way. You just walk away. People just walked away at the shop for work, the next set of moments. And it brings me to, I haven't seen the challenge with Next. It was not too far long that you started off Premium Times as we have it. Now, Premium Times has been there. It started off, in fact, a lot of people say it leveraged on the technology that was available at the time. It leveraged on the intelligence and the quality of the training of journalists that were available at the time. Because, I mean, one of your co-founders for Premium Times is a fantastic writer, I would say that. And a lot of things in there, and questions were, okay, let's see. I mean, these guys are going digital. We were still printing. This was some of the sayings that were there. You never printed. Premium Times never was on paper. How did you decide not to be on paper, knowing fully well that was one system that was almost more sure, familiar to everybody? New York Times was still printing. Papers around the world were printing. So Premium Times choosing not to print was strange.
Well, yes. So it's also an age of that call for innovation. And one of the most interesting innovation that the newspaper press was waiting for is how to innovate the whole process of, distributing your content. And we obviously put innovation at the heart of everything that we try to do. First, I want to acknowledge the comments you made that it inherited a lot of benefits from, the demise of Next. A lot of the young people who came and started the whole process, starting from the editors. I think I was the only grandfather in the house. Everybody was really, most of them, almost 90% from Next. So it's, at least you inherited a good, starting human resource foundation at that point. The other thing, of course, was our own understanding of the new logic of there's Majid Muskilu, who I think you acknowledged just now, was his co-founder here. And we then said, okay, the central principle is to understand what being digital meant. in the age of 2011 for a newspaper press. And one of the first things that it will certainly means to put innovation at the heart of everything you're doing. News coverage, news distribution, how to finance journalism, all these things in all these dimensions were totally debated, reflected upon. And if you remove one of the one of the heavy cash calls in the whole process is the printing press. If you eliminate that, you've just almost saved yourself almost 60% of every headache. Ink, paper, newsprint, and all that is gone. But then you have the next challenge: how is the market going to understand what? So it's try and error at that point. You hope that your good journalism will draw people near. If you draw people near and you start creating impact, you have readership and eyeballs. How are you going to get the advertising? All that came late, and it was tough. Let's not sugarcoat it. Things are easier today. But in the world of 2011, it's heavy, like just treading in the jungle, and you're faced with the idea of either abandoning this or just keep going on. Again, I tell you, Majid himself, interestingly, also is a kid who came in from a barrack ethics, you call it. He was also raised in a barracks. He grew with his uncle, who was a military man. So it's just understanding that sense of what's your objective. We want to do this. There's no objective that's not tough. Yeah, and then you can always then know that you devise the ways to achieve that. I think we can look back now a decade plus and say, oh, this was really something truly, truly worth it. Yeah, but it is one, the resilience of, the young people who came together and who tried to produce one of the best newspapers in this country, the ethical orientation of the paper, which is strong. It's not, I don't think we can pretend there's a home of angels, but I think, it's far, far ethical than anything you can find in the market, I think, and that means a whole lot. It helps to build trust. If there's no trust, newspapers or journalism has no future. And at the time we came, the problem was really how to trust, the Nigerian journalism. So then started introducing new little innovations like the fact-checking thing that we brought in to reinforce the factual foundations of our reporting, and people were looking at that, And I know one of the biggest story that we first did that drew people to say, oh, you better pay attention to the newspaper was the NNPC, accounting that nobody had seen since NNPC was created. And then that story broke out. I said, wow, what's going on here? Really? And they update. And then
Panama Papers.
Panama Papers and all that. And people could see that, wow, this is, we have judges, ministers, senators, we just stashed money out of the country. And they saw that, you were not compromising on a lot of all those things. And then they built its own loyal base and gradually. And in between that, we then understood that whatever was working for premium times needed to be radiated to the wider ecosystem of the Nigerian media. So then that's created for us the PTCIG,
yes.
Remember, which transformed today to this CGIG, also trying to really expand the remits of our own innovation to the wider market. And I think it's also part of that, working with very thoughtful and resilient young people that we can tell the story that this is also an organization that's today functioning in 13 countries of Africa.
Yeah, and one thing I also wanted to just dig in on was CIG turning to CGID down the road. That model literally did not exist in Nigeria or maybe in Africa, where you have a journalism house that has a foundation that resource it from grants and funds and systems that helps it to grow. And of course, I know you had a good understanding of this because you've got to innovation schools, you studied abroad. I didn't even want to get into your Oxford, reputation and many of your international reputation around this. But supporting journalism with grants and with all kinds of resourcing must have been a very bold idea to embark upon because there was actually no model around that before then.
Mm-hmm.
How does one, even now, we're still panicking to say if you start a private organization, be ready to find where the money that would support it would come from. How did you decide on that?
No, I think it's, part of that same logic understanding was the procession of being digital in this new age. I think it's important to understand that a lot of what we call media production up to this point is really basically an industrial age phenomenon, and the industrial age still exists. It's like when the past must still cohere with the future, and they have this very tough, but it's an age that is in recession. The new age really is a digital age, and there is a media production framework. One of it is your platform. Platformization is how to understand what it means to build on that central logic of, for want of word now, let's just call it in the digital era, you'll have this kind of podcast that you're doing, which is very excellent. Thank you for thinking that we will qualify to also just speak on this. Yeah, but there's so many products coming up, which will never have been possible without the internet, for instance, and which is what never have been possible without the revolution in telecommunication. This is what it means to be digital, but we're talking of production now, and we're talking of distribution, but it is also how then to finance this whole process. You have to think of them in that was what occurred to us, of course, very quickly as we were doing premium times that no, you can't do this on your own. You have to do, first, if you want to do an investigative newspaper, and I told you that what Next did is to create a small desk, which is called the investigative desk or the enterprise desk.
Yes.
But what Premium Times took ahead of Next is to say the central logic of the newsroom will now be defined by an investigative motif, which meant that sports, business, all the desks in the newspaper, you have responsibilities to be doing investigative stories. That's very expensive. That's something very, very expensive.
And it's not a daily release.
It's not a daily release. But then you still have to keep a daily press going, but then also be doing investigations at the subsoil. But also, it's not the question of its expenditure profile, but it's also the fact that it takes a whole lot of time to do good quality investigation. If you're going to do that, think of how to finance it. It's not going to be in the ordinary sense of, how we finance newspapers. So if you think out of the box around that, you must know that, okay, philanthropy funding is one of the ways that you fund good causes. And if philanthropy funding has not looked in the direction of media, it is your own duty to go and educate that community about what journalism can do. I think what we did to help is to create an institution that will build a wall between our editorial integrity and, what this new funding model will mean. have a board with very, very tough integrity profile who will supervise and provide oversight of that kind of work, and then make Premium Times itself to be one of those who contest for grants or sub-grants from this new entity here. So even when we get grants, therefore CGIG now, it doesn't then automatically mean that Premium Times gets it. They have to come and make a case, we found, I can't tell you how many, thousands of stories, and most of the great stories in Nigerian newspapers and probably broadcasts today, largely funded by CGIG. Yeah. And we sub-grant for bigger organizations who just cannot deal with, very micro kind of funding, and they want us to help provide the management of those kinds of funding. Yeah. But that's the most, well, probably it's not the little part of our work, or the least part of our work. Is certainly, an important part of it, but, we do a whole lot of innovation and trying to see how to redistribute. The whole point about bringing data journalism to Nigerian, it was also housed here. The whole fact-checking journalism, it's also all out of this shed, and besides that, revisioning to say that, look, the next frontier really is how to think of media as technology, also started from here. And you can see how it's spread out so well. Some departments are doing better than us, I know that. So, but at least we are creating a new ecosystem of journalism, which is far more resilient than it ever was.
This is my final question, so if there's a futurist when it comes to journalism, you're the one. A lot of people look to you to say, where's the pathway that will go ahead? But there's something also happening, for example, in the publishing world, where the readers are more, they kind of determine how you write, if I would say, somewhere abroad, yeah? So, for example, one of the innovations, I was reading the New York Innovations Report some years back, and it looked like one of the situations they had to deal with now was a situation where if Dapsy, as we call you behind the scene, Dapsy accesses a website because they know Dapsy's demography and his areas of interest, the whole website is structures just for what Dapsy would look at and prioritize. Similar, and to be different for what FemiDlive would look like. And even the choice of language, the choice of big words and the likes of that, everything is restructuring around of that. And it takes a lot of technology facility or infrastructure to do that. And you find a lot of small media organizations, they can't meet up. What's your prediction of how the future would look like, both large and small?
Oh, I think so. What you talk are the preferences of algorithm, but I think AI can help resolve some of these problems. Again, artificial intelligence, if it's also not well regulated, not well handled in a way, can go the other way. But I think, a better awareness of what being digital is the first point of contact. People must start from there. The second, of course, is then to know that, as we dig deeper, what it means to do media technology and how it can affect the whole purpose of the work we do will be very critical to be able to master, that future that you're talking about. Above all, let me say, all these things can be fancy buzzwords. Above all, is to understand that if you're going to do media work, now you're doing a podcast, but you're doing a podcast with a journalistic purpose. But you can really do podcasts for flippant purposes, yes. So if you're going to do journalism as a form of media, which is different, frankly, from doing other forms of media, which though are legitimate, but everybody is the sky is large enough and everybody can find a patching road. But if you're going to do journalism, which is a call for accountability within a system of governance, it will require you to, first and foremost, that you have to serve a democratic goal. Because that's how you must be able to build the trust that people have, that they can themselves have an institution that help them build a self-governance system, and everything you can pull from there. How they accept you, how they'll cut their checks to support you in any various forms of how we raise money for the enterprises that we do. But if journalism is not supporting the central aspiration of democracy, it will fall. It will fail. It cannot stand.
I have to say a big thank you to you, sir, for your time today. I was speaking with Mr. Dapo Oloriyomi. We call him Dapsy. Sometimes I forget his actual surname because I call him Dapsy more behind the scene. Uncle Dapsy, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you so much.
I do hope you've learned something mainly from this conversation. There's a lot to learn. Rewatch, share with us what you've learned, and make your comments known. Thank you so much for today. I'm Femi D. Amele.
So whenever you find government around something, there will be high levels of inefficiency. Yes, I saw what the economy could look like. I'm like, you can move from 10 to 1. You can live your life, a basic economic decision or the trajectory of the country has significant consequence on your lifestyle. The thing that pains me about Nigeria is that people can orbit around the same spot for a very long time. It was tough, man. It was everywhere. My mom said she read so much, and that's why people should be careful what they see on social media. That she read so much. I'm like, is it shame they are describing this? Is he a bad person that much? Did he offend people that much? Did he make people angry that much? And is it work that is it that dangerous? No. And I'm not a person that goes on social media and say, oh, Peter Obi messaged me last night to ask me for help. No, or Saraki messaged me last night to ask me to do this for him. No, I don't believe that. If I have a personal relationship with you, I believe that it stays at that personal level. Our conscience must always be able to validate us and says we have done the right thing. Yeah, we must ground our work in the fact that we've searched through ourselves, and in our good conscience, we know that we have done the best. And also, which makes me feel, when people ask me, come and join government, come and be part of government, I say, to what end? Is it more money I want? I don't think more money. I don't say money. I want more money, obviously. But I don't think that's my problem at this point to say, because how much more do you really need?
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined the show. And yes, I'm super excited to introduce to you the guest I have with me today. Way back, so many common grants that we've shared, and yes, those common grants have transformed our lives. And he has not only taken that forward, he has also transformed society with the work that he does. Some say some measure of civic action, some say he provides civic understanding to the space when it comes to data, budget, and yes, helping keeping government transparent in many ways. Oluseun Onigbide is here with me. He's a prominent Nigerian entrepreneur, an open data analyst, best known as the co-founder and the CEO of Budget, a civic tech organization that promotes fiscal transparency and government accountability. Welcome to Volume.
Thank you so much. When people call me entrepreneur, I'm like, how many of businesses do I even own first?
That's I think is a challenge, because I was actually looking at counting the number of businesses from Quetti to Body, and I got stuck. So I said, let me not go with that direction.
Yeah. And everybody, I mean, when we started Budget, people look at us like, are these people leading non-profit organization? I think not just a business, you know. And when people come entrepreneurs, say, that's nice. But I think I've done more work even on the non-profit side than on the non-profit side.
It's interesting that you do say so when it comes to the nature of the work that you do, because it's difficult for people to say, oh, you're putting out this kind of information without being sponsored or without being censored biased. And that's something you guys have had to redefine yourself by as administrations, and a lot of things change.
Yeah, I mean, it's the consistency, and I'm glad to be on this podcast. I've watched a few clips, and it's in the consistency to put yourself out there, to know that some of the ideas are for almost forever. And the idea that government should be efficient. I mean, those things are rooted in ideologies that government is not the best distributor of capital. So whenever you find government around something, there will be high levels of inefficiency. And you engaging citizens that they must own the space, they must demand accountability. And that's another thing that's even rooted in some form of ideology and theoretical foundation. So, I mean, we started in 2010, and it's been 2011 specifically, it's been nearly 15 years. We're going to be 15 this year. And the ideas are still valid, that citizens must hold government accountable, and they must hold them accountable from the basis of data. They must question things from an informed perspective. And I think it's just for us to continue to put that data out there, give them the technology, give them the framework to do that. It's been exciting so far.
You see the word a little bit differently than a typical young person at your age when you were, I know you're 40 last year, but I mean, when I think about your secondary school days, Loyola College in Ibadan, and of course the church component of you being from CAC, Agbala to Ibadan, precisely as well, mixing that with Covenant Nation. I imagine that for someone building out there, it was almost a struggle to understand why, the world is this way and what can be done to change the world.
I was frustrated when I was growing up. And again, one of my frustration was just, why are we like this? And I've not even been anywhere, so I don't think I had a basis of comparison to say, oh, maybe because I've been to London, I'm like, okay, why is Nigeria? I just felt like that this was not a decent way to live. And I guess one of my biggest frustration there was power. Whenever we used to sell kerosene. So whenever I pick the kerosene keg on my head and I'm walking from gates, I go to gates in Ibadan. I'm going back home. We used to live on Aromolaron Street. Aromolaron is the former king of Ilesha. And whenever I'm going by, I would look at the light bulbs along the way. So whenever I see light bulb on, I know, oh, there's power. And I keep going another extra mile. Oh, there's power. And I keep going another extra yard. There's power. And by the time maybe I'm about to get home, I start seeing that the lights are no longer on. And by the time I get home, I figured out that there is no lights. And it just frustrates me, because it's like maybe you want to be informed. You want to listen to the news. You want to hear if there's something happening. You want to express your childhood. And you practically don't have electricity to have that kind of opportunity. And I just wondered that why did this country have to be at this level? We had issues also with education. The second thing also was my dad. I grew up knew my dad as a very rich man, even though maybe in hindsight I don't think he was that rich. But when someone provides everything for you, you would take it in that yes. He was a decent middle-level class, a person who worked at Michelin Tires. And I was also schooling in Lagos in a school called St. John's College, Palm Grove. Maybe also like an upper middle-class school. I didn't even think putting me in that school, it was more like he was punching above his weight. Then suddenly lost his job at Michelin in 1995. And losing that job was because, in 1996 specifically, he lost that job because importation of tires, Michelin was producing new tires. Nigerians could no longer afford new tires. So then the government opened up to the Bridgestone and to the other from China.
And before you knew it, they lost market value. Michelin was huge. They had a rubber plantation in Benin. They had factory in Ijora. They had factory in Port Harcourt, massive outlay institution. And they just shut down the plants one by one. As they were shutting down the plants, they were also shutting down jobs. And my dad lost his job, and I was thrown from a upper middle class school. Then this was a school called St. John's College. I don't think the school exists as it should. It was competing with the Corona and the Atlantic College in those days, the British international schools of those days. And I was whisked away from Lagos. I was taken to Ibadan to stay with my mom because my dad worked in Lagos. My mom lived in Ibadan, so he transported every weekend back and forth Lagos Ibadan. And I was taken back to Loyola College Ibadan, and my dad wanted to take me to Jibo High School in Lagos. I resisted.
That was in Yaba.
I said, how can me? Myself.
We're brown.
Man, I was always the flyest boy in the neighborhood. And then that's why he suddenly see me brown. I can't go and direct myself. You better take me back to Ibadan where nobody knows my story. So he accepted that I was not going to go to Jibo. Then I went back to Loyola College. And I guess I saw what the economy could look like. I'm like, you can move from 10 to 1. You can live a basic economic decision or the trajectory of the country has significant consequence on your lifestyle. And that loss, he didn't get his job until after 5 years. And that period between 1996 October up to maybe around even when he got his job, it took like another 1 year before things could even go back to being normal. And to almost those 6 years, till 2002, were the most difficult years in our family. And I say this because economic decisions have social consequences. When people say we will take this decision, we will remove subsidy, or we would make importation happen, we would slow down on export, or we would do exchange rate parity. And when you make those economic decisions, it sounds nice and abstract detail, but if you look at it, those are social decisions, social impacts happening on various neighborhoods, various families, various lifestyles are being affected by those things at the larger scale that you can imagine. And I guess those things quickened my mind, to say, I have to do something different. While I was in the secondary school, I was always writing about Nigeria. I wrote different pieces about why this country was broken. So many few things I read. I read a book I read because I was involved by Ojukwu, read different things. And, so
you're a good writer, by the way.
Oh, well.
I need to say that.
I got me a lot agitated about those dimensions. At the end of the day, I made up my mind that I will have to challenge for leadership in this country. And I think those processes quietly built up into the whole idea of budgets.
Well, I would describe that as the age of reason. Something that Thomas Paine usually likes to write about is something one reads over and over again and says they're in the age of reason. And the age of reason for 1996 to 2001, coincidentally, I was also growing up at that time, so I know what you mean. There was a lot of fluctuations from military government to democratic rule. But one key thing that I remember our fathers used to complain about, say, this guy is not good. And supposedly, people who lead us at the time used to say something that is almost scriptural. They would say, the poor you would always have with you, which literally means that there will always be one poor person to complain, to say we're dissatisfied. And the basis of that seems to almost be what a lot of the governments that we have in 2006, the leaders, think that, well, people will always complain no matter what you do, no matter the data you say about how well or we don't. What do you think when leaders become immune to a sense of value that is coming from the people that they are leading?
It's challenging, and I've been through those phases. I've been through a phase of surplus. That growing up, I felt my dad was a very rich man. So there was a time where we had enough. We went in Ibadan. We went to Lagos for vacation. We would go to Eleko Beach, Badagry Beach. We had Crips labels or Christmas clothes. We didn't travel out, but we were living a very decent life. Suddenly he loses his job, and I see significant slowdown in the quality of life. Now we can't have Christmas labels. Then we now have cut and sew. Then we now have to understand that we can wear jackets. Then we know that rice now became a luxury. Then we have to buy kerosene and all kerosene a little bit around the neighborhood. And so I saw that. Then you also now see a quiet upswing when Obasanjo came in and minimum wage was increased and things started, and GSM came in, and I think the service sector began to expand. And that's why I always tell people that the economy is very important to pay a lot of attention to it. And the citizens must be at the vanguard of being informed about the dynamics of the economy, because the direction of the economy, most people that you see in public office, they have built a lifestyle above that economy. And whatever, I mean, when I was coming from a session this afternoon, and when you look at all of the indices, the middle class or the upper middle class had a bit of shift because of the recent adjustment in fuel price or of exchange rate devaluation. The people who have suffered most because of the devaluation effect and inflation, they have been the poor. So the pain part is that the people themselves have to organize to demand much more. And if they don't demand much more, it becomes a problem. Because when people say, you always have the poor amongst you, the poor will always be around you. You know, the thing that pains me about Nigeria is that people can orbit around the same spot for a very long time. You find someone who's decently working, maybe possibly earning 400, 500,000, and maybe that money grows in maybe another 10 years to maybe 800,000. And that person might not, in today's Nigeria, not be able to afford a decent car, might not be able to afford a decent house. He can even work for 25 years of his or her life and might not be able to afford a decent house, and might not even be able to even have any access to any level of decent luxury. Put that same person doing a basic level work, nursing in the United States, and or even doing plumbing. That same person would be able to afford a decent phone, a decent mortgage at some point, would be able to even save some money on a very project-friendly vacation package and travel to Mexico and have a little bit of fun. So you might not be able to have the highest luxury, no Maserati, no Bugatti, but the basics would happen to almost everybody who puts a decent effort in. Problem with Nigeria, that's when people say the poor amongst you will always be among you, is because a lot of people put so much effort within the environment and they just don't receive anything on the other side of things, because there is no, number one, there is no social protection for them. So if a family member gets sick and all of the citizens they are putting up together, there is no government insurance to support that person. So they dip into that money, all the savings are gone. So my view also is, I mean, I've been through those cycles, you know, and I've always asked that the economy is extremely important. Now people pay attention to it, especially the managers of the economy, which are mostly the government. How you pay attention to those people, hold them account, and ensure that they deliver rightly on the services that you entrust into their hands. It's extremely important. And if we don't do that right, we don't get the kind of society that we truly want.
And I agree with you on that, especially when one thinks about it. Now, much of your active working life, and I know you're still working, but I mean active in terms of now you have a global office. I think you presume to be the global director of budget. So you see, I because I know you guys have a very revolving title, but I was also following through your trajectory. A lot of the scholarship, a lot of the fellowships here and there, they saw something in you that's a little bit different. What do you see in yourself that makes those fellowships, those awards, come back over and over again? Because I read some of your writings. You've never failed to share your stories of struggle, fear, success, even as one would say, and the perspective on that. Because it appears it's easy to say this is the civic tech warrior, that one would wonder about what do you see in yourself that's consistent enough to get those awards and those fellowships going?
I mean, great. I like the question because I'm a collector of fellowships. So I have more than 10 fellowships. Tutu, Ashoka, Spend New Voices, Draper Ears, Melvin, Joseph, Obama scholars, and different things. And I think there are a few things in my head. the organization has to progress, and it will progress, but I also have to make sure that I progress along with it. Because I do not see myself leading the organization forever. And I know there's always this seduction of being a executive director of a non-profit organization, and it's very exciting, and it could be sexy, if you allow me to use that word, because donors like the idea of what you're doing. They love the thing. So maybe a donor will be with you 5 years, another one comes in, and another one exits, a new one comes in. So you will still be relatively funded to do the work that you do, as long as you keep adding value to the space. But I also didn't want to, I wanted at the point to say, okay, I've put in my shift, I've put in my work, I want to step back and explore that new ideas. So I was very deliberate from the beginning that I was going to expand my global network, which was one of those fellowships where, like, the Young Global Leaders or the Tutu Fellows or the Ashoka Fellows or Aspen New Voices. Then I was also going to learn from other geographies. There's this lady that won the Nobel Prize, this Filipino lady, her name was Maria Reza, and I was in her office, to learn about how she has been able to push her work and everything. So for me, also, those fellowships are also important to learn and to build more upon one mind, and to also grow your own professional growth. You don't want to, I don't think I want to, I've spent 15 years, almost 15 years. Maybe far less than what I've spent, far less. And I guess it's a place of maybe we figure out something institutionally. And I can say, guys, I've tried my best. I've put in my shift. I'll sit on the board. Even one day or the other, I might not be on the board. You guys have to keep running this until where we feel we can no longer run, we have to close it down. So for me, it's been clear about that professional growth. And at the point I had to stop, I won't lie to you. I think it was somewhere around after the Obama Scholars Fellowship. And if you look, I stopped taking
2018, 2019.
2019. It's only the Young Global Leader I've taken after that. And I guess that was because it was time bound. So maybe we are 40, then you can no longer be a Young Global Leader. For most of the fellowships I've gotten, say, Yale Ward Fellow, Umbred Fellowship, there's this Ned Reagan Fassel Fellowship. No. Let me open the expand space. IVLP, this. I said, no, let me expand the space for other people to explore. Because you also want to make sure that other people have equal opportunity to those spaces, and also be able to expand their network. But it's been and every fellowship I've done has had a significant impact to my journey. When I started budgets, I was working at a bank. I was earning 137,000 naira. And
you were in the strategic department of the first-class bank.
Of the first, and I was earning 137.
It was first bank.
Yeah, first bank. And I was earning 137,000 naira per month. I was the youngest in that unit because I got that unit I took 5 interviews before I could move from a branch to move into that department. It was like the high-level, high-intellectual department of the bank. We write the MD speeches. We're the one crafting the strategies. We're the one overseeing the business units, maybe, or the insurance, the capital market arm of the bank. That was the unit work of the unit. We're also doing economic intelligence for the bank. So I did some work on the business strategy. I did work on economic intelligence. Learned a whole lot in that space before starting budget. So I was the youngest, so I was a bit frustrated because I didn't have money. Everybody that were in those departments were big people. They traveled out. Maybe some even relocated outside the country into that department. And I wanted. So when I was in that department and I felt like, 137,000 naira, what would this do? I wanted something much more bigger. And Ashoka, and I started budget. I didn't have the courage to resign from budget because I knew that
from First Bank.
From First Bank, I didn't have the courage to leave First Bank because I was worried. What am I going to eat? Am I going to survive? In fact, when then at the time, being assessor reached out to me and says, which I honestly respect him a whole lot, and he said, the Ashoka is looking for the next thinkers and your audacious people, and I think you fit into that bill. I said, we're just 3 months, sir. We have not even kicked off properly. He said, but I've nominated you for it. Went through a very difficult Ashoka interviews are very, very difficult. And it was almost like it take like a whole day interviewing you, asking everything about your family, your history, your ideology, your thinking. And I got the Ashoka Fellowship, but I didn't even still have the money yet because of some administrative issues. So it was tough for me. So Ashoka gave me, I was only 137,000. Ashoka gave me 550,000. and my head wanted to scatter. Like, wow. And so but before the money came, I already even resigned from First Bank. My mom didn't like it at all at that time. I feel like, where are you jumping into? What are you even trying to do? It's like the devil possessed you or something. Is this like?
And I'm sure she has strong CAC.
Yeah, my mom, she went to the prayer mountain for like 3 days now. So this is a spiritual battle. Like you leave First Bank, haven of safety. And you say you are experimenting something new, and now you have to resign, and you say some money is coming, and that money has not come. And so Ashoka was helpful. And I had that fellowship for 3 years. We paid for 3 years a stipend. But it was not a stipend, but it was a significant stipend. Then from there, I got other fellowships. I did some work with the Night Innovation Fellowship with the Gates Foundation. Rewarding, incredible work we did on health journalism. I can bet I'm the youngest night fellow. They've discontinued the fellowship. It was a night fellowship. It was this fellowship for very senior journalists. Sonny Dari and I were both fellows at the Night Innovation Fellowship. And at the point in time, I said, you know what? I cannot combine it with budget, so I stopped. So I've done a lot and I enjoyed those times. Those times were exciting. But like I said, most focus is, how do you grow your professional network? How do you also be able to progress professionally? Because the organization is doing great. You also must be able to come back. In between, I'm trying to do a master's. I'm currently doing a doctorate at Johns Hopkins University, just to make sure that at least,
one must go forward.
One must go forward.
And talking about building your network, one of the strongest networks that one can imagine is having Bill Gates. And his comments about you is serving the use of data and social media. Onigbide founded Budget Nigeria, a website that provides facts and figures the average Nigerian can understand. Onigbide is no doubt a thorn in the side of some Nigerian elites. To me, he's an example of what one person can do to make a difference.
I had a bit of a premonition that he was going to mention me in my speech, which in his speech, because there were some questions and all of that from some of his program officers. And I was traveling. I think I was going somewhere in maybe Asia, and I was in the plane, and I just landed in Dubai. I think I was transiting through Dubai, and next thing, like, messages, Twitter, and like, God, what happened? And Bill Gates mentioned you. Bill Gates mentioned you. It was really a hard to find. It was a massive moment for me. I met him one-on-one, maybe just once, been in rooms with him like thrice, but once was in his office, in the office in Abuja here, and it was also an amazing time. I mean, he's a man with. He asks a lot of questions, very short time. When you say he's an impatient optimist, I saw that day. He asks so many questions in a very short time. And he was always a question of why. He might even give an answer, he still wants to know why and keep going on and on. And he was someone that just wanted to do good. Highly misunderstood. I mean, there's nobody who would have that kind of wealth, do that skill of work, or want to, get beyond some level of boundaries. There would be issues, there will be mistakes, and there will be some misunderstanding. But I see him as someone that has a heart to do something great and something good. They've been helpful to budget in terms of subnational data analysis. That's part of our work they fund, the state of state work, and they've done that for close to like a decade. The day I was meant to meet him, I had to take a training of state legislatures in Obudu, in Cross River State. And the meeting was for 2 p.m. And I'd already given my word before they came back to me and said, we're going to meet Bill Gates 2 p.m. in Abuja that day. I said, I have to go to Obudu. And the State House of Assembly members were already waiting for me to talk about the budget, funding, and all that. I made that commitment. So I woke up in Obudu, in that very long winding road, Obudu Cattle Ranch. 5:30 a.m., was on the car, drove all the way from Obudu to Abuja. That day was a very long, amazing journey just to be at the meeting with them. But I can't forget, because I said, today, thank God it's not a 10 a.m. meeting. Maybe I would have left 2 a.m. But this is it. So I would wake up and it was something I really, really appreciate. And, it's commitment to health. I mean, take that man's idea and foundation from Nigeria's health system, we'll have serious issues. And I guess just a wake-up call to the Nigerian government that, we should... This donor dependence this donor fund is not a substitute for state capacity. They have to do what they are supposed to do because it's putting in a lot of resources. And when people put in a lot of resources, they want results. A lot of people feel, when donors are pumping money into a problem, they love to just keep pumping money into a problem. They also have a shelf life.
It becomes exclusively their problem.
No, they will have a shelf life. They believe that maybe our strategy for fighting corruption in Nigeria is 10 years. If corruption is not solved in 10 years or we don't make a progress in 10 years, move up to something else. So nobody wants, it's also in our own best interest that results happen. So that we can tell the funder that, these results are happening. Let's entrench a little bit more. Let's institutionalize it. Let's codify it. But a lot of people feel, NGOs just want to criticize government so that it can be having donor funding. No. At some point, do not lose his interest and we all just, move on.
It's interesting you do say sometimes is misunderstood. Even you've had your moments of being misunderstood. I would say you took up a government job that barely lasted 1 week.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, right?
I tried.
You tried. I figured that may be record breaking.
Maybe the Nigerian standards. I should hold the Guinness Book of Record. 2 weeks. And it was, I could write a whole book. Maybe I will try.
On 2 weeks?
Yeah, I can write
Working for Nigerian government
for 2 weeks. I could write a whole book. Maybe I will even get to up like 150
Not a
pages.
blog. You said a whole book.
Yeah, because I learned a whole lot. I remember the first day I was discussing with someone yesterday. The first day I was at work, and I asked, when are we going home? And he said, it's until the minister goes home. I'm like, that's never happened to me in like since I started Punch for like 7-8 years. Like I have to wait when the minister goes up. The next day, the minister went to Aso Rock, and I called the guys like, okay, I'm going home. I said, no, we can't go home. What if the minister leaves Aso Rock and comes back to brief us, or maybe comes back? So we have to wait till we get a signal that he has leaving the presidential villa and maybe he's on his way home or somewhere else. As long as he has not left presidential villa, we remain in this office. So it was a shock. It was a shock therapy. It was for someone who lived as an entrepreneur, as a leader of his organization, suddenly now jumps into a government arrangement where you are now following certain rules, regimented approach. It was a shocker for me personally. And a lot of people didn't understand how I was trying to get out. How
did you get in?
How did I get it? So a friend of mine, his name is Baba Agba. He's a special advisor to the president now on arts and culture. He's a friend he's a friend to my wife, and my wife and some group of people wanted to have this creative collective thinking. Daniel Effiong, Tim Effiong was there. A few people just came up together to say we want to do a Nollywood in a different manner. And so I was dating my wife then, and so I used to drive her to those events. I was not into movies. I was not into arts. So Baba also was a filmmaker, and I think he still tries to do some work of director of photography. So after a while, they say, since you always bring your girlfriend to this event, go join us now, sit down with us now. So I became part of the collective somehow, but even though I never understood what they were doing, and they hosted those meetings. So that's how I became Baba's friend, and we were close. One of the few people who I debate Nigeria in a very unapologetic, without any boundaries, because he's a strong APC member. And at a point, I saw his dad's name on the ministerial list. I said, congratulations. But your dad was Commissioner of Environment in Edo. And he also worked in Chevron. So possibly maybe Minister of Oil, State for Oil, maybe Minister of Environment. So that's why I was put in the man. The next time I was in my office in Abuja. Yeah, I was in Abuja. Then I had Buhari reading the ministerial portfolio. Then I had Prince Clem Agba, Minister of Budget and National Planning. I said, okay, now it is good. At least all the fights, budget has been fighting. I have someone who is now family that can go and approach. So I took all our publications, almost 20 of them, took it into his office in Abu Central area. I said, sir, we've been fighting this battle for a long time. Budgets, public finance gaps. Come on. Do this work and make us proud, and we are willing to support you too. And he was appreciative. Then he called me and I said he was having a reception at the evening in Transcorp if I was interested in attending. I said, why not? And I attended it. And I know a few people were pointing hands at me, but I didn't pay attention. The next thing, he called me to see him. And I named to see him and said that he's looked at this job, he spoke to a few people, and they said if he wants to make a lot of traction on this job, that I should be able to work with him. It's hard though. One, my family is not living in Nigeria. My wife works in the US. So, a problem. Secondly, I don't know how much people are paying in government. I'm not like a poor person. I have mortgage. I have obligations, family here and there. So, to come and leave all of that and join government. Third, reputation-wise, this is a new Buhari government. It's taken almost 6 months to appoint minister, so I don't even know where it's going to end with this government. But number one, he spoke to my wife. Don't forget that Baba is even closer to my wife than myself.
Yes.
So they've already locked down my wife's side. And Baba's wife, he's also very much more closer to my wife. They're the best of buddies. So my wife just somehow shockingly agreed that I should try. Wow.
They've done their own work.
Wow, I should try. Okay. It was tough because I won't lie to you, for like 3 weeks, I didn't even know how to talk on social media. For the period, so I first said, okay, no, let me first suspend my Twitter handle first, because I don't know how to transit from being a strong critic of the government to someone who now has to say nothing, which was very difficult for me. Say something for. In fact, even saying nothing was hard for me. So I was like, let me even suspend the social media handle and just wait. But so I started the job. I moved into Abuja, rented a place in Utako. I was ready to go. A few people bumped into me into meetings. I remember it was Yemi Kale, was the MBS. So it was the first management meeting of the minister. He saw me in that meeting. He looked at me more than 20 times like, am I seeing double? Am I dreaming? What is Olusegun doing in the management meeting of the Ministry of Budget and Planning? Like, is he a spy? Did he just smuggle himself here? What exactly is here? The next after the meeting, they came to me, what are you doing? I said, I'm the technical advisor to the minister. So I have to tweet it. I said, God, please, I beg, don't tweet it, I beg, please. Then after a while, but I said I did meetings, the Ministry of Finance, meetings I was the Aisha Ogikutashi, and I started some meetings, I started doing some work, they started liking. And someone from civil society, you're coming with brilliant ideas, bold ideas. Nabila Aguele, who used to be assistant to the minister, a lot of them loved what I was trying to do. But in that period now, people now started noticing that I already joined government. So I didn't even go public. But I said I was going to go public. So a week after, I joined like September 2nd. A week after was budget's anniversary. It was like only our 8th anniversary. So I was going to go to Lagos and had my send forth for big budget team and say, guys, I've joined government now. This is going to be our plan I'm handing over to this person to take care of the organization. We'll put a publication out on Monday that I've moved on and joined government. So that was the plan. Then on Friday, somehow the news went everywhere that I did join government on Thursday. In fact, I left Abuja on Thursday night because I wanted to have a dinner with budget staff on Friday as our anniversary dinner and tell them as like an exit position. And on Thursday, the news went everywhere. On Friday morning, the news went everywhere, which was our anniversary day itself. It was tough, man. It was everywhere. My mom said she read so much, and that's why people should be careful what they see on social media. Like, she read so much. I'm like, is this Sean they are describing this? Is he a bad person that much? Did he offend people that much? Did he make people angry that much? And is it work that is it that dangerous? Because she sat down on Facebook and she kept reading. And my mom is an anti-social media person. Even though I figured out now that she does TikTok now.
Okay.
By the time now, all these CAC pastors, they are plenty on TikTok now. So So I mean, I think there was an incident. Someone died because she used Facebook to lure her into an hotel, and ever since she read out, they said, "No, I'm not on Facebook." But she found a way, which is my sister's, and to just keep up with those things, and it was tough. So that money was a bit funny. I didn't have recharge card, and I didn't have data. And I asked my driver, okay, where can we get a recharge card? He said he doesn't even have money. Okay, so what do we now do? Okay, I need cash. We don't even have cash. Let's go to the bank and get cash so I can buy a recharge card and I can buy data on that money. It was a bit funny. So even the bedlam, I didn't even read the whole lot of the feed comments. So at the point, I feel like, no, let me not even buy this recharge card so that I can insulate myself from all of the comments, because I've been getting plenty calls. Social media is on fire. Media is on fire. This, that. I didn't call the minister. I didn't call him. So I said on Sunday I was going to Abuja. I didn't care. I wanted to continue the job. A lot of people I didn't want to continue the job. So Sunday I took a flight. I was going to Lagos. I got to Lagos. While I was at the airport, I called him and he said, Shion, you see this weekend had gone. I said, this weekend has been tough, but we'll discuss it tomorrow. I said, okay, sir. So the next day, I got to the office. Prior to that, I spoke to my mentor, Antiobi Ezekwesili. I said, Shion, number one, you didn't tell me you were taking this job. I said, Mom, I didn't tell you. I told you, but I didn't tell you in truth, in full, that I was taking this job. But you should have told me. I said, okay, I'm so okay. She advised me. And her mom, Antiobi's mom, God rest her soul. I went to her house. I slept in her house that day. Her mom advised me, Antiobi's mom, that I should write my resignation letter. That she has a feeling that I should just have a resignation letter, because by the time I was going to Abuja and I landed in Abuja, another communique had been released by Buharists that they don't want me in that position. And you know, in football, you thought that something happened on Friday. Chelsea will have lost 5 matches by 5-0. Arsenal will have won. Man U will have lost. So
the story will have covered
the story, and everybody will have just moved on. So I feel like, what happened is a Friday by weekend Premiership move on. So by the time those guys drop the press releases to Sarah everywhere again, that he must leave that position. See, we're unrelenting. So I told the minister next day, sir, what do I do? I have my resignation letter here in the morning. I'm ready to go. Whatever you think. And you're also a new minister. You are not in Buhari's camp, but say
you're a technocrat.
You're a technocrat. So I don't want me to create this cloud of mistrust around you that maybe you are bringing people around government, because a lot of people took it very far. People took it to the late Abakari. They took it to Garuba Shehu. It was not. People were really aggressive against my nomination in government. And I found it shocking that myself, I wasn't too convinced to do this job. It was coming at a huge reputational cost. It was coming at a huge financial cost. It was just coming at a huge cost to my liberty. Now today I can leave this studio and buy a flight. I'm on my way to America. Nobody's here to hold me. Now I have to fit my life within the schedule of a minister. And I don't even know, I'm even still reflecting on how I'm going to navigate all of that with having a family, 2 kids. I had a second daughter who also was struggling with, she was a special needs child. So it was even an extremely tough time for my family. I didn't even know how my wife even agreed to the whole idea in the first place. So I told him, he said he was going to go to the villa. I said if he goes to the villa, and they said I should, because they asked him to see the chief of staff asked to see the minister, and I was certain that it was on my issue. So he went to the villa. As I told him, sir, I'll wait till 1 p.m. I will message you. If I don't hear from you, I would resign. If I hear from you that maybe nothing is there, I can continue, I'll keep it up. So when he got to the villa, I called him and he says, Shio, I think you should. So I was even thinking, maybe I should wait another hour. Maybe we'll change his mind. Because and the reason is that I didn't take a job to be like special advisor on media or it was a job where I was I believed that I could make change happen. It was something I really, really believed in that, because I'd forsaken a whole lot of things. I was just begging USAID to give me a contract, $3,000 per month. I talked to a few people, even Gates Foundation, I had high expectations they would help maybe financially. They said, no, they don't do technical advice at that level. So the only person who said they might help me was USAID, and they were going to give me technical advisory support of $3,000, and then 400,000 naira was going to be is the official salary of a technical advisor in government. Even like my technical, our director was any far more than that. So I mean, how do I have 400,000 naira now? And I didn't want. I know with what I'd preached, with what I'd stated about the standards of what government should be, transparency, accountability, efficiency. I don't want to get to government and now be chasing contract, lobbying money up and down. I know people were also calling me, congratulating me. Our VC in my school called me, congratulated me. All students congratulated. People were like, it's not even...
That's School of Agriculture.
Agriculture,
right?
you know. I
Yes.
said, it's not even a... This job is not a ministerial job. It's a technical... I say, you are there, don't forget us. Forget, what can I do? That weekend was a really, it was a shocking moment of my life. At the point so I called him, then somebody called me. I said, Sean, I heard you have resigned. Yeah. I said, I've not even put up the notice. I only just spoke to the minister. That's why I went worried. Someone listening to me, someone, because I mean, if someone is so cited, I didn't believe. So I said, I just told my friend, we were even parked in one, I think we were just parked in one car park, maybe somewhere in Abuja in one park. I just go and type this thing on LinkedIn that you're leaving. And it was a huge relief. Next day I left to the US for this United States General Assembly, United Nations General Assembly. Just say, you know what, let me take a break. It was a tough, as I said, a lot of things happened in that 2 weeks. Working inside government, learning how power is, seeing security, intelligence officials close, Avila politics, chief of staff politics. I mean, sometimes chief of staff would just write minister. I have been directed. I say, sir, if the president did not direct this part, how do we even know? We can't even know. You just understand a few things about how governance even works. And I learned a whole lot. And like I said, I could put it in the book. My lesson about how civil service works, why it can work. And I won't claim an expert. I will just be clear about what I just saw. And I took that job because I really wanted to make change happen. I listened to one of the most interesting comments I listened to when I read was something written by a lady who used to lead Carnegie Endowment for Peace for African program. Okay. Her name is Aisha. I can't remember. Zainab Usman. She's a doctorate from Oxford, and she said, "I love what Sheonibidi does. I respect, but what I find shocking is that he believes that in a technical advisory role, as a single element in that environment, that he himself alone can make change at the grand scale that he believes, that he thought that change can happen at the grand scale." And I guess that's my first thing I reflected to say, great audacity. And that's just because I knew the minister. I knew that he also wanted change to happen, things to change. And that's why I wanted to go with that flow to say, I will risk everything all and take this opportunity. But sometimes you need a whole lot of forces, because the same way people were pushing back, there were also forces inside government who believed, he's criticized us. He got angry with us down the line. We've
conquered him.
Yeah, he's not in government. That's why when people work in government, I'm not a critic of people who say, he said something during the campaigns and is now saying something different right now. If someone gets the mandate of the people, or is affirmed by the Supreme Court that this person has gotten the mandate of the people, it's our best interest to see the person succeed. So even if I criticize you and I say you were worth nothing, and you ask me to come work for you, it's my obligation to say yes or no. Because, but if I feel that I have skills to make you succeed, I can as well offer it. Now, I don't have to get there and now start shutting out voices or doing things that are antithetical to the previous positions I had. If I had strong positions on transparency, I stick to them. Accountability, citizen enlightenment, I stick to those positions. But I don't go there and now start encroaching the space for civic space. I don't go there. That's now a problem. But I believe that people can change their minds, and that's why over time I feel that it's good I took. You can't say you asked for my effort to reform the budget and I said no. You can't say that, because I tried. And when you said no, I protected my dignity and and walked away.
It's interesting that, this is the first time.
Yeah, I'm telling this story in full.
And it's simple and sincere. As much as we can learn, because there's a lot I'm learning from what you're saying right now. And I can imagine that it also tells you the boundaries of the kind of people that are not frantic critics now, but supposed enemies based on the work you do. So some in government, some in CSO space, because we have to admit it, there's a lot of pushback also in CSO space. Donors who possibly will frown at, why did you do that? Mentors who will say, if you're following my footsteps, I did not pass that side. Those are elements that one would construct and say, okay, my world is caving in, and all this that I've come to put myself in a very tight fix. But my question to you on that would be, there's also the notion that after that time, when issues come up, you delete some tweets from time to time. Budget has had his own walk into controversies over a period of time, maybe with infographics that did not sit accurately, or the context was not properly managed, and your communications officer left for a master's degree at some point in time. There are moments through the life cycle of any organization that one will want to manage.
There are, and I have to be honest that there's always this sense of perfection that people expect from those who demand change or those who demand accountability in the system. They expect that you should be without flaws. You should be a saint. You are not, and I guess that's where the misunderstanding happened. They expect you also to be without your biases. Let's be honest. Personally, I know that as body we strive to say the fact as we said. We'll make errors, facts. We would get some things wrong. Maybe we coded the data and it's not perfectly right or not situated in context. We might apologize. We might get angry and say we are not even going to apologize because you are not even listening to us. We're making a position known to you. Never even care to us. But the thing about government is this, or people who are apologetic to government. You see on 99 right things, they don't care. You say one wrong thing, they leave the 99, stick to the one wrong thing you said. And they want you to apologize for the one wrong thing you said so that they somehow feel some sense of, victory. To say, okay, now we have won. Now we said it, they're discredited, and that's not the point. But I'm marrying on constituency project for a long time and nobody cared about it. I make a single tweet that doesn't situate like it's factual. And people are like, oh, no. Stick to that single tweet. Leave the other rest of things. And you also find people who are able to, as even in government, I'm like, what's your own purpose in government? Your purpose is you see something broken, accentuated by a civil society organization. You're working inside government to say, how can I take this position from civil society to reform government on the inside? But no, you are tending the status quo. And you are figuring out a way to discredit people who are even trying. We do not have any. The only legitimate obligation we have as an organization is because we are a non-profit organization. We are not government. But not, the chunk of the work that civil society does in Nigeria is meant to be done by the National Assembly. They are the internal accountability mechanism, holding everybody else to account. Legislature, themselves, the executive, the judiciary. That is the work of the National Assembly. Now, all that work is to complement the National Assembly. So when you see someone, civil society saying this thing is wrong, this thing is right, it's not for you to find a way to mock them or to discredit them. It's for you to take everything as a whole. And that's why you see sometimes all these Gen Z people, somehow they want to make a position, but they cannot articulate it properly. So maybe they will insult some people there in between. Maybe they will say some profane words in between. People will leave the intent of the conversation. There was a lady that was talking about why NYC students were poorly paid. And she made a huge position. Then people went to a private handles, went into a private lifestyles, then dug into a private history, forgetting the entire purpose of what she was saying. The entire purpose is that you had created a difficult situation with the devaluation of the currency, with the reduction of the FX parity. Is it 33,000 naira a reasonable amount to pay a youth call when you had even raised the minimum wage to 70,000 and this thing has been going for months? You leave all of that and you say because you abused Lagos State governor, or maybe you say Lagos is thinking. So there's this sense of perfection must happen because someone is championing something that is right. There's a lady who's talking about BRT cases now. BRT buses, are inadequate for our neighbor, and she's waiting an hour to 3 hours. Stick to that issue. How do Lagos State provide inadequate? Next question becomes privacy issues. Why is the camera in my face? Why is camera not in my face? Is it a public place? Is it a private place? So the challenge in Nigeria, and I think it's this lady, Rose Vival's wife, Badibo Rose Vival's wife, that mentioned it. And if you look, she had that tweet pinned
as a former Labour gubernatorial candidate
in Lagos State. Yeah, she's a friend of mine. And she made a tweet that she pinned, and she said, if you are fighting for Nigeria, one hand, you are using it to fight government. The other hand, you're also fighting the citizens that you are also fighting on their behalf. So that's the scenario. And I think, and that's why I try to humanize myself so much. If you watch my handle, you find Chelsea there, you find music there, you find jokes there. I'm not sucked into what I call outrage porn. And I always advise young people to try and balance themselves. Don't let people just see you as angry at all times, because you would even lose steam in those directions. The only way you can last the journey is to take it that this journey is a long journey. We are already late, but somehow we still have time. And that's the only, I tell people, somehow last the journey. People talk, oh, you delete tweets. Yeah, if I change my mind and I feel like the context will be misjudged, I will remove it. Does it change the fact that I say accountability? Because you ask me, what do Olusegun brands say? Is that public funding must be efficiently managed.
But sometimes you change position on maybe a political candidate or political...
The funny thing about people just create perception. I'm not a member, and I know it's the kind of Peter Obi.
Oh yes, I was good. I wanted to lure you into mentioning yourself.
It's fine. Because as I say, people, I didn't join Peter Obi's presidential candidate team. I didn't carry a placard. I didn't place posters. The only candidate that I knew that I publicly acknowledged I would vote for was Buhari in 2015, 2011 and 2015. Because we all had this wrong perception that because he stood apart means that something was right with him. Imagine Buhari could have also joined PDP, he could have moved on. The same way everybody is now heading into a single party. And okay, and this whole fable of accountability, probity, he was someone that didn't, he can bring sanity into Nigeria, which were the things we were acknowledged for. This fact that re-established the Nigerian institution as of service, not just for accumulation. That's where the ideas that were trusting upon him. For Peter Obi, I didn't campaign for him. I was not a member of his presidential campaign. I can't even find a single tweet on my handle about, say, go and vote for Peter Obi. The only thing, there are two things you people will see. One was a tweet I said, for those who are interested in Peter Obi, you can choose to fund. And that was even when he was in PDP, when people were agitating already that this is the man that we want. And I said, okay, if you want this man even in this party, because I know the party you are talking about, this is a monetized environment. It's not just, we are not just going to use idealism to put him in that ticket. Raise the money to take him there. And that's my own way of doing it. And that's why I don't talk about politics too much. There's always a part of me about politics that is like this. There's a part of me that is about activism that is the other side. Activism is idealism. It's pointing the society to the ideal. Even if Tinubu does 99.9% things right, an activist will still say the 0.01% is still left undone. That is how you shape the society. A political person is a realist working in the midst of interests, ideas, different ideologies, and figuring out the way to still confer a bit of legitimacy and in a proper way push the society towards the ideal. In fact, he can even regress the society. But if you get someone who has an activist mindset in the political office, his work is to use all of that, manipulate all of those dimensions, and I'm using the word manipulate, and move the society forward.
Yeah.
And that's why I thought, my friends, don't mix it. Politics is not idealism. If you are trying to do politics, do politics. If you are trying to do activism, do activism. The ideas for those two spaces do not intersect.
But it also runs a little bit along the lines of, I don't know how long ago this was, but you had your thoughts on idealism and realism. You wrote about it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And my next point about Peter Obi is that people just project things on you. People will feel, because you speak in his language, that government must be rooted in service. government must manage resources much more in a much more conservative way. And they just assume, how is anybody sure I voted for Peter Obi? Who was there with me at the ballot box? Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people even attacked me that I was not vocal enough. I can show people tweets where people even attacked that I was not vocal enough in supporting Peter Obi. And I agree, and I like Peter Obi's candidacy because young people said, this is the image of who we want. I mean, people might deceive themselves to say, oh, it's Muslim, or it's Muslim, it's Christian. There was a section of enlightened or being young people that looked at maybe what happened at NSAS and said, okay, this is who we believe, not a perfect person, because speak to an obedient. They will not tell you that he's a perfect person. Nobody can see me. I've never been in any obedient WhatsApp group or any obedient movement. I don't have any claim to do that. And no, Peter Obi, if he needs me, he would call me. If he needs some advice, he would send me a message. We are that. Likewise to anybody in APC or PDP or wherever, And I'm not a person that goes on social media and say, oh, Peter Obi messaged me last night to ask me for help. No, or Saraki messaged me last night to ask me to do this for him. No, I don't believe that. If I have a personal relationship with you, I believe that it stays at that personal level. And people just project that, oh, this is what it is. And I say it's a good idea. It's a good idea. If people believe that your ideas is analogous with this man and he's not the worst of men in the world, yeah, it's fine. You take it as a bit of credit.
It's interesting you do say that your thoughts can be weaponized. People weaponize people's thoughts all the time. Budget goes through this every election cycle. Every time you put up some infographics, it either lands in the side of the person who says, see what we told you with regards to what government is not doing, or government is also putting out their own infographics that runs at what budget has put out. What do you say to people who sway? And because election is coming up, and typically people go through every infographics you've done and create a sense of this is what budget said, for or against. Every time budget content is weaponized.
We can't run away from that. And I think it was Chief Olusegun Obasanjo that once told me, if you jump into a swimming pool, you get wet. I mean, if you start this kind of work, you are not going to run from these attacks. You are not. You're going to be involved. It's just reality that sometimes the things you say, you are trying to point to direction to the ills of society. Those are the same ills that the opposition will use to campaign. When the Goodluck Jonathan were there, a lot of people you find in APC today were friends with budget. They retweeted budget with glee. They were excited about its content because it seemed that the things we emphasized in those times, when Jonathan removed subsidy and we say something was wrong with the budget, that time people were saying, are they eating Gushi rice in Aso Rock? Are they eating Ferragamo beans in Aso Rock? Why is the budget for Aso Rock meal this large? They were the people that were retweeting you. Suddenly they come on the other side and they win power and suddenly you become the worst of enemies. Why? We are the ones that have not changed. Our ideas have not changed. We stuck to the same foundations that public resources will work for the good of people. How we interpret it, how we engage it. And that's why I even go to the elections now. We say budget says this must change on health, education, public finance budget. The opposition looks at those and say, okay, yes, these are where the gaps are. These are the things we can do better. Then people suddenly now assume. Then people now say, oh, you are working with the opposition. Now you are working for the opposition. When PDP people were there, they assumed we were doing so. When the APC guys are there now, they say assume that we are doing so. But it's just stick to our facts. Do we make errors once in a while? Yes, we will. We are human. Do we? Sometimes do we have biases on some things? Yes, not political bias. Bias about the way society should be run.
Citizen.
As a citizen, yeah. Are we perfect? No, we are not. But the question is that the fundamentals are the fundamentals. Public resources have not been optimized for the good of the people. And the reality a lot of people don't know is that an average person, the least paid person in my organizations earn 450,000. That is an entry-level staff in the organization. So it's not as if, so even to some extent, I won't say if the society works, and I'm being careful here, if the society works, it works it works more for the people we are fighting for. Unfortunately, the section of the people that we are fighting for are the people attacking us. Some of the people in my organization, myself, relatively have a bit of ease based on the work we have doing and because of the funding we receive to even be able to mitigate some of those issues. So when I say first subsidy should be much more sequenced and it should have been much more thought through, social protection elements should have been there. You don't just wake up the first day and just yank up subsidy. Sit down within the 3 months period, engage people, and say, so how do we build a social protection? People say, oh, no, you are changing, you are flip-flopping. You used to eat first subsidy and this and that. I say, no. Everything you have to understand. If all of this happens, you think it's all about me. It's not about me. It's about everyday Nigeria that do not have a platform to speak for themselves. I believe that we just have to have the courage that, there's this quote by Winston Churchill that stays by me a lot, and it was when Neville Chamberlain, when he died
to Hitler,
when he wrote to Hitler, and when Neville Chamberlain was appeasing Hitler and after Hitler started expanding to Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and those days, people saw Neville Chamberlain as a weakling and a villain in the British environment, and they said so. When he died, you could imagine when someone like that died. Churchill is the hero, Chamberlain is the villain. They look at Chamberlain as like this is a bad guy. This is the guy that if we had been frontal with Hitler, we had gone boldly with Hitler, we wouldn't have found ourselves in this place. But Churchill wrote in the eulogy at his funeral. Churchill wrote something that is always striking up to me that says, our conscience must always be able to validate us and says we have done the right thing. Yeah, we must ground our work in the fact that we've searched through ourselves and in our good conscience, we know that we have done the best. History will play in different ways. In fact, history will go back. People will look like S.L. Akintola in the 60s as maybe the worst man that ever constructed. But now people look at S.L. Akintola in a different dimension now. So obviously, dimension could change. So invariably, just stick with the fact that you have done right by your conscience and you know that your conscience is in a good place.
The system, even in civic tech, in funding, is changing. You mentioned it, and when there's not much fund, there's almost less work being done, and the local actor finds himself, what do I write to these people as a proposer? The problems are expanding, they're amplifying. There's so much going on in terms of that arena. And yes, under President Trump, it's a little bit different. I know you may have your reservations commenting about that directly, but I would just stay within the scope of donors and their perspective, how it is changing on social development. The landscape seems we have our own problems. Why should we pump money into Nigeria, into Senegal, into Kenya, or any of those African countries that have always had a lifelong problem?
I mean, so to be honest with you, the donor environment is in a difficult place, and most non-profits are not finding it easy. Now, I talk about the fact that the government bails out every sector. The only sector that doesn't get that bailout or support is the NGO sector. People look like somehow the donors will make you fine. And since that shutdown of USAID, it's created a significant displacement within the non-profit sector. And Nigerians organizations have a bit of dependence mostly on the US space, either USAID or the private philanthropy coming out of that space. I'm talking about the Gates, the Ford, the MacArthur Foundations, and the rest. It's tough because a lot of them also have to prioritize US-based organizations who are also facing significant challenges. But those are the ones who are even more dependent on USAID than local organizations here. I feel like it's time for a lot of resilience, a lot of operational efficiency, because sometimes NGOs also can be wasteful. We put 100 people in a room when we need 20. We're buying everybody, giving everybody per diem. A meeting that could have been virtual. We're trying to fly everybody into Abuja. So there's also very important that we have to put a lot of operational excellence in what we're doing. We also have to think through clearly about maybe what artificial intelligence does to disrupt the kind of work that we're doing differently. It's not easy. It's not, and even at budget, we've seen around 35% cuts in the amount of money we used to have in 2022 to 2024 period. So we are not immune from that direction. we just have to keep powering on. One thing the way I've run budgets, which I guess is an unusual way for an NGO to run, is we have not run budget as a project. Because most NGOs run as projects. So the donor says we want to do something for adolescent health, and the donor says it's a 5-year project. And the NGO maybe is a Center for Association for Inclusive Progress Growth. I'm just finding the name. Does adolescent and sexual health work for 5 years? The donor says the money has finished, they move on from adolescent way. I don't believe that's the only way we entrench reform or we entrench impact. We're dealing with social issues, which we have actors who have incentives, who have interest right in the middle of it, and who have much more staying power than us. So we need a lot of staying power on those issues. And that's why you see a lot of organizations that made the most impact, like the year I got, they've had staying power on very single issues, elections, budgets, and things like that. So we're running a strategy, and we're trying to figure out how to find funding from donors to be able to keep on running our strategy. To say our strategy is Tracker. Tracker has not received funding in the last 4 years, but we still have to run. We have 32 officers across the country that we have to pay every month. They have to track public projects. We have to give them money to track public projects. We have to collect their report. They have to do activities. So somehow, they still have to get good, because it's not about the fact that we love donors to fund us. But first, our obligation is to the country, Nigeria. The service delivery must be efficient, that people must understand the budget, that subnational budget analysis must be done. We've done a lot of work about even getting states to publish the budget.
Yes, open government.
Open government, open states. We've done all of that work. And we don't even know. But we've done work around public spending. There's this platform called Open Treasury. We pushed heavily for that platform, Open Treasury. Till today, we are still doing behind engaging the accountant general to sustain that platform. We built a spin-off of that platform called GovSpend, which crawls data from that platform. And journalists, the incredible amount of data they pull from that platform to generate stories is insane. Because we do not even see ourselves as talking every time, even building infrastructure for others to be able to engage forward. And that's, for me, things that I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do something of that nature. But like I said, I always ask myself, how long are we going to? Because you can see I'm growing quickly. And part of that is this constant need to look for funding to be able to get the organization to continue to run. It's not the easiest work at all.
I agree, because we'll get to see each other maybe 3 months, 6 months immediately, and I'm like, I hope I'm not great. Admission is great. It's a completely different one. But I must also just touch on something that I find quite important, quite inspiring. Onigbede Resource Center. Oh, yeah. Yes, I love it. I don't even know if there's a question in there that will come from me, but I love the fact that it's totally different from... It's a legacy for you. I see a lot of secondary school kids and kind of scholarship schemes that you strung up. And when you started it, a lot of people were wondering, okay, this boy has gone to village, small time now, come out there, what do local government chairman?
I mean, I think it's also rooted in my thinking. Do I want to do politics? Not now. Can I do politics in the future? Very possible. Like I said, I'm not trying to itch my wagon solely on being an activist or a non-profit leader forever. It could be somehow rewarding to continue to do that. But I also feel like you've talked about the problem, you've questioned the issue. At the point you want to step into the arena, maybe in the future when you feel that the time is right. And I have one single rule about it. I call it proximity. Before we call it Olushi Onigbede Resource Center, we used to call it the Proximity Trust. That's what we used to call it. And it was because, I think it was one day I went to a Skull World Forum. There was a man who spoke about proximity. There's the people who are closest to the problem, who share most of the pain, that should also sit in with the solutions. And that's one of the big frustrations of Nigerian intellectuals. We live in the UK, US, Lagos, Abuja. Then we worry how Yachikodi in our rural village does not vote for us, does not resonate with us. And were we there for them? Did we support them? Were we proximate to them? What help did we do to them? Because the average politician steals a little bit from Abuja and goes there and distributes. Even if it's a pack of Indomie, distributes them. They feel that they got something. And don't tell me, oh, they are the problem of Nigeria. No, it is our work as the elite of society to sell a different idea of Nigeria to them in proximity. That's why I tell my friends I want to do activism. This thing starts first. Proximity. That's why when you know a failed politician, I'm very sorry. You see, you cannot even win your ward. Not even your polling units, your ward. Because your polling units, you can even bribe people to pay to vote for your polling. You must win your ward. Your word is people must know you within the word.
People who know you, you don't know.
Yeah, because your ideas are not just great on when it's starting at the top. It must permeate downwards. It must. And I tell this to people that proximity must show up in your work. And so, my own view, I've kept that idea, and that's why I started the resource, not for political reasons, but I must be proximate to the people in the future so that they don't hear Shewonik just got appointed in Abuja, and now Shewonik is now in 6 months to time election. He now came with Agbada, with Ankara. He now came. How do I prove that I'm different? How do I prove that I'm different? So I tell people, if you have a heart for public service, sit in proximity with the people. A lot of us, the money we spend in pepper souping according to or enjoying ourselves or balling or upgrading from an economy to a business class ticket, you could as well put all of that money together and give a small scholarship to a neighborhood and do a small help, and because we know we need that. It's not going to have all the grand gestures. Sometimes those are the little things that people appreciate much more. So it was me to say, I have a little bit of means. Let me sit in progress. It cost us. We have 2 spaces. The smaller space was even cheaper for us to run. Generally, it doesn't cost us more than 2 million naira to run per month. Even till now, with the bigger space, around 2 million naira per month. We are even experimenting with the work as part of some budgeting initiative which we call New Economy and Intelligence around secondary cities. What's the future of places like a Ogbomoso, a Aba, a Warri, a Zaria? Places who are not capital cities, but big, but sizable enough. I mean, because you now see that there's so much focus from state governors on capital cities alone. They want to build. So when people come to Ibadan or they go to Akure, they say, "Oh, this governor is working," but the guy forgets everything. He forgets Modakeke, forgets Ife, and all of that. So we also now invested much more. This even opened us into a research about secondary cities, which part of some work that body wants to get into. So for me, it's my own. I love it. And every time I go, I'm going there, and it's gotten me to go to Ogbomoso more. And to visit the home, stay around with people, and everybody's asking. Last time I went December, people say, "If you are running for office, tell us now before we commit ourselves." I said, "No, I'm not running for office yet, so don't worry." Because a lot of people, and it's so simple. In my church, I buy bags of rice every year, December. Same bag of rice I'll give out to people. I'll buy rice, not because I want to, no. But even if at least my members of my church are living around my church is not far from my family house. So at the end of the day, they will say, he was always supporting. No, he didn't start supporting us 3 months to election. Even if he's been supporting us for 6, 7, 8 years. It's been of help to us. He's given our children scholarships. He's given us a space for our children to come and learn technology. He's taught our children how to fly drones. He's given us incubation. So those are the things we as that's what being an elite means. You love an elite. And that's why I say that a lot of Nigerian intellectuals are frustrated because they just believe that their ideas are not transmitting downwards. And it's not transmitting because they are not proximate enough with the people that are supposed to receive those ideas. And somehow we feel like, the poor people of this country is their problem. No. The poor people of this country, you are saying so because you have all the benefits to say no. The government is offering you 50,000 for your vote. You say, to hell with you, what's 50,000? But the guy who is supposed to receive 50,000, give him a reason, show him a reason why you have been helped him say, no, you can't take that 50,000. Because I'm going to get in there, I'm going to prove to you that you will get much more bigger benefits than this. And those are things that can transform the society that we have.
Well, you've said a lot, but there's this last question I'm going to ask you that it's good to also know that you're not the first of your kind that has borne the name Onigbide, and that you've always had to do I claim, I disclaim.
Yeah.
Depending on who is asking you, right?
Yeah.
Paoni Bide just passed on at the age of 89, but you've also clearly said we are not related, but we are related depending on who is asking. How have you managed that space? He has a good name, by the way.
It's good, and I like it because it always reminds me that you have a good name. You know, so to have a good name. If I was Oluseun Emefiele now, God forbid, I'm not saying he's a bad man, but in the context of where he is right now, people are like, is that your daddy? People can even ease at you. You know, you also have to, we have all, when we carry surnames, we must also carry the burden to protect them. Because, I mean, the man, you can accuse him. You can't say NFF, when the NFF corruption, you can't say he stole money in NFF. You can't say he took corruption. It was straight to the core. If I went took us to World Cup, he wasn't supposed to take us, he was not supposed to be our coach to World Cup. He was the technical director of the NFF, of NFA, it used to be called. Before we now, like 6 months to the World Cup, we didn't even have a coach. And now pushed him into it. You know, I think he was in his 80s when he won silver for us, 84, when he won silver for us at the African Nations Cup. So, I mean, I respect that. I get a whole lot of that question. Are you Baba? Are you Baba? But that didn't go. I'm like, no. I say, wow. Let me go into that long debate.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how it's always been. And maybe because I'm dark, is dark, so it even makes even the conversation.
That's
But it's good. And I think the way he has carried himself with dignity is something. It's also a challenge to us to also keep the name up. I mean, so even in the future, when people ask which Onigbinde, She Onigbinde, the work he has done and all that, and also which makes me feel, when people ask me, come and join government, come and be part of government, I say, to what end? Is it more money I want? I don't think more money. I don't say money. I want more money, obviously. But I don't think that's my problem at this point to say, because how much more do you really need? I want more money to pay salaries, to run the organization, to live a decent life. I don't think there are plenty of needs in this world. But what do I need is to be in a place where I can exert change and I can build a reputation for myself for much more an extended global network. Not see the LBs, see the Ngozi Konjo-Iweala, see the Chief Soludo. Obasanjo gave all of them a blank check to grow their profiles. And they grew those profiles and they were able to exert themselves in the international set. Assert themselves more even in the international stage. And so that's the kind of motivation for someone like me. It's not to get, it's not be, I remember one day I met a friend who was in the accountant general office and he looked at me and said, you resigned from that job. Why would you resign? I said, how God? Pressure was too much. I had to leave and I said, but sir, I'm not doing bad though. It's not as if I'm hungry or anything. The organization I'm doing is fine. We get funding and all that. So, which kind of money do you have? This poor man like this. You should have stayed in that place and that right now your story would have changed. But I asked myself, is that what I want? What I want is a society that works for all. And an opportunity that I, who grew up, carrying kegs of kerosene, who grew up hawking kerosene in the neighborhood, who grew up falling from Christmas dress labels now to, wearing cut and sew and jacket. Sometimes I don't wear those jackets. I'll just go and hide in the neighborhood. My mom forced us to watch those things. But getting that equal opportunity for a decent living. Everybody getting that equal opportunity. And that's the society we truly, truly want. And, it's like a constant battle.
I have to say a big thank you to you, Oluseun Onigbinde. I know a lot of people will call you Eso. They call you Eso, but I'm grateful that we've had this chance to talk to share much more. Thank you, everybody, for watching in on Volume FemiDlive. Leave your comments, your thoughts, and yes, your lessons, because I watch these things more for lessons. They're powerful lessons. I think one of the key things I must say to you about having lessons is when you have somebody who's in your age group, bring the lessons they have learned, and you see, okay, I've not learned this lesson, and you don't want to be looking at the lessons in retrospect. You want to be leaving them out at the same time. And you have shared that with me today, and I'm grateful. Thank you for coming on.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, that's it. I'm Femi D. Amele. As the government failed on security issue, the government of President Tinubu.
It's a colossal failure.
Failure.
Colossal failure.
Why, sir?
As long as there is insecurity anywhere in this country, there's insecurity everywhere. Why is it that when it comes to tracking down critics of government or people for posting things on social media, wherever they are, they go, abduct them, take them to prison. But people who are disturbing the peace of this country will make videos, display monies, make claims. We are not seeing people being tracked.
Even people with records often fail when it comes to the role of leading the country.
Which kind of record?
People often fail when they get into the capacity to lead Nigeria. Why is that, sir? In all the euphoria of lot of public speeches, do you think he can deliver as a Nigerian president? Especially because he's also a runner.
Most definitely.
Do you think he's a runner?
How do you mean a runner?
Somebody who faces a problem and pivots into the next available street and runs.
He's one of the most courageous leaders I know.
So why does he change parties?
Change parties?
Yes.
He has explained that. No single administration, even if you give it 20 years, will solve all the problem. So it's not even that you have some
Obi
governors who
gives
do.
hope.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined the show. It's another interesting edition as we would have it build up into meaningful conversation. I have a friend I've known for over a decade, and he has provided meaningful impact, especially in the health sector. He's also been strong in providing advocacy and meaning to many things as regards health. And yes, it will surprise you that politics as well plays a vital role in health. And choosing the health of our leaders is never really a choice Nigerians get to make. My guest today is Dr. Laz Eze, a public health physician, health policy advocate, and sustainable development consultant. Well, apart from being the Nigerian coordinator of WANEL, he's also the founder and chief executive officer of Talk Health Real Media Limited, popularly known as Talk Health Niger. They're into health communication, public health information management. He definitely has a master's in public health degree and a graduate certificate in global health from the University of Kentucky in USA with distinctions. Those are part of his attributes, and I can go on to talk about all the other areas he has worked in various roles, including at some point managing the technical staff as a senior manager technical of DCL, implemented the Johns Hopkins University International Vaccine Access Center. I'll leave it at that because I know reading about you is a lot, and it says a lot about the kind of work you have done. Welcome to Volume with FemiDlive.
Thank you very much, Femi.
The number of children that were abducted in all your states, and there are numbers that the media would report, but like we'd say, every true Nigerian father and mother actually knows the amount of children they gave birth to, right? I was reading the experience of one of the women. She said she was just preparing her girl for school and then left the girl to go to the back and heard gunshots, and she ran and she hid and was looking, right, how a child was being shuffled alongside with other children away from sacred, where she was screaming, but there was no voice coming out. She was in pain, but could not speak about it. Abductions are still going on in the country, sadly so, even though the momentum around the elections are building up, and people are around right now saying that, well, we wouldn't be voting for anybody if those kids are not back.
It's quite depressive having to talk about that 12 years after the Chibok incident. Oyo State is where I spent about 7 years of my life at the University of Ibadan. I have a lot of friends. I'm very quite familiar with a number of areas there, and not just Oyo, the entire country.
Yes.
These things we are talking about Oyo today. We are talking about Chibok in Brunei. We talked about Dapchi at some point. We talked about the recent ones last year, Kebbi and different places. So the thing is, as long as there is insecurity anywhere in this country, there's insecurity everywhere. No one is safe. We're just hoping who's turn next. maybe if happens around FCT, oh, he has gotten close. Everybody, will feel agitated. When it's some distance away from the power circles, we get to think, oh, okay. People will think it's about politics. People will think, I see more humanity. Of course, it's the failure of governance because security of lives and properties and well-being of the people is the primary purpose of government. That's why we have government. That's why we pool our resources, pay taxes, give authority and power to some persons to help on our behalf, treat the bad guys who are a minority in the society, to ensure that the majority have a good life to live.
Why would you think they're a minority? Because why I say so, somebody was reading a report earlier today and I was watching and it was talking about the fact that the number of people terrorizing Nigerians that you regard as terrorists are no more than 30,000. He said there's a report out there. I'm not sure what source of report, but it makes me also feel uneasy that 30,000 is a lot of terrorists, if I would say, if I were to go by his numbers. But are you comfortable that as the government failed on security issue, the government of President Tinubu, what's your thoughts on what he has done with security?
It's a colossal failure.
Failure?
Colossal failure.
Why, sir?
The indices are there. Why should a child be kidnapped in school in the first place? I was part of the Bring Back Our Girls movement, and in 2014, we marched because we thought that it shouldn't, such shouldn't happen, and people were busy playing politics with it. Talking about certain persons didn't like the president, they may have connived, all sorts of conspiracy theories and excuses. When parents could not find their child or their children and were in pains, even if there was any kind of collusion, whatever, were their parents part of it? So when the conversation should be how to get these children out and how to ensure that such never happened again. And I'm hearing similar vibes in 2026 because it's a pre-election year and people are already going in that direction, making all sorts of weird speculations. The thing is, given our experience since 2009, when the Boko Haram issue, came to the fore, it has somehow been changing like chameleon. We're talking bandits, we are talking different stuff. Why is it that the government of Nigeria cannot put a stop to this? But if you and I march around the secretariat and just carry one placard, no arms, peaceful, and stand around that unknown soldier this thing, guess what will happen? The number of security people that will come out, maybe some covering their faces and stuff. Why is it that when it comes to tracking down critics of government or people for posting things on social media, wherever they are, they go, abduct them, take them to prison, take them to court, But people who are disturbing the peace of this country will make videos, display monies, make claims, and to my knowledge, with everything that is happening in this country, even prior to the current president and also under this president, we are not seeing people being tracked. When this country meant business to bring the leader of IPOB, even though he was out of the country, he was brought here. They used every instrument of government, did what they call extraordinary rendition that the court has condemned, brought him here, put him on trial, put him in prison because they felt his speeches were not, in the interest of the country and was causing problem. But people are using guns, abducting children, beheading people, doing unthinkable things. And the system is operating as if they are ghosts. And sometimes some person will say, make excuses. So it's failure. Even if it's some kind of conspiracy or some political persons want to use it to make the government, I believe the government has the powers and the wherewithal to identify those people and treat them accordingly. Because nobody should play politics up to that level. with the lives of innocent children, the trauma it brings to the families, and of course the threat, the fear it puts in children who will not be enthusiastic to wake up and go to school. And of course the pain it causes to the conscience of this nation. So it's not something anybody should play with. And whoever is president, we, let Goodluck Jonathan go as president because we felt he wasn't doing enough. The APC administration came in 2015. It took a different dimension. Of course, the public bombings reduced, in Abuja, but we also had upsurge of criminal activities moving from the northeast to the northwest. And under this president, we are still hearing the same stories. I do not want to believe that the government doesn't have what it takes to take care of this problem. Well, anything they say after God is government.
It said so.
Yeah.
So,
they've shown it in at different times. There are some things I'll say in this podcast. If you put it out there, within 24 hours, I'll be in DSS custody. So it's taking the lives of our people not dangerous enough for those powers to be deployed to people who are making this country unpeaceful, causing so much pains. You don't even need to know any of the persons involved to feel the pain. I don't listen to news anymore to protect my brain health, because you tune to the news, half of the time is from abduction to killings to whatever things that to me. Why did I even tune into this station in the first place?
It is a very sad space. But you use the phrase our national conscience, and I'm still following much of the campaign trail of those who put themselves forward as possible politicians that will lead the country. Peter Obi, Atiku, Amechi, they all have their own sense of giving about how governance has lasted under President Tinubu as expected. There are critical voices that will be criticizing what he has done or how he has done it so far. Let's talk about 2027 elections as we move away from the issue of security, which you've elaborated on. Some of the faces that are back on the roadwalk of I am now the presidential candidate, or should I say substantial candidate of the party, some of those faces are not new, and they've come back under different logos different logos. Or should I say it's like changing the primary school you are attending. You went to a primary school where they were green and yellow, but now you've moved to a neighborhood where they were yellow and green. And logos are familiar, similar, and the likes of that, but they are back. Right. What do you make of people voting for the same people under, I can't use the word umbrella now, but under these different school uniforms and political parties, as we would find in 2027 election, choicelessly?
Right. Political parties in Nigeria is largely just a vehicle, so to get into offices. There is no significant ideological differences among them. Even within the same political party, just a change of a governor or president comes with a different behavior. It also comes with a movement in terms of policy. You would have expected if the same political party is in power, and maybe someone leaves, someone else from the same party comes, there will be continuity. But that's not the case. So even within the same political party, it is what it is. So having said that, we are at the level where people are looking more to the individuals involved. What's their antecedent? What's their character? What's the level of competence? Which, in my view, should be what should dominate the conversation. Competence, character, capacity, credibility, compassion. So these are things we should look at, and they are not theoretical. We hear a lot of sound bites during the election period, but these people have been with us. So we have to look at the records to know who has demonstrated at whatever level.
But even people with records often fail when it comes to the role of leading the country.
Which kind of record? Example.
Whether you're a governor or a vice president, at any point in time, people often fail when they get into the capacity to lead Nigeria. Why is that, sir?
Well, I wouldn't know a perfect example of perhaps someone that was so outstanding.
Goodluck Jonathan
as governor.
Goodluck Jonathan at some point in time was, vice president, became president. Before then, he had his good, braces as a governor in Bayelsa State as well. President Tinubu, same experience. Muhammadu Buhari led the country in 1983 to 84, thereabout. Also having had a good experience of, this is what it takes to lead. But then, as a reformed Democrat, he still had that same experience. And here we are now. We have possibly the people who will be on the posters. His Excellency Peter Obi, right? I believe is with what's the NDC now.
Right.
You have Atiku Abubakar. Not sure if he's going to pull through, but there's a little bit of controversy there. Rotimi Amechi as well. I mean, I could go on to say these are the regular poster men and women who truly have experience, capacity, competence, character, compassion, proven, but then we are not still sure if they can do it right.
Femi, do you really think that all this period you may have capacity, character, competence, compassion, credibility?
Kwankwaso is also not...
Let's take the examples you gave.
Yes,
Goodluck was president. He became president by accident. He didn't become president because as governor, he was a star governor. He became governor by accident as well. He was deputy governor. The governor was impeached, and he was governor.
But he did not have accidental capacity
for about 2 years. Right?
But he did not have accidental capacity.
We didn't quite have, what were his records as governor? Can you speak to any of that?
I can speak to that.
But a governor who is competent, has character, has capacity, within 2 years, you see the record. And I can talk about, when Seyi Makinde became governor of Oyo State. Within 2 years, people could speak to certain things about his administration. When the Borno governor, Zulum, became governor, within 2 years, we could see the touch in the education and certain areas. This Governor Lex Oti of Abia State is just governor for 3 years now. But within the first 1 to 2 years, people could see remarkable things and the direction he was going. I was old enough, I was a graduate when Goodluck, I think I was in the university when he became governor after impeachment of Alami Esea. And I also knew when he became vice president, saw through his presidency. So at least as governor, I can't, for about 2 years, there's nothing so remarkable about it's just Goodluck.
What would make a remarkable
a miraculous
what
guy
would make a remarkable president?
Certain locks was following.
What would make a remarkable president? I often ask these questions because people say Nigerians are easy to satisfy, but then there's a long list of desires that also come with being a Nigerian. I can tell you one, for example, electricity. I can tell you about a few. Those are long list of desires with their own entanglements and 2K requests from different people here and there just to balance it out. So it takes an exceptional level of remarkable skill to lead the country. And I'm wondering, I don't know what your affiliation is, if you have any with any of these aspirants now. Oh, you do? Oh, share with us. Who gets your fancy?
I'm obedient.
Oh, you're obedient.
Right.
To be clear, that would be Peter Obi.
Yes.
As supporter.
Absolutely.
In this case. So let's go back to the five things you mentioned.
5 C's.
5 C's.
I started following Obi's leadership when he was governor. In fact, what got me fascinated, I was schooling in Ibadan then. I went from the east, coming back in Anambra. I saw one billboard in the Anambra. Are we cursed or are we the curse? Question mark. With this picture, P2B. It's like, the question was thought-provoking. And that period was when you had the issues around Ngige, who lost the election, was declared. You went on to win the election, actually, under the platform of Abuja, but wasn't announced. We had a PDP guy who was announced from one problem to another, purported impeachment, abduction, resignation, all sorts, And the guy was going to court, followed the process until he got victory. Came in, had his blueprint, what he called Anambra Integrated Development Strategy, and it's why that is important is a great leader who has vision must have a plan, right? And also not just having a plan, because during campaigns, they all tend to have plans. They can, oh, Femi, you're good. I beg, help us develop something. And as a consultant, it can really get you paid, and they start putting it all over the place. But following it through is a different thing. Obi worked with our needs. And with that, he could track in every sector the inputs, process, outputs, outcomes during his time. And of course, the impact started showing mostly when he was out of office.
So it's almost easy to say this is secondary impact, like we say in development sector, or no associated outcomes based on what you did.
Right. And while a lot of persons, Nigerians, believe in him, follow, including those who did not even know him or follow his administration, is in 2026, you could watch a clip of 2012, listen to what he said, saw a document that showed what he did then, and there could be a correlation with what is happening now.
Some people
especially
believe.
in some development indices, the softwares that, because political actors tend to do more of hardwares. Any dummy can build a flyover. Just get a contractor, give money, they build, right? Both where it's needed and where it's not needed. Just build, take pictures, dance, and put out there. Anybody could do that. But lifting people out of poverty.
Did they lift Anambra people out of poverty?
Absolutely.
I lived in Anambra in 2010, by the way, just to mention.
So you could speak more to it.
For context, I may not absolutely agree with you. I think
for how long?
No, just for that's why I said lived, right? Just for a period of service. It doesn't mean that I stayed 4 years through his tenure, right? I'm not going to go after his records to say all of that. And I lived there, meaning people were comfortable with a sense of the type of thinking governor he is. But the point I'm making is he has never been shy of providing a sense of branding about who he is, right? And context around him has never been shy as well. So the next question I would ask you is, in all the euphoria of a lot of public speeches, do you think he can deliver as a Nigerian president? Especially because he's also a runner.
Most definitely.
Do you think he's a runner?
How do you mean a runner?
Somebody who faces a problem and pivots into the next available street and runs.
He's one of the most courageous leaders I know.
So why does he change parties?
Change parties?
Yes.
He has explained that, right?
What's your explanation?
Because in political, I've been a national vice chairman of Alliance for New Nigeria. I was also a state chairman in the same party. I was part of registering that party, from the registration point, going through all the INEC things, 2019 elections, before they made the law that say, any political party that didn't win any position in that election will be deregistered. So we were registered December 2017, deregistered, I think, around March 2020. For that period, I was part of that party.
That makes you a qualified politician.
You're right. And I could even write a book of what happened. It was a group of young Nigerians professionals who felt the regular political parties are too dirty. We can't navigate there. Let's have a platform we'll build for ourselves, give ticket to people of like mind, and let's go and compete and see how we could save this country. Or Femi, what we saw, is entirely a different conversation.
Do you think that's what he's seeing now?
Because even within that party, some persons pretended to be like us. And before we knew it, hijacked the party. And later we realized that there was even some villa connections to that. And the party started under our watch going in a different direction from what we conceived, from what we wanted. It's complex. It's not a linear equation. So if Mr. Peter will be in any political party, everyone knows he has very strong values. And the party started going in a direction that if he must stay there, he would have to compromise on those values he stands for and those values for which a lot of Nigerians want him to lead this country.
But it is rare to find a political party that is not compromised in its elements. Compromise is part of politics. In fact, it's another word for politics sometimes.
Yes, compromise is part of politics. And that was the reason that he yielded, okay, let's have a coalition. Some obedience were critical of him that the guys you are going to meet, you don't share same values with them. Some of them, not all, are part of the structure of criminality. Are you part of
those people who saw that he doesn't share values with some of the people he was going to meet?
Every Nigerian who knows, we know all these actors,
You are an obedient, so your perspective is...
But I wasn't critical of it. I was in support of the coalition.
Yes.
At least I've been in the political, I understand the dynamics. I know that if you want to win this game, right, political party is not a case of angels and saints. It's a collection of Nigerians, and Nigerians of different characters, different values, different behaviors, all sorts. And that's also what the country is like. So if you must, you have to have a way there, but there's a limit to areas you could make compromise on. And we also know that the government of the day was determined to see that P2B was never a candidate in the upcoming 2027 election. And he said that they don't want me to be a candidate, but I'll be a candidate.
But hold on for a moment, because part of the formation of the coalition, for example, with ADC, if I presume correctly, that's the name of the party, it was obviously clear that this was a party in court with regards to its leadership, with regards to who's leading it and where it goes next. It was obvious. There was Kachuku, there was the former chairman, there was the presidential candidate at the time. So it was about going into a party already compromised, trying to define its new values, and I would say His Excellency probably had to face off with people who were also very clear from inception that they were there for the same possible ticket he was going for. So what do you think would have been his reasoning to think an Atiku, an Amechi, or any of the other prominent faces will have stepped aside for his leadership?
Well, I never heard him ask anyone to step aside for his leadership. But at the time the coalition was set up, Obi was part of it at the point it took off, right? When it was unveiled July 2025, he was there. He had leaders, and before then there were conversations, right? And one key thing is everyone knew that one person would be a candidate.
True.
People were already, said yes, there's need to make sacrifices to save Nigeria from the terribly bad direction we are headed. So but when the court cases, the other guy, Gombe guy, when he did institute the court case, you could see that he was part of the process that transitioned the party from Ralph Nwosu, who was the founder and national chairman, and all of them decided to make sacrifice. And that sacrifice is, this is a party that we're leading, but we are ready to have a new leadership so that the entire opposition could coalesce under this platform and seek to save Nigeria. But along the line, as we see often, because have you wondered why close to an election, parties begin to have crisis? So people are in party for different reasons. Some persons get to a political party, aspire to get a sensitive position, and they are ready to trade with it. And whoever comes gives them money to push a certain cause. You see them jump to it and begin to...
reverse your question, it will be, if there's a Nigerian party preparing for a Nigerian election that does not have elements of crisis, there are lots of deceivers in there who possibly are just getting along, because that is some of the things that actually define the robustness, the rigidity, and possibly the tenacity that they will bring to the election, to say we're fighting for certain kind of values through a candidate that would emerge. But Peter Obi, in his last emotional notes to Nigerians on why he's leaving the ADC, like he had previously left the PDP, Labour Party, and the ADC, and now in this, NDC, I presume so, yeah. Now that
Nigerian Democratic Congress.
I'm getting used to, they're just getting popular in my head. He has brought a lot of notice around them. So it's just as you mean. So how would he deal with the Nigerian problem when it is complex, when it is strong, and there are a lot of difficult politicians to deal with because he's seeking for one tenor, if I get him right.
Right.
So I'm wondering, a Nigerian who's in the middle, who's wondering who should I vote for? Why should they vote for a Peter Obi who often walks away when things get tough?
This last part of the statement, of course, is not true. If Peter Obi is this guy who just came from nowhere, he's not been tested, we don't know him, perhaps we could be asking this question.
What we know is that he walks away from political parties when things get tough.
That's what those who don't want him are saying, but
No,
that's
but-
not
but-
the
but
that's
it's the-
not
but
the
it's the lo-
public.
but it's the
That's
log-
not the public opinion.
He walks away.
That's not
He
the
walked
public
away from
opinion.
PDP.
He's not the only. Even the current president had walked away from political parties. He was elected as Lagos State Governor in Alliance for Democracy, right? And he formed Action Congress during his second tenure. And as at the time Action Congress was registered and existing, AD was also existing. So it's not as if
He also
AD
formed the
transformed.
coalition to a CPC
It's not
with
as if
CPC in
AD
2012.
transformed to AC. He formed a party and left AD
So
when he had problem with Afenifere leaders.
So
later ACN, before they got to APC, right?
But then would you say a Tinubu is like an Obi? Tinubu is known to, well, take
You
the
can't be
bull by
comparing apples and oranges.
No, I'm not. Not comparing apples and oranges. I just wanted to go around their attributes, the toughness around. This is the problem. I face it head on. Tinubu if there's any sense of credit to give to him, is the fact that everybody knows this is the problem. He faces it head on. His solution may not necessarily be appealing to everybody.
Obi does more than that. You say you were in Anambra in 2010.
Yes. So I'm not. I'm
Did
not going
you
after
know
his
the
record.
issues?
I'm just talking
No,
about
the records
his
are
return.
part of it because we are talking about the character. We can't define
so
a P2B
are you saying it's
just because he changed parties, which every politician
Why
in this
can't
country,
he be defined by that?
I've told you that
but
political
wait,
parties
Laz,
in Nigeria
Laz,
is
explain
not
this to me.
ideology driven, right?
Yes.
But Obi is the most consistent. He's
Consistently changing parties.
He's the most consistent in terms of values, in terms of what he stands for, right? Femi, what's the difference between CPC, CPC was a former party, right? PDP and APC.
I wouldn't know. I don't deal with them. I don't
but
deal
no,
with
but,
them.
you're in Nigeria.
I'm a Nigerian.
You may argue that you are the one interviewing here, so I should.
No, it's fine. We're interacting.
But the thing is, there's no Nigerian politician aspiring to be president at the moment that has stronger courage than Peter Obi. What we see as courage.
But there's also no Nigerian
as being
politician
tough,
in 10 years that have been in so many parties that I know of, like Peter Obi.
Is there be in more parties than Atiku Abubakar, or has he changed party more than Atiku Abubakar? But we don't want.
I said in 10 years.
If we focus this conversation on parties or not changing parties, Femi.
No,
we are not doing justice
what we're
to
looking
the
for,
state of the nation.
No, obviously, we're going to get there because I'm sure he has his own proposals for the nation.
Would have still been in Labour Party today if the powers that be did not intentionally disorganize Labour Party. We were with him, right? I moved to ADC with him. I moved to NDC with him, right? So you may accuse me of the same thing. But
I'm accusing you of the same thing.
Right.
So why did you move?
Because Obi must be on the ballot. Because Nigerians want him as president. And by the grace of God, he's going to be the president in 2027. The thing is, we've scrutinized these people. I knew when the current president was governor of Lagos State. I do spend my holiday. I had secondary school in the East. In 1999, from 2000 when I left secondary school, I was in Lagos, from Lagos to Ibadan, and I always go to Lagos because my siblings were there. We experienced the president as governor. Why was it that when a successor took over, all praises, Fashola this, Fashola, it was a star governor. There was a governor before Fashola. Was he that outstanding? There were deaths all over the streets of Lagos at the time Fashola was taking over. And when he cleared there was an Oshodi. That you'll be walking. I carried my bag in Oshodi. They used a sharp thing. Wow. Because he was booked under
and
it.
there was also Onitsha under Obi at the time. So
and on
because
Onitsha,
the metrics you're using,
Obi cleaned Onitsha.
No,
That's the comparison I wanted to make.
I understand you, but
Onitsha was terrible. They can even cut your hands if you suspect you are carrying money.
Coincidentally, you mentioned you visited Lagos. I lived in Lagos.
I lived in Lagos. I didn't just visit.
I lived in Lagos. I schooled in Lagos, secondary school.
But of course, you stayed
My
longer.
institution was also in Lagos. So I would tell you,
Obi was a star governor, and his records, whether it's in the education sector, whether it's in the health sector, and things that even infrastructure, Anambra State under Obi had the best internal road network in the country. Security-wise, he was highly rated. Even the records were there. At the time, even the Inspector General of Police, Anambra that used to have lots of armed robbery,
as an
lots of
obedient, when you
issues
say
in
the records
Onitsha,
are there, when you say the records are there, as an obedient that you are, what records are you referring to?
The records of Anambra being the safest state in the country. With MD Abubakar, IG of Police, there was celebrated years of no single armed robbery in the state compared to before Obi became governor, when it was rampant. And
no armed robbery on record.
And the Bakassi guys who were operating in Onitsha and the Agbero people, he used infrastructure from Head Bridge, made a 10-lane, with street lights, gets the Agbero people off the street, and people could go and trade at the main market. The investment in the education sector, the results are even showing more when he was out of office. He got more praises out of office on the reforms he carried out in the investigation, in the education sector, than even when he was in office. Because people could see the MDGs that was being used.
So what you're saying
development goals, Anambra was ranked top.
You're saying to me he's a skilled leader. But
identify problems, meticulously bring solutions.
Maybe I should just
to them.
I know you're pumped with a lot of answers, and I do not intend. This doesn't mean I do not respect his work and a lot of things. But what a lot of Nigerians often want to know is that why do people support certain candidates? Because sometimes if you don't ask those questions and push people to the limit, you would assume there's a logical reason why it is so, unless they provide you with their own sense of reasoning, which is why you're doing so. And yes, my question to you is identified as a skilled leader with a record, like you said, but his skills level as a politician that needs to deal with all kinds of politicians in Nigeria from now to 2027. And if he wins an election, is he ready to do that? Especially because he has phrased that he is going to be spending one term. So how will he do that, dealing with some of the most difficult, crooked, I don't want to use other mean names, but we know they're there, with some of the sponsors of insecurity as well. So how would he deal with such elements, if I would say, if some of those elements already appear at party levels or parties that he's also going through?
The dynamics of political party is not exactly the same as the dynamics of governance.
Why not so?
Right?
Why not?
As a national chairman of a political party, do you know that you can be removed from office by your ward chairman? But can a local government chairman in Nigeria remove the president?
So that happens through the political process, right? I'm talking about the political dealings that are required here.
The political dealings is
right?
what Obi
because we have seen presidents, state presidents, leave as presidents. They were there. Nobody could say much about what they did, right? Point being that you could be a president of one term, but at the same time, you do not have the political skills to navigate the day-to-day impact that you promise Nigerians. So what is he going to do, for example, to navigate issues of insecurity? You talked about how complex, how devious our level of insecurity is in Nigeria.
Right.
People talk about bags of rice as a possible economic metrics. What is he going to do? Can I speak to that? Yes. So this is me phrasing the question at you to say, what is he going to do, considering that some of the toughest people in politics are in Nigeria?
There are softwares and hardwares. There are root causes for any problem you see. And I still keep making reference to Anambra, right? Because for someone who has done something on a smaller scale, you'll be able to think if you could do it here, then he has the experience and capacity to also be able to do it on a larger scale. For anyone who was in this country who knew both the Okija shrines, all kind of stuff, insecurity dimensions in the state. And he got it solved in different ways, which I believe he could do in the country. Look at the person of P2B. Do you see him fighting people? He has this very strong interpersonal relationship. He's strong on his values, but he's a humanist. He's a very compassionate human being. He was governor with 100% PDP House of Assembly, 30 of them. You know, and he was still able to navigate.
Guess what? That doesn't even count in Nigeria. That you're in the same political party, which, by the way, is a vital lesson.
I'm just trying to say
that you could be in the same political party and somebody's game is to mess you up.
Let me land on that. I'm trying to bring out a strength in terms of even within the same political party, as you said, it's difficult to navigate, right? But the presidency of this country is one of the most powerful presidencies in the world. Perhaps even more powerful than the office of the U.S. president. The U.S. president is more powerful outside U.S., but less powerful within U.S. Because a mayor can say no to a U.S. president, and there's nothing he could do about it.
It depends on who is the president at the time, though. I was leaving it at that.
You know, so even with the current guy and some of his stuff, but there's still certain limits. But not same with the president of Nigeria. Immediately you become president or even governor or in any leadership position, because our people look a lot at leadership. They respect leadership. They support leadership to succeed until that leadership begins to show them that they don't matter. They don't care about you. They may have not been with you before you get there. But if you get there and begin to demonstrate that you are for the people and the key things that matter to you may not solve, nobody will come and solve every problem. But talking about insecurity, why is the space the way it is? Intelligence is to be in his acceptance speech last weekend as ADC presidential candidate. He's going to work a whole lot with intelligence. Nobody can convince me that the government of Nigeria doesn't have enough intelligence to tackle the problem. It comes with a political will, right? You know, and work with the people and the community. Of course, you can't get intelligence without the support of the people.
And when the people trust you, will is strong enough to move the needle all at once in a one-time tenure. The reason why I do ask you this is political will, as if there's anything he has also indicated, not proven, but indicated, is that he could have a good political will for the people. I will do this, I will do that. You know, this is my disposition on this. I remove fuel subsidy and do all of that. You could have a good political will, good political dimension. You could have a very, very human heart as a Nigerian president. But you also mentioned in part that a Nigerian president is almost cleverly autocratic in terms of once he says this is what he wants, a local government chairman cannot possibly challenge him on that. So my question is about his political will and its remaining unbroken in a circumstance where there are a lot of things that are already messy that require a level of compromise.
That's even I don't know the compromise you keep making reference to. You're not going to be doing compromise with a criminal. If Obi comes as president, he might. Do you think they are political from day one? He will make very strong statements from day one. Very strong statement on the direction. Look, even in 2015, when the late president was declared winner of the, even the bad guys kind of.
And do you think Obi will scare them
down
away?
What they later called body language?
Will Obi scare them away?
What they were expecting that, this guy is not going to take rubbish. He's not going to negotiate.
And do you think Obi can
started
scare anyone?
And people know him. And that's why they don't want him. The people who don't want him
enough to scare
the guys who don't want him are these guys, who are profiting from the current
or scared of
horrible
him,
state.
Would you say profiting?
They are,
or they're scared of him?
The state of the nation, there are still people that benefit even though they are in the minority. Those minority who are influential, perhaps powerful, wouldn't want an Obi, not because they hate him as a person, but they know what he stands for, and they know that it's bad business for them if this guy becomes president. And by the grace of God, when he becomes president, those guys will know business don't spoil. Naturally, they won't even wait for him to chase them. And they know he's not going to deal.
Let's assume he's president, right? And I mean, his concept of how he would lead the country from the last election then and now is a little bit different, right? Because a lot of his criticism of how things were at the time was about our macroeconomic performance. Oh, Nigeria compared to this country, compared to that country, this is not this is not that. On paper now, coincidentally, on paper, and I use that phrase carefully, on paper, President Tinubu, his macroeconomic numbers look like it's fine. I'm not saying his dealings with Nigerians are fine in terms of all things, but macroeconomic numbers look fine. Oh, this level of this has crashed, that has that, stability of this, FX and the likes of that. Big question is, if Obi is president, right, what would he be doing now for the people? Let's assume the macroeconomic part is covered, but dealing with the people, despite the many blocks he may face.
Obi is one who knows this country because he moves, he interacts with the people. He goes to IDP camps, he uses our roads, even though he can afford to own and use strictly a private jet or helicopter and go anywhere he wants to. But he moves, he could feel what the Nigerian people are feeling. And for anybody that will be president in this country, even the last time when he was campaigning, his campaigns didn't just stop at the state capitals. He went to places in Borno State. He didn't just campaign in Maiduguri. He went to Bama in Niger State. He didn't just campaign in Mina. He went to Kotangora. He went to different places in this country, mostly by road, seeing what the ordinary people are seeing. We talked about the macroeconomic indices and what, recently, I'm a data person. I love data. I have MIE background and all of that.
Fantastic. But, I do want to lead into that space.
But since this administration came and they start altering calculation formulas to make things that are horrible begin to look good, I begin to look more into even my own experience, right? The currency is a lot of inflation. If you used to have 10 million in your account in 2023, and now you're having 20 million. Your 20 million now by numbers will look better. But what you could buy with the 20 million is probably what 3 million will buy for you 3 years ago. So we'll take this conversation to the feeling. If you ask an average Nigerian, are you better today than you were 4 years ago? What is most likely that person's response? Do you feel safer today? What's about hope? No single administration, even if you give it 20 years, will solve all the problem. So it's not even that you have some governors who do 4 years and they achieve more. In fact, what Alex Oti, for example, has achieved in Abia State in 3 years, many Abia people will tell you that is more than what the predecessor achieved in 8 years. You understand? So it's not entirely about the duration. If you give an incompetent person power, give the person 20 years, it will still waste it and make excuses and blame everyone. But you give a competent person power, in 3 years, he could do more than what the other guy was able to do in 20 years.
You believe
I believe Obi will lift people out of poverty, will move this country from consumption to production. We're in a country where we are remove subsidy. We claim that we have more monies, right, to share across the different tiers of government. We are borrowing more. We've borrowed more in the past 3 years than was in the 20 years before then. Yet budget is not being funded. How do you reconcile that? 2025, the health minister was reported to have said that only 36 million naira was released out of over 250 billion of capital budget for the health sector. 36 million, which was less than the amount Mr. P2B donated to, health facilities and the schools of nursing across the country put together. You understand?
Yeah.
So what means that this government is borrowing and keeps borrowing and keeps borrowing, but we are not seeing value for that. They pay salaries. They say we have more money. How do you reconcile
That's
removing
why
subsidy,
that's
more
why
money, borrowing more?
when I started the question,
2025 budget
when I
implemented.
started, that's why when I started the
2026.
question, I said on paper, which is another way of saying it's when you sit down and do the
Let's discuss
calculation.
people, not paper.
Yes, it's when you do the calculation that you actually know how true it might be with those numbers. So Obi sells a strategy. His Excellency Obi is selling a strategy of hope and belief that he will get things done. And how he will get it done is what you've taken our time to explain. Now, there are people who feel that, and this is my concluding thoughts, and question to you on the issue of elections in Nigeria. You won Lagos State in the last election, and some people were quick to endorse that the elections in Lagos was credible enough for him to have won the election and transparent in its sense. That's why he won. And the tides naturally carried out the day in Lagos State. And he won, I think, in Abuja as well, and in a few other places across the country to gather up his numbers, even though the final numbers, as declared by INEC, didn't show that he won. What is the average obedient? And I mean average, meaning the thinking gap of the consensus thinking around the 2027 elections as we would have it now.
Right, thank you very much. If you look at the indices of the last election, the demographics that supported P2B, you see that most productive Nigerians supported P2B. Not just because of the message, but also they could see his history and they could believe him, they could trust. In every urban area, in every location, you have hardworking people. Obi got the votes, irrespective of tribe, irrespective of religion, and all of that. And the situation of the country in 2026 and perhaps in 2027 is even worse economically for the average household in this country than it was in 2023. So I'm confident. And of course, a lot of Nigerians. Do you know how much, like when we're in the ADC, the kind of people in APC, the ruling party, people who are not even in political parties, who will reach out to me and be like, how far? Are you sure they will give him tickets? I bet if they don't go give him, we need him on the ballot. Nigerians wanted Peter to be on the ballot. They don't care whether he's in ABC party or volume with FemiDlive party or anything, because they just feel that this is the guy that can fix the current situation, that will have the boldness, that will connect with everyone. The interesting about P2B, he connects with those at the top, connects with those who are below his level. He's just humanist, right? So winning this election is possible. A new Nigeria is possible because Nigerians are more determined. Unfortunately, INEC has shown signs of bias. We don't trust INEC as an independent or a neutral body. Every institution of government appears to be tilting towards the ruling party. But the most powerful force in the world is that of the people. And when the people come together and say never again, not even guns or whatever, because if you have those, how many are you going to kill? How many are you going to? So when the Nigerian people, and we believe that we got to that point, unite, decide that never again will we experience what we experienced the last time. We strongly believed, or I strongly believed, and many others in the obedience movement, that Mr. P2B won the last election. Even the results in my polling unit, I knew the results in my polling unit. And when I went to IRF, what I saw was different.
I see.
So APC probably got 1 or 2 votes in the presidential election in my polling unit. PDP got 3. Labour Party got over 100. But going to IRF, I didn't know the kind of stuff that was uploaded. So, and wouldn't stay behind. 2023 is past. We have a president who I wanted to succeed. I don't need to support you to want you to succeed. Because when the president of the country succeeds, the country succeeds. So I may have a preference during election. When someone emerges, it's up to us to help and support the person to succeed. But despite all of that, I'm not sure anyone has done much significant thing to undermine this administration. So he's failing because perhaps he chose to fail, or perhaps he had a different agenda, that the people didn't know and just, misled those that he misled. So the Nigerian people are with Mr. Peter Obi, and the Nigerian people, those who love this country, those who want a reset, because we can't continue on this trajectory. Some people thought Japa is the solution. I did my master's I lived there for like 2 years during the Obama's re-election period. Observed the politics of Obama's second term. It's kind of interesting. But America in 2026 is entirely different from what it was. We have a situation where from 5 years visa, if you need visitor visa from here, 5 years multiple entry. Now it's 3 months single entry. And you could spend over a year looking for appointment that you not get. UK is tightening up. Everywhere is tightening up. Between 2023 and 2024, I lived in Ireland as a resident, studying and doing some research work. So even within Ireland, Irish people have more Irish outside Ireland. So you could say their population way Japa past those with the inside the country because of their peculiar history and experience, especially with their neighbors, the British.
Yeah.
But Irish is a country that identifies with other countries that appear to be oppressed.
Yes, of course.
But we are beginning to even see in Ireland certain population that is saying Ireland is for the Irish.
Yeah, well,
and telling visitors, immigrants, you don't need you.
The Irish have some sort of history of having militia groups as well.
So Japa is no longer a solution for those who think, I will just Japa. You go, they could bond you out anytime. You could face attacks. We are all seeing what's happening in South Africa, even within our own, or even our neighbors in Ghana. They are scared that the worst things get here will come and overwhelm them. They are already complaining. So it's in our interest to get this place to work, to keep our best in this country, because there's no country that makes significant progress when their best brains, the most patriots, do not see living in that environment as a place they can achieve their dreams. And that's what has been our case in recent past. And Mr. Peter Obi is the person that will make that happen between 2027 and 2031 by the grace of God.
Dr. Las Eze, thank you for an engaging conversation. I did get you going, stirred you up a little bit, and I broke out of your natural, quiet, reserved self. But I enjoyed just watching you do the bounce back. Thank you so much for coming on Volume with FemiDlive. All right, well, you do agree or you do have a different opinion. It's very much fine. Some people would even come for me, but you can take on your debate in the comment section. It's always there for you on social media, any of the platforms, on YouTube at The Volume Pod, and on a lot of our social media platforms at The Volume Pod. Some people also respond on my handles at FemiDlive. But your thoughts on what more Peter Obi should be doing to prep himself ahead of the 2027 elections, you can as well share them, in case there's an oversight or a blind spot or there's more to the tax to be done, or you completely differ on why it should be in the running. Let me know what you think. I'll be looking out for your message. Thank you so much. I'm Femi D. Amele.
If you have a combination of Alhaji Atiku and Peter Obi, it's going to be a landslide win for ADC.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to be a super landslide win for ADC.
So this is what the data says, predictively.
Yes, thought Buhari was going to do anything significant after he has failed like 3 different times that he contested. When he brought him on board, he failed. We said, okay, let's give him another time, maybe because 4 years is too short. Well, for 8 years, he failed woefully. Tinubu has come. Tinubu is also experimenting. He's experimenting with the life of the citizens. He's experimenting with the economy. He's experimenting. But what he's not experimenting with is the politicking itself, that one is already a master in that particular space. I would prefer a Tinubu to be my president compared to having Yahaya Bello, who is a young man, to be my president, because
I guess the data on the Yahaya Bello, that's sad, right?
the data is very bad. The data is very bad, and what you can see on ground, if you go to Kogi State, you'll be wondering what is the advantage in the age.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and Diazu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined in. And yes, we're so excited for everything you do. You especially. The comments you leave, your thoughts on many subjects, they are quite interesting to us. And we take time to read every one of them. Don't worry, whether we agree or disagree doesn't really count. We're just excited to make sure that you keep reading and you share with us what you really think about politics, leadership, and of course, many autobiographies as we would have. My guest today, well, when people say know your leaders, sometimes there's also the part about knowing your followers. He knows followers based on data. He knows followers based on what people may represent. And that's why he took up interest to say, what some of the things that represent their ideas in governance and many other areas that he can deliver on. So he finds himself looking forward to leading in a political arena, having been informed by technology, and is able to drive that narrative in. Well, let me share with you his full profile now. I'm going to just pretend as if the glasses doesn't matter. Blessing Oladiji is a Nigerian data strategist, public sector innovator, political leader with a strong track record at the intersection of technology, governance, and economic development. He's the founder and CEO of a leading data and AI firm driving large-scale analytics, geospatial systems, and data governance solutions across government institutions, financial services, and development organizations in Nigeria. In 2023, Blessing contested as a candidate for the Lagos Senatorial District, bringing a reform-driven agenda focused on data transparency, economic inclusion, and institutional accountability. Welcome, Mr. Blessing Oladiji.
Thank you, Femi.
All right, there's so much to cover. I've met a lot of people who are interested in politics, who want to do politics. They have background in economics, some have background in accounting, but hardly would I say I've interviewed over decades that I've done this across radio, TV, and many other platforms. Someone who has a strong technology background and who's also a politician. How did you mix these two?
Thank you. First of all, I'm a Nigerian, and once you're a Nigerian of a particular age, you are qualified to vote and to be voted for. Regardless of what your background is, whether it's economics or sociology or political science or technology. We have a lot of people who are medical doctors, who also have ended up becoming state governors like Dr. Peter Odili and a few other people like that. So it does not really matter what your background is. However, the background has given us some advantage in the political milestone that we've achieved so far, because we believe that if we can scale banking with technology, before we had to go to brick and mortar before we can do bank transaction, but now we use technology to do banking. We've also scaled many aspects of our daily life using technology. Is it possible to also apply technology to our political space in order to be able to scale governance and leadership? And that was why I decided to give it a trial. I would say that it's still experimental, in nature, but we'll continue until we eventually get the result. Unfortunately, for this type of experiment, it's only like maybe a 4-year calendar period. There's an interval, there's a 4-year interval before you can repeat the experiment, but we'll keep on keeping on until we get to...
Do you think the 4 years is too short? Some are even pushing for 6 years, for example, for presidents and governors. Do you think our electoral calendar doesn't help with understanding data and the needs and the notions and the positions of people with time?
To make any significant change, I do not think 4 years, as it is currently, it's enough for you to make any significant change. Given the fact that if the first 2 years you are trying to understand what is working and what is not working, by the third year you begin to plan for re-election. So these politicians, they hardly concentrate.
Oh, you're one now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm one. However, but we still need it the way it is, it is currently. We still need it this way, just to be able to allow us to have a shorter turnaround time in order to be able to continue experimenting, because we're experimenting a whole lot of things. Apart from the fact that some of us are bringing technology into this space to experiment how technology is going to work, to leverage, to scale, to get a competent candidate into an elected position. We're also experimenting leadership, We thought Buhari was going to do anything significant after he has failed like 3 different times that he contested. When he brought him on board, he failed. We said, okay, let's give him another time, maybe because 4 years is too short. For 8 years, he failed woefully. Tinubu has come. Tinubu is also experimenting. He's experimenting with the life of the citizens. He's experimenting with the economy. He's experimenting. But what he's not experimenting with is the politicking itself. That one, he's already a master in that particular space, but you need time to be able to get some things right. But we'll keep on trying our best until we find a formula and a template that we will believe that it is replicable over time for the people of Nigeria.
Let's talk about experimenting. I was reading the quote. I was doing some studies, some political studies, a research paper, and one of the allusions they made is, when it comes to the role of the president of any nation, it's not a job that you actually know what they do until you start to do it, right? So many people who run for office in Nigeria do not have previous experience. This is with the exception of maybe National Assembly members. Some of them have been there 24 years, 20 years, 16 years. But the executive role, the elective roles, if I would say, they are not exactly the jobs you actually know what to do until you start to do them.
Some things are constant in this life. One of those things that are constant that is you cannot argue is change, Nobody ever planned for, while you are contesting and while you are campaigning, nobody ever planned that Iran and US and Israel would go to war. And the implication of that war is going to impact the price of fuel in the economy, you understand? Even though the war is happening more than 10,000 kilometers far away from the shores of your country. So there are many things that people don't plan for. Once you get into the Aso Rock or into the government house, they begin to play out and you begin to think on the go, you begin to think on your feet. So it's largely going to be, let's see if this is working and let's see if that is working. Nobody ever planned across the whole, nobody planned for COVID-19. And COVID-19 struck at some point where lockdown. Then at some point, some economists said that no, Nigeria cannot survive on lockdown. We need to find a way of getting people out on the street to start working, But it's all experimenting because maybe nobody in our lifetime have actually experienced pandemic and based on what is happening now. A lot of us never planned for, maybe except me anyway, but a lot of people never plan for the scale of artificial intelligence as you have it today. And these are things that are going to impact the conversation in the future for the economy, for employment opportunity, and so many things. So you just need people that are very flexible, that can acknowledge that, oh, I have made a mistake. This experiment that I'm implementing is not actually working. I need to look for a plan B or a plan C. I'm looking to look for alternative. It's not to stick on your gun to say that, oh, what I'm doing is working while it's not working. Just acknowledge that you have failed or your experiment has failed. You remove subsidy, it did not work. Then bring back the subsidy and look for something else that you can do to cut the losses and better the life of the people.
So that sounds like what a technologist would say, input output. Literally, I mean, you have a turnaround of an experiment or a code that doesn't work. You go back up the chain and see where you missed it. But they say governance, it's a little bit more difficult for you to just turn and make a U-turn when you've made the governance decision, unlike many other space. But let me take you back to what you said on the issue of you plan for AI, maybe except you. That was the statement you said. How did you plan for AI? Because I've seen a measure of your thinking. You talked about the fact that, there was POS, ATMs that soon enough, the financial future is that these devices may not be there anymore. But let me ask you about how did you plan for AI?
Okay, so I'll respond to two things. I'll respond to AI. I also respond to experimenting. So personally, for me, AI, it's not something new to me. My master's project was something around facial recognition. And what I worked on was if this is a very sensitive part. So how do you identify a woman in hijab? This different type of hijab that you just see the eyes alone. How do you identify that is the same person that is walking past? Because those people in hijab or people living close to people in hijab can actually identify them, regardless of the fact that it's just a small section of their face that they can see. So that part is called principal component. It's a principal component feature in identifying that personality or identifying that object. That was my master's project. Facial recognition. When you have minimum information, how can you still identify that this is the person? That concept is a branch of artificial intelligence. 2021, my master's, my PhD that I started in 2021 was on natural language processing. Again, where you have minimal information in banking system, how can you identify what kind of transaction that is happening in that space? Spend analytics. How do you identify what customers are spending their money on, even though you don't have so much details about what they are spending their money on? Just a simple test, Again, natural language processing is also a branch of artificial intelligence. So if artificial intelligence now becomes mainstream now, it is what we have been working on for quite some time now. So it does not come to me as a surprise. However, I was a science student. I'm a technology person. We do a lot of experimenting. We build applications. We see whether it's going to work, and we tweak it along the line. That is why you have version 1. That's why you have Windows 98, Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows 2000. We keep upgrading. We keep changing things. We keep making decisions. We keep canceling the decision that we made and make new decisions. That is also how government should work. I think we should experiment. In fact, if you want to make some policies, I have a micro way of piloting those experiments. Like, for instance, say in Lagos, for example, you want to scrap Danfo because Danfo kind of defaces Lagos State. How can we in 2026 still be running Danfos on the street?
Why can't we?
Danfos are no, it does not look, it defaces the aesthetics of Lagos State. See, we can have better transportation system, public transportation system other than
the BRT
Danfo.
came, but then the BRT could not override Danfo.
Now, so this is now my postulation or how I think we should go about it. Take a local government, scrap Danfo from that local government, scrap Keke from that local government. Don't scrap Keke or Danfo from the entire state, because it's going to affect all of the people in the state. But take a local government and experiment.
But that was partly done in Lagos. What you're saying is already partly done in Lagos. There are parts of the island where you don't find Okada. right, in Victoria Island. You find easily in some axes of Surulere, right? You cannot tell you want to ban Okada in Agege. That's literally impossible.
So no, it is not impossible.
Literally.
To be honest, nothing is impossible. But we need to be more intentional about this experiment, and we should know that this is an experiment that if it works, then we are going to scale it. Perhaps maybe why they have not been able to scale it from the island to Agege, for instance, is probably because maybe the experiment has even failed. But if you put your mind to it, say no. If I take Lagos mainland, for instance, which is my local government and my constituency, I say, okay, this local government, we are going to be scrapping downfall from this local government. There are not going to be keke from this particular local government. But then, how many buses do we need to have in this particular local government that can get to the last mile, that can get the passengers or the commuters to the last mile, within the local government? Let's experiment it. Let's make it work in that local government. Then let's take the lessons learned from there. Let's scale it to Surulere. Let's scale it to Apapa local government. Let's scale it to other part of Lagos State. Then we can learn. But if you say, you wake up today and say, in the whole of Lagos, there is no longer going to be Okada, it becomes very difficult to manage. At the end of the day, you see that some of those policies and those implementation, they fail. So experimentation is allowed. Even if you are going to remove subsidy, you should follow an experimental approach to removal of subsidy, because you cannot tell exactly what the impact of that removal of subsidy is going to be on the lives of the citizens that you are meant to better their life. You cannot say that I want to demolish this house to build a better house, so I'll just bring down the whole building. No, you can break down some part of the house, and then rebuild that part. Then you can then relocate people from this part of the house to the part you have already worked on, so that you can demolish this other part.
So that's the logical sequence. But I don't know if you do know this. There's what you call policy circle in governance, which is for the period you mentioned, for example, fuel subsidy is gone, to the period where you start having a change of heart, if you would, or you're holding your ground to say, I'm going to keep it on. There's a policy circle, and there are a lot of things that are undocumented in between that, meaning people who would go hungry, people who would have, there are many repercussions to policy circles that sometimes may not be documented in data, especially in an underdeveloped country like Nigeria, where it is absolutely difficult to rely on just the data gathered. But you're a data person. Let's talk about the data with regards to elections, for example, in Nigeria. I look at the results and some of the back-end registration that's possible that INEC has put out there through political parties to say, this is people that have registered. This is a gold mine. What do you make of the data around election in Nigeria? Have we been able to use it to its penultimate?
Data is everything. According to Airtel, even though the data for Airtel is data service, internet access to the internet. But data is indeed life. Data is everything now, Data is not just the future. Data is now. Data is the past. Data is going to be the future. And I believe that a lot of people are also beginning to realize the impact that data can have in their life. So for some of the engagement that I've been to, even when you go to the political space, they say, they want data. Politicians are reaching out to us to say, blessing, okay, what can you help us to, what can you compile for us regarding polling units in our area and the information about or data around the people that are living in those constituencies. We have so much data. We have, so when you delineate Nigeria by local government, by ward, and by polling units, we have the number of people, the estimated number of people that are living in those polling units, and of course, that is going to inform how you should plan or what is the number of votes you should expect from a particular polling unit, which case into the ward, which case into local government and so on. But beyond that, we have all the schools in Nigeria. We have all the hospitals in Nigeria. We have all the marketplaces in Nigeria. We have what do they sell in those markets? Is it food market? Is it livestock markets? And so on and so forth. So even when you're going to be mounting your campaign, or when you want to go on a political outreach, or when you want to do maybe medical outreach, you can tell these are the people that I'm going to meet. This is where I'm going to find them. And this information are not just lying there in the cloud or in the space. We have the geo coordinate. We can tell you the pinpoint. So if I take Guarepa, for instance, I can tell you the marketplaces. I can tell you the location where you can find those marketplaces, for example, and the estimated number of people that are living in that constituency. So even when you're going to be mounting your billboard, this place, the footfall in this particular place is going to be lower than this particular location. These artists that we've been able to collect, for the past 4 years after we fade, in the experiment that we did in 2023.
That's you when you did run.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, in 2023.
Do you consider it failure? I mean, when you say failed, I would have thought you would have said lessons learned.
Maybe lessons learned. So we haven't achieved what we wanted yet. That's what I mean by we did not.
I know technically people say fail, technology. So it's either it succeeds
but
or fails.
We've learned a lot. We've gathered more data, and now we can tell at a particular time of the day where you have more people, where you have more crowd of people, or maybe where you have more traffic at a particular time of the day. All of this information are what we are gathering in order to be able to also to gather as input into the next round that we are planning.
It makes me start to think, and I'm feeling chilled asking this question, because there's also the need to be predictive in politics, in elections, if I would say. Predictive, for example, that maybe an ADC can beat Labour Party in a constituency, or PDP would traditionally lose in a particular constituency, or a sitting president will lose in Asuruk, which, by the way, is consistent with what has been found. I mean, those are some of the inference that comes out from all this. And I wonder, do you think 2027 election, there's a predictive element around what you've seen from the data on what could possibly happen?
So I've done that work. It's only that I've not published it yet. We've been able to predict what are those drivers that can turn the table against, the incumbent, or turn the table in favor of the underdog in this election. We've built those predictive models, and the data is there. Like, the data is there significantly. There is work that needs to be done, but we've done those predictions. So I'll give you one prediction.
I would ask for 2 more.
I'll give you, okay, I can give you 3. Many combination of Peter Obi and Alhaji Atiku on the ballot. It's a win. It's a win for ADC, for example. If you have a combination of Alhaji Atiku and Peter Obi, it's going to be a landslide win for ADC.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to be a super landslide win for ADC.
So this is what the data says, predictively.
Yes. If you have Peter Obi and Kwakwanso on the ballot, the margin in favor of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso is about 53%. It's about 53%.
That's if 2 of them run against each other.
If 2 of them
I
run
understand
together,
but I'm trying to simplify.
If 2 of them run together against President Tinubu, the margin, their victory margin is about 53%. So there is a victory margin, and there is the percentage of number of votes that they are going to get. It's about 53%. The one that is marginal is Alhaji Atiku and who now? Yes, I remember Amechi. Alhaji Atiku and Amechi on the ballot. It's going to be like a 45%, where there's a 10% that is undecided. That is what the data has said. But the data keeps changing. When if you monitor US election, there are predictions where are the votes going to swing. There are surveys and opinion polls that are conducted from time to time. So based on the survey that we have conducted, that is what the data is currently saying. But that is
how did you do this survey? Because that's the question I can hear somebody who's watching this asking that. How would you know that an Atiku and Obi would beat President Tinubu?
Okay, so I'm careful to say this, that we have a distribution of respondents across the whole federation.
Okay.
So the data is not skewed in any way.
They're not biased.
No, there is not skewed. It's not skewed in terms of, and if it's not skewed, that means it's not biased. It's not like maybe we are talking to Igbos alone or we are talking to Yorubas alone. We just took people randomly. It's just a random selection of 3 respondents from each ward across Nigeria. But of course, it's not going to be all of them that will respond. But the response is going to be a random response. So we push the campaign, we push the survey to them and get them to respond. It's based on their responses that we now collate the data. And I can assure you, if Peter Obi and Alhaji Atiku can be on the same ticket against President Tinubu, it's a done deal.
What's the margin of error?
The margin of error, it's about 5%. The
That's
margin
high.
of error. Yeah, well, Libo, yeah, but that is honest. That is high, but that is honest because, of course, there are a lot of things that we did not factor into this prediction. We did not factor if the electoral officials are compromised. We did not factor that, which is a strong factor. We did not factor...
How is it a strong factor? Because it's never really been documented that electoral officials are compromised at a scale that it will affect election. I do know it happens by
Are they
wards.
compromisable?
Yes, of course they are. By wards, I know it happens in wards and everything, but at the state level, I mean, it's been difficult to document such.
So because it is not documented, we don't have the data to be able to make those predictions because it's not documented. But it is a strong determinant to what the outcome is going to be. We ran a prediction survey for Edo election, and it turned out that the PDP candidate was going to win the election, but PDP did not win the election eventually. And of course, we can tell that it wasn't a fair or free election. We can tell that there were other things that happened along the line. But of course, those are the part of our prediction that we cannot factor in. But if it's going to be on a free and fair election basis where allow the voters and the electorate across Nigeria to come and decide based on the survey that we have conducted, the combination of Atiku and Peter Obi will give President Tinubu a good run for his money.
So let me push to the other side of this because it seems that we've talked about Atiku and Obi and the possible numbers that would do that. What are possible factors that favor President Tinubu?
Yes, so if Alhaji Atiku is running alone against President Tinubu, or if he's not running with Peter Obi against Tinubu, President Tinubu is likely going to win. If President Tinubu is running against Peter Obi alone, without any of these big names that I've mentioned, President Tinubu is likely going to win the election. So as long as you don't have the combination of these two big names, Peter Obi and Alhaji Atiku, or Peter Obi and Kwakwanso, on the same ballot, President Tinubu is going to win the election.
So let me make an inference from that. That literally means that you need a compounded ticket of 2 major personnel who have been in elections in the last 3 elections, if I would say, Kwankwaso, Obi, Atiku, maybe Amechi as well, for them to, if they run individually or in any way against President Tinubu, they'll lose. I mean, that's the inference I'm getting from what you're saying.
The 2023 election data supports that. Of course, 2023 election supports that. If you combine all together, President Tinubu got about 8 million votes. Alhaji Atiku got about 7 million votes. Peter Obi got about 6 million votes. Kwakwanso got 1 million votes from Kano. Just do the combination. Just combine it.
But that's permutation.
So this is 2023 election corroborating the survey.
Or
and
permutated.
Not necessarily. But that is simple arithmetic. That is simple arithmetic. It's supporting that. But this is not, the survey we conducted was not even on the basis of what happened in 2023. It's just, okay, what's happened if you have these two people contesting against this one person? Who will you vote for? You do that survey, you keep it, then you do another combination, another random sample of respondents. If you have Peter Obi and Kwakwanso against President Tinubu, who will you vote for? And then by the time you compile all of the results of all of these surveys, then you can see where the people, where the thoughts are going. And the interesting thing that we have not done is to now drill down that survey into by state. We can drill it down by region and drill it down by state to be able to tell, okay, these are the people in this particular locality or constituency that would go for this candidate as against this other candidate.
Just listening to you, and I'm doing visualizations in my head, and I know you know this well, it tells me, if I know any politician, tell them not to waste their money on this part, because this part, according to data, says this. It tells me, oh, run for Senate, don't run for federal constituency. That experiment is similar to what your situation is. 2023 was about running for Senate. Now you want to run for federal constituency role, right? And you're sizing down, or should I say you're sizing a new direction, because I really don't know whether it is down or up for you, but you're sizing in a new direction with regards to what you want to do with your campaign. And I'm guessing the data informs you of why you should do so.
That is what data does. Data is like a compass that tells
No, for you as regards Lagos now.
Yes, I know you want to talk about me.
I'm curious, actually.
Yeah, but if whether for me or generally, so even after I've come to tell you that the combination of Peter Obi and President Tinubu, this is what the data is saying. It gives insight, it gives direction to say, okay, I think we have already secured this position, we've secured this particular constituency. I think we should work more on this particular constituency. So between now and when the election is going to happen next year, there can now be investment, or there can now be activities in order to be able to swing, some part of those people that belong to, that are likely going to vote for the other camp. Now, and that is the same thing that we're applying when we contested in 2023. The scale was very wide. We ran in, because when you are actually contesting, yes, it's me that is contesting, but we are many that actually contested under my ticket,
Okay.
Yeah, so there were like 3,000 polling units, or 62 wards. That is equivalent to the number of polling units that you find in some state and the number of wards that you find in some state. The scale is too wide. Remember, we are also experimenting, you understand? So you don't experiment with, there are people like Shore, they are experimenting with presidency. Why not go to your local government and experiment with local government chairman, or experiment with maybe the governor of your state or the Senate? Your voice, as Shore, your voice will be louder in the Federal House of Representatives than as it is currently. You understand? So we decided to scale down the scope of that experiment to see if we are able to get a better result this time around. And we are not just doing it for ourselves alone. So there are also other players too, other contestants and candidates or aspirants that are also not on the big ticket, that are also going to be using our technology in order to be able to drive the aspiration in 2027.
It's interesting you do. I mean, we've talked about combinations of candidates and, or should I say, aspirants who may work together. I'm interested as well in terms of the political figures that we have in Nigeria. Some say just let them go away, let them leave the political scene completely. Let's forget about some of the big names that are in ADC. Let's keep people, young people, a fresh face, 40 years plus, and the likes of that. And there are people who say, oh, no, we need somebody who has a long political profile. And there's the not too young to run who says, oh, well, we've crossed now. We've created the gap for young person to run. Why are we not backing a young person? Why are we looking the way of, in quotes, the big wigs in ADC, which, by the way, has the party with, should I say the party, or the party associated with a lot of big wigs at the moment? Because I know there's a lot going on, even with convention and no convention, ground or no ground. Those are elements that there is. What's your take about political figures and the making of a political figure according to data? So, Peter Obi, there's a lot of things people say he has going on around him, right? Is there data that says he's a strong political figure of both now and the future, similar to Atiku Abubakar, similar to Sowore you just mentioned, similar to Adebayo? These are people I know that I've met, that I know also run for office. Presidential Rotimi Amechi is also there, comes to mind. I mean, these are names that are political figures. And is there data for individuals and what they can do?
What they can do in terms of leadership, or what they can do in terms of
what they represent. Let me rephrase to what they represent. To say, oh, this is Sowore, there's data on Sowore.
Yeah, of course.
Is there?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, wait. Let's slow down. Is there data on Sowore?
There is data.
Can I be curious?
There is more than enough data, you know.
What's in on my data?
In fact, when you ask me any data question, I can easily answer that data question because I've been doing data in different formats, whether it is structured or unstructured. We can always get data. And in fact, with the power of the tools that have just recently been released from November 2023 and now, what the AI guys, ChatGPT, Claude, and so on, Gemini, and so on, what they've done is that they have collected data on every possible subject across any constituency. And so if you need data about
data
anybody,
mining, yeah?
Yes, if you need data about anything or any subject,
in which they also say it may not be accurate. Often they say that.
Yes, of course. So that is a disclaimer. That is a disclaimer.
That turns out to be true sometimes.
Yes, because data also keeps changing. So the truth I have yesterday may no longer be the truth today. You know, so if you ask me in 2023, January 2023, if you say in 2023, who is the president of Nigeria, you know, somebody could have said, oh, is Muhammad Buhari, that is the president of Nigeria. But another person could have said, oh, is Tinubu. So you now begin to put context into it. And that's why Daniel Boala will say there's a context to
No, but I agree there's a context to most of these things. Yeah,
yes,
true.
Yeah. So back to the question around data. Yes, there is data on almost everybody, especially publicly available data. And there are also data that are also not publicly available. And that is where you augment knowledge. That is where you augment knowledge when you have data that is not publicly available. When you add it to those on that publicly available, you begin to know more about people. So for people like Peter Obi, they've been in the public space since 2010s. You know, he's been a governor. We've seen what he's been able to do. So we can tell to a high degree of confidence that this is who this person is going to be. When President Buhari ran for, when he was the military president, 83-84. And when he became the democratically elected president of Nigeria, there is no significant difference between who he was then and who he was years after, because it was just the same style. There is data that can predict who this person is likely going to be. Over time, he won the first election. He lost the first election, gathering 12 million votes. He lost the second election, gathering 12 million votes. He lost the third election, gathering 12 million votes. And then Tinubu felt that, see, okay, you've been getting 12 million votes. If we can put additional 3 million on top of your 12 million votes, maybe we can make any significant change in the outcome that you get. And they entered into a coalition and they gave him extra 3 million votes, and he went from 12 million to 15 million and he won. You understand? So this is some things are very predictable, especially where there is fair play. You know, in economics, that's fair play in economics is called provided all things are equal. You understand? But all things are never really equal. You know, so there is data on everybody. There is data that we can use to decide. There is data on people of a particular age group. Yeah. But there are also data that are not significantly, there are patterns that we have seen that is not significantly different. You cannot see that people of age 40 and below would perform better than people of age 60 and above. No, there's no data that supports that. So we cannot say that age is an advantage. Age is not an advantage. I would prefer a Tinubu that is, some people said he's more than 80 years old, but the official data we have is that he's 73 years old now, or maybe 74 years old. I would prefer a Tinubu to be my president compared to having Yahaya Bello, who is a young man, to be my president. Because
I guess the data on Yahaya Bello doesn't sound right.
The data is very bad. The data is very bad, you know. And what you can see on ground, if you go to Kogi State, you'll be wondering what is the advantage in the age. So age, but there is no significant difference. Age is just
let me push you. I mean, you talked about the fact that you used the analogy from Buhari when he was military leader of the country, and of course how inconsistent he was when he became the president. Price of rice, price of this. Yes, it looks like those are some of the key factors. My mom used to call it where you drop things on the floor and then the soldiers flog you. The operation
War Against Indiscipline.
War Against Indiscipline. I know it's something. I can't remember the first one. Was War Against Indiscipline that, of course, he had running on, and there was much talk about that. But I wanted to ask you about President Tinubu. 8 years as governor, and now he's president, right? Who knows? He should likely be running for a second term. But do you think the kind of success Ile claims to, and people in Lagos also acknowledge, in Lagos, it's going to be able to do it at scale if he continues as president based on data?
I don't want to speak all of my mind about President Tinubu, but let's look at some of those things that the data is saying. President Tinubu had issues with his deputy governor, Bokno
Koforola Bokno.
Yeah, he had issues with Femi Pedro. I believe, based on this pattern and this data, it's just a matter of time. President Tinubu is going to have issues with Vice President Kashim Shettima, and it's likely going to change. It's likely going to change him. Those are the patterns. President Tinubu consolidated power in Lagos State in such a way that even many years after that he is no longer in the system, the ecosystem still revolves around him in Lagos State. I believe that President Tinubu is also going to replicate that model. If President Tinubu as a governor could fight a sitting president or could challenge a sitting president using every instrument available, using the courts, using Agbero, using everything he could use to get it done, he's also going to replicate the same stuff at national level. And I believe that opposition will be silenced completely. There is simply no opposition in Lagos State. There is simply no opposition.
At that time?
Maybe until recently. It's until recently that you have someone like Gbadebo Rosevival is becoming more vocal against the...
He's in ADC, yeah.
He has transitioned from many PDP. Parties, from PDP to Labour Party now to ADC. But to a large extent, there is no coalition of opposition in this. This is arguable.
Even with the ADC?
This can be I stand to be corrected. You understand? Okay. You understand? So you'll be asking, where are the people like Jimmy Agbaje? Where are the people like Dapo Sarumi? Where are those people that challenged Tinubu in those times? They cannot form like a band of, so things cannot continue this way. The recent Odoyalaro bridge that was launched, they spent about 260 something billion naira in order to construct just a bridge. That is half of the budget of Nasarawa State. That is half of the budget of maybe.
But that bridge has been under construction for about 2 years or so.
Not.
By the way, for those who are watching, Odoyalaro is just before Ojota. You asked me if I've done conductor work before, but I have my own good share of Lagos.
Yeah, So notwithstanding, but that is a whole lot of money. That's a whole lot of money. Not even then. We are talking about the budget of those states now. If you compare it to the budget of those states then, because many states have actually their budget sizes have in naira seem to have grown maybe over the past 2 to 3 years. So compare it to the budget then, that is humongous. Nobody is. Well, there are a few people that are speaking out, maybe Rose Vivor or maybe the national deputy leader, Bode George.
Okay, Bode George.
Yeah, Chief Bode George.
Well, Bode George has always spoken. Yes, Chief Bode George has always been vocal.
So apart from those two people, there is... You can imagine, but that again will be replicated at the national scale. And is it happening? Yes. You can see alignment before, without election, or at the end of election in 2023, maybe there were 20-something governors in APC. Today, you have 32 governors in APC without election. Even the people that are not in APC, like Professor Charles Soludo, they are all aligned to
Governor Alex Oti.
And Governor Alex Oti, they are all aligned to APC. It's just that their body is somewhere else and their soul and their spirit is somewhere else.
That is an Abra, if I would say that way.
Absolutely. So the point is that President Tinubu is going to consolidate power the same way he has consolidated that power in Lagos State. But this is what I expect. I also expect that he has a good eye for discovering talents. President Tinubu can spot talent, and he is going to hand over. I believe he's going to hand over to a successor who would perform, relatively speaking, who would perform better than him. He is currently playing the politics to consolidate the power and probably to create the foundation, for the people who are probably going to come after him. So I give it to him. I'm also writing a book on President Tinubu because I believe President Tinubu is someone that we should study. Yes, I think he's someone that we should go to invest. If you want to be a political student, politician in Nigeria, I think you should have a textbook on Tinubu and you read it, and then based on what you have learned, you try and replicate it. And I think there are people that are doing that. Wike is learning Tinubu. There are also a lot of yes, Wike is learning Tinubu. It's Tinubu's model that Wike is trying to replicate. So I think Tinubu works.
I thought it's a study of his own right as well. Yeah, yes.
Wike himself.
Yes,
right?
It's a study in his own right as well. It's somebody to be studied for many reasons I know that are beyond words. But it comes to focus in some certain lights when it comes to some certain kind of activities when it comes to politics. I have to admit to that. Okay, well, let's leave it at that with you for today. But I really would love to bring you back at another time because there's a part of me that is waiting to talk about AI in elections in itself. How people would vote and the likes of that. Yeah, I know it's too early to tell even now. It's less than a year to elections, actually. Or is it too early to tell? Let me not presume so.
It's not too early to start making those predictions. But just know that the dynamics of the data keeps changing because it's like even though we have so much data on, we started with football, you know, and you're asking me which fan am I, you know.
By the way, I hear Arsenal loses their match in April. And this is not me. I hear
but the
last 4 years, they've always lost their match in April.
So even though we have so much
that's
data,
because of Pastor Poju. I don't know where Pastor Poju heard it from.
Even though we have so much data on football, we have data on the players, we have the data on the matches, we have data on the pair of two different teams. It's still very difficult to say at 100% level of confidence that, this is what the outcome is going to be. And that's why the gaming business and the betting business, that is why they are making a lot of profit out of having people make their predictions. But it's not too early to decide. If the elections were conducted today, what would the outcome be? You know, that you can predict that. By the time you give another 3 months, maybe if the fuel price goes up to 3,000 or fuel price comes down to...
Do you think it will go up to 3,000? My friends in the economic circle, and these are very strong people, I would not mention name, they tell me it's going to cross 2,000. I'm also confident that it will cross 2,000 because I did a little bit of macroeconomic studies. But do you really think it will get to 3,000?
It's not going to be the making of the president, but yes, that probability is very, very high. The probability is very, very high. You know, the chance is there because, again, it's the global price of the market that determines. So if it keeps going up in the world space, it's going to affect how much we buy fuel here. Except the president now decide to say, no, we want to benchmark it at 1,500 and let's reintroduce subsidy, which the president is trying to avoid. But again, you know, as we said in the beginning, when you're experimenting, sometimes you need to roll back. We, technology people, when we are trying to create an update on a system, if the update does not work, you always have a rollback plan. Just return back to what is working until you figure out how you're going to proceed with the change.
That's my story with my Apple devices.
Oh, yeah.
Because front no go.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, that's an interesting one. So there's this question which is a wild card, a little bit different from all we've talked about. There are a lot of young people access to internet right now. The world is going bonkers, and if you have the good view of what would happen and predict economic models and all kinds of things, we know it's going to be a very difficult time in days ahead. Somebody with some level of AI resourcing, what do you think young people in Nigeria should be doing next? I know it's a question that is both wide and very focused.
I am scared.
You are.
I'll be very honest. I read computer science, BSc, MSc, PhD, things that would take us 3 months to do before. I can just write a simple English command, you know, and start this interview. And you ask me one question. Before I finish answering that question, I go back. A full system is already built. A live system, all you just need is to publish it and make it go live and it's functional. That is what it has become. So to be honest, what I will say is we are close to the end times, you know. Yeah, the end is very, very near. I'll be very honest with you. So what does that mean? For now, the sector that I think would be safe are those sectors that require using your hand to do things, you know. Maybe plumbing, you know, maybe fixing.
Mechanic.
Even their electric cars now, these cars are automated cars. They are probably going to be robots, you know, that can fix those cars by themselves, you know. But maybe someone who fixes AC that has to climb the ladder in order to get
those blue-collar jobs.
Those blue-collar jobs. I think those are toughs that I think they are safe for now. You think that a driver's job will be safe. You think a cleaner's job will be safe. If you go to a hotel in China, you can see a big hotel as big as maybe Transcorp. You only find maybe 6 front-end staff that are interacting with you. Every other thing, it's a robot that is cleaning, it's a robot that is serving you food, it's a robot that is doing everything. That is the future. That is the future. So how do you protect yourself against that future? I'm still trying to figure it out. So I don't have the answer yet. But I'll just say, let's prepare for the end.
I have been joking with my good friend, Mr. Blessing Oladiji. I could almost say doctor. If you've completed it, I would say doctor.
It's not confirmed yet.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well,
I've not defended my thesis yet.
Hello to our professors. Well, Blessing Oladiji is a Nigerian data strategist, public sector innovator, and political leader with a strong track record at the intersection of technology, governance, and economic development. He's the founder and CEO of a leading data and AI firm, driving large-scale analytics, geospatial systems, and data governance solutions across government institutions, financial services, and development organizations in Nigeria. Thank you so much for being involved with FemiDlive.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's know what your thoughts are. Bring them in. I know we've touched on a lot of sensitive parts in this conversation, but it's good to know that you have your thoughts about them. So share with us what you think, mainly on various subjects as we've had them. Thank you so much from DMLA. God bless you.
An expensive hospital where people go and die is just... an over-glorified mortuary. You can't buy development, you can buy infrastructure, but you can't buy people. You have to build people. You can't secure someone that doesn't trust you. In fact, the moment you show up with arms, and I don't trust you, you're a threat. Why would they? Why would I put myself in the line of fire with criminals for infrastructure that doesn't serve me? Why would I die? Or potentially die or become a target for criminals because I am trying to protect infrastructure that doesn't give me power. And if I die, nobody will remember or care about me. Our experience of the state hasn't been one that has really engendered trust. These people are not designed primarily to enable my survival. So I will survive in spite of them, not because of them.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined the show. Exciting comments as always. Yes, we read what you write. Some of you have taken up interest in some topics of interest that you say, oh, push into this, find out more about this, find out more about that. And many of you have also taken out time to say you really appreciate the perspective that the guest brings in to various conversations. My name is Femi D. Amele, and my guest today is Mr. Amara Nwapa. He is a director at the Yaradua Foundation, and he joins me now. He has extensive knowledge in the civic space, if I would say. But the problem with defining him as such is that I've met him in many undefined grounds, especially because of the knowledge he carries on how politics, governance, and many other areas of life works. And he joins us now today. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Femi D.
Thank
it's a
you.
pleasure to be here.
Good to have you here. I know it's a tight schedule and it's marvelous. I was super excited when you said you were 2 minutes away, 7 minutes away. I was like, okay, yes, finally, Mr. Nwapa is here with us today. All right, let's get into it straight away. It's a very interesting situation when it comes to governance in Nigeria. Yeah. I think in the last 5-10 years, it's a new study for anybody who's following politics in Nigeria. I don't think we've had somebody who leads the country in such a way that is unified politically, but it's also diversified in its rights as well. I'll take the Ekiti example, the Ekiti election that just happened. It literally says, this is the person that won. Clear results. But people are saying, well, we had diversified opinions that were not reflected in that election. And I can presume that that is a sample of what may happen in the main elections. What's your thoughts about the fact that politically we're looking homogeneous, but then diversified opinions are in there as well?
Well, for me, it starts with how you are measuring homogeneity. I think if you look at how the elections are going, then you would assume that there is some sort of homogeneity. But there are challenges with that because the election is some sort of process window. It clarifies certain things, but it doesn't promise you clarification on a whole lot of things. That's you making that extension. So the election asks you a certain question about a list of candidates and who would you prefer in that list of candidates. And so a number of people or a percentage of people make the decision to participate in that process. The people who don't, you have no idea what they're thinking. And in Nigeria, we have a low turnout when it comes to elections. Even the Ekiti election, I think it was below 40%. And so a lot of people ask if you can have true legitimacy if you have such a low turnout. So that's a challenge. There's so many people who don't see the elections as relevant to their pursuit of survival. They see other ways in which they can continue to participate in collective survival without having to go through the elections. And so the election doesn't sample them. It doesn't give us an idea of what their opinion is. Again, the election is limited to the political questions it asks. And some of the reports coming out of Ekiti elections, for instance, tell us that there's also been a lot of vote buying. And that, again, tells you, maybe there are a lot of those decisions that are driven by pragmatism. And pragmatism, anybody who studies legitimacy understands that there is pragmatic legitimacy and is different from moral legitimacy. And so they should not be conflated. Pragmatic legitimacy is about what is suitable for me at the time. So what am I being incentivized to do? And it disappears when that incentive disappears. Or when the cohesion around that, whatever is pragmatic, withdraws or, it can be overpowered. But moral legitimacy emerges from someone making a decision as to this is the right thing to do. And so that's also different. You can't conflate the two. So sometimes when you look at the election as a mirror into what society is thinking, you might mistake that for other things. So I would say that elections give us a pragmatic look into how Nigerians are engaging with the formal state and with formal processes. But beyond that, it doesn't tell us very much.
Which gives room to worry about those who make moral decisions. I mean, it sounds like they're two different things, but then they almost looks like the pragmatism versus the moral position. It's really this versus that. And you think about the moral nature of those who will be voting for the very first time. They've never really even experienced what it feels like to say, well, I can almost feel that my vote, when they said number 100, that was my vote. When they were counting, that was my own vote. People were starting to feel, oh, what moral ground should I go out to vote? And it looks like from the last election, the national election, even till now, every other by-elections, voter turnout seems, people start to look like they're disinterested on moral grounds. So my question would be, do you think there's still enough motive, or, if I would say psychological motive, for anybody to look at the Nigerian and say, oh yes, I still want to go out there and vote for moral reasons as against any other reason?
Well, I think it's very good. If we're discussing moral obligation, then the rules or the norms that govern moral obligations are different. I think one of the earliest scholarly works that throws open the discussion in Nigeria was by Peter Eke, when he talked about colonialism and the two publics in Africa. And he talks about the relationship that Africans, and particularly Nigerians, have with the civic public. And he classifies it as extractive, which means that, people would take from the civic public, but would rarely give. And then there is the primordial public, which is, people's affiliations, the ethnic affiliations, the religious affiliations, and the informal affiliations. People feel more, obligated towards those publics, and they will give, and whatever claims emerge from those publics, they find that those claims, are able to demand obligation better than the civic obligations. So the question for us is to answer is, what makes those publics different? What is it that makes people more committed and feel more obligated to a certain public other than the other? And I think it has to do with two things. The first is the historical experience. What have we experienced from this public? And if that public is predominantly extractive, if it imposes, if it hasn't given us enough to believe, then it's very difficult for people to put their survival on the line, in favor of a public that does not reciprocate.
Yes.
So that's a problem. And so people will not do that naturally. And unless they are forced or they're incentivized, they wouldn't do that. So that puts us in the pragmatic legitimacy box for civic engagement. And so how do you translate that into moral engagement? You have to give people a sense of belonging. People have to feel like this is ours. We belong here. And that sense of belonging has to come from the public. And it's only when people feel like they are part of something, they're genuinely part of something, they belong, then they feel obligated to keep that thing going, to keep it looking good, to continue to exercise or to produce or provide social labor. Now, voting is a form of social labor. Most people don't realize that. To leave your house on a Saturday, to spend the entire day, sometimes under the sun, and in a place like Nigeria, to expose yourself to violence and to possible, other things as well that could happen. That's social labor, and that social labor is not given for free. People will give that social labor only if they feel an obligation. And so society in general, formal processes, the state has to look at how to build a constructive relationship with the rest of society. And if that happens, then you will find that you will see people coming out with their social labor, not just for elections, but for other things that are, development related.
And it gets me going when it comes to performance theatrics that is going on. Yeah. So, the last election, before the campaign, before the official start of the campaign period, one of the things they said, go and check the record. I have done this in this state, that and that and that. Performance theatrics is back when a city president, for example, says, under my first tenure, or during this tenure that I am on, go and check what we did with these roads from this place to the other one. Insecurity is not as bad as that. There are all kinds of things. The president speaks to it. This talking about national level. And of course, the state governors also buy into this to say, this is what I have done. And then you have the people who are contesting against them, who as well say, I will do this based on the fact that I have done this in the past. So there's this measurement of performance theatrics, which kind of builds into the psychology of a typical Nigerian. And of course, we, the media, help to amplify all those performance theatrics. I'm concerned about elections that go around performance theatrics. The reason is this. Many leaders claim, this is what I have done. But when it's now time to follow up with that work at a level of skill, it becomes a problem. Why is that so? Where people who say I have A1 parallel, when it's not time to do another exam, it's not easy to enter. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, it is to say that governance is a collective activity. It's not something that can be successfully delivered by one person. And I think it was Chinua Achebe that, give us the best way to classify this or to appreciate this, with a proverb that says that if one person cooks for the entire community, they will finish it. But if the entire community cooks for one person, then there's no way he's going to finish it.
True.
And if you want the kind of development that is sustainable, or kind of performance that is gets the full A1s as you talk about, then it's the kind of performance that galvanizes people. And I think it was Abdul Malik Simon in 2004 that talked about people as infrastructure. You don't, physical infrastructure, and I see a lot of politicians talk about it, building roads and building hospitals and building stadiums and all of those things. They are inert. They are inert. And in most cases, they can actually be foreign. They can or feel foreign. They can feel like impositions or out of place. And it also governs people's interactions with those infrastructures. So sometimes you find that infrastructure becomes terrestrial, it's ornamental to the,
decorative.
It's a decorative thing. It doesn't necessarily engage with the people in a way that, in ways that align with how they are pursuing survival. So in that case, it's just foreign. I have a pedestrian bridge that is next to my office and nobody uses it. When you are crossing, people still run across the road. And you might look at this and you say, well, these people are stupid, right? They are acting irrationally. Why would you have the safe option and then you choose to run across the road? But if you study sociology, and there is actually a paper, that talks about vernacular infrastructure, you will find that when infrastructure is built that is not embedded, it's not embedded in society, it's not embedded in the community, then the community or the people there treat that infrastructure as foreign. It's not a member of the community, so it is foreign. And we only use it when you compel us to use it. But it doesn't feel familiar to us. And people will always do what feels most natural to them. And unless you have designed things around the humans that you expect to use it, then you've done poor design. And I think in design, they call it human-centered design.
Yes, human-centered.
And so people are actually your first infrastructure. They're the real infrastructure. They're the ones who make anything alive. It's the way they use it. And I think that until we begin to develop people infrastructure, they're the ones who use the infrastructure that you build. So if you build a hospital, the hospital is useless. It's walls and machines until there are good doctors in there. And it's not just doctors, it's nurses. And it's not just nurses, it is cleaners. It is technicians. It is people who maintain the generator, who open the gates for people, who manage things. For instance, the case with Chimamanda, it's the anesthetician, those little things that we normally don't factor into our reasoning in Nigeria. It's just people. But those make a difference, because an expensive hospital where people go and die is just an overglorified mortuary. And so until we begin to build around people, but then people are not, you can't buy people. You can't buy infrastructure. You can't buy development. You can buy infrastructure, but you can't buy people. You have to build people. You have to make people feel like they belong. You have to make people feel obligated. And it's that obligation, like, where I started, it's that moral obligation that brings out the social labor. And that social labor is what makes infrastructure not only work, but it makes it sustainable. It will repair it when the infrastructure is bad. It will make sure that people treat it with care, that people use it like something that they want to see around for the next 30 years. But when people don't care about it, when there is no social obligation, when there is no moral obligation towards the infrastructure that you build, then people don't use it constructively. They use it destructively. And then eventually, 4 or 5 years down the line, you would have to buy another one.
And that, 5 years is too far, because usually it gets into the next campaign cycle that I'm repairing this thing or I'm replacing it, as one would find. July 2024, the Supreme Court, of course, did grant local government autonomy, and everybody was excited. Finally, what looks like a big chunk of the FAC allocation to local government will get into the hands of the local government chairman, if they existed before then. In some states, they did not, but it was exciting. But next month, which is July 2026, it will be 2 years, and this is starting to feel like one of the very supremely beautiful laws that would never be truly implemented in Nigeria. I was interacting with the local government chairman, and they asked him the question that, okay, you've been running this place for about a year plus now. What have you done for your people? And he talked about 100 students that were now with laptops, digitally trained and all of that. The only challenge was that it was in a community in Umuahia South, where it's a lot of young people in rural setting, barely with light, if I would say, that he was responding with regards to the kind of project he has done for his community. And the debate started with what the people want, what you think they want, versus what you can do for them through the maybe lobbying the governor and the likes of that. The local government space in Nigeria seems to be in a mess. Nobody even understands what the local government chairman is doing anymore. What's your thoughts about differentiating the roles that they do and the concept of the autonomy where we are now? It's completely a mess, isn't it?
Well, I think we have, I think there's something that I read a long time ago about how we imbibe certain Western imaginaries from the global North, but we haven't literally translated those things into actual reality, our own realities on the ground. And one of the good examples was how we imbibed the wristwatch as its jewelry value, but it didn't follow with the timeliness. And so we all wear wristwatches, and you're wearing one right now, and I'm wearing one too. But when we say, something is at 2 p.m., people arrive at 3. And so there's a dichotomy between having a wristwatch and actually coming on time. And I think when we talk about autonomy as well, what is the purpose of the autonomy? Like, who does the autonomy serve? Because, autonomy has to be in the service of something. And if that in the service of is left as a vacuum, then of course, strong men, people will take over. And it will be put in service of whoever is able to make an answerable claim. The whole point of local government is to bring governance closer to the people. And if you're going to do that, you're going to have to make that autonomy serve the people. And the way to do that is to have more control, have community structures, have more control over the local government. Unfortunately, that is still the unfinished job of local governance. How are the ways in which communities govern themselves? How is that reflecting in the community governance of local government structures? The local government has to be a vehicle through which the federal government serves the people. Because, it's been fed by the federal government. But it can't be that the local government becomes, lording an imposition, over the people. There are many ways in which Nigerians organize governance at the grassroots level. Majority of it is not through the Western imaginary. It's not through the formal means that we do things. We do a lot of things through affinity groups. We do a lot of things through associations. Our grassroots governance is plural. So you will find that there is no figurehead per se, there are different jurisdictions, and those jurisdictions have ways in which they're governed. So the markets are typically governed by women and women groups, and then the pathways to the streams and clearing of farms and so on is governed by the youth, and of course grassroots security as well, and then land issues and any community disputes, you have a council of elders or something like that, and then there is the cultural, ceremonial, and sometimes political figurehead, and you have traditional leaders and council of chiefs and so on. In some settings, the configurations can be different as well in other settings. And that's how people do collective action. So how is that kind of governance, how is it interfacing with the local government? Because if that interface is not constructive, if there is no what we call institutional complementarity between those informal institutions that people trust, by the way, because for the past 10 years, Afrobarometer has done surveys. So has, I think, API, they've done surveys. And through all of those 10 rounds, every year of surveys, you found that Nigerians will tell you that they trust their traditional leaders more than they trust government. They trust their religious leaders more than they trust government. The trust index is always above 50, 60% for these informal institutions. So that's where people go. That's the first place where people go when they have a problem. When they have governance issues to resolve, that's where they go. That's where the real governance is. And so that interface, that institutional complementarity is, for me, I think, the unfinished work of local government autonomy.
And it's so interesting that while almost one thinks about it being malleable, there's still the issue of, okay, so what do we do now? New local government chairmen are possibly going to get in as the governors come in. I mean, those who are there legitimately, who may not align with the governors, may find themselves out of a job very soon. 774 local government. But I'm also concerned about the scale of insecurities. It's almost clever to say that, for example, in Sokoto, I was reading the report about how Bello, 3G Bello, the sergeant, literally has a camp where he's training people. And I start to imagine the size of that camp and the effect of it on that entire state, Sokoto state, and how they're finding the governance there. Why is it so? I mean, why is insecurity and the faces that lead the insecurity, why are they so prominent? And the government says, well, we're dealing with it. We have the money back. We will not say we're exchanging money, but we're dealing with it in our own way. And it looks like it's taking a strong ride towards our elections because the kidnapping in Oyo State is still hanging in the balance for meaning they're back, they're not back. Stories about Pastor Storm being kidnapped and returned, and all kinds of stories in between that. But the scale of the insecurity and its formation seems to be strong. I mean, how can an insurgent release a video and it's clear that, okay, this is his message and it's out there?
Yeah, I would say that we often overestimate the reach of the formal states. The formal states is limited in its capacity to cover all of Nigeria, the entire territory of Nigeria. And so you have that there are so many parts of the country where there is limited state presence. And because of that, people have to make do with what they can provide for themselves. And we do joke about this in Nigeria a lot. We talk about us being our own government. And even in terms of people who are in urban areas, the scope of the state's capacity to provide is limited in several domains. So for instance, you provide your own water in most places. You provide your own electricity. Many estates in Nigeria organize their own security. But because some of the people in the urban areas are closer to government, but also maybe even have more resources, so some of these are easier for people to manage. And so the gaps don't really appear as wide as if you travel farther and there's less capacity and less resources and so on. People really begin to feel the lack of state presence. And of course, that makes people vulnerable, not just to need in terms of need for energy, poverty, and all of those things, but also to insecurity, because then it's easier they're more vulnerable to bad actors and people who come from, different areas or even emerge from that community and seek to oppress or impose themselves. So that's typically what's happening. So I think I was reading a report of a meeting that was summoned by one of the traditional leaders in Oyo State following the kidnap of this, the kids and their, and their teachers. And I remember him mentioning that, there's so many hundreds of communities in his own area where there's no police presence, and if you look at it, even if you take, any report that you have, or, that, Grid 3 did a survey, for instance, looking at, just where there's police presence, police stations around the country, you would see that there are many places where you wouldn't find, a GPS pin where there's, police. And the same thing with access to justice and so on and so forth and all of that. And so the state needs to broaden the scope of its presence, but it can't do that by imposition. It has to work hand in hand with the communities and, in essence, empower those communities in a way that is complementary to the state. And I think that's how federating entities actually function everywhere else. The problem with Nigeria is that we have a federating entity that does not reflect our reality on the ground. So we have states, but those states are who? Are they a collection of people who already recognize themselves as belonging to each other? No. So within those states, you still have entities that need to be federated. But how are they federating within the states? And even in a local government, you will have entities that still need to be federated. And so we need to think very seriously about our federating infrastructure and how that federating infrastructure incorporates different entities, plural entities, as belonging. Because that's how you can extend the reach of the state. That's how the impact of the state can be felt everywhere in the country. We also have to think differently about our security infrastructure. Security follows trust. You can't secure someone that doesn't trust you. In fact, the moment you show up with arms, and I don't trust you, you're a threat. And I wouldn't run towards you. I would run away from you. And in many places in Nigeria, the state is not trusted. And so
why is that so?
It's historical. Our experience of the state hasn't been one that has really engendered trust. And trust is not something that just happens like that. It's something that is built by trust. So if someone has harmed you before, you don't normally trust them. So historically, and it's not only just the current administration or the administration before them. I think even the post-colonial government inherited a colonial state. And so the colonial state itself was a sin, to people. And I don't think there's been a process of reconstructing that relationship. And so it still always comes from a place of mistrust. This people are not designed primarily to enable my survival. So I will survive in spite of them, not because of them. And that's a rational behavior. And that's pragmatically how Nigerians engage with formal institutions, not just the state. It just isn't compatible with the way in which we have factored we can survive. And so that is something, that's an interface problem. How do you interface with how people actually are negotiating survival or organizing survival on a day-to-day basis? And that's a challenge for the state. It's not something that can be resolved by hard policy making. It's a soft power situation. It's something that you have to continue to engage and ask people questions. And you have to reconfigure state institutions to complement how people are negotiating survival. And that could mean empowering community policing in a way that it is controlled by the community, but they have access to arms and to hard power to enforce their own laws and their own norms. And it can't be resolved by exhortation, because in so many cases, the norms and the laws that those people want to enforce might be incompatible with your constitution. So you have to enter into a negotiation about what they can or cannot enforce. You can't force that on them. And that's how you begin to establish the compromise that leads to collective survival. Development is going to be a negotiation in Nigeria. It's going to be a negotiation that unlocks social labor. $26 billion every year sits in informal power generation through generators. It's not money that is accessible to the grid or to any electricity policy. And it won't be unlocked until you have gone to the bowels of how people are doing distributed generation and address the survival needs there. Until you do that, that money is sitting there. It's not accessible to any policy instrument that you make. The same thing with security. Your grid infrastructure that's passing through so many communities, once in a while, people will cut it down and sell the metal.
I always imagine they use scissors to cut it down.
Yeah, because it is of no relevance to how they're seeking survival. And even the vigilance of the community is taken for granted, that communities will be vigilant about protecting public infrastructure. Why would they? Why would I put myself in the line of fire with criminals for infrastructure that doesn't serve me? Why would I die or potentially die or become a target for criminals because I am trying to protect infrastructure that doesn't give me power? And if I die, nobody will remember or care about me. I will just look like, Bubu the fool. Nobody wants to do that. It's a rational decision to stay out of the way. And, as long as the condition remains the same, Nigerians are going to continue to make that rational decision.
And that's the reality on ground. But when you think about that, about some would say it was survivor, some would say it's a selfish thinking Nigerian that would think so. I mean, the people who may be patriotic will brand you as you're selfish enough not to even protect the future of your children by protecting Nigeria.
Is it the future of your children anyway? It's, at some point in time, you have to think about your survival and perhaps the survival of your children. And it is an assumption, you mentioned the word performance. It's fiction when people say this is the future of your children, when it hasn't been proven to you through actual acts of care that this is your future. This hasn't delivered any past or present to you. How are you going to trust it for your future? How are you going to deliver your future into the hands of something that hasn't given you in the past, isn't giving you in the present? Even you will not believe that fiction. You would reserve your future or your bet on your future for something that has actually cared for you in the past and is currently caring for you in the present. And that's the reason why Nigerians will trust pastors and trust religious institutions, because when we are down, who helps you when you can't pay rent, when, bills are due? Where is the place that you go and you can trust for your survival to continue? It's not the state. In many grassroots communities in Nigeria, for many Nigerians. And so it's irrational that you will look at this and say, even when people say it out of performance, to say this is your future and this is your kid's future, even the person saying it may not even believe it, that their future is in the hands of that formal process that they are midwifing.
And the debt bonding that we have in Nigeria is climbing more than ever before. In fact, I was following through with some of the requests for more money to be borrowed, and I could not even recall what was said about the last money that was borrowed. It looks like it's English, but then it's still very mystical to understand or comprehend. Our debt burden is climbing. Nobody even has an idea of how the debt system will be paid, but it's interesting that as a government, or what should I say, as the government leads us, the people leading us at the government level, their interest to get more money to fix things, as it is said, is mysterious. Do you think the debt profile of Nigeria would overwhelm us eventually, or it has overwhelmed us, as I would want to presume, sir?
To be honest, I don't know. I think the people borrowing money to a state institution that is not completely embedded in the way in which people negotiate survival, I think they also have to take care of their own risks. And so if you look at Nigeria as a state and they've come to you to borrow money and you are lending them money, you must also bear responsibility for your risk assessment. So I think that, it's not a very viable, debt profile, not just for Nigeria, but for those who are borrowing us money. So I think it's a situation that needs to be re-looked at, because when a state is not commanding obligation, when, you look at the turnout elections and people are not really participating in the state's processes. It's like when you come to somewhere and the person says, look, listen, I'm in charge of this place. But when they summon people to come around for an event or a meeting, 5 people show up, 6 people show up. Out of possibly 200, a room that is supposed to be able to occupy 200 people, you see 10 people show up. And you still want to back that kind of organization or that kind of organizer that says, look, I can organize something. I think that is something that, needs to be looked at. So in terms of our debt burden, I think is a risk that is shared between the borrowers themselves or the lenders themselves and the formal institution. A lot of Nigerians will look at it and say, how is that affecting the price of Gary in the market? It does, but, of course, people are not making that connection. But what really matters, I think, is that the state has found a way of making itself independent of the economic activities in the country. And it is not at the time considering yielding that independence back or ceding that independence back. So the state is looking for ways to fund itself without demanding obligation or without delivering obligation to people. Because when you go to the people to fund you, you owe them something and they can collect. But when you have a history of being funded by oil receipts, which is you take oil and you sell, it doesn't feel like something that is coming out of people's pockets. So your funding is not going to, or your funding problem is not going to be a reform burden on people, because once you try to reform your funding model, you're changing the sacrifice configuration.
Yes.
You are changing what I will call the social contracts with the people, where now they have to foot your bill. They have to be the ones to pay for your Range Rovers, your SUVs, your trips abroad, and so on and so forth. And they now begin to get a stronger voice as to whether you can travel or not, you can do this, whether you can do that, whether you can enjoy this perk or not. And I don't think it's something that people will cede easily, that all of a sudden FemiD, who just, I don't know where he got 2 microphones from, is now the one to tell me where I can spend money and where I can't spend money. So until the state has gotten to the point where it can abide by citizens dictating how money is spent and where it's not, we won't be able to solve this, how we finance our state. Right now, if we don't have a ridiculous amount of money coming in through oil receipts, we have to borrow.
It's a reality that there is to deal with, especially when we deal with international markets. The international markets are all over the place. The metrics in which of what is going on, you don't even want to apply that to your debt situation. It's a whole new ball game. But also still in the international markets, or should I say international realities, Nigerians are being told, go back to your country. We will beat you till you go back to your country. People are too much in this country. South Africa, Ghana, and there's the invitation from the ambassadors asking Nigerians, if you want to go home, let's go home now. But that reality is playing out in South Africa, in Ghana, in United States. They're a little bit more formal about it, but the words, of course, of President Trump is quite clear what his directive is as regards things. What's going on? We were the nice guys that were sought after, expatriate and everything, but nobody wants us anymore in their country. Why is that so?
Well, I think when a relationship becomes extractive, it becomes very difficult to sustain. And I think that, we also have to think, about our relationship with the rest of the continent. I don't think we've really, since the 70s, during the Obasanjo-Yar'Adua time, when we had a Pan-African foreign policy under Joe Garba, I don't think we've ever really given a thought as to what would be our relationship with the rest of Africa. And whether that relationship is going to contribute to their survival or if not. We had a great relationship with the rest of Africa when their survival struggle was around ending apartheid and ending colonialism, and we were very instrumental in that.
That's true.
And so they saw us as relevant to their survival struggle. But the struggle has changed. The people are now, it's about economic stability, it's about jobs, it's about reducing crime rates, it's about how you're perceived across the world. And I don't think we've defined ourselves, in terms of how we feature into how other countries are negotiating their survival. At the time when we had a lot of oil, we were relevant to their energy security scenario where we could, allocate barrels of oil for them, and we were a big brother in that scenario. And we're no longer that big. We're old brother now.
Old brother, but not the big brother.
We're old brother now, and you have to adjust. And I think a failure of leadership, it's a failure of imagination. We still have a lot to give. We still have a lot to contribute. We still have a lot of belonging that we can, claim in the rest of Africa. But the way in which that relationship is being managed has been poor. If you look at, many people are watching the World Cup now, and you look at Lionel Messi and how he has evolved as a player over time. There was a time when he was young and he could run around the pitch and he could take on 5 or 6 people at the same time and score a goal. The Ankara Messi, period. But as he grew older, he had to evolve. He's now Uncle Messi. And so he has to walk around the pitch sometimes. He can't run. But he's still able to be lethal because his relationship with the team has evolved. He has changed his relationship with the team. And I think it's also a lesson for Nigeria in terms of the way in which we are configured as a nation has changed. How does that affect how we also reconfigure our relationship with our neighbors? I think we're still approaching it as if we're still the big brother and we can tell people what to do, and we can, we're no longer in that position. We have to manage the relationship differently. And this is not to say that the behavior from, other countries like South Africa and all of that, the Afrophobia that we are seeing is right or justified.
True.
But from my perspective as someone who studies political science and social science, bad behavior can also be rational. And you have to look at where the people are coming from. Nigeria, we've been in that situation before where we asked people to leave Nigeria. It was bad behavior, but to us, it was rational at the time. And within Nigeria itself, we still have Nigeria phobia for a lot of tribes, and we are still talking about Fulanis, and we're still talking about Igbos and so on. And we still have very bad things to say. And many times we still have commentators and people even pouring out on the streets and saying people should go back to their homes. So it's not something that is exclusive to South Africans. It's something that we are also capable of ourselves of being that person, of being that Zulu guy, and saying, go back to your home. We're still capable of doing that. So we have to understand the rationale behind that. And we have to address that. What is the harm? What is the thing that these people are, motivated about? And why is it a matter of discussion for them? It could be where the state is failing. It could be where society is failing. It could be where, the economy is failing. And perhaps if we learn from that, we can apply those lessons back home, because I think this is the most important place where we need to apply any lessons that we learn. How can we foster a greater sense of belonging and social cohesion? Because we can't export what we don't have. We can, even a lot of the lectures that we're giving South Africans and Ghanaians and other people, it sounds hollow because they can turn it back to us and say, what are you doing about this? Because those similar challenges do emerge here too as well.
I'm going to push you on just one last subject as we round off. I was reading this morning about the fact that in July, there's going to have to be a new British Prime Minister, a new UK Prime Minister, let me say it that way. And this will be the 7th one. It's going to be the 7th one in 10 years. And it looks like it's now a very fluid society. Left, center, taking over and the likes of that. And I started to imagine, okay, so what if somebody comes in that has small Trump attributes and takes over as the leader and decides to look at London? You people in London, you're too much, and the likes of that. But I'm just a little bit, And you find a lot of British ministers resign for different reasons, performance reasons, all kinds of reasons. And I think about our society in Nigeria, and I think about Nigerians there who suddenly say we left Nigeria because somebody was staying too long. Now we are here. People are changing your prime minister too much. What's your thought about the dynamics of people who leave when they feel, oh, okay, the politics is not going my way, especially as we have it in the British society now?
Well, you have to, first of all, I think this challenge is as old as Thomas Hobbes. That talks about, I think he wrote the book, what was put together in a book called Leviathan.
Leviathan, yeah.
Yeah, and it's about the wager in society, about, reaching out to a sovereign for, survival. And I think for a major part of the post-war settlements, that is after the Second World War, the global North believed that, that wager was settled, because the pressing question of survival had receded into the background and there was political stability. But what's happened is that several complications have emerged over time that have thrown open the question of survival again in Western society. And because that question of survival is now again live and salient, instability has come into play. And so you find the situation that you're seeing in the UK, for instance, where the clarifying moment was the Brexit votes, when most people thought that it was just going to be a procedural affirmation of staying in the EU. But it shocked most political commentators when the Leave, overcame the Leave coalition, overcame the Remain coalition, and Brexit.
Are they even in or out now? Because I'm really confused about the policy direction. It looks like they're out somehow, then in
it's
somehow.
Still an unstable political situation because you have the Remain, which still, a bit fragmented, but you can still categorize a Remain coalition, and you can categorize a Leave coalition. But it's about, again, survival. It's about the post-war identity that is being reproduced. You find that over time, the UK has tried to reform the identity at the center of its political establishment. It now is more cosmopolitan than it was post-war. But that's created a problem because it has left the British carries Englishness identity. It's left it unreproduced or withdrawn reproduction. And so that's where all of these challenges have come from, because there are still people who are dependent. They define themselves by their identity, and they insist that that identity has to be reproduced. So it's being reproduced through other informal surfaces, and that's what is now reflecting in the politics. And so this instability is the fact that it hasn't found a home politically. It still continues to move between political parties, but it hasn't found a home that says this political institution actually carries or will be the home for reproducing, our identity. And you can say the same thing about the US and all of that. But I think for us in Africa, if we're looking at this, it's more or less about how we define our own identity. If we can create, in the moment of this crisis, a Pan-African identity that all of Africa can reproduce, it gives us a specific place in the global picture that allows us to negotiate our economic and political position or leverage going forward. The US is renegotiating its own political position and the obligation of the world or the rest of the world to the US. Other countries are looking at that. I think it was at WEF that the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney also gave the speech about the middle powers. And, we're looking at China as well as an emerging, polar, pole in the geopolitics of things. But where is Africa? Where is our positioning for the Agenda 2063? That is the Africa that we want. And I think this is the opportunity for us to begin to look seriously at how we're positioning ourselves as a collective to be able to achieve that.
Brilliant. Brilliant as always. Let me quickly add that to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Amara Nwapa, for coming on. Mr. Amara Nwapa is director at the Yaradua Foundation. Thank you so much for listening in. And yes, there's a lot of things to think about. And one thing I would encourage, if you're a political science student and you do a lot of study, you can find a lot of his articles, his work, his speeches online. He does this from time to time. I always love to listen to Amara. He also loves to listen to the kind of people I listen to. So we always jam. That kind of, are you coming is never the plan. We just jam at the event. And yes, he has come on the podcast today. Thank you so much for coming.
Always a pleasure seeing you.
All right, let's catch up with you and what you're thinking about this. Looks like these are very practical and clear ways to see what's going on in Nigeria and Africa, if I would say, and the things to get done. Maybe it can get done now. Maybe it will take more time. What's your thoughts? Let's find out more from you. I'm FemiDlive. Thanks for your time. A process.
Yes, there's a process.
Young people can make a difference for themselves. He has been consistent with that. That has opened many doors to him.
I feel the present set of political players have encroached into our time. And the generation behind us, they are the hunger.
For somebody who dives into politics and at the same time mentors, because those two arenas can be tricky because they would say, follow what I say, don't follow what I do. How have you combined that?
The problem we are faced with as young people today, a lot of people want to jump the process.
Is there a process?
Yes, there's a process. I'm first a young person. I'm first a product of the street before whatever, circle I find myself politically. The most effective and the most powerful tool to mirror excellence is peer-to-peer influence. That power of saying greatness. And not just greatness, but greatness you can connect to. You didn't just have the idea, but you bettered the idea. These young people, the governors, the president, do they allow them bet their initiative, or they just take appointments and say, okay, we appointed a young minister, we appointed a young commissioner for youth. Can that person write a policy and discuss with his principal, and that policy is initiated back, is domesticated in the society?
Your experience, does that happen? Is that allowed?
State governors should give their young people that they'll be given privilege to be on that table, who have idea, to make their ideas a reality.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. As always, glad you joined in. And yes, welcome to the show. I am FemiD Amele. Grateful for every time you've written in and made your comments known on different aspects of the show. Well, one thing is sure, as you continue to put in more comments and give us direction on what you think we should be talking about, it informs us on what exactly to talk about. I guess one of the biggest conversations today, when we look at our back end of our channel, we see quite a number of young people, 25 to 45, thereabout. A lot of people are asking for direction and stating what direction the country should go. So we brought in somebody with extensive knowledge of working with young people who is able to say, oh, this is what you should be finding out and determining your future based on. I've known him for a few years now, and he has had one single message: young people can make a difference for themselves. He has been consistent with that. That has opened many doors to him, both in government and also in private space. In fact, as it stands now, he leads his own organization known as the Not Too Young to Lead Initiative. He's also a special advisor, senior special advisor to the current governor of Delta State. Please join me to welcome Elvis Obasi Akpobi. Welcome.
I mean, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much for coming on. Well, I did say right, and I was right when I said I've known you with just one message consistently. For somebody who dives into politics and at the same time mentors, because those two arenas can be tricky because they would say, follow what I say, don't follow what I do. How have you combined that?
Okay, so oftentimes I believe that when change wants to happen, a lot of people get affected. And right from childhood, I always question the status quo. But as I grew older, I tend to go for courses and all that. I know I had to tell myself that emotional intelligence is key too. So in the quest of questioning the status quo, I always subscribe to emotional intelligence. And then that has helped me navigate around the very toxic political circle. But the fact remains that, firstly, I'm first a young person. I'm first a product of the street before whatever, circle I find myself politically.
People often say they're a product of the street, but they clean up so well that you can't even smell the streets on them or in any means like they've gone through any of that. But today you mentor people and sometimes they look at you and say, your story doesn't look like where you are. There's no street in you. You just claim to the street in some sense of it. How have you been able to use your story, which I don't mind if you share part of it, to connect to young people today?
Okay. Firstly, everywhere I go to, I tend to use my own story to, inspire young people. And that young child from the slum, there's a slum. The last time, one parliamentarian from Canada told me I shouldn't be using the word slum. I should be using underprivileged suburb in Igbi Street, Delta States. I had parents who didn't have much, but they knew that quality education is key. And they gave me that. Well, I think I was privileged to also school among those very, very influential, those that have the right surname, I would say. Maybe because then I was always tops when it comes to primary school. I didn't let that habitat change who I was then and not even who I am now. But the thing is, I go back there often because going back there is just to tell those youth that your present destination is not, it doesn't determine, like where you're coming from does not determine where you're headed. And we live in a world of endless possibilities. And God has also blessed me with a network of good people. Aside that quest to want to be better, that quest to want to make change, God has blessed me with a network of good people. I have people like you, FemiDlive. I have the likes of Hamzat Lawa, Moses Siasia, a whole lot across. I have Eddie Jawalo from Liberia, even the present Minister for Youth in Liberia, she's also a friend. These are people, your circle determines where you're going to. And I always tell my friends too that a caterpillar that is always seen around the parrot, can never become a butterfly. What you listen to often, the circle you keep determine how far you go on. And God, above all, God has been faithful. But I'm still under construction. We've moved from that IT boy at the generator house in government house to that youth corper that served as a protocol officer to a personal assistant to a commissioner to an SC to the immediate past governor on youth development and now an SSA. And I've been able to use my advocacy to advocate for young people to be in government. Charity, they say, begins at home. And today I don't mean to, today we are blessed with the governor that as the entire school today, half of the school in Delta State, they are young people. Yes, because we have a youth-centric governor. But it doesn't end there. We like Oliver Twist, we still ask for more. Because this is our time. And I feel the present set of political players have encroached into our time. And the generation behind us, the hunger for, to be on that table is key too. So we can't be muted. I feel God just placed me there to always say something diplomatically because we need to be on that table.
When you do say encroached into your time, I find that phrase very refreshing because I've not heard it from anyone to say, oh, young people feel some older politicians have encroached into their time, especially the ones that are doing a bad job at it. Let me push you on the environment, the young people that are from your state and neighboring state. In fact, the entire Niger Delta region. It is almost notable that they are a force of nature. There are people who are bold, clear, and they grew up no sense of being reserved about challenging status quo. And they've also known what it means to be in a place where there's resources that doesn't benefit you down the road or doesn't benefit you. And for the people it has benefited, they've also seen how well it has done them, but not done much for them. How do you explain to anyone that if you get out of this slum kind of life, it is not a lottery ticket, that there's a roadway to it?
Yes, there is. A lot of the problem we are faced with as young people today, a lot of people want to jump the process.
Is there a process?
Yes, there's a process. Everything I am today, it was determined by everything, the stages I went through to get here. And anything I'm going to be tomorrow, I need to go. So God has brought me to tables where I always pray for. Before now, like maybe years before now, I need to be on this table. Why the delay? But today I'm thanking God for delaying that table, because if you had brought me earlier, I'm not sure I'll have the wisdom to manage the responsibilities that comes with those tables. That's why this brings me to mentoring and equipping young people for leadership, mostly because everything rises and falls on leadership. Today is not just about advocating for young people. How prepared are these young people? Because we don't want accidental leaders, people who didn't prepare to, a lot of us young persons will fail today, not because we're young, but because we're not prepared, we're not equipped for the responsibility at that table. So I think that's where the advocacy is pushing into. Back in Delta State today, the governor makes it a duty to always approve Delta State Leadership Bootcamp run by my office, Youth Mentoring Office, where we have like 120 emerging leaders from Delta, sometimes others from other states, for a week-long leadership bootcamp where people talk to them on emotional intelligence and all that. People share their story, because for me, I think we should start telling our stories, whether good or bad, to inspire the next generation of young people.
Where is the border when it comes to encroachment between what the young leaders who are pushing for, especially for the few, for example, if I had to pick from the 20 who say they are now ready to lead, versus the ones who are leaving? Where is the borderline? Let's use Delta State or any of the states in that region as an example. Because if you go national, I'm not sure we'll find the borderline.
No, if I want to use Delta State, when we start having this privilege to be on the seat of the table, if maybe I have a friend today, we were playmates or peers, he's a commissioner for environment in my state today. I have a friend who is a commissioner for youth in my state today. We are friends. And so when this governor came on board and appointed these young people, I'm like, okay, if my peers, someone in my circles, people in my circle are not commissioners, it means that very soon I'll get something like that. I'll get something, but the only thing is to prepare myself. So for me, I think intergenerational dialogue is key. I'm working on a program like that already ahead of the next election, because we can't just find we have energy, we have the innovation and all that, but we might not have the wealth experience. So I think the leaders who are well experienced, it's time we start having dialogue, roundtable meeting, that this is how it is. This is how it is. Leadership is not easy. Well, sometimes from afar, we are quick to say, if I were there, I would have done this. But you hardly, there are a lot of behind the scene in leadership. You want to make tough decisions. Either way, one person is hot. So for me, I think drawing the line, it's for us having a conversation around intergenerational dialogue. Yeah, it will help a whole lot.
And one thing that a lot of people have never been able to navigate when it comes to the concept of mentorship. So somebody is alive who has never lived through that experience before, but has just gone through an experience you're coming behind on. And he says to you, this is what to do, right? You just talked about you yourself are still learning along the lines of leadership. And there are young people who are saying, how can you be telling us about intergenerational dialogue when the people who are filled at politics and governance are the same people who are about to mentor us, teach us about how to be good leaders? How does one resolve that?
I didn't get that.
Okay, so you have old people, old politicians who have, been guard, leading the way for a while. And they come to young people to say, you people are not ready yet because you don't know what we know, right? Let us teach you. But these same young people look at them and say, what do you want to teach me? You're failing at the job of providing good governance. How does one resolve that?
Okay, so I believe I've been privileged to, move around the world, and I've noticed something that when I go to the Western world, I notice that they have a working system. And for me, it's people that makes up the system. It's people that make those policies. Fine, a handful of the older generation of leaders, they fail because it's their policies that determine if Nigeria is habitable or not for us. But the thing is, we can still revolve around them to, know where they fail. And also, because what you don't know is above you. And also work on solving those problems they were not able to solve. So that's what I think. If you don't, you must go through the process. The president today went through the process. I've seen pictures of him being a follower. Today he's leading. Despite we expect more from him, but I also know leadership is not easy. I just believe that the thing is appointing people who are ready to solve problem solvers and, always putting them on their toes. You'll get it right there.
Okay, so let me pick it up to ask you with regards to when you think of young people now, I was going to mention the president of the Senate, Akpabio. He was talking about the fact that, moving on, that Warri would serve as the capital of Delta State, and you would find Asaba would remain the capital of the proposed Anyoma State. And I was wondering how that plays out in the demographic of young people in that space.
Okay, for me, I think what we need now as a state, I need to be very, very categorical. This is not state creation. But if it comes, fine. It breeds more development and all that. But I think we need more of the multinational oil companies relocating their
to come back,
their administrative headquarters back to where they drill the oil.
Why would they want to do that? Because they say their environment has become hostile over the years.
Hostile, no. I think that's the wrong narrative. It used to be when we had these militants and all that. We have this pipeline vandalization and all that. But the government, in a sense, contracted it to one of Africa's best indigenous security company, which is Tantita Security Services. And since they took over that contract, it's been the economy is booming because
no more vandalization.
No more vandalization. One and
categorically or just
categorically no more vandalization. I'm not sure. I could, we have the internet check. I'm not sure since that firm took over, the pipeline surveillance of the Niger Delta, I've ever had anything.
Why do you think that is so?
Because aside the innovation they use, and a lot of young people who are mostly the people that does this vandalism are engaged, and that's flattens the curve of youth restiveness. Then their social corporate responsibility within the Niger Delta is top notch. From SMEs, grants, from leadership training, from rehabilitation of people who are into drugs, from infrastructure, from building of police station to they're too numerous to mention. So I think that's one of the best decisions I think the government have done, given Tantita Security Services the contract.
And do you think, based on that, the multinationals should come back? And if they do come back, what would they do?
If they come back, a lot of our young people will be more employed. Because I've first-hand experience. I think when I left school, then I passed this Lobeji exams. I'd always wanted to, by virtue of the fact I read geophysics, petroleum engineering, I always wanted to be in the oil firm. But when I got to the final stage, I was asked that who recommended me. For me, that I know that crude oil is behind my backyard. They're asking me who recommended me. So I think if maybe their head offices were, in Niger Delta, we have round table.
It's interesting that you do say who recommended you. I can imagine the opportunity, closing down on people when they don't have people backing them up. Why is that so? I know it's not peculiar to the Niger Delta region. It's a thing of life, but it's a little bit different when you've worked really hard, you've gone the pathway that maybe other young people would not have gone, and you've decided to stay in there and see what formal opportunity can bring for you, but then you're being asked who recommended you. How does that play out in a region where people feel, oh, okay, my son represented this community, has gone this far, but now he's back home to say the opportunity did not close through?
Okay, so I think it's a foundational thing in the sense that as opportunities, there were times where all you needed to do is just, our generation, it's certificate. The previous generation is certification. The present generation is invention and all that. So a lot of multinational companies too, I think they are closing, and there were no opportunities. There were opportunities then, but we don't have much opportunities now. So those with the right surname, those that live on the eyebrow area, those that knows the numbers of who is who, they end up, grabbing more of the opportunities. But that's why people like us they will keep, if they don't give us that seat, we'll grab our own seat and put it, sit close to them, and to be like, okay, we want our people in.
That sounds like a force of nature with a gentleman with a heart, but with a lot of resourceful things under that clothing, in some sense. But your organization that you lead, the initiative you lead, Not Too Young to Lead initiative. Yes, its title, its name, its replica to a mission in its right as well. When you think about it, say Not Too Young to Lead initiative. And when I think about the security in the country, the level of security in the country, do you think our young people can lead in some measure of security that we have in our country to help? They're closer to the people.
I think it will be a collaborative effort. We need the old and the young people, mostly when it comes to security. But let's not forget that there are some informations the old people can't access, but the young people can. You rarely see, it's very rare, but you find out that the young people, the demographic is large, and when something bad wants to happen, oftentimes it's young people they're always the vehicle of violence. So if a young person was there when that violence was being planned, the strategy was being planned, that young person will also pass information to the elder. See, since you're in charge of at the aim of affair, this is what's going on. I think we should. I know information is key. So for me, I think it should be a symbiotic something.
As an organization, you lead thousands and thousands of people connected to the resource and the initiative you create. I don't know the exact numbers now, but I know over the years, you've had a lot of people walk through what you do, both as an organization and, of course, based on your office as the SSA now to this current governor, and a role almost close to something you served at under former Delta Governor Okowa as well. It brings forward the question on, I still want to push on security a little bit. The current governor is asking young people to join the NDA. In fact, I was reading about it. It says those who are eligible indigents should apply for the 78th regular course intake of the Nigerian Defense Academy. That is an interesting part. And I also do hear there's a call for youth from Delta State to join the police.
Yes. I think if early to bed, early to rise. And if we have our young people join the police force, the NDA and all that, in the nearest future, I think someone from Delta State will be at the aim of affair, the apex officer when it comes to security. But that's not key. The thing that is key is a lot of young people need to be engaged. A lot of young people who are mostly the vehicle of violence need to be used to fight violence. So that call from my governor is key. And then when people are engaged, when people have something they are doing, they won't be vulnerable. And when they are not vulnerable, you can't use them to, instigate violence. And where there is peace, development comes in. So that's why I think we're having it right in Delta State, because people, to an extent, despite our risk clamor for more.
I've seen you do effective communication. I speak to a large number of people. I've watched quite a number of your videos, and I see how passionate, energetic, and like you said, you could almost smell worry of somebody when they walk through the door from the way they move their energy and the likes of that. Would you be able to communicate to a large number of young people to join the police, to join Nigerian police force?
Yes, but not a large number. I need to be
okay,
because, you know, for me, when I want to embark on a journey, I ask people who are there how they faring. This brings me to enumeration for our security personnel, inspiring them. Sometimes when I'm driving, when I see the way some policemen they react, I'll be like, okay, what's the cause? This man needs to go home and, you know, cater for wives and children, and he won't go back home and speak English. So if there's good payment plan for them, good health care and all that, people will be more inspired to, you know, get involved in the security apparatus of our country. So another thing that we should do again is what society celebrates will always multiply. I think it's time those young policemen, I have some young police friends that are doing very, very well. They should tell their story to be able to encourage other people that, okay, this was how I started. It wasn't easy. This is where I am now. We have people who are young ADCs to governor. We have young DPO. Even lately, I've started seeing rebranding of some police officers who, you know, they do content, they share information on how people should see the police force and all that. So if we have that often, I think people want to get involved. Because for me, I won't want to get involved in something that is not inspiring or motivating. So I think we need to give the police force or our military apparatus a new look.
And a large part of that responsibility is about to come to the governors at various states, because there's much talk about state police now. And with state police means everybody has peculiar kind of security that they need to put forward in their various states and everything that they do. What influence do you think young people would have on security as we would have it, especially at the eve of elections?
Okay, so the thing is, if young people, like back in my state, the CSO to the governor is a young person. And inspiration is key. Do you get? Most of the issues that go on within a day to elections is mostly young people that getting that, you know, that are the vehicles of most of the violence. So like I said, you use young people who are experienced, who are in the security, to counter young people who want to instigate violence. And orientation of these young people that they shouldn't be used as vehicles of violence before, during, and after election is key.
You have played in the arena of politics for some time now, following, if I would use the word correctly, and also leading for the ones who are coming behind. The 2027 election is around the corner, and there are different perspectives to the fact that almost all governors are in APC. There's a perspective to the people who are beneath the governors, asking if they should also change their affiliation to APC in order to be in alignment. And this, I'm using APC as a specific perspective, because I understand that some governors may be joining a party they don't believe in, but for their political survivor, they have to do so. So what's your thoughts about how APC has fared, or should I say the administration at the national level and at the state level has fared? Because I understand your governor is in the APC now, isn't he?
Yes.
He didn't start out in the APC, did he?
No.
Okay. But he moved. Should I presume that there's also movement in your nature as well?
Yes. The governor leads, we follow, and sometimes we shape in our advice, mostly to the benefit of the people.
Tell me one advice that you think at a central level that has to do with young people that would benefit whoever leads the country at the end of 2027 elections.
Okay, yeah. For me, when young people are engaged, like not just engaged, empowered, a lot of crime will reduce. So I feel another thing again is when young people are involved in the policy making, you can't make decisions for young people in the absence of young people. When young people get involved in most of these decisions being made across board, either at states or at the federal, I think a lot of agitations will reduce.
There's the 30% derivative fund that goes to states. And of course, I want to believe it goes down to communities. At the time where we are in the world right now, the price of crude seems to be going up. And when it even comes down, it doesn't go all the way down. And I have a good macroeconomic vision to say that it will be something that would go in that tandem for the next few weeks, if not months. In other words, there'll be a lot of money for anybody who is in some sort of crude-related business. And I presume Niger Delta and Delta State is in that position. What do you make of funds that come in when there's good supply and how it could be channeled to young people? Because the amount of joblessness in Nigeria is undocumented, if I would say.
That's true. Okay. For we, the Niger Deltas, we are the bird that lays the golden egg, they say.
I like the fact that you're coming out to community tab.
So the thing is, firstly, there were times where it seemed as if our crude oil production was very, very low, mostly because of pipeline vandalism. But like I told you, through the help of Transitor Security Services, it has reduced. And aside what the governor is doing, back in my state, I just speak for my state, mostly around youth empowerment, mostly around engaging young people in politics. Another thing I think we should also focus on again is our greatest resource. It's in the potentials of young people, creativity, innovation, tech, and all that. I think government at all levels should focus on that. We have young people who are blessed, who are equipped with these skills. Training them properly and setting them up to solve most of our problems will go a long way. And the governor is doing that. Also, Transitor Security Services, via their corporate social responsibilities, helping SMEs across the Niger Delta. The only thing is for young people to be prepared to grab these opportunities.
Do you have some sort of data that helps to document the number of newly employed people? Because I was reading a report that talked about, for example, in healthcare, how the Delta State governor is saying, that about 700 workers should be recruited in healthcare. And why that sounds like, the scheme is good, the number is low, 700, compared to a region that has had its own environmental and healthcare damages through the years. So you have people who are dealing with health issues and the likes of that, and you have governor who is working on 700 health workers to be recruited in. So my question to you is there a data that speaks to the number of young people who pick up or who has picked up job, if I would say, per year under the administration of the current governor?
I don't really have such data, but I know that on inception, he employed about 1,000 teachers, primary school teachers. And also, of recent, he gave approval for 700 young people. So the thing is, each time I'm privileged to be with him, I always tell him, Your Excellency, you're doing well, but we want more. And for me, more has no limits. And I tell people that it's good we support more so that we can get more from him. So what we're plagued with today is unemployment, even across board, across the country. But government should also know that aside providing these jobs, there are young people who just don't want to even, they are self-employed. Give us quality road, which we already have. Our governor is trying with infrastructural development, road network and all that, good healthcare, then what we want is steady power supply. Because for a young entrepreneur, buying fuel at this moment, it's very, very difficult. And that will, thwart whatever efforts towards, making sales or being successful in our business. So if we can provide all this in our state, in our country, I think a lot of young people even might going to look for a job. There are those who want to, learn more skills. There's this board, is it the local content board? Lately, they've been training young people. The only thing I know I really found out is the information, giving out the information during application and all that, because you can't just, you hear that some persons were trained. Like, I didn't get the information, but people who are close will also get the information. But we need to disseminate this information to the masses so that you don't need to be anybody to, take advantage or leverage on such opportunities. So I think that's it.
Let's talk about environment. I mean, in all we've said, we've talked about security being better in terms of for the pipelines, right? We've talked about what the governor is doing with the roads and the likes of that. You've talked about some multinationals possibly relocating back, if it's possible, back to Delta State or Niger Delta region. What's the state of the environment in Delta State? The waters, from what we watch, I watch a program sometimes on multiple channels. It's something about the Niger Delta region. It's produced by a journalist I respect so much. I watched it 2 nights ago.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Yes, inside the Niger Delta. Yes, that's the name. It does its props from the streets, covers as much as government is doing and the likes of that. And that kind of gives insight into how the Niger Delta region is. But I also noticed that sometimes the community demands of our water is still polluted and the likes of that, the cleanup, that's been talked about for many years on paper and many other places is not playing out. What's your take on those cleanup? The ones on paper, the ones that agreed to be done, the ones that were done under former governors, which, by the way, you're part of that administration, and the one that possibly is being carried on now?
So I think I'm an environmentalist. I forgot to mention. I'm currently doing.
You're a geophysicist, so you're automatically an environmentalist.
Yeah, I'm currently doing my PhD in environmental management and toxicology.
Yeah, I read that.
Yes. The thing is, it affects these pollution, oil spillage, gas flaring. It affects even we, the humans. And I've loved to, I'll urge that every commissioner for environment across this state, mostly in the South, where we have, in the Niger Delta, where we have this crude oil, which seem to be a blessing to us, but also have its own side effect. I did a project on the effect of iron on these fishes with it, because when spillage comes in, the iron sediment goes into the fish and we in turn ingest it. So we should attend more of these programs to know, because what you don't know, you cannot assess.
But what makes you think they do know?
I just believe some persons don't know. Some of the people we, put on their aim of affairs, they don't really know. And even if you don't know, you ask questions, mostly with consultants. That's why we have environmental consultants. Do you get? Because most environmental issues end up affecting us as humans. I was in Rwanda and I noticed their sky is blue, very blue. I could, out of curiosity, I asked a friend of mine that, what's happening? How come your sky is blue and ours is not blue back in Nigeria? It's not that blue back in Nigeria. And it was like, most of their industrial area is far from the town. So when these fumes are given up, it doesn't affect the ozone layer there, that particular area we have. So that's a system, a place that is well planned. The policymakers of our country around the environment should go and collaborate with people, ask questions, how they got it right, so that we can get it right. Once you've already found the problems, you are halfway solving the problem. That's what I think. I just feel we don't have a lot of responsive people. Or sometimes we have people that are responsive, but will face resistance. People face resistance and they give up in the quest of, trying to solve this problem, mostly for young people. That brings me back to this advocacy for young people being in government. Do these young people, do the governors, the president, do they allow them bet their initiative, or they just take appointments and say, okay, we appointed a young minister, we appointed a young commissioner for youth? Can that person write a policy and discuss with his principal, and that policy is initiated back, is domesticated in the society?
Your experience, does that happen? Is that allowed?
Yes, it is, but still you face a lot of resistance. Sometimes you want to give up. The last time I was with the SA, a very intelligent, bold SSG, I asked him, his name is Dr. Kingsley Emo. I asked him, Doc, how are we building the next set of people like you? What space? How are we nurturing and equipping them? Because you leave the stage one day and the future of this state lies in the hands of those you hand over the baton to. And he told me one word. He said, Elvis, it requires a lot of discipline, patience, and the need to want to, get there. So for me, I think it's time every state governor should start preparing the table for the next generation. Preparing the table does not mean, fine, appreciated, you give young people the privilege to, be appointed as either special advisors, special assistants, but also allow them share their opinions. They have a lot of ideas. Mine, I think I count myself one of the most privileged people, because maybe the governor sees what I'm doing, so he helps to put pen to paper. Kudos to him. There's a yearly program we do where we take young Deltans to Liberia for the Young Political Leadership School Africa. I think we've sponsored about 85 persons. And those persons, is a week-long program. Those persons, when they come back, you could tell that their mindset changes. And that gives me joy. This year, we're looking at doing that again, because in that section, that week-long section, we see I think it was that program I saw young ministers. It was that program I was able to connect with, young Africans across the world. And the most effective and the most powerful tool to mirror excellence is peer-to-peer influence. That power of saying greatness. And not just greatness, but greatness you can connect to. Femi, I'm sure you've forgotten, there were times we discussed, this place was seated here. There were times you and I sat down, it was an idea, it was discussed. And today is a reality. And I'm tapping from that greatness, because you didn't just have the idea, but you bettered the idea. So I think state governors should give their young people that they'll be given privilege to be on that table, who have idea, to make their ideas a reality. And the kudos too goes back to them, because if they succeed, if those young people's ideas succeed, their principal will also succeed. And on this note too, I still want to use the opportunity to appreciate the man that has constantly watered me from grass to grace, Dr. Hilary Obioma Egbebulem. He saw potentials in me. And there were times the bleakness was high. I was like, I need to jackpot. Yeah, I need to leave.
Why haven't you left?
Huh?
Why haven't you left?
Nigeria is home for me. I like America, but I think Nigeria is home for me.
Why? Most worry guys that I meet, and I'm saying this at your face, trying to shield off anybody other worry person that I know, but it's the same vibe they have. What's going on here?
There were times I was like, I've walked. I said, let me go and stay a month in Canada. I ended up staying 2 weeks. I was bored. I think I was not hearing those music.
Interesting enough, you chat more with me when you're abroad than when you're at home.
Yes, I was bored. So the thing is, we need to fix this country. You always be a second fiddle in another man's country. I feel pain. I have friends. Some days ago, a friend of mine was just mocking me like, yeah, here with us. You understand? When you should be in to say, if I have he said, borrow me that passport. I said, you can't use it. Do you get? So the thing is, people there find the naira difference when they send money. How can I, a PhD candidate now, go to be working in a factory because I want to send money back home and to look good? Fine. I think the insecurity is making people want to, but if we can have steady power supply, that the insecurity curve should be flattened through good policies and engagement of young people. I think Nigeria, then good road rail network. I think Nigeria will get it right. And we can always elect leaders who are responsive. What you've not been, you can't tell the pain. Like what you've not felt, you can't always tell the story. You see, a lot of our people back in abroad, like in November, I was in Rome. I met, Nigerians will know ourselves. I met a guy who walked up to me that he needs, handout. After attending to him, I asked him, why not go back home? How long? He said, I don't wish him well. Going back to Nigeria, there's not going home. That's the mindset. There are people who are looking up to that guy, but he's on the street of Rome, not doing what he should be doing. So for me, the brain drain, it has caused a lot of brain drain. And everybody wants to escape this country, not because the grass is greener there, but they've given up on this country, but we can get it right. For me, I'm not sure I can stay in the Western world. I can go for holidays. I can go to, share ideas with my contemporaries there. But leaving the shores of this country, Nigeria will be great. I was having this conversation.
When
is when we have a unifying factor. We are divided by a lot of things. We are divided by social strata. We are divided by religion. We are divided by tribe. We are divided by a lot of things. We don't have a unifying factor. If you can see most of the probes that are going on by the anti-graft agency lately, you see this emotional words coming in that, it's because it's either from this side, it's my people. Do you understand?
But it's also the same thing at state level. Because
it's the same thing at state. I agree with you. It's the same thing at state level, but we need to stop that mindset. We need to start shading people. I watched an interview where a youth leader was saying, went for the what's it called, a Disney's court ruling, and was saying the person is being persecuted for corruption. Corruption has done a lot of harm to us, but it's nothing like he's my brother, if the court finds her wanting, then so be it. Than all these, because it's a wrong narrative. And let's not forget too that even as we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. Everything is
Israel?
History.
Oh, history, okay.
Has its eyes on us. So for me, everything is a precedent. We start doing the right thing. Despite it's a very difficult time to be a young Nigerian. If you are working diligently, it's a very difficult time. But let's keep that Nigeria spirit going. I think one day everything will be all right. I think, and I hope so.
Let me ask you a question that you would take 3 seconds to think about. Because what do you miss about your childhood? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
A lot there.
It cracks at 5.
I miss a lot about my childhood.
Because I'm not a fan of being an adult right now.
Yes. I miss the fact that I wasn't paying. I don't. How will I put it? I don't need to pay my rent. I don't need to worry myself for the next meal. I don't need to worry myself. I can get a text message now from my supervisor. That's if that message hasn't come, that we need to go and do one thing. All I need to do back then, I would just make calls and all that. But above all, I miss my true friends, my real friends. My friends that knew me while I was wearing my shirt as a young child, wearing my panties and all that. Not friends that knows me now because maybe I'm this and that. For me, I think those are the real friends.
All right. I wanted to ask, what did you do with them that you missed them?
What did I do with them that I missed them? I don't know, but I always go back home. Like, I always find a way. Till date, I still go to meet my secondary school teacher every festive period. Mostly the one that was mean to me while we were in secondary school. I saw her as a wicked person then, but that discipline shaped me, helped me to where I am today. I always tell her that thanks for being very mean to me. It helped me a lot.
I don't worry, it's not good to come from me. I'm not going to say that kind of thing this life. To my mean teachers or wicked teachers.
Yes,
You're not getting
I
it.
saw it as wickedness then, but
I see it as that wickedness for me.
No. So I go there often. And before I come out, if I'm getting to town, I'll call her, are you in town? Say, yeah, okay, I'm coming. And it brings back lots of memories.
Now, a question for the future. And I would say the terms and conditions apply to this question so that it doesn't affect his political bearing in days to come. But if there's a clever dream in your heart, I'm presuming it to be governor someday. And this has no political bearing, no timeline. Just for your sake, I'm saying this for your sake. Before somebody cuts this part, I'll go and say that he said he wants to be.
We all have dreams. And
don't be a politician.
No, I won't be a politician. So we all have dreams, and I'd love to hold the red biro someday.
Fantastic.
Yes, and fate has a plan for everyone. There are people who didn't make it to become governors that became presidents. But in all, I'd love to hold the red biro someday, because oftentimes, the person with the red biros does a lot of things. I'll do mine positively.
All right. Well, if you don't know what the red biro is, I'm not too sure. Maybe they use tabs in your school or other things.
Okay, so the red biro is...
No, I'm going to leave it as community note, but if you want to clear up, okay, fine, go.
So the red biro is approvers. Yes. Every government, everything you see government do has levels, has a process, but
biro colors.
It ends mostly with the red biro, which is the governor's approval or the president.
With date.
You can have a whole lot of ideas, and if that red biro doesn't come positively, you won't get it. So on this note, I want to thank my governor for always giving me a red biro to make my ideas become a reality. We've not gotten it like, we're just getting it gradually. I dream of a state where young Deltans can compete with their contemporaries. If you go to Lagos, people are doing a lot. And I don't want Deltas to be known. Once you just say Delta, you'll be like, no, it's a hub of talent. I can't keep naming RMD, Gordons. Yeah, I think we even need to have a talent school in that state. You understand? I know you are at this moment. You wish you were from Delta State, but it's key. We are still accommodating people.
I wouldn't say otherwise because I'll be putting myself in trouble.
I'm still accommodating, but I want that narrative to change. That we should be known. Fine, we're known for positivity, but we can do more. I want Delta. Okay, nice. That's what I want. And with the little I am doing at the youth mentoring, and with the likes of having people like you. I know many times I come to your inbox. I'm like, okay, this is what I do. Then Hamzat, wonderful guy. I've never had a better yesterday since I met that person. And today, last year, we took some Deltans to the SDG UN Awards. Fine, they networked, they met a lot of people. That award held in Rome. The year before last, I went there and I was like, no, I can't experience this alone. And last year, they gave us 10 slots. I think we had about 7 persons, 6 persons from Deltas. And when they came back, they would tell stories. This year, we'll still tell. They should go out and see what their mates are doing. And so when they come back, that is not, as I am, I'm not gullible. You can't, maybe because of the exposure. So when people are not gullible, you can't use them for violence. Yes, you can only, want to frustrate some of my efforts. But I know with the persistent spirit I have, I'll get there. Once you shut that door, I'll look for another door and get it right. Not when I have a friend like you.
Well, and thank God I have a friend like you. On that note, I have to say a big thank you to you. My guest has been Elvis Obasi Akpobi. He is the CEO of Not Too Young to Lead Initiative. He's also a senior special advisor to the current governor of Delta State. He's provided perspective from a personal note, from a professional note, and also from a political note of what the days ahead will be. Well, let's hear your views and your comments on many of these things, and it's always exciting to have that done. Thanks so much for being on the show. I'm FemiDlive. Enjoy your day.
Which is rescue the country from bad governance, from insecurity, from poor economy, from, if you like, the law of impunity that you find everywhere. Today, all our institutions are weak. How much is your salary today? Someone will say, we had 30,000, but today is 70,000. Now, when you had 30,000, how much bag can you buy a bag of rice? If the answer is yes, with 70,000 today, can you buy a bag of rice? These are simple ways to measure the economy. You know, when you want to rescue a country, you need to rescue yourself first. And we felt it was a bold step to say, hey, leader, you didn't follow our processes. Therefore, let's demonstrate to Nigerians with you that leadership should be by example. So if the party took that bold step of suspending its founder, that will tell you the strong ideological base of the party. I am particularly offended by the way the 10th National Assembly is carrying out its activities as if it's representing itself and not the Nigerian people, making laws for their own interests. Sometimes unknown to them that the thing you plan today might haunt you tomorrow. You can see when they were making those laws that they thought they were doing self-preservation. Today, they are first victims of the laws that they made. If you allow one man who is just like in a football match between Arsenal and Chelsea, Chelsea will need to nominate the referee. You already know what the result will be.
Arsenal has been practically the one nominating referees in this last.
I'm not aware.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined the show. And yes, thank you so much for all your comments, interactions. As you do them, as you share them, as you write them across our social media platforms. And many of you have been very, very, very committed to sharing some of your views under the clips you're watching or under the long form. But it's just so exciting to know that you're doing what you do. Thank you for all that you do. I am FemiD Amelem. My guest today is a top politician in Nigeria. And yes, he also leads some of the policies. One thing I find very important about him is that he's level-headed, pragmatic, and at the same time committed to a mission to rescue the country through many ways. I was on the platform earlier today. I read a little bit about how security relates to media, security relates to international affairs. They try to cover as much ground as possible as regards how it all connects to our lives as citizens. My guest today is Prince Dr. Chinedu Obi. He's the national chairman of the NRM and is the director general of the Inter-Party Advisory Council. Thank you so much for coming on Volume with FemiDlive.
Thank you, Femi, for inviting me to the studio, and thank you, our viewers.
Thank you so much. So let's start off a little bit about your party, because it's interesting that we have about 21 political parties in Nigeria. 22, now 22. Okay, 22 political parties in Nigeria. And some would say that people have often voted within the top 7 or thereabouts, maybe even top 4, eventually top 3. And people say, we don't know what other political parties are about, and that's why we are not interested. The big guns are not there. The big guns only go there when there's trouble in the big parties. How have you been able to handle that? Tell us a little bit about your party, the NRM.
Okay, Femi, thank you so much. The idea that there are few big party in quotes is sometimes foiled by the media. But I think you're inviting me now is taking away from those people who concentrate on the ones they call the big parties. At the last election, Peter Obi ran away from PDP and went to Labour. And Nigerians labeled Labour a big party eventually. Recently, they moved again to ADC.
And Nigerians labeled ADC big party. ADC has always been there. The most recent is NDC. Most Nigerians probably didn't know there was a party called NDC until Kwankwaso and Peter Obi moved in there. Like I said to you, there are 22 political parties. Each is as big as the other. What just differentiates the party is the mentality and definition of the people who watch them. Otherwise, why will a party strength change overnight because one person had moved into it? So I want to clear that the 22 political parties in Nigeria are as big as anyone. The difference is that we have parties with members that have access to our public funds, and Nigerians tend to follow them. That's just the difference. Otherwise, there are 22 political parties. Each one is as strong as the other with their ideologies, with their structures, and so on across Nigeria. But the media is not fair to these other ones, which is why I'm commending you that you didn't invite the ones you originally would have invited, and you're inviting the National Rescue Movement to come today. I'm sure if we continue to do this, the media would have helped Nigerians to know that there are many political parties in Nigeria, and each one of them good enough platform to lead Nigeria.
So you're saying the media and citizens define the scope and the perspective that people have of a political party. In what I literally mean by that is that when the big guns go there, or should I say the big politicians who you say have access to public funds, when they arrive in those parties supposedly have become bloated and known as big parties. If those are the parts of the defining factors, then that means other parties will never get a chance until it's possibly you get a big wig joining your party.
It's not exactly correct, but in the experience that we have now, that's exactly what we have seen play out. But parties like mine actually started with the likes of Senator Dan Sedao. Even Kwankwaso was part of the initial thinking, the Buba Galadima, the late Justice Bello. There were so many big names that started the party, but some of them are not within the scene now. Some are either old, some have joined their ancestors and stuff like that. But what has remained constant is the ideology of the party, which is a party set up to rescue Nigeria. You asked me before we entered the studio that you would like to know how we want to rescue Nigeria. The question is that in your thinking, do you think that Nigeria requires rescue? If your answer is yes, which I suppose is, because I hear lately parties like the PDP that was in power for 16 years before it was sacked by the APC tells Nigerians today that they want to rescue Nigeria. APC, there will soon be 12 years, is also telling Nigerians they want to rescue Nigeria. So what that means is that there's a vacuum that needs to be rescued. But a party in 2017 saw this gap, put itself together, and found strategies to actually take Nigerians away from what everybody is unanimous that we need to do, which is rescue the country from bad governance, from insecurity, from poor economy, from, if you like, the law of impunity that you find everywhere. Today, all our institutions are weak. You can no longer, in the past, you hear that the judiciary is the hope of the common man. In recent times, Nigerians are putting that to question because what they see coming out from that institution shows that it's no longer as independent as it were. Any other sector, just call any other sector in Nigeria, you discover that there are institutional gaps that need to be filled. These are what the party was set up for. And I wish the media and Nigerians have left those big names and begin to interrogate. You told me this morning you went to our site. If you've gotten this information about us, I'm sure Nigerians themselves will make our party bigger than the ones that are in front of them.
It's interesting you do say the word rescue, and in many times and many forms, people say that, well, we can only rescue a country at national level, but people often leave out state level and local government level. Is your party represented at any level, at local level, state level? Have you been able to make any rescue attempts in any of those levels?
Very well. When our party was founded, our strategy was knowing that Nigerians have the tendencies of following parties with big names in front of it. We wanted to take advantage of the popularity of most distinguished Senator Dan Sedao in Zamfara. Dan Seda was the founding national chairman of the party. He was a 2-time senator. If you recall, in the 6th or 7th assembly during the 3rd term saga, Dan Seda was one of those senators that fought against the 3rd term. And of course, because of his grassroots followership in Zamfara, we felt if he became the governor of Zamfara, we could use Zamfara to show Nigerians that we can rescue a country. But unfortunately, we were the party that discovered that APC in Zamfara didn't do its primaries in 2019, which brought about APC being disqualified from that election. Then typically APC had to do the alliance they had to do with PDP to make sure that we didn't win. But in the face of that battle, we still won seats in the House of Assembly. And our members were doing very well until APC pulled them, you know. So
That means they were never strong on the ideology of your party.
Well, that the conclusion will be neither here nor there, because, you know, you need to be in their own prison to know what moved them, you know.
What were the reasons? I've often heard politicians say, I'm leaving this party for another party. And I've imagined what conversation, with you, for example, as the NRM chairman, a politician who is cross-carpeting possibly would inform you, either out of courtesy or out of respect or out of loyalty, or come to you and say, I am cross-carpeting to another party. Supposedly maybe an APC, PDP, NDC, ADC. What are some of the biggest reasons that they tell you explicitly, apart from what we read in the papers?
Well, this is an isolated situation in NRM, because this is the only movement that we have seen the cause of NRM. So, which is why it is difficult to actually explain what happened, because it's uncommon that someone, a member of the National Rescue Movement, would migrate to any other party. But principally, when you find people leave their parties and go to another party, apart from sometimes institutional pressure that they may not tell you, it's usually either survivor or selfish interest. Maybe someone is offering something that is mouth-watering that you may not get in the interim. And of course, most human beings will respond to what appears attractive. So sometimes the definition is selfish interest, self-seeking interest.
It's interesting you do say, survivor and of course interest and you know what they're being solicited. And you talked about your founder some minutes ago, and I was curious to ask about the fact that your founder was suspended by the party as well at some point in time during the course of building up of this. And it's interesting because a lot of Nigerians know when the story say, even the small parties, see, they're already having quarrel as well. That's how it comes out to what we understand. But what were some of the bases that made you say it may not exactly be representing the ideology or position of the party as you had it?
Yeah, our founder, principally was our mentor. He was the one that put all of us together with these ideologies that we believe that all of us have now bought into. Then we found him wanting. The party needed to demonstrate that, look, we have actually imbibed the culture. And the way to show it is to, when you want to rescue a country, you need to rescue yourself first. And we felt it was a bold step to say, hey, leader, you didn't follow our processes. Therefore, let's demonstrate to Nigerians with you that leadership should be by example. So if the party took that bold step of suspending its founder, that will tell you the strong ideological base of the party. And guess what? This founder is very happy that he has founded a platform that has the capacity to even punish anyone, including himself, which is why you don't hear him talk about it.
That's a strong institution, not strong men, if I would
Absolutely.
say. Have your party conducted its primaries ahead of the 2027 elections?
Well, our first primaries will start tomorrow, which is the governorship across states, the House of Assembly. Then on Thursday, we will conduct that of the House of Reps and the Senate across the country. Then finally, on the 29th in Abuja here, we would conduct the primaries for the presidential election.
Is your party willing to rescue politicians who might have been rejected or kicked out from other parties ahead of your primaries?
Well, there's a challenge with that. Looking at the current Electoral Act, The Electoral Act says if your name is not in the register that was submitted, we might not be able to rescue you. However, as a party set up to rescue whosoever is trapped anywhere, including the country, there's a window for substitution. And we have argued that what the law requires us to do is 21 days before your primaries, submit a register. Now, we have done that for the first primaries, and we have a window of 2-3 months where we can substitute a candidate. So if I haven't submitted the first time, sometime in April, and maybe at the end of our primaries, maybe starting from 30th of May, and Femi chooses to be a member of my party, Femi is at liberty to register, including the people you want us to rescue now. Then we can give another 21 days notice to INEC, and if we have reason to substitute a candidate, we can find a space for them.
There's a rescue list that is ongoing, and I don't know if you're aware of this. Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State is available to be rescued. About few ministers in the current administration of President Tinubu did not secure the primaries tickets for their platform, and I'm guessing that they may not be able to go to other platforms. So if I were to put together a rescue list and these people come to you, what would be your bargaining power as a party that wants them, especially because ideologies are malleable in Nigeria?
Well, let me posit that almost all the parties pick their ideology from the chapter 2 of the Constitution, talking about the reversive principle of state policy, where we'll provide people with social security, give you education and all that. So that's the connecting point in the party ideologies. Yes, some of them are progressive, some are they're different ideology, even though there's a common benchmark. That is the entry point. All we now need to do is to show them the ideology of NRM, a social justice party that is built on rule of law. Let me say again, built on rule of law, because that is what is different from us and others. That will sustain a peaceful environment, that would dovetail to a productive environment, that will now give a shared prosperity to the country. That's the ideology of NRM. If they're able to imbibe with that, that's an orientation that we cannot take them through. And following the provisions of the Act, we can give them a chance. Now, let me say, I was thinking you were going to start from the National Assembly, where you have almost 70% who lost their chances. And I was going to say this could be one of the biggest lessons Nigerians will learn. I am particularly offended by the way the 10th National Assembly is carrying out its activities as if it's representing itself and not the Nigerian people, making laws for their own interests. Sometimes unknown to them that the thing you plan today might haunt you tomorrow. You can see when they were making those laws that they thought they were doing self-preservation. Today, they are first victims of the laws that they made. Because they made those laws thinking that they would.
But they argued, and the reason why I didn't start from that is I know if you go into politics, it'd be very difficult to drag back into talking about the NRM as a party. I wanted to start from the foundation to know a little bit about your party. And now we're starting to cross into the politics of the land. They argued at that point in time that some of these laws, and I remember watching a few of their deliberations, argued that some of these laws, the way they're crafted, was going to get some of them out of elective positions. They had the same fear, but they felt it was worthy enough to pass those laws and create transparent room for all Nigerians to understand that our electoral space is maturing. So it begs the question, did they really pass those laws or go for those laws for themselves or for the purpose of representing the people and get electoral maturity to be in place?
You understand that there are some undercurrents where some persons have been given the impression that we're going to give you automatic ticket. And with that kind of promises, maybe you won't find it anywhere in the open. Some persons enter the street thinking that they are good to go. But we can see, even if your argument is that, oh, this was done to ensure inclusivity, get everybody around. If you look at the primaries that we've had in the last few days, do you think it meets that standard? Well, they will always have a defense for their actions. But of course, like I always will say, the test of the pudding is in the eating. We have seen it already, and nobody would tell anybody that if they had their way to turn the hands of time, they probably will want to take a different course of action.
If you're running your primaries, soon enough, even up to May 30, like you mentioned, as an open example with a lot of wounded politicians from this primaries that was conducted, and one would wonder, it's not even just the extent of the wound, it's also about the bitterness that a lot of people will have built up ahead of 2027 election. What would the NRM, for example, be doing differently from all of this?
Well, what we'll be doing differently, like I said to you, what stands us out from any other party is compliance to the rule of law for everything we're going to do, follow process and procedure for everything we're going to do, make sure that we subject whatever action we want to do to the ideological base of the party, and all the promises we've made to the party. If we have someone elected under the platform of the NRM, we watch him to ensure that he's governed by the party ideology and not his own personal thinking. Of course, I wouldn't even mention the word personal ideas, because whatever brought him to our party is the fact that he has seen what we want to do, what we have offered to Nigerians, and is committed to doing it. I was going to tell you that this idea of people who you find run away from this party to the other is something that is not common to the National Rescue Movement. I was a founding member of the party as an association first. Before in 2027 it was registered. My first position in my party was
2017, you mean?
Yes, that was when we started.
Oh, you had said 2027.
No, 2017.
Okay, yeah.
So I first, the first elective position I had was ex-officio representing Imo State in the registration. After which I became the public secretary of the party. After my first tenure, I acted in that capacity for a few months pending our convention, and I was elected as the welfare officer of the party. Then in another instance, when we had a problem, the national chairman was suspended. My party found me worthy to be acting chairman, and later in a convention, I became national chairman. So you can see the trajectory that have been there. Most persons in my national management committee today were founding members of the party, not gone anywhere. Our state chairman, founding members of the party. So you discover that there's an orientation, ideological orientation that has held us in, which means that anyone who is able to come out from that party would deliver the rescue document that we said. I'm sure you probably have seen a blueprint where we designed for Nigerians how we want to intervene in all the sectors: security, education, housing, all those basic infrastructure that you need to make a human being a human.
Let's talk about your role as the Director General of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, as we usually say it. IPAC recently was, elated, I will use the word, I don't want to use the word celebrate, elated about the court verdict that did see INEC being pushed back. I mean, IPAC said that the court have confirmed that although INEC has supervisory powers over election, the Commission cannot use administrative guidelines to override constitutional provisions regulating the internal affairs of political parties. That's with regards to the digital register. Let's talk about that digital register. Why was it important in the first place to create a digital register, especially considering the fact that a lot of our politicians move like bees from from different polling sources to different polling sources?
Well, that is not a situation to be celebrated. It's actually unknown that someone will be a Republican in the morning and in the afternoon is a Democrat. So ideally,
freedom of association allows them to do
that's
so.
Correct, but political parties are supposed to be a generic, organic institution that grow based on what it offers to the people. I don't know how old you are, but I'm sure you, as a student of history, you know what happened within the First Republic.
Yes, I do.
You have parties like the Action Group. Action Group, which was promoted by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, promoted education, free education for all. I am a beneficiary of that system, and I saw how that has helped that part of the country, the western part of Nigeria. The NCNC promoted an idea of commerce, economic developments. If you go to the southeast today, you see institutions like area market. You see how industrialized that area is. You see the Newi place. You see the main markets in. So there's always something a party offers. The Northern Element Progressive Union, which is the current People's Redemption Party (PRP), talks about emancipation of the Talakawa. So when people are voting, when they are joining, these are the driving things that take them to the party. So in that kind of situation, if you want to take a digital register, you're taking a digital register of your members. I believe, like I said, NRM had been carrying out digital registration in the last 8 years because we believe is the way to promote. First, though, who your members are, not the same story you hear of people. There's a story today whether APC is 12.something million and so on. A digital register will show you clearly who your members are, where they are. So for me, that is the application of technology that is supposed to promote transparency and give some level of sanity around membership. So for us, there's nothing wrong with it. The only challenge the political class, now you're talking about the Interparty Advisory Council and about it, is that whereas NRM might celebrate it because it's a culture it's used to, what of political parties that before now were not having their registers in the digital format? You will not take them through the pain of starting all over again and building a platform that will take your members within that short time frame is something that no political party particularly do. Even the National Rescue Movement that had done it for 8 years, now having to introduce new field, didn't also find it easy. Now, compared with the ones that haven't done a thing like that before now. So you don't expect the parties to clap that you're now boxing them to a corner. More so when some of us thought
But they saw it coming because the electoral law, as we had it, right? Everybody knew that it was in there that these are some of the things that would update or help our election space to be matured.
You forgot
but without date, right?
You forgot that everyone was distracted with the concept of whether we're going to do electronic transmission of results. And this 10th Assembly were building landmines in the act that nobody saw. Even some members of the legislature will tell you that some of the components or some of the provisions of the acts, even they as legislators didn't say it. So some men were busy distracting some of us while they were going about.
You mean distracting the biggest body that represents the parties?
The entire country. I headed the Inter-Party Advisory Committee on Electoral Reforms and Constitutional Reforms. We made very strong recommendations to National Assembly. And when I mean this, when I mean we, as the 19 political parties, we came together, including, then we have not got the last 3.
Yes.
We put documents together, made over like 49 recommendations, some bordering on constitutional review, some bordering on electoral act. Now, on the one of constitutional review, I can give you some inroad. We believe that if we're going to do electoral reform that would build on transparency of the process, the first we need to do is identify who is going to be the umpire. By the constitution today, the executive appoints the umpire. And how do you expect an umpire who is appointed by a player not to be biased? Now, long before now, the Legislative Waste Committee had made a recommendation proposing to Nigerians what they felt would be the best form. And my committee in the Inter-Party Advisory Council adopted that recommendation to say...
But do you think the parties would ever have come to an agreement to say, oh, this is the ideal umpire, or let me use the word referee?
I'm coming to that. What Legislative Waste recommended was a multi-sectorial committee that may even involve the parties themselves. If the 22 political parties as is constituted today would come together and appoint maybe a committee that will oversee it, and then maybe bring the judiciary, the Nigerian Judicial Council or any other organ like that, the civil society group, and you have a stakeholder-based committee on appointment, have those who are interested to apply, have the DSS to screen them, and send to the committee, these are the details of these persons. I'm sure you have an informed opinion of an umpire that will be independent. And when it's independent, that's when you can now exactly say that that's the Independent National Electoral Commission.
Do you think that if peradventure the judiciary sector, and maybe the highest body in the judiciary sector is the NJC, were to be pulled in a position to make a provisional list of possible people they screen to say, oh, this will make a good INEC chairman or a referee for the elections, that will make our elections possibly more noble? Yes, I know people talk about the bias in the judiciary sector, but the NJC appears or should be the organ with its strongest sense of transparency in doing this, and possibly provide satisfactory selection, a selection list, if I would say.
Well, when I started this program, I reminded you that judiciary used to be the last hope of the common man.
What if you are the first this time?
I'm not sure the average Nigerian thinks that way today based on experience. But ideally, if you were then, when you have the justices of Nigerians that you can celebrate, the
Justice
Ways, Oputa, you can name them. The Nigerians can go to bed when these men of honor say these are the list of persons. You can know that it comes from a patriotic sense of nationality, that you cannot fault. The experience Nigerians have today is not exactly the same. So you may have people say no, which is why I'm sure the multi-sectoral approach was a better way to do it. When you have, if you like, tell the political parties to nominate one person per party to be in the committee. Get the civil society that are working night and day to ensure that we deepen our democracy. If you come to the situation room, you get one. Yaga Africa, you get one. Kuka Foundation, those persons that have been working hard to ensure that we have a transparent system, get them. These are unbiased persons. Then you can now subject them to more, if you like, election interviews until you get the best of them, that maybe from their track record, you can see that these are persons that have integrity to drive the process. Because if you allow one man who is, just like in a football match between Arsenal and Chelsea, Chelsea will need to nominate the referee. You already know what the result will be.
Arsenal has been practically the one nominating referees in this last.
I'm not aware.
I like that. While they are celebrating, let them end up dragging you on this. But let's also talk about elements of rescue. I mean, we could go into digital rights and, of course, parties and the likes of that. But I'm also thinking about this. The MBS recently released new statistics that strongly indicates that we may be doing fine in terms of the macroeconomic indices that we have as a country. The GDP reserve, the inflation rate numbers are there. But, when we draw it all down, it's very difficult to draw to the common man what the APC have done so far with the lives of Nigerians. And if I would say, the progress Nigerians would have loved to make. Now, ideally, we've seen in the past where parties says we're different parties. However, on this sector, for example, a lot of the parties in the last election said we're removing fuel subsidy. A lot of the candidates that they nominated. So it was no-brainer that whoever you pick will do that. Do you think there's a more mentality required in political parties to be outspoken on selective issues such as economy, security, and some of the things your organization already mentioned as things to rescue? Do you think a more mentality to see if you're not going to do this, is likely you're not the exact candidate?
Okay, good. When I listen to very sweet economic terms in terms of GDP's statistics, they sound very good for economics. The elites can relate with it. Economics deals with the macro and the micro. At the macro level, you can speak this grammar and numbers may look very good. If the micro is not good, then you will know that you've done nothing, because if the numbers are good on top and it has not come down to the grassroots, I'm not sure that economics speaks to everyone. My simple way to ask the question when you tell me something had gone very good or the numbers are good, I'll ask you, were you better under a Buhari administration than a Tinubu administration? Were you better under a Jonathan administration than than the Buhari administration? Were you better under a Yar'Adua administration than the Jonathan administration?
So people
and I
often
can
forget
get down
this.
until maybe I get down to Obasanjo. How much is your salary today? Someone will say we had 30,000, but today is 70,000. Now, when you had 30,000, how much bag can you buy a bag of rice? If the answer is yes, with 70,000 today, can you buy a bag of rice? These are simple ways to measure the economy. How many persons come to work early today because the transport system is good, the money they have in their pocket is able to bring them to work? How often do people eat today? The healthcare, how many people die today for as simple as headache, malaria? These are the simple ways for me you can describe an economy that's doing very well. Now, what do we do differently? The National Rescue Movement is a party that believes that whatever you have in a country is a commonwealth. A commonwealth, if, for instance, Nigeria has done 20 trillion naira budget for the year, means that the average Nigerian has access to that amount of money. Now, if you have access to that amount of money and you can't have food in your house, you can't go to hospital, you can't eat, it then means that the government is not doing very well, which is why as a social justice party, we believe that everything we do will get back to the grassroots. First is, how do you create a system of who even becomes a leader? Because the leadership recruitment process is very important. You could have everything and you give it to the wrong person and the person crashes everything. So you elect people with competence, capacity, that understand the issues, that have solutions to the issues, which is why if you notice what we've put together as a document called the blueprint, we've said in security, this will be our approach to security. In health, this will be our approach to health. Until you deal with those issues at that micro level, you'll be wasting your time.
But
The
that's
country-
not how the APC leader sees it, because he was giving an acceptance speech. President Tinubu was giving an acceptance speech recently, and I would read the excerpt of what he said, especially on power. He said, "We promised an improved power supply, an end to estimated billing. In the past 3 years, we have closed the metering gap by supplying 2.5 million meters via the Presidential Metering Initiative. We have established a 4 trillion bond program to settle verified legal debt onto Genco's, Gasco's." And then he went on and on to say...
Femi, there you go again. You
Yeah.
see how sweet those things were sounding. Do they translate? How often in the last 1 year have the power grid fallen? I think that if I were the president, I would avoid that part, because he said to Nigerians last 4 years that if he does not deal with that, we should not bother to vote for him. If I were the script writers, I would have avoided that part of conversation. You know, maybe look for areas where he probably had done well.
Do you think he has done well in any area?
The numbers look good in terms of your macroeconomy. Well, if I listen to your statistics now, maybe you tell me this one is good. But the average Nigerian is still poor. In fact, Nigerians are wishing that they take them back to Buhari, which we've said was a colossal failure. How much, you see, relating, when as politicians, sometimes when we speak to Nigerians as if they don't live here. You know, when you read those texts, they sound very good. You know, good script writers, but people are still being kidnapped in Nigeria. Most Nigerians, Nigeria has more IDP camps than, you know, which country was fighting war with, that's Ukraine.
Okay, Russia, Ukraine.
Yes, the Russia-Ukraine war that's been on in the last 4 years or more don't have the number of ID camps that we have in one state in Nigeria.
But you also might also want to give him credit. You're from Southeast. You're from Imo State.
Yes.
The issue around Biafra and the likes of that is not in the front burner as we used to know it, under President Tinubu's administration. There's no much talk or any talk, if I would say. I can't reconcile how accurate I am on this, about, for example, sit at home. There's no much talk about, this is that, and those very unsettling things that were very prominent in the regions, right? For example, in the Southeast. So would you give him credit for such?
I don't know when last you went to the Southeast.
Been a while, though.
Okay, otherwise you wouldn't have said what you said now.
Okay.
even the governor in Anambra State is not trying to see if he can enforce a law that will force people to go to their markets on Mondays. So the problem is still there.
But there's no standing directive from anybody that stops them from going, is there?
Well, the thing is, you can give sanctions, you can give declare anything you want to declare, or people should go to work. If you don't do, the thing is, how do you secure the man who is not sure if he believes you, he enters the street and goes home safe? Up to today in the Southeast, the sit at home is very effective. Unfortunately, it has killed the economy of that place. Before now, the Southeast is one place that can actually, that you can say was independent in terms of the economic activities going there. And in the last 4 or 5 years, that's not exactly the case. Kidnapping still going on there. You know, there are persons in the Southeast that have not gone back to their village in the last 4 years. So, yes, you might say it's relatively peaceful, but that was not the Southeast that we know.
It's interesting you say that. And I'm also concerned about the rise of political power per region domiciled in political parties. For example, a lot of people would assume the APC is strongly affiliated to southwestern political monarchs, I would say, in some sort. In the north, you find Kwankwaso, he had his own party, now he's in the NDC, and it shapes up a little bit about those movements under certain political parties. In the southeast, we had the likes of Abuja, right, at some point in time, but that momentum seems to be broken now. We can't even comfortably, I don't know, comfortably see how much threshold, for example, Abuja has had. I'm asking, is NRM willing to step into the gap? For example, you're from the Southeast, so one would say it's easy for you to conquer local government, states as NRM party as against aiming all the way for national. Do you think the ambition to serve at the national level sometimes clouds the strength and the capacity of political parties when they could actually excel at regional level?
I don't think so. Even from the point of registration, the law requires you to be the national party. There's nothing called regional parties.
Yeah.
So which is why when INEC comes to do verification after it has registered you, it needs to see that your party still have its structures across the country. Today, NRM has structures in polling units, ward, local government, zonal, state, across the 36 states and FCT. So the issue of thinking about controlling the region has never been our... When we tried...
you have wanted to?
What we wanted to do in Zamfara, being our first election, was to demonstrate that a country can be rescued, a state can be rescued, and then we can, cascade it.
And do you believe differently now?
Well, I don't know. It's still that feeling is still correct, but we're now prepared by the fact that we're not trying to rescue one state alone. The target is to rescue the entire country, because let me tell you, there's a lot of strength in leadership at the top. Once you find a leader with the focus and direction at the national level, our society tend to listen to the man on top than the man at the base. If you find the man at top who understands what the issues are, he's able to put the country on the wheel of progress, which is why NRM now is targeting to be at the top to ensure that we make sure we get all these sectors of the country to drive.
It's interesting you do say so, but even on the eve of election that we're in, a lot of people would probably struggle with identifying your logo. It's like this morning was when I believe that's a B that's on your logo, I presume so.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people will struggle with the level of familiarity with your party at that level. What civic level of education are you doing for your party to make sure people have stronger perspective of it?
We tried to deal with this situation earlier when I told you that the parties are there. You will find journalists, political journalists in Nigeria today that if you ask them how many political parties they will have in Nigeria, they'll find it difficult to say. Not because these parties don't exist, not because these parties don't make themselves visible.
Or are the parties too much?
No. Nigeria is Ethiopia has less than 10% of Nigerian population, but they have more than 200 or 300% more political parties than we have in Nigeria. So it's not about the number of parties. If you just oppose the number of the country with the political parties we have, maybe we need additional 2 times the number of the parties that we have now.
So it's not 44.
We've had almost 90-something in the past. So that shows you it's not about the number of political parties. It's about the culture of Nigerians following the leader. You mentioned a big name, they don't care. They may not even know the party is. Those who are following Kwankwasia, so now if you ask them the name of the party, they may mistake Kwankwasia for NDC. They may not have internalized the NDC. I think that's what the problem is. The National Rescue Movement has been there. If you've been following Nigerian elections across board, we've never come anything above the 9th position in all the elections. In Bayelsa, in the last governorship election, NRM came third, and it was actually an NRM candidate that dragged the governor from the from the tribunal to appeal to Supreme Court. And if you find out anybody in Bayelsa State, they will tell you that it was a very close shave. NRM almost took that. It was just the last minute, or whatever happens, that the judges from Supreme Court told us our matter was a pre-election matter. Otherwise, we're cruising to victory there. In the just by-election that was conducted, in some areas we have 4th, 5th, the maximum. So NRM is visible. There's no polling unit in any election in Nigeria, if you go and check, where NRM don't get votes. Nigerians like the name. They understand that the country requires rescue. But the people who have captured the states that have been running this country has now dollarized the system that most people, even when they see NRM, would want to at least eat for that day.
It's interesting you do say so. And this is me rounding off with you. Your primaries are coming up, and by now you're clear about people who are in your party. Are there prominent names in your party?
We talk our members. We don't drop names in NRM. The reason is that every member of our party has an equal stake. So when we begin to drop names, we'll not be falling short of the same thing we complain our guests, that Nigerians seem to like names, sometimes not even doing some sort of profiling of these names, but maybe a man who has helped himself with our national resources.
It's interesting because if Nigerians follow names, but your ideology is a little bit different from that, like they say, if you're selling, the woman who sells Kose must not be far from the woman who sells Akamu. It's a situation of where your business helps my business. If the Nigerians are in the business of names and you choose to be clandestine about names, does that really still put you in a position of advantage or merit with Nigerians?
Well, you will need to push your culture, your values, until persons understand the difference between your values and the other person's value. If you think a strategy is wrong, you don't use it, even if momentarily it affects you. Consistency in your values would make people identify you, and maybe when they do, they follow you. So we don't care about how many persons who want us to drop names. For now, if that's what they want to hear, we're dropping our vision, we're dropping our values, we're dropping what we want to do for Nigeria, and I think that should be the thing that should bother anyone. So
I have to say a big thank you to you, sir, for taking our time to talk to us on Volume with FemiDlive. My guest has been Prince Dr. Chinedu Obi, National Chairman of the NRM, that's National Rescue Movement, and he's also the DG of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, that's IPAC, as we easily call them in development space, often, and media, as we say. Thank you so much for being on Volume. Thank you for sharing as much as you have with clear insight. I did say to you that you're pragmatic and realistic with some of your answers. I'm glad you've been able to say that to us as well.
Thank you, Femi, for inviting us. Thank you, viewers.
Thank you. All right, we'll get to read your comments and your ideas around NRM. Maybe it's time to do something different for yourself. What would happen? I would say this story quickly as a roundoff. It was the second term election of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. As I round off, this is a very interesting story. That election, I understood the election. I was young, but I understood that I had the right to vote. My father solicited the entire family to vote in favor of President Obasanjo. And we said, because of the way he has solicited and the pressure he has put, we're going to create an anti-movement against his vote in the House. We can tell you about the stories of how he came back at us. Of course, he didn't know we voted against Obasanjo at that time. It was just about what we didn't like about why he was asking us to vote for President Obasanjo at the time. But what makes it interesting is this, that many young people are ready to vote in 2027 elections. You could only wonder why they are voting for who they are voting for. We'll see why you vote, who you vote for. Thanks for watching. I'm FemiD. Amede. But wait, do you hear the beats? There are drums of war across the globe, if I would say. It's shaking continents, it's shaping countries.
That's why there should be national development plans. Every state should have a plan, think ahead, project, and there should be policy coordination. It's like your house is burning, and that's when you realize that you don't have tap in the compound, that there's no water around, or that you don't have fire extinguisher. That's where sometimes the central bank is doing something else. The Ministry of Finance is doing another thing altogether. And so the central bank is trying to manage inflation. Government is releasing money to whoever and living luxury life. They're asking you and I to cut down on our interest. In fact, I think one minister even said we don't have to put on our refrigerator so that we can conserve power, and nobody will think that is right. And the worst part of it, in most cases, is that it's done with public resources.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined the show. Always excited to read your comments and yes, your thoughts about many things. But wait, do you hear the beats? There are drums of war across the globe, if I would say, but some say it's not yet wartime. But the mere sound of it is shaking continents, it's shaping countries, and different people are coming up with economic strategies to respond to such drums of war. But then, at that, you start to ask questions along the lines of what fiscal response is needed, that's financial planning, if I would say, within the shortest period of time to respond to this. this kind of crisis that is building up, Nigeria is not left out. Africa, well, you may say it's in the center of it because we've always been connected to news from some part of the world that determines our response, whether good or bad. We're about to find out what will be the prime response that is needed. I'm glad you joined the show today. I'm FemiDlive. My guest today is Mr. John Oyekachi, or should I say Doctor?
Onyeku.
Onyeku is I beg to say.
Yes.
Oyeku, I'm so glad to say Oyekachi. Oyeku.
Yes.
John Oyeku is a governance institutional reform specialist, lawyer, social impact practitioner with more than 25 years of experience working on governance, public policy, and institutional development across Nigeria and Africa. He's the founder of the Institute for Social Impact, Practice, and Leadership, a Pan-African institute dedicated to advancing ethics, accountability, and high-performance leadership across civil society, public institutions, and social impact sector. John is also a co-founding partner at Impact Bridge Africa Advisory, consulting firm that supports government, development partners, and institutions on governance reform, organizational transformation, and strategic leadership. John holds 2 master's degrees in public policy and public administration from the Central European University and the University of York, and a master's of law from University of Lagos. He's also a barrister at law and a member of the Nigerian Bar Association. His current work focus on strengthening governance system, redefining social impact sector, building institutions capable of delivering ethical, accountable, and high-performance public service in Africa. Well, these would just be part of his profile. I know him way back then as the deputy chief of party on major governance issues, as we had it with the former USAID.
Sure.
It's not easy to say USAID as former.
It is not easy, but it is what it is.
So I will start by saying I've talked to quite a number of people and nobody saw the exit of USAID happening. I mean, these are institutions that many institutions are built on.
Mm-hmm.
They are there on governance, they are there on fiscal policy, or this is where you spend, this is how you develop, this is how you measure impact. They were like the library of any development organization that wants to make it. But then the exit happened.
Yes, Trump happened. And that's the nature of politics. There's nothing we do in life that is not political. So sometimes when you hear the news, for instance, I'm sure you know this very well. You hear the news, there's always an angle to it. And most of those that goes about what is the political thing in it? What are the political stakeholders? What is their interest? The elite bargaining, the insiders, the rules, who bends it, who insists on the rules happening. And so when Trump came in, he had his own idea. He knew he wanted to expand the power of the American president. He wanted to test the waters. And so he needed to do things to change some of the status quo. And I think USAID was an easy one for him because for him it was MAGA. It was America first. So he just felt, no, we're not going to give people our money again, not thinking about the this thing that America gets from me, the mileage that America gets from me, that everybody listened to America. Everybody listened to America. But he didn't care. He wanted something else. He wanted to say our money is not going to anybody or to help anybody in any way.
Let me go back a little bit into your role as deputy, deputy, I would say it this way. Let me just read it out as you have the deputy chief of party on major governance. You moved across Nigeria, you moved across Africa. You saw a lot of disparity between the social work that needed to be done and the institutions who could possibly be responsible or who skipped being responsible for it. What was your assessment during those periods? And you've done this for about 25 years and more. And you understand this space, how it was and how it is unchanging with its problem.
I think the problem we have, meanwhile, I worked, yes, like you said, I worked across different areas. I worked with government. I met quite a number of state governors, and we discussed a lot of issues, public finance management. At some point, I worked on anti-terrorism activity in the Northeast. I got to see how these things are working. So it's about our institutions are weak. They are failing. So that's really the main problem that we have. Our institutions are weak. So it's about an individual. What does he want? What does he feel? used to call this the barbarization of power. So it's Baba. I remain loyal. That common saying is dangerous to our health as a nation. I'm loyal, sir. So you go to a government office. It's not like they don't have processes. It's not like they don't have systems in place. But everybody, rather than doing the right thing, everybody wanted you to do something that he likes, that makes him feel cool, that makes him feel good. Oh, Baba wants this. And that's why a minister is appointed and the minister is going to resume. And you see old men, grandfathers of even the minister, they'll start shouting, Mama, will come, you, Papa, you, and all of that. It just shows the hollowing out. It doesn't happen one day. There's this gradual hollowing out of institutions, of what really matters. So rather than focusing on what matters, the work, the capacity, the rules, everybody is like, this guy is our guy. He's loyal to us. He was in the forefront singing for us that day and everything. And so you get benefits based on your level of loyalty, how it is measured.
Yeah.
And you see that happening all the time. And that's why when you see people jumping ship or jumping parties and showing loyalty, going overboard to show loyalty, they get some pegs. Whereas those who have been there doing something consistently will keep complaining that they are being overlooked in getting pegs. I think it's an African problem.
And why it is an African problem, it's also an African system. It's so systemized from the way you described it. Baba yo-yo, mama yo-yo. It's gone on for decades. And you find the institutions that are supposed to take up the responsibility of building frameworks to say, Governor, this is why this can't work and that should work. Versus the people who are locals, who have systemized a level of thinking around loyalty of maybe a governor. But let me push you on the issue of insecurity. You talked about working in that space. And I kind of think about the moment, for example, when Zamfara Governor Professor Zulum, at some point, he had his thoughts when he was in his first time. And I beg to say, he had his own thoughts about what should be done. Former governor, I beg to say, he had his own thoughts about what should be done with insecurity at the time, was very vocal about the army and much more. Shortly after, he visited the villa and he had to change his direction as regards how he thinks about some of these things. And I'm wondering, does it always come down to the thoughts of the governor when it comes to responding to issue of security in the country?
It is, but you know, our governors are more like traditional rulers.
Why so?
Yeah, because nobody opposes them in the states. Nobody holds them to account for many, many things. Most of the state legislatures are doing what the governor wants. Unlike the federal level, where there's a lot of eyes looking at what is happening and raising issues. And that's why sometimes people will say, no, go to your state, go and talk about your state, hold your states accountable. Those governors, sometimes it's what we are talking about, elite interests, the bargaining power. The elite, sometimes what they want is the incentive. There are incentives for insecurity. There's the political economy of insecurity. There are those who are benefiting, there are those that are not benefiting, there are those who are suffering.
Why is it that we never found those who are benefiting? There's never been a conversation of a list or anybody.
Because they are also the ones controlling the institutions that should find them out. Yes.
How so?
Look, nothing goes wrong in a country where there is some kind of elite consensus. The Asian tigers developed because the elites were agreed that this is the way they wanted to go. And they laid down the rules. Singapore, you couldn't spit on the ground. There have to be a level of education and the rest. They had the best coming back from Harvard. They sent their citizens to Harvard, to Cambridge, Stanford, to the best of schools.
That's under Lee Kuan Yew.
Yes, and brought them back, the best of the best, to come into government. That's what changed the narrative. So they knew what they wanted and they worked on those concepts of developmental states. But here in Africa, most African countries, or let's just say take our country, Nigeria, because as the giant of Africa, to be the president of Nigeria, you don't have to pass school SAT. In fact, you just need to have attended. Yes. And sometimes you don't even need to have attended as we can see from some of the electoral decisions of the courts. So it is very difficult for you to have development under that kind of environment. And then we have this cultural. We are culturally very emotive people.
Yes.
Very emotive. You get into a government office and somebody, you are asking for something. You say, don't you know he lost his friend there last week or last month? And be nice, I'll do stuff. Look, if you lost your friend and you can't work, why don't you just stay home, mourn your friend, and let the work continue? And then you go to universities. ASU will be pushing accountability at the federal level and the rest, but basic services in the universities are not working. And they say it's because of the mode of appointment of VCs. So why is ASU? That's where we have our eggheads, as it were. Why are they not also finding solutions to solve, ways to solve that problem head on? Because basically, whoever becomes a VC is just first among equal. They are all academics. Maybe even a junior professor can become a VC. So why are they not really looking at those things and looking for innovative ways to solve that problem, rather than tell us how to run national government, whereas the little community, university community, they're supposed to oversee as sometimes elders, they're not able to do that. And many have even accused them of rigging elections.
Well, that's not just a possibility. It's also something that we often discuss, because we've seen also a split down sometimes in conversations as regard who's on what side and who who was voted for and who was accounted for or counted for. That's a whole new ballgame when it comes to transparency in that level of leadership. But I often wonder, when it comes to the nature of our leaders, there's been almost no end to people, or should I say organizations, that groom leaders, right? You just talked about the fact that if you attend up to school sat level as maybe a president and maybe even a governor, and looks like the age is even a major thing, you're above 40 and the likes of that, those are elements that play into our constitution with regards to, and I mean constitution and all the laws connected to it, with regards to, for example, nominating leaders. But there's been no clear, deliberate effort in teaching people how to become a leader in governance space, as one would find. And I'm connecting this with, for example, donors and institutions that say, oh, we want Nigeria or any country in Africa to be better. But they've really not provided that training on leadership. Should they even be providing that training?
So they are passed to this training. Leadership pipeline is many things. It's, of course, the basic training, primary school, secondary school. It's all part of it. And then people get out of school, they get into some vocation. There's always elements of providing how to be a good leader, be accountable, be sensitive, serve the people, not personal interests and all of. So those are there. And of course, a country cannot say we're investing, but then let's even say we have structures for that. But the point is the structure, the pipeline is not healthy enough. And when we talk about leadership in this sense, the military does a lot of leadership training through their system. But then when it comes to politics, partisan politics, it gets very muddy. One, we continue reducing the standard. We just heard about the electoral law, which nobody have really seen, that there's a provision that you cannot be disqualified because you forged your certificates. So we keep reducing the standard.
That's in there now. I've not seen it. So
many say it's there. We have not seen the gazetted copy. So you know now we have to wait for the gazetted copy.
Okay, I agree with you. You have to wait for the vinyl copy,
yes.
the one signed and the one the president says, I signed, if I would say it that way, because these days...
Not just the one the president signed, the one that is gazetted.
Yes, of course. Yes gazetted.
Because the president really doesn't have to sign the gazetted copy. It is the one that he signed that is taken to the government press to gazette. And you saw what happened to the tax law. Some say it's not what was signed, that is there and all of, and gradually we conveniently...
Almost 2 laws in space of 6 months have been controversial.
Yeah, we conveniently ignored it because it will shake the boats.
Why conveniently ignore it? Because you're a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, you're a lawyer. Yeah. It's interesting that when I was growing up, I mean, if I grabbed the newspaper then,
It's Gani Fawemi saying this, Gani Fawemi saying that against the government of which was military. He almost was available to challenge everything that did not meet the law of the land, or as it's written in the law of the land. But this day and age, everybody just let's just discuss it out. Why is it that lawyers these days are not fiery enough to challenge in law courts some of these discrepancies, if I would say?
Lawyers are doing that.
How so?
Yes, they do. There are many lawyers who are doing public interest litigation, just like Fagani did. But the situation is different. Gani did it mostly under military rule.
It was more even difficult.
Yes, but the enemy was known. And the systems were stronger, trust me, than the system that we have in Nigeria now. Then you could sue the military over a situation, and the court will be very happy to rule against the military. Even IBB, with all his strengths, all his bravado, the court still had a lot of decisions made against him, and he obeyed. Both under the civilian regime, since the last 10 years, governments have mostly not obeyed decisions of the courts, or have found a way to compromise the judiciary. And that's why with time, you see that even take our electoral jurisprudence, it's not making sense even to lawyers. That's the point. It's not making sense even to lawyers. Because at some point, you could say this is what the court will say. But now, looking at all the facts and looking at all the laws, you will not be able to say that, yes, I'll bet myself my last cover or my gown that the court will go this way, because politics has compromised that institution.
It is sad, sir, because people get verdicts in two different locations, and
it happened. You get today, tomorrow I'll get my own. Next tomorrow you go back to your own and get your own, and then it happens. And then nothing really has happened. MBA has spoken about it. The president have been on this, that. The current president, Afam. He said so many things about this, but really it's difficult. Even the method of appointing judges before you get people from private practice come into the bench. But right now, they rather get a clerk into the bench than allow somebody from outside to come into the bench. Before, we even had someone come from outside to the Supreme Court. Yeah, but it's not more happening.
Now it's almost the American system where you calculate whether they're Democrats or Republicans to balance out the bench, and all of that. Politics is playing out successfully.
Exactly. So it's political interest, it's incentive, it's the elite bargaining. They are not focusing on public good. They are focusing on their interest, the incentive. So why should I appoint you? Will you defend me? Will you take decisions that favor my party? If it won't favor my party, if it won't favor my interests or my friends, I will not appoint you. So that is what is happening now. So everything now has gone into what you call the wrong incentive is driving development that we have in Nigeria. Anyway, it's driving our lack of development. It is the wrong incentive. The incentive system, look at anti-corruption. What do we do? What we do is, after the act, we are not preventing it.
True.
And not because we don't have laws, but the institutions that are supposed to get those laws to function are not strong enough. They have been compromised, whether EFCC, ICPC, whatever. So the problem is the incentive system, the elites, the elite bargain, we call it, then poor institutions, and then you leave a lot of things to discretion. And when you leave a lot of things to discretion in governance, it means that depending on which side of the bed somebody wakes up, he can decide to do whatever he likes. And so whether he's incompetent or competent, it doesn't matter. It's what he wants. It's his turn to chop. And when it's his turn to chop, he does everything to make sure that he maximizes the chopping.
And if I take that on, I would say it's my turn is how President Tinubu declared part of his campaign, as he did go on when he had to rest. Say it's my turn, and he pushed through on that. But let me spin this, institutions and leaders. And I don't know how you would describe the Nigerian leader, but I have a context that I wanted to share with you. So there's the type of leader that comes on this first day of the job and says, fuel subsidy is gone. no clear plan, but it is gone. And what that means is every of the other institutions and people who work with me come up with a plan to make sure my declaration works. And they are the type of leaders that would say, oh, I want it gone. Come up with a plan on how it to go. And let me make this clear. President Jonathan, the former president, his inclination was, it needs to go. Come up with a plan on how it to go. We'll remove it gradually. President Tinubu says, it is gone. Come up with a plan on how to sustain it being gone, right? And you are strongly into governance and knowledge on governance. And I see this situation playing out several times. President Tinubu could do that with fuel subsidy. Similar experience, I would say, with the tax regime that is just started off as well, declared, come up with a plan for this declaration to work. At best, which one works? Is it really a matter of coming up with a plan before the declaration or declaration after the plan?
So there's a problem here.
Oh dear.
There is the assumption that there is institutions, which was what Jonathan had in mind, that systems work. We could let it work. But then there's also the group that is manipulating the whole governance system. Why is it that we have lists of those sponsoring terrorism, banditry, and the rest, and nobody prosecutes them? Why is it that we talk about oil subsidy is source of corruption? So if you know a source of corruption, you should know those who are corrupting it and arrest them. So why don't you do something? Okay, why do we have NAFDAC say that they will not have alcohol in sachet because children will have access to it? Because whether it's in sachet or it's in bottle, children can still have access to it. So the problem is we leave the main problem, we focus on the symptom. So, and that is why rather than fight those who are destroying the subsidy regime, we say that we should remove subsidy and let the majority of the people suffer. Rather than saying, you are one of those who are benefiting from subsidy that you shouldn't benefit from, or not importing, but getting money off the system to say that you have imported fuel, X volume of fuel, and then so we'll punish you for it. So President Jonathan, his greatest undoing with fuel subsidy, and of course with many things, was going back on the fuel subsidy removal process. He should have dug in, because that's what we need to build those institutions. President Tinubu understands that there are no institutions. So the best thing to do is to say, it is gone. Let us deal with the consequences. My only problem with that is that even at that, he was never interested in ensuring that while people were suffering, those in government were also making sacrifices, because he went on this shopping spree, the yacht, the new plane, presidential fleets, and all of that. So he went on that, and then there wasn't any system of we are removing any money. There was nothing like buy local. We have car manufacturers in Nigeria. The National Assembly still went ahead to buy 160 million vehicles each for each other, and that's the one we had. Many could have also happened that we never heard of, because the system basically have been captured by an elite group that is self-centered, does not worry about the common good. And then government said, we are going to make sure that people don't feel the impact. Just like they are talking about the fuel increases, and they say, we are going to release 100,000 CNG kits so that more people can convert their vehicle to CNG. I ask you, Femi, how many Nigerians own cars that will want to convert to CNG? Will 100,000 serve? And trust me, if you go and see how that process is managed, it will basically go to people in government, their friends, people in the houses, their friends, political friends. So it's a circle of political influence. You get 3. Okay, bring 4. Okay, bring 3. Just like they do with appointments. It won't work.
I was even going to come to that because it's like a short-term measure that has no impact on
has
the
no
people.
impact. And our reform do not think big. It's like we're afraid of reform. We're afraid of development. A country of 200,000 people, and you are bringing CNG. How many cars we have in Abuja? And you're saying 100,000. How many states will that serve? How many people in one state will that serve?
It's not even about the scale or the numbers. What my worry is, so, and I don't know if you see it this way, it's like saying a woman who cooks with firewood, suddenly you're making provision for her to, you're saying if you can get a gas cylinder, I'll put gas for you, right?
Yes.
And she's wondering what on earth is a gas in the very first place. What type of thing do I put on it? What type of food do I cook that is so worthy enough of the type of gas?
Yes.
So that's how I see it in my head. And I also see a situation where thousands of people don't have brand new cars. So, and one rewire has already passed wire under somewhere. God forbid that there's any fire incident. But it looks like, and I follow this in the news, and I hear those declarations. And I'm worried that it looks like, oh, this is the solution. And somebody out there needs to paint it as the solution to a short-term crisis, a global crisis going on. What do you make of when there is some sort of government intervention, right? Because a lot of times there's a lot of government intervention, but in real life does not apply. Like they will say with food, oh, the price of food has come down because we did this. And the outright connection it's very elusive. Those interventions that really do not connect to the people, how does anybody say that to any government official or institution to say, sir, this is wrong or this is not going to work?
So, okay, let's come to food. Truthfully, price of food basically started coming down. And inflation went from 33 to about 15% now.
Until the crisis started.
Yeah. So what happened is that there's a policy problem with that problem. So government said, open the borders. So our borders are open for food. Food is coming. So we are no more eating local rice. We are going back to importing rice. Anybody can import rice. Custom duty was removed. And that's why it took like 6 months. And that's why right now there's food everywhere. But then our local producers are suffering because of that policy. So the problem is, how do you deal with it? Because insecurity is even making it difficult for people to
venture into it,
to go to farm. So that's one major issue about those policies. Policies shouldn't just be in the thick of the problem. It's like your house is burning, and that's when you realize that you don't have tap in the compound, that there's no water around, or that you don't have fire extinguisher, or that there's no staircase for people, if it were a story building, for people to get down from. No, we should plan. That's why there should be national development plans. Every state should have a plan. Every ministries and agencies should have a strategy for dealing with issues. Think ahead, project. And there should be policy coordination. And that's where sometimes the central bank is doing something else. The Ministry of Finance is doing another thing altogether. And so the central bank is trying to manage deflation. Government is releasing money to whoever and living luxury life. They're asking you and I to cut down on our interest. In fact, I think one minister even said we don't have to put on our refrigerator so that we can conserve power. But they will buy and build houses that will take more than 10 refrigerators, and nobody will think that is right. And the worst part of it, in most cases, is that it's done with public resources.
True.
It's not done with personal resources.
And we have energy crisis in Nigeria. We can't shy away from that. And I mean, this studio, it's on plan A. And
Plan A.
No, I call it plan A because when I think about the plan in my planning and I think of the cost, it deserves a allocation. So it's a plan. It's no longer a band.
Allocation.
Yeah, it's no longer a band. They can't do it. That one is not a band. Band is the name technical people will call it. Yeah. This one is plan A. Let's say, guys, this is a plan A. And I think about that, and I also think about the fact that electricity, for example, it's a crisis out there We're still burning gas as much as we can, and there's also the issue of petrol price and the likes of that as it's going on. In fact, as we speak now, market forces are the one that is determining the price of petrol based on the fact that there's war out there. But this is not new to you. No. Demystify to us.
So what's happening is that the petroleum business is global. So it's not about what we do in our little corner of the world. It's global. Sometimes crude is sold upfront. The crude to be supplied in December have already been agreed now.
True.
And
our crude, by the way, has never gone past 2.2 MB. I don't know why that is. But million barrels per day. It's always ranging. I've never seen in the news where they say, Nigeria, 4 million barrels per day. It's always been that 2.2. Anyway, that's just on the side.
But I think part of it is really that we have not invested enough.
True.
And then we have also allowed the theft and lack of monitoring, lack of policy coordination between the pipe where these fuels are taken away and those who are accounting for the national purse. So there's a gap. There's a gap. Just like we have banditry and the rest, there's large-scale fuel theft going on in Nigeria. But we haven't done much about it. So let's come back to why people are paying more. So when it is like that, what happens is that the supplies will not be there for refineries. We're even lucky that we have a Dangote refinery.
Why are we lucky?
Because without a Dangote refinery, buying from outside will be more competitive. The 1,200 or thereabout or 1,100 that we are paying now, it won't be there. We'll be paying about 2,000 or more per liter of fuel. Yes. But because we have a Dangote refinery, we are able to get fuel. We are not queuing. Otherwise, by now we'll be queuing. Because this is a global, the Middle East basically has the most fuel supply.
Yes.
Yeah, this has affected Saudi Arabia. It has affected Qatar. It has affected the UAE. So all of those areas that have fuel, even China is reducing what it can, what it chooses to consume. India. So when you look at all of that, you see that, because it's a global business. Businesses, fuel, what
connected
is
to
yes, it's so interconnected that you cannot ignore that price. And because we have deregulated the sector, it means that we are subject to what is happening globally. There's no country where fuel price have not increased now.
True.
Yeah, it depends.
The price in Ghana is crazy too.
Yes, it depends on how much increase, but it has increased. We are lucky because it has not increased as much as it would have if we were still without a Dangote refinery. So what needs to happen is that we should encourage more private sector players to come into the space. I hear there are some that will come on stream soon. We should encourage more private sector players to come into the space, build more refineries, create more jobs, and be able to provide at least. And then because the cost of fuel goes up, so we make more money as a country.
Yeah, Brent is about $200 now,
yes.
Is it?
And so we are not refining in our respective homes. So we have more money. Those who are refining are paying more for crude. So as they pay more for crude, they are going to pass it on too.
Definitely.
While we are making more money in the national purse. So the only way government should can do this is to say, okay, how can we support people? How can we support? And that's why I said the scale of reform, the scale of incentives that we provide in this country is not enough. So government talked about CNG buses in Abuja as part of the fuel subsidy removal. But how many of them do you see serving the low-cost, will I say, axis?
I've seen one. It's just that the day I saw it, I think it was on fire. It was a fire. It was on the DC axis. It was a fire. It was a messed up story.
And possibly carrying civil servants.
Yeah. But they got out all safe. At least that's the perception I have.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that if government were serious, what they would do is that those who are using vehicles that some are up to 30 years for taxis and buses across town, they should start modernizing it. Put them into a cooperative, form them into a framework that allows them to have access to those buses. Modernize the system and allow low-paying people. If you are going from Buhari or Mararaba into town, you will be able to access those.
Let me still push you a little bit into our energy sector, because now you make it clear that yes, the price of crude has gone up and all of that, and of course the real amount we're paying could have been more than we are paying. But I also wonder about our benchmark, our budgets, the 2026 budget we're running. There are benchmarks there, and yes, in all reality, all benchmarks we've often used, whether it's the dollar to naira exchange or any exchange, including the price of crude, none of them have really worked in many years in Nigeria, at least not absolutely. And I know it's projections, but now this looks like for the first time, the price of crude is way higher than you put it on the benchmark. What does this mean for our economic momentum, if at all it is?
Two options. Government can change the benchmark and put more money into the budget. And we can also, we are owing a lot. About 60% of our income is used to...
Let me ask you very obvious. Well, let me be shy and ask, why are we owing?
Because we have failed to plan.
But we're still borrowing, are we not?
We are. We have failed to plan, and our institutions are not working. And that's why we are owing as much as we are owing. Because one, for instance, last year, every other month, you hear about borrowing from one institution or the other, and yet the capital budget was not implemented. Most agencies I'm not sure any agency got up to 50% of their capital projects.
As at August,
yes.
Some people have not even received any
gotten
budget.
any. Exactly. So the problem is government is not accounting to you and I for what they are doing with our money.
But then tax seems to be like the way to go. They say, if you're able to mop up tax from everybody to a large extent, things will be better. Even though that is also viewed as some sort of, there are people who have connected tax collection to campaign collection, that may happen. This tax regime that we're into, duly noted, it's the right one to do for a country like Nigeria, but also wondering about whether it sits well in our economic situation. Do you think it's mistimed as well? Like some people will say fuel subsidy is good, but it's just mistimed. Tax is good in the country, but it's mistimed. Is it?
It's not mistimed.
Why so?
Yes. Because one, we have the lowest tax to GDP. Nigeria is about 6%. Mm-hmm. Average in Africa is about 16%. Globally, it's about 34%. The problem we have is that the institutions to manage those resources are just not there. And citizens are not asking enough questions. Because if government taxes us, it's also our right to ask questions. What have you done with the money? Why have you not done this or done that or that? But when you ask questions, you are seen like a troublemaker. Even if you are in the National Assembly. If a senator stands up and talks about those things, he's seen as a troublemaker. So that's the problem. Our institutions, the elite, the Nigerian elites, they are our problem.
There are also a report of 2014 or thereabout, suggested collapsing some institutions into one. Every time some government leader flirts with the idea to say, I think we should combine or shrink some institutions that are not working, people will say, well, you want to kill people, you want to sack workers and the likes of that. A notion that NLC and TUC and the likes of them have subsequently been in the forefront of saying, doing this means that, whether right or wrong is another thing of ballgame. Do you think we have oversubscribed institutions, that some institutions should really, really go, and some that are efficient, at least on paper, should take over their responsibilities?
Yes. In fact, many of the institutions should go.
Which ones?
Many. We have several duplications. Let's not go so that they don't feel uncomfortable.
And I do traffic. Okay.
They don't feel uncomfortable. And then the problem is not having those institutions. The problem is productivity. So you go to a government institution, except for the Class A institutions, the ones that get direct or get public revenue, like custom, NCC, get public revenue, FIRS, they get public revenue, they keep a lot of money to themselves, whether using official measure or using some other measure. But if you go to most of the government offices, you won't be able to comfortably sit there to work. And they don't even have what they need to work. Either there's no lights, there's no computer, or somebody is not bringing out the money for it, or they're more interested in buying vehicles. Why do you think that we buy vehicles every year? Like every 4 years, a car that should be stay up to 10, 20, 15 years. In Nigeria, within 2 years, we trash it.
Why is that so?
It's corruption. It's because really,
do you think when people retire, they should go with their government, official vehicles and the likes of that?
They shouldn't.
Why so?
Those vehicles are for those institutions. They are not personal. They're using it to do the work. So when they are retiring, they should take care of themselves. And that's why we need to even discuss what we pay civil servants in Nigeria.
Yep.
Because you can't pay somebody 500,000 as a director, for instance, and you're expecting him or her to make decision over 5 billion procurements every 6 months. So
meaning,
so I'm a director.
Yes.
Meaning whatever you like. So I'm a director. My take home is below 1 million. Let's just put it that way.
But I oversee 5 billion.
Yes, but every other week I sit in a panel to award contracts worth 5 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion, 50 billion, sometimes even possibly 1 trillion to someone. Okay, I will just walk away and he will take all the money and go away.
Yes.
It's not happening. If we deceive ourselves that it's happening, it's not happening. And many people who are doing contracts, most of them are telling you that they're just doing it for some people within the system who have registered vehicles, special purpose vehicles, for the purpose of awarding the contracts to themselves, or awarding it to their crony and getting the money back through the back door.
Without doing the job. I think that's the one I have issues with. Even when they award the contract, sometimes they don't get to do the job that...
The job won't be done because the interest...
The chain of interest.
The chain of interest is much. Just that, you don't want to mention some of these organizations online. Publicly like that. But really, things are bad. Things are bad. Whether it's the police, whether it's EFCC, whether it's ICPC, whether it's almost all the agencies. So the public personnel, they show us, what they show you and I, what we see is not what happens within the system. So when you directly interface with the system, you know that it is not what you think.
It is interesting that you do so. I mean, when we think about those kind of institutions, one institution, or should I say, several institutions within the energy sector comes to my mind. I can't resist calling them NEPA for many reasons. So it's interesting that the electricity sector and the institutions that are connected to it has, in many versions of revamp, in many ways of renaming, sold and being bought, named per region, called AEDC or named accordingly. The efficiency in the competitiveness, the type that we've now created with Dangote refining oil, there's no competition for that, for example, in the electricity sector, in the energy sector, and there's some level of crisis that we're at the mercy of whoever decides to, like my friend would say, send his kids to, a NEPA man brought his child to the office to on, off, off,
to have fun.
To have fun at our own expense. What's your take about that sector and maybe some level of revival or revamping that is required there?
I think, so let's take it in context. I think because telecoms reforms succeeded.
Yes, it did.
And they saw the money. It was a lot of money, still a lot of money. So many of those who came to take over the electricity infrastructure as discos were not prepared for it. They thought it was easy money that they were going to make. But electricity is different. Phones won't shock you, but electricity can be very dangerous if you touch it carelessly. So what has happened is that because of that, they are basically manipulating the system. If you look at this banding process, it is not right, but we are accepting it because we hope that it will improve supply. But because most people in band A or band B are not getting services commensurate with those bands. I stay in a band A. I don't get a band A service.
I don't even think in my resident, I'm not sure we're on any band. They just throw wire to us. We are all lights.
Exactly. And then they will come and say, okay, estimated, pay whatever we ask you to pay or whatever.
Sadly, sir.
So that is the problem. And then when every year you hear that this thing has collapsed, the national grid has collapsed, it's also a challenge because each time the national grid collapses, that's billions of money. Billions of money, but because not just naira, dollar, euros, pounds, whatever, because that is part of why we are spending about 30 trillion individuals and companies to run alternative electricity, to buy fuel, to build solar systems and all of that. So that is why we are doing that. What needs to happen is that reforms should really be worth it. Government should stop holding down that system, that sector. What happens is that some in government will want to keep part of the benefits. So part of the benefit for them is to keep TCN and the rest. Otherwise, if we really want to privatize, we should open up the system, let people generate and let people sell. But right now, talking about institutions, you know that they want to get on another system that they will say will collect wasting assets within the sector and turn it into...
I've heard of it. For the life of me, I'm hoping to believe it.
Yes, but then the problem is that what we need? Why can't the current structure mainstream that role? If we really want this, must we have another system where they will buy cars every year, they will employ people, they will go for foreign trips, they will go for training, and then they will still struggle with coordination. Because then, how do they coordinate with other institutions? They will start fighting over it, which is basically what's happening with many things that we do, like illicit finance and
more. And Abia State seems to have hacked it somehow. They've been able to hack it. The governor there, Governor Oti, alongside with the likes of Professor Naji, when they created the power supply in that region, they seem to have hacked it. It took them a while, because I was watching a documentary about that, taking the funding, the bureaucracy, the nose that they got, but eventually they're doing something right in that region, and looks like there's light.
It's a model that can be scaled.
Yes.
So one, it wasn't just about Governor Oti. This thing started about 2004 or thereabout.
Coincidentally, why do you mention him is, so from the documentary I watched, it was in Diamond Bank when the loan facility for that started. And when they killed it when it was in Diamond Bank, he moved to First Bank.
And continued supporting the
process. Yes, and then went back to Diamond Bank. And then eventually became the governor. So it's almost like you can't take the power story in that sector without him.
You can't.
Running.
Yeah, but if you tell it in isolation, it will look it was started and ended with his government.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, no, it won't. So another thing is that, one, it's not the whole of Abia State. I'm from Abia State.
Ah, fine.
So it's for some local government.
My colleague is also from Abia State.
It's for some local.
Oh, she's Imo. Sorry.
Yes, it's for some local governments in Abia State, and so it needs to be scaled. So the challenge now for Governor Oti is to try and see how he can scale it across the state.
But I understand he's also passing electricity to neighboring states. So if he's not completed Abia State, how come he's able to throw the wire to Enugu State, if I would say so? It's not so. What's your accurate depiction of what has happened in that past?
What has happened is that we have something that can be scaled. It is not Eldorado yet in Abia. It is not all local governments in Abia. It is part of Abia State that has electricity.
Abia is a small state, if I look at the Nigerian map.
Yes.
So by what percentage do you think?
I think it's about 9 local governments that
out of
have about 16 or 21 that have access to that service.
So not 50% yet?
No, not even all the local governments in Umuahia. You know,
Umuahia is the state capital.
It's the state capital, not even all parts of Umuahia.
That's interesting. I didn't see it that way.
Yes, but of course, politicians will have to narrate it in a certain way. So that's why I'm saying we have something good that can be scaled. It's not yet Eldorado. So, but if you look from outside, Governoti is doing so much in terms of infrastructure and the rest, but electricity is also still a challenge in Abia, just like every part of Nigeria. So one, he needs to maybe work with them to get, now that states can license and the rest, they need to work on scaling that service, whether it's with Prof. Naji and his company, or bringing others to also build similar service across the states.
Okay, we're rounding off now. So, but I still want to throw in one question around civil society and what they do for public accountability and finance. I see a lot of organizations. Sometimes people describe as, they're more of activists than advocates. Serap, for example, they call out the government when they see things that go wrong. You work with government sometimes in supporting public finance and accountability, whether at the state level or at the federal level. What do you think more needs to be done by civil societies in partnering with government institutions and government, if I would say, in helping their public finance and accountability?
One, the traditional thing, at some point, if you say you were civil society, you were seen like an activist. A government official sees you like a troublemaker. And then, so for me, where I am now looking at what is happening in that sector, I look at it as those who are working to ensure that there's social impact, there's outcomes, rightful outcomes in serving the people. So it is important now that society go beyond advocacy and go beyond activism and advocacy and go into research and go into supporting institutions to do the right thing, drive innovation in those sectors in the different parts of it. I mean, you spoke about speaking with the founder of Budget Show, the kind of thing that they are doing, they're civil society organization, but they are looking at it differently from the social impact. They are crunching data. We have those working on election. So we need civil society, one, to work as partners with government. But before they can do that, they need to have the capacity to do that. So society is not just it's not just that whatever government does is wrong. It's also saying this is the best way to do it. We have a template to help you drive some of those things and getting those work done.
I have to say a big thank you to you, John Onyeku. I hope I pronounced it correctly this time around. And yes, sleep didn't get best of me. He's a governance and institutional reform specialist, a lawyer and social impact practitioner with more than 25 years of experience working on governance, public policy, and institutional development across Nigeria and Africa. Thank you so much for coming on Volume.
Thank you very much. My pleasure, FemiDlive.
All right. And I'm so glad that after many weeks and months of planning, we are able to do this. I'm so glad. I am so glad. I do hope that when we do plan a roundtable, because we want to venture to roundtable and just get some of the best minds to deliberate on issues around the country, you would gracefully take a seat.
That would be interesting. Because that's basically what I'm focused on. I couldn't come earlier because I was going around providing support.
I can imagine how many cities you've been in Africa in 1 week.
I mean, it's part of helping pay my own dues.
Yes, dues. I agree with you. When I grow up, I want to be like you.
I hope so.
I hope so too. Thank you so much for all your time. And yes, let's have your comments and your views on some of these issues. Always fantastic to read what you write, okay? I'm FemiDlive. Thank you for all you do. God bless you.
Dementia is not a normal part of aging. Dementia is, is a disease caused by pretty much several different pathologies or abnormal factors in the brain. If you also add some factors that are pertinent to African settings, for example, so this includes wealth inequities, poverty, so economic factors, but also infectious disease burden like HIV, that 45% increases to 65%. So if you address those risk factors, you can prevent dementia by up to 65%. A lot of the measurement tools have come from the global north, and so they don't really translate very effectively to our setting, right?
Yes.
To local realities. So for example, if I give you one example with processing speed, a lot of time, our culture is to take our time to do things, to make sure you do it very well. And so if I'm giving somebody a memory test that is looking at processing speed, where I'm scoring them based on how quickly they're doing something, whereas all through their education, they've been told, take your time so it can be perfect. It will almost show that they have impairment when it doesn't. So African governments need to start investing in African research, because African research has potential to inform global research. We like to call it reciprocal innovation, where innovations from Africa can also start to inform practices elsewhere.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and Diazu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm glad you joined the show. Today we go into a new direction, especially when it comes to medical and medical health and of the society at large and what we do. Well, it's of interest to examine what may be growing on a typical Nigerian adult. As you suspect, sometimes people don't check in to know what's going on with their body. They assume it's something that can be sorted out with something across the counter. But some patterns are not as visible as it is, but then it grows in large numbers across the society. I'm glad to have an expert in this field, somebody remodeling how health concerns and how health should be treated in Africa with me today. I'm pleased to have Dr. Chi Ude Momo, a translational neuroscientist, building on globally recognized finger model. Yes, there's a lot to what she has done. She is with the academic faculty across the Wake Forest University, USA, also with the Aga Khan University in Kenya and Pakistan, where she leads the Ubuntu Brain Health Alliance. I hope I did muffle all of that out.
That was perfect.
Oh, good. Such a relief to know that. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming on today.
Okay.
One of the biggest things that I think I notice in Africa is our health concerns. I think we go after the very popular issues that people say, oh, this is the regular things that happen in Africa. But dementia is not something people say, no, it's just you growing old, it's a natural thing. But these days, it appears it's not natural anymore, especially when you look at the numbers that describe the situation we find ourselves. What's your take? What's the scope around what's going on in that arena?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I'm pretty much usually asked, why dementia in Africa? So first of all, I want to just clear a myth. Dementia is not a normal part of aging. Dementia is a disease caused by pretty much several different pathologies or abnormal factors in the brain. So we see it presents and manifests as like a syndrome of, problems with people's memory, their thinking abilities, some of their daily functions as well, but also behavioral impairments. And all of these drive the dementia syndrome. Incidentally, people used to think it was a global north problem, but of course, as we're seeing populations start to rise, so aged populations rise, increase in life expectancy, we're seeing increased emergence of a lot of some of the typical risk factors that drive dementia, like cardiometabolic risk, so hypertension incidence, diabetes incidence, particularly in areas of the world like Africa. It's not surprising that it's going to be a huge burden in our society. So, for example, we know from current studies that there's about 4 million individuals living with dementia on the continent. However, the global burden of disease have projected, this is the Lancet Commission, so they've projected a rise of almost between 300 to 2,000% by 2050 in terms of dementia prevalence on the continent. So what that means is that number is going to rise significantly. And I don't think our governments, are ready to treat this deluge. So that's the negative, but then there is a plus side. So dementia risk can be reduced. So we can actually work towards preventing dementia. So from studies around the world, we now see that there are what we call modifiable risk factors. So risk factors that drive dementia, and we see a high prevalence in Africa. Things like, we talked about hypertension, and we talked about diabetes, so cardiometabolic risk. Things like loneliness and social isolation are factors that drive dementia, and physical inactivity. Not so much in Africa. I think we're pretty much very active, but there's all of these risk factors that if we target, we see that you can actually modify or improve the prevention potential by up to 45%. And in fact, only last year we actually published showing that if you also add some factors that are pertinent to African settings, for example, so this includes wealth inequities, poverty, so economic factors, but also infectious disease burden like HIV, that 45% increases to 65%. So if you address those risk factors, you can prevent dementia by up to 65%. And so to me, that gives me hope because I see that a lot of the drivers of cognitive impairment, so memory problems and dementia in African settings is actually linked to these factors. And so what that tells me is if we can prevent those factors and target those factors in Africans, we'll be able to stave off that deluge that I've just shared.
It's interesting you do mention, some of the other factors that trigger dementia, or that are components of the thing that allows it to expand by almost 300% by 2050, like you mentioned. And I'm a little bit curious. You also used the word syndrome and symptoms. It's interesting that you could take, and this is interesting because we find an aging population, life expectancy in Nigeria, and you mentioned Nigeria and Kenya being some of your study areas. It's interesting because we have a large population in those two areas. Is it a situation of how the medical community conceives dementia in Nigeria, for example, at this time? If you take an aged person to the hospital, they tell you, just go home and manage it. There's nothing you can do about this. It's a old people disease. Don't worry yourself. Mama is just getting old. There's nothing you can do about it, and the likes of that. How do you think the medical community has been able to understand how dementia builds up on some of those other earlier things you mentioned, the HIV, diabetes, which are almost things that have been in this space for a while?
Yeah, that's a really important question. And so I'm probably going to just talk about the SEED project briefly that's led by Dr. Laz Ude-Eze. Because, here in Nigeria, and we've done similar work also in Kenya, but it's, being replicated globally. So you're right. Unfortunately, in areas of the world, so in low and middle income settings, in the global south, we're seeing a lack of awareness around the dementia syndrome, and when I say syndrome, I just mean the constellation of symptoms like, memory problems, thinking abilities, problems with thinking, problems with daily functions, and behavioral problems, things like that, right? And so they tend to attribute this to just normal part of the aging process. And that's why I started with dementia is not part of, it's like saying malaria is part of aging. There's a cause, right? And so I think that, one of the issues that we're seeing with the underdiagnosis of dementia is due to a lack of awareness and a lack of understanding of what the dementia syndrome is in terms of the biological attributes that drive it, but also kind of like the phenotype. So the overall phenotype in terms of, all of the different symptoms and the fact that there are actual causes of dementia, but even the risk factors as well that drive it. And Dr. Laz has done extensive studies looking at perceptions of healthcare providers. And it was startling to see just really low knowledge, of an understanding of the drivers of dementia. So I think to answer your question, I do think that there is a low awareness just because until recently, dementia brain health wasn't part of the NCD agenda, right? But now it is. It's being recognized as quite important, actually. And I always parroting one of my mentors, Professor Njamshi, who always says you can have no health without brain health. It really controls all parts of your body, right? And so there's a huge need then for us to really like think about dementia awareness programs. The other thing I wanted to talk about is it might not also be the healthcare providers' fault. We've always failed to talk about the stigma that's associated with having a cognitive impairment or dementia diagnosis. People link it to mental health because when people are acting quote unquote outside of the norm, so deviation from the norm, they're seen as
forget things.
Exactly, they're seen as mental, right?
Mental, crazy, yeah.
Exactly, and people don't really want their family members. They don't really want to highlight it because they're worried about the stigma from their communities. So I do think that outside of even educational awareness to providers, it's important to also educate the community as well.
Fantastic. And your field of work now, especially as you walk through Nigeria and Kenya, there must be documented cases in sub-Saharan Africa that helps to inform that there's a need to respond to this. What's that like? What's the documentation process like so far?
Oh, I mean, there are extensive, several studies. Even, in fact, one of the largest cohorts of dementia and which has really informed global awareness in terms of the African setting, for both modifiable, so genetic factors, non-modifiable, so genetic factors, and modifiable risk factors have come from Nigeria. So back in, I think, the 90s, and this was a study led by University of Ibadan, they developed this program, I think it was in over 4,000 individuals, and they compared older adults living in Ibadan to African Americans living in Indianapolis. And so we actually saw incidents of dementia even within this rural Ibadan setting, right? These studies have now sparked an avalanche of programs within the continent. I was mentioning to and not just and I'm talking internationally recognized studies because these studies have been funded. For example, there's funding from the UK government, from the US government to study dementia because we're realizing that there is an avalanche that is expected. We're realizing that there's a huge unmet need in terms of the underdiagnosis.
Yes.
And one of the reasons for this is the lack of tools, of adequate tools to be able to accurately diagnose dementia in our settings. So for instance, one of the major symptoms is the cognitive problems. And cognition occurs in, different types of domains. So you have people's attention, people's memory, right? Their different thinking abilities. You have to be able to measure this accurately. A lot of the measurement tools have come from the global north. And so they don't really translate very effectively to our realities, setting, right? Yes. To local realities. So for example, if I give you one example with processing speed, a lot of time, our culture is to take our time to do things, to make sure you do it very well. And so if I'm giving somebody a memory test that is looking at processing speed where I'm scoring them based on how quickly they're doing something, whereas all through their education, they've been told, take your time so it can be perfect. It will almost show that they have impairment when it doesn't. Another thing is language switching. I switch from vernacular to English. I switch to my local language. In one conversation, I can speak three different languages, right? Those tests don't really take that into consideration. They want you to respond in either, English or French or, your local language without taking into all of these nuances that affect. So I think, from what you're asked, just thinking about, how can we really effectively diagnose dementia? We need the tools to do so.
Yeah.
I do want to mention, though, just from a biological standpoint, we're now understanding what the biological drivers of dementia are. And so, for instance, I'm really excited because now with just a simple blood test, we can tell whether the abnormal proteins in the brain exist in a person without need for very expensive scans or a lumbar puncture to take their cerebrospinal fluid. And even like other accessible biofluids like saliva is emerging emerging. So this affords like ability to democratize access to an early detection. So there's a lot of, there's a lot of promise.
I like the fact that, you've clearly made it known that, okay, so there's a way the North measures when they say the Western governments and civilizations, certified tests, well-funded, and they systemize it, really it works, but sometimes may not sit properly in Africa.
Yes.
Which brings me to how you would approach it and how you and your team are approaching it at this point in time. I do know you lead the African Fingers Project team. Of course, you have your objective and focus areas in the light of this. And I know somebody was wondering, what is fingers? Which one is fingers again? When we talked about dementia in Africa, it's always biggest thing is that the person forgets. And of course, there are many socioeconomic stress right now that helps people to forget. So this forget, why do you forget now? Nobody ordinary forget, So what are you doing to mix that local reality and your approach with the Fingers Project?
Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of history here.
Oh yes, fantastic. Go on.
If you don't mind.
Yes, please.
So we've known about dementia risk factors for decades. We've also been able to quantify people's risk based on what we call dementia risk scores. And so back in, I think, about 2013 or so, there's the finger. So Professor Mia Kivipelto from Finland and Sweden developed the finger intervention.
Okay.
So it's a multi-domain lifestyle intervention. It's targeting like physical inactivity, making sure people have better nutrition, monitoring their cardiovascular and cardiometabolic risk. Also thinking about cognitive stimulation, but this was all embedded within this social engagement framework, because with the understanding that as people grow old, they start to get lonely, and that can also impact cognition. And so this study was one of the first to show that this multi-domain intervention can actually reduce risk of dementia and improve cognition in people who are at risk for developing dementia. So if they didn't undertake the intervention, they would have gone on to develop dementia. And so this was rolled out currently is in about 72 countries globally.
Oh, wow.
And I'm part of the Worldwide Fingers leadership. And it just struck me that we were so excited rolling this out everywhere in the world. And every time we presented the graph, we'd see this huge gap, like, the continent of Africa. And it was always in the middle, right? Oh my gosh, he was speaking to me so directly. And I just realized that, all of these advances that we're doing globally, we need to bring it to a continent where nothing's being done, whereas they're telling us that by 2030 we're going to see almost a 2,000% increase, right? 300 to 2,000% increase.
That's 2050, right?
By 2050, exactly. We don't have a lot of time, and so we got together with several partners across the continent. I think we're in about 14 different countries. And we realized that we need to do something about it. So Africa Fingers is literally the largest dementia prevention program on the continent. I think it's the only one, actually.
I'm hearing about it for the first time. Yes.
It's the first. But it's specifically designed for African populations. So we are adapting it to our local context and our local realities, like you mentioned. We're not just we're not just doing a one-size-fits-all by taking what works in the global north down here. And what we're doing is very simple. We've identified people who are at risk from different communities, and we want to see whether an intervention that has been co-designed with the community stakeholders can actually reduce risk in those people. And so I can give you some examples. There's a lot of innovation. So even though it's an adaptation of the Fingers Protocol, you trust us Africans, we are very innovative. So we're the first to actually include financial intervention and spirituality and mindfulness-based interventions, because we know that we found from our data that multidimensional poverty is one of the biggest risk factors for dementia. And we thought, we can't just do brain games as cognitive stimulation. We need to think about ways to actually benefit our populations. And so because we co-designed with the communities that we're serving, they told us what actually mattered to them most, and we then design interventions that work best. So this is the first time actually. So the whole world is looking at us because it's the first time that someone is using a financial intervention to try and prevent dementia.
It makes a lot of sense because I don't think. Okay, I don't know if you get it, but if your village people are praying good prayers for you, that means you have sent them good money, and it matters a lot because I think the lack of money, if I would be very direct, sometimes leads some people to a measure of depression, and depression. Of course, they feel totally outclassed. My son has forgotten me, has entered Abuja, he's Lagos, is London, can't remember me anymore. They are lonely and every of the other attributes, and sometimes exposed to diabetes and many of those other diseases that easily could be caught. But let's now talk about how do we scale this? Because when I think about your local approach, your local solution to this, and the spirituality with churches, mosque, and everything, all those things that are very closely integrated into the African society, there's the dimension one will start to ask about. So, for example, what does the government do on their own side of things? Does the government even know that when you have old people or people who may be experiencing dementia, that there's a need gap that if it is met, there's a level of response to salvage those kind of people in that society or that cluster of people who may be dealing with it. What's the government response to this? Are they even responding? Are they close to the table?
Thank you for that question, actually. So I will speak from a general term and then I will speak from the Nigerian term, right?
Fantastic.
Okay, so I want to say that when we first started, we were very intentional. It's interesting. So we're testing your memory because you've already told me some of the risk factors we're identifying. I should have also told you about our music and African dance, traditional dance. Instead of going to the gym. I mean, how many older people want to go to the gym, right? So we were very intentional when we first started. We wanted to make sure that from the beginning, we involved governmental stakeholders into the design of the intervention. And so you leverage community advisory boards that consisted not just of people living with dementia or people at risk, but also importantly, or just healthcare providers like you usually have. We included people from the government as part of our community advisory boards. So they themselves were part of the design process. So this intervention is not just, again, it's co-designed with them, right? And so because we intentionally included them from the outset, we've had a lot of buy-in, at least regionally, in the sites where we are. So I mentioned that we started off in Nigeria and Kenya. So for example, we have involvement from the Kenyan Ministry of Health. We have involvement from the local county areas, from the villages in Kenya that we're working in. We have involvement also from governmental stakeholders in Lagos, in Oka, in Ibadan, and in Yobe State. And then part of why I'm here is to also engage at the national level.
Fantastic.
And so I think that because we engage them from the outset, there was buy-in. So I give some examples, include based off of our co-design process, we got buy-in from the government to start thinking about insurance policies for older adults who, if we can show them that monitoring and managing actively people's cardiometabolic risk, the government is now willing to actually start thinking about insurance policies for people who might not be able to afford medication or pharmacological therapies to manage, those vascular risk factors that we know to drive dementia. So I'm very encouraged by that. We've had meetings now with some of the governmental stakeholders, and they seem excited genuinely to kind of be involved and partner, because at the bottom line is our results need to inform policy. We're hoping to work on a national dementia action plan. We're already doing that in Kenya as part of this program. We want to do the same thing in Nigeria, because that action plan will then provide guidance across different regions within the country on how to implement dementia risk reduction, dementia prevention strategies.
It's interesting you do say so, and it sounds fantastic. I would agree with you. And truth be said, there's almost nothing you can do in Nigeria that doesn't scale if the government is not involved.
Exactly.
You need to bring them in at some level.
Yeah.
But here's one catch that I'm trying also to understand. So a lot of times people say, oh, dementia, it's an old people thing. But as we have in Nigeria, I'm in my 40s now. I never thought there would come a time that I would think about a time that I will forget something.
Yeah.
And I start to tell myself, this forgetfulness that you're forgetting, is that you're overthinking or the age factor. But here's the deal. The age classification, right, factor in Nigeria, because one could think about old people and say the old people in the village. That's a social demographic response. That's how a community may perceive it, but that may not be entirely true. What's your thoughts about, the city hoppers like Dr. Lars and myself who are, writing business proposals, showing up in meetings, trying to remember why we didn't bungle one schedule or the other and the likes of that. What's your thoughts about that sense of dementia that may grow on young people based on lifestyle?
Yes.
Right? Based on lifestyle, we find people take a lot of energy drinks. You find a lot of people take on drug enablers to keep up, to do stuff. Junk food. And this doesn't even take so much time for you to buy in. So you now have a larger classification of people who may be vulnerable to dementia.
Yes.
How do you think we can approach a change of lifestyle? Because treatment is one thing, cure is another thing. Prevention is a major thing.
It's a major thing. Thank you for saying that, because I'm also in that bracket, right? And actually, interestingly, when you compare urban versus rural, and that's why, we were very intentional. So I said we're in 6 sites. So several of them are rural, some of them are peri-urban, and several of them are urban, like Lagos, Nairobi, right? There are disparities in terms of the risk factor prevalence in these areas. And I'll give you an example. We don't really think about sleep deprivation, but this is a huge risk factor for dementia. We don't think about stress. People who live in cities, our lives are a little bit different to people who have more communal relationships with the more rural settings, right? And I like to think that because people in the rural settings are able to live off the land, they are healthier in terms of nutrition than just grabbing a bite, grabbing a takeout, because you're working not 9 to 5, you're literally working 7 to midnight.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Or even later. And so there are unique risk factors. And so we're quite intentional in terms of the personalization of our prevention program, right? We've asked that we want to include people with up to at least 3 of those pertinent risk factors, and then we're modifying based on all of these different profiles. I've just mentioned a few, like sleep deprivation. Chronic stress is one of the largest drivers, but there's even sex-based differences. So things that bother a woman might not bother a man, and vice versa. Men don't go through the menopausal transition, which women in their 40s tend to, and then 40s and above, it's kind of like going through. It's emerging, right? That's another potential, driver of accelerated aging. But then even thinking about care responsibilities, childcare, the fact that you're waking up all through the night, getting the sleep, so all of these risk factors there, I don't like to say they're just unique, but we need to kind of think about them differently in terms of the modification. And so we've been very, very strategic, not just to go all through those typical 5 fingers approach. So we're doing that, but we've also incorporated, things like vision and hearing impairment, so that if we identify that, we can also rectify it. Because those are some of the long-hanging fruits in terms of prevention, right? Because if somebody is auditorily impaired, more likely they might become lonely because they're not socializing. But if you can have communication is limited, so you can improve from that angle. It does potentially could have an impact. So those are some low-hanging fruits. Educational awareness around substance misuse. I'm not just talking about drug, but even alcohol, smoking, all of those things that may target people. You talked about performance-enhancing drugs, using those in caution. So we're being very, very pragmatic, but also we're trying to ensure that we can have a broad approach, so that when we identify risk, we can also do it we can manage it in an individualized So it's called like precision
Yeah.
prevention.
So let me push in on this because I know we need to round off now for time, but I'm very curious when it comes to the actionable plan, some national plan or action plan at the national level that may be coming up. You lead the African Fingers Project. Of course, your approach to how you have it in Kenya may slightly be different from that in Nigeria. So where is Nigeria now? Are we at the table? Are we writing? What states? What can we do from the media to just improve that government integration into what you have? When they say, oh, okay, so you people have brought in a program, like I'm trying to sound like a government official. Oh, you brought in a program for us to be involved in. Where's the money that would help us integrate that? How does that conversation look like? And what do you think, would help to accelerate this?
Thank you for that. So I'm just going to say that to date, majority of my funding, and I'm talking the Africa Fingers program, we've received very generous funding, for example, from the UK MRC of over £2 million, right? We received funding from the NIH, we've received funding from Wellcome Trust, and I'm talking multi-million dollars. So there's been a lot of investment from international entities. It's about time for African governments to look within themselves and start investing in themselves. That's my own opinion, because if you want to solve African problems, the solutions have to come from Africa itself. Otherwise, a lot of the times we have to also adhere to funder requirements, right? If they're saying you need to look at this particular type of risk profile or risk factors, we don't have as much emphasis. I was speaking to someone just a couple of from the primary care jurisdiction where we've just met with the governmental officials there, and she was talking about pathogens in dirty water and how her research actually showed that it has influence on neurodegeneration, so loss of brain cells. Those studies are not anywhere in the global north because guess what? They don't have that type of water, and they don't have that type of pathogen. So it's not going to be on their agenda in terms of being a priority, is it? Right? So African governments need to start investing in African research because African research has potential to inform global research. We like to call it reciprocal innovation, where innovations from Africa can also start to inform practices elsewhere. One example I like to give is the task sharing model that has really been permeated within the continent, where you train community health workers, community health volunteers, and they're able to then support kind of like the physicians and the specialists with some of the some health functions, right? That model is now being leveraged in the global north. In one program, they're calling them the brain health navigators. It's essentially community health workers. It's just fancy title now, brain health navigators, right? So that's innovation from Africa, directly informing. So we have so much potential, but we really need buy-in from our government.
And really, we need a lot of those kind of people. When you think about the challenge with Ebola going on right now, and how community response is what is safeguarded.
We know how to do prevention in Africa. Oh, we do.
Yeah.
We know how to do prevention in Africa. I have a lot of hope for the continent because you mentioned Ebola, and I like to say, like, if even with COVID, people took precautionary measures.
Yes.
And so we can leverage that spirit then to then start thinking about brain health awareness, but also dementia prevention. I think we can do it really well here. And I think we can develop strategies that will make it work really well elsewhere, including in the global north.
I have to say I enjoy your passion. Thank you so much for your time today.
Much.
It's been pleasant talking to you. Of course, Dr. Chi Ude Momo is a transnational neuroscientist. She leads the African Fingers program as chief investigator. She's also an academic faculty member of the Wake Forest University, USA, also of the Aga Khan University in Kenya and Pakistan, where she leads Ubuntu Brain Health Alliance. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you very much.
All right. And that's Volume with FemiDlive. I'm grateful to you. Really, so you do know that what's going on with you, or you think is going on with you, that sense of forgetfulness may not be as casual as you think it is. But there's some way out there that I think if we focus on ourselves, read up more a little bit about what dementia is, what lifestyle change you could make, there's a lot of difference you could make. And you've heard from Dr. Chi here saying extensively all the things that is. She's in town for a while, and I'm sure they'll be coming up with fantastic fantastic programs and actionable steps. And we will, in the media, will be glad to share with you some of those major developments that would impact your life and your life of your loved ones. Thanks for watching. I'm FemD Amele. In other words, we could actually predict what an entire country is thinking and will do online. Is that true?
I mean, to a large extent, yes. For a long time, and with increasing accuracy, people are able to make big predictions based on how populations behave online, because the best predictor of future behavior is often past behavior. And when populations en masse are uploading their daily lives to social platforms, that's data for others to exploit. Facebook won't come and tell you, we'll sell your data to third parties in front of you. You know, they hide it behind legal documentation. So yeah, we found out, and we found that elections were being swayed. If somebody, often a young person who might not have much connections or power, criticizes a governor online, in 2 to 3 days, they're walking home and then they get put into a van. And then we may see them weeks later, or we might not see them again. The way that Nigeria's reality has changed for this generation. My father's generation was able to go to school, not just for free. He was given a stipend when he went to school. Today, many young Nigerians can't afford to go to school. So when you realize that from 2 generations ago, people were getting money to go to school, and now you're having to give money that you don't have to pay to go to a federal university that might be on strike for any number of years.
Some would say AI governance, but now that everybody has a double life, we are physically alive and we are also alive online. A little bit into that and much more we will dig around as we speak today too.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Alberca Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. I'm grateful to you. Thank you for all you do, and our entire team is super grateful for you. Well, read your comments and your engagement across all our social media platforms. We've stopped counting, but it doesn't mean that your comments do not count. We've stopped counting. We look forward to the views and many of the other things that you do. Super grateful to you. I'm FemiD Amele. My guest today is well-renowned, if I would say, is the one that would kind of shape the future of digital intelligence. I know that's a lot of introduction, if I would say it that way. But I've sat with him, I've listened to him, and I do know there's depth in what he does, especially around the digital space in Nigeria. Some would say AI governance, but now that everybody has a double life, we are physically alive and we are also alive online. But then there's a lot of effort being put into how you come off when you do build your digital profile and who you are. A little bit into that and much more we will dig around as we speak today to the research director with Tunani Initiative. Al-Hassan Ibrahim is his name. He's a digital risk expert focusing on information integrity and AI governance, a former UN consultant on digital intelligence, currently working on an Edinburgh University project on digital labor and exploitation. Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Hassan. Or should I say doctor now?
No, please, not yet.
Not yet.
Just Al-Hassan.
Well, I'm sure that's in view.
Maybe if I'm thinking about kind of career and ambition down the line, but so far so good. Things have worked out.
It's almost difficult to be in the digital space and not have that thing to research more, to learn more, to get certified at a deep level, especially now that everybody is in that space some way or the other.
I mean, it keeps evolving. So if we look at where we were maybe 10 years ago, the conversations were different. Everyone was talking about fake news, misinformation, disinformation. And in 5, 6, 7 years now, everyone's talking about AI and how the different models affect us, our behavior, how we search for information. So the landscape never stops. So you too, as a person, you also have to keep learning and be ready to change your views.
Let's go down the road 10 years ago when we think about our digital engagement from Nigeria. At that point in time, if
someone asks you if you're on Facebook and you say you're not on Facebook, or you do say you're on Facebook, or you have a very straightforward legal name, everybody looks at you like you don't get it yet. You're not in the in thing yet. We gave up so much about who we are to a lot of those social media platforms then without knowing what we were doing. Is there another way to say it?
No, you're absolutely correct. And I think it was a rude awakening for everybody. You know, we had all these scandals, Cambridge Analytica, when everyone woke up and discovered that Facebook took all that information you put online about what you love, what you hate, sold those to companies who then created campaigns targeted based on your own data that you shared. And of course, it was in the terms and conditions, but it was never made clear. You know, Facebook won't come and tell you, we'll sell your data to third parties in front view. You know, they hide it behind legal documentation. So yeah, we found out, and we found that elections were being swayed. The 2019 elections were pretty interesting because we discovered that 2019, obviously Muhammadu Buhari was re-elected. And he had a very interesting battle against Goodluck Jonathan, if I remember correctly. And there was both paid services to utilize, some of these companies who were creating targeted campaigns. So at that time, everyone was aware of what social media companies provided in terms of the data they could sell. But that's also changing now. So we also have a slightly different landscape. Facebook, to what you said, there's a generational divide almost where if you like, Facebook has a bit more of a boomer profile where the age profile or demographic of people on Facebook are a little bit older. And then TikTok represents a little bit more of the younger generation. And so we're also seeing different behaviors on the different platforms.
It makes me think that as an entire country, our digital intelligence or how we think is on public servers. Is that not the best way to say it? Irrespective of Twitter, Facebook, X, or any of those platforms. In other words, we could actually predict what an entire country is thinking and will do online. Is that true?
I mean, to a large extent, yes. Like, if we think of intelligence means different things to different people, but like, if we think of what intelligence means professionally, and when you think of intelligence workers, these are people who are taking data to make predictions and to observe patterns of behavior, right? And for a long time, and with increasing accuracy, people are able to make big predictions based on how populations behave online. And not only that, you can extract that data and learn how to manipulate future behavior, because the best predictor of future behavior is often past behavior. And when populations en masse are uploading their daily lives to social platforms, that's data for others to exploit.
And the risk of uploading your daily life, let's say our daily lives, as we would like to say it in Nigeria, it seems like it's a noble thing to do. If you don't do it, everybody seems to be like you're digitally dead, one way or the other.
Okay, that's an interesting framing. I don't know if I would say noble, but I would say whenever you think about certain concepts, it's always useful to ground it in our own context. So why are so many people online today? If you think of our job markets, we don't really have a lot of employment options.
Yes.
And social media provides a way for people to make money, to earn income, generate revenue, whether that's as an influencer or if you're looking to get sponsorship deals, or even if it's just to, get more engagement so you can have advertising on your YouTube channel or whatever it is. It provides a way for people to make a living. So it's provided an opportunity, but it's also provided new avenues for exploitation. So before we even get to social media, think of digital platforms like Uber or Bolt. How many labor protection rights do we have for people who work on those platforms?
We often see them on TV protesting about behind.
But who are they protesting to? You know, they are protesting that they don't have protections on their app, but Uber can wake up today or tomorrow and decide to take an increased amount of, an increased percentage from the money they make. And there isn't really anyone to protect them. Now let's get on to a slightly more unregulated space, which is like social media, where, you know, one of the emerging things that's happening, Facebook has recently created sort of a monetization scheme for influencers in Nigeria. And so the idea is you can upload as much as you want and as much engagement as you can get and make money from that. So doesn't matter whether information is true or false or good or bad. That's up to others to decide. So it's an evolving landscape.
Why is it that, I mean, years ago, when we think about slave trade, when we talked about it then, people said, oh, these were people who were met in the villages, helped captive, and dragged across lands and oceans into those places. But this day and age, not many people would lay claim to the fact that they do not know that, okay, there's some sort of, I mean, if I'm putting out my life and I'm getting just $1 for just showcasing, like some ladies would, showcasing parts that are not necessarily things that they want their family members to watch, but then they feel comfortable in, no, well, not comfortable. They just feel there's a trade-off that needs to happen. Do you feel that people realize the sense of digital slavery also building up?
So who are we slaves to in this context? Is that to the companies? I'm asking you.
Oh, yes, I think to the companies. I really think to the companies. I also think to the fact that we have very difficult economic conditions that puts us in that way. So yes, we're slaves to the companies and every other thing around us.
I mean, in some sense, yes, but we also have to look at the conditions that push people towards certain lifestyle choices. One wouldn't say that somebody growing up in a poor city in Nigeria might make the same choices as someone who grows up in London or someone who grows up in Paris. There's poverty everywhere.
Yes.
But the conditions that you have around you push you into different kinds of lifestyle choices. There's a reason why Japa is a thing, right?
I was waiting for you to bring it up. I didn't want to be like the guy who leads us into the Japa conversation.
And I think for me, when I think of the way a certain generation of Nigeria moralizes the behavior of youth and young people, I feel like they always conveniently miss out on the way that Nigeria's reality has changed for this generation. My father's generation was able to go to school, not just for free. He was given a stipend when he went to school. Today, many young Nigerians can't afford to go to school. So when you realize that from 2 generations ago, people were getting money to go to school, and now you're having to give money that you don't have to pay to go to a federal university that might be on strike for any number of years. And so you spend 5-6 years doing a 3-year degree. So your peers abroad are moving much faster than you are. Then it creates a very different life for you. So yeah, I think that if you ever want to use a moral lens on how youth and young people are acting or the kinds of things that we get into, it's always useful to look at the context as well.
I agree with you on that. And what would you make of a situation where much of what we see, apart from what people submit themselves to do online, is also the fact that nobody even knows the laws that guide. It's an ungoverned territory when think of digital and AI governance. And with most of the laws in Nigeria, very good on paper. Nobody knows it's there until somebody decides to drag a bread seller online or one way or the other. We know the laws are there, but sometimes it's a very funny space to go into. It's ungoverned. How badly ungoverned is it? Or is it not even governed at all?
You know, governance in Nigeria is always an interesting debate.
Even online?
Well, all right, let's start with how governance happens. So let's pick one law, which is the Cyber Crime Act. Let's look at how it gets enforced. So the letter of the law talks about how if you put content that is dangerous right, or that puts other people in danger or at risk, then you are liable to certain kinds of punishment, whether that's fines or imprisonment. That could also include like cybercrime. It can also include things like defamation, right? So that's dangerous or damaging information across a number of areas,
Classes.
from financial to personal and things like that. But the actual way it gets enforced is that if somebody, often a young person who might not have much connections or power, criticizes a governor online, in 2 to 3 days, they're walking home and then they get put into a van. And then we may see them weeks later, or we might not see them again. I think there was a popular case in Sokoto of this young lady who was asking her state governor how would he feel if he woke up one day and his family members were kidnapped. Something to that effect, right? Because in Sokoto, they were dealing with a lot of insecurity. And so the response was to have her arrested and assaulted in prison. So the way that behavior gets governed in Nigeria is
but let me ask you, I mean, I like that example. On what grounds was she arrested? I'm just curious.
It happened a couple of years ago, but so you can fact check if I get this wrong. But it was roughly on the grounds of her being a nuisance to the state or something to that effect. They often don't have to give a reason, right? And Serap has documented so many instances of people just being picked up and being left, in prison for God knows how long. So we have a governance issue. Now, the thing is, Nigeria has, on paper, a good set of legislations when it comes to data. We have a Data Protection Act. Not every African country has that. So if you look at if you zoom out a little bit, Nigeria is arguably doing well with what we have on paper. We've put into place this Data Protection Act, and we're also looking more broadly about how do we hold companies accountable, foreign companies who use the data of Nigerians. So this thinking about data sovereignty. And there was the famous case of Meta, who settled with the Nigerian government. So Nigeria's governance is inconsistent. We see cases of it being used to attack people who criticize the government. We've seen some instances of it being used to hold foreign companies accountable. And so no matter the topic, often in Nigeria, you come back to the question of how does a certain piece of legislation get implemented and how consistently is it applied?
And I think about in the nearest future that there's going to be a lot of people who would sue each other for their face appearing somewhere that they did not grant, there are many other contexts likes of that.
Yeah.
Some people are going to take it up as a strong opportunity around all of that. But let me ask you about the deep research on the digital intelligence. You've worked at international level, UN level at some point in time. There are tech companies around the world who look at Africa as it's a consumer economy. It's people with loud and free data in our clouds that we can do and undo before they even know it's gone or is in use. It will take some years, decades, and they probably would need a very enlightened leader to even know that things are taking place at that level. This is my imagination of what those kind of conversations are. What do you think? What are some of the bad boy kind of research that is going on the African continent? Let's say on Nigerians, for example, that would unnerve people who use any of these clouds platforms.
I think if you look at the global picture of research, Africa is lagging behind.
Yes.
A significant amount of research that happens on behavior, on practices, whether that's on digital behavior or non-digital behavior, is still largely driven by the global north. So in large part, that has to do with funding. So who funds the research? The funding is often what makes research possible. And this is an ongoing discussion in academia where a lot of African scholars are drawn to foreign institutions and universities because that's where they get opportunities. And of course, the problem is that when you're functioning from the global northeast, even though there's an increasing understanding of the imbalance of power structures, there does still exist a different kind of bias where you are looking at this region from the outside, and that comes with certain implicit biases as well. Now, Nigerian universities do decently well in terms of producing locally driven research. It doesn't always get published in the top journals, but there's definitely space for Nigerian and local driven research to continue to grow. So Ghana, for example, has some institutes and policy institutes that are doing good research. Nigeria as well, and we're seeing some from South Africa and East Africa. So I'd say it's growing. There's still a global imbalance, but there's a growing amount of locally produced African research.
Digital advocacy is going on. Some are quite unnerving to the cultural Nigerian and also to Nigerian government. And when I mean digital advocacy, I'll tell you a few of them that lie on the border right now that some people don't even have their mind made up about it. Some are like, never, not in this country. For example, LGBT, there are clear laws about it in Nigeria, but there are groups who are in digital space pushing conversations on it. There are groups also pushing conversation on feminism, for example. Those are not culturally easy to accept things in Nigeria. The groups who are pushing, I mean, I can name a number of them, of things that are very unnerving for the cultural Nigerian, but they say it's Western culture finding its way through digital advocacy. What's your thoughts on those?
I mean, I'm always skeptical of certain groups of Nigerians who make complaints about these kinds of foreign influence. I think there's this adage that says, for the privileged, equality is oppression, right? So let's start with feminism, for example. I think a lot of people have a incomplete idea of what feminism really means. I think at its base, it means that women should be given equal opportunities. If you and a woman have the same job in an organization, you shouldn't have a higher salary just because you're a man, right? If you're doing the same job, you should get the same amount of income. If you're applying for the same job, you shouldn't get it because you're boys, right? You should get it because you're the most qualified, whether you're a man or a woman. In that sense, I don't see anything foreign about feminism. I think in Nigerian culture, whether you look in the East or the West, there's a lot of reverence for women. There's a lot of cultures who respect and uphold the role of the woman. So I think there's sometimes dishonesty in how we criticize certain ideals and concepts. I think Rwanda is a very good example of a country that is trying to actually institutionalize an accountability in how governance happens, right? You have certain laws that say there should be equitable gender provisions in appointments, ministerial appointments, government appointments, and things like that.
Lawmaking and more.
Yeah, and we have the same thing in our own Senate, the popularly titled what's it called?
Gender Reserved Seat Bill.
Exactly. So we have these things and nobody is forcing this bill upon us, right? It's something that is being pushed for by Nigerians and Nigerian women as well. To your second point, LGBTQ, whether that's foreign or that's not, I think that's a deep topic that might require another podcast, but just to quickly touch on that, I think anyone who is a serious historian will probably be aware that people who are homosexual have existed in every culture. I'm from the North. And so we have a Hausa word for people who are gay or who are homosexual. So as far as I'm aware, this Hausa word wasn't brought from anywhere else. That means it has always existed there. So whether that's something that's being imported or not, I think is usually a convenient way to criticize people who are arguing for change. I think we all recognize Nigeria is a deeply unequal place that doesn't provide opportunities for many, many people. whether you're young, whether you don't have the networks or the access to certain places in power. So I think the important thing is to look at, what are we fighting for? Are we fighting for a more equitable place, or are we fighting for more oppression? And depending on how you answer that, you know which way to go.
Let's talk about laws guiding what in some communities they call the minors. In Australia, recently there's been, New Zealand as well, I think. Britain is trying to grapple with the thematics around what language to use to say how much access minors can have. But in Nigeria, it almost makes me feel like I'm going back to that ungoverned space again.
No, that's an interesting point. Australia just made it... they just introduced new legislation that bans the use of mobile phones in school.
Yeah, about a month or thereabout.
Yeah, and also in the UK now, there is an age limit on pornography. So if you want to access pornographic content, you have to prove that you are of age. And of course, that is a deterrent for many people. Not many people want to upload their passports to access pornographic material.
Oh, it's that strict? I didn't even know it was that strict that you have to upload the passports to...
Well, any identification document. So either your passport or your driver's license.
Interesting.
So I think that's
a lot of commitment.
Exactly. So once you see that on your screen, you think twice about, do I really need to access this? Things like that can definitely change digital behavior online. And especially what's happening in Australia, because we all recognize that children, forget children, all of us are addicted to one or the other digital device. We're on our phones, whether we're trying to sleep, no, I must keep scrolling. Sometimes people are driving on their phones. Yeah, with friends on your phone. So we're all on our phones constantly. Now, children have even less capacity to kind of exercise restraints because you're developing. Your brains are developing. For those of us who, now whether you see your age as a blessing or you feel that I'm getting too old, if you grew up without mobile phones, which for me, I remember I got my first mobile phone in JSS 3 or 2, something thereabouts. So at least I lived a good 10 years of my life without any mobile phones. You have kids now who are being brought up on mobile phones. And you see that kind of addiction is quite dangerous because you grow up not really having the capacity to step away from content. It changes the way your attention works and it changes the way your brain develops. So I think what Australia has put in place is a good start because something has to be done in terms of how children are being socialized. The irony is that if you ask many of the tech founders, that's your Zuckerbergs, whether that's the CEO of Amazon or any of your other major tech CEOs and founders, they often have very, very clear boundaries in their homes and boundaries for how much time their children spend online. So they know that these devices are addictive.
Actually, they even have them in the home because I don't want to mention the father, but one of them doesn't even allow it in his home.
Yeah, so that's a fair point, right? So that's whether to what extent do they allow it in their private lives? So they know that it's addictive and they know that it's dangerous to the extent that when you're sucked in constantly and you don't have the capacity to step away from devices, it has a lot of second and third order effects. So coming back to the Nigerian context, I think we have to start from how much investment do we even put into education. If you look at federal, government colleges and secondary schools, there's a real lack of funding for infrastructure. In some of these regions outside of the center, so Abuja and Lagos doesn't represent the whole of Nigeria. I think we know this. But sometimes it's not quite clear the extent of the difference. So you see certain states with schools that lack ceilings, lack desks, lack chairs. So they're not in a position to start talking about how do we protect you from digital devices. That's something that is a different demographic that's dealing with in your more urban centers. But yeah, you're right. We don't actually have that we're not even having that discussion. Maybe now is the start. You know?
Yeah. And it's interesting you do bring that up. And when you move up the age group away from the minors into, I saw something on Twitter and X. Okay, those of us who used it as Twitter still can't grow over the word Twitter, but I think it's called X. There was an argument about writing a letter, and the person said, "Oh, you need to write a formal letter for you to get a job." That was what was being told to a graduate trainee, that there's a letter that you need to write, and it's called a formal letter. Mm-hmm. And sadly, he replied and said, "What is a formal letter?" Mm. Yeah. And I was sad for his sadness because, of course, there's a difference between formal and informal letter. I figured eventually he may go to ChatGPT, not to know the difference, but to write the letter. And I figure out that quite a number of young people, no indictment, may never know the rudiments of some few things because of AI, isn't it, sir?
Well, maybe AI or not, but like that point you raised, interestingly, just 2 days ago, I was reading an article that I came across on my LinkedIn feed about this same issue. And it's a really interesting point. So I went to university in the UK, and most UK universities have a dedicated and developed sort of employment center, right? So it might look slightly different, a career center or whatever. The whole idea is, as you're coming close to graduation, is you are prepared for the working world, right? You've spent 3 years in university, you're 20, 21. You may not have had many jobs. You might have been a waiter here, you worked in a shop there, you were an intern. But how do you even write a CV, right? How do you write a cover letter or a motivation letter? So like these career centers help you. They read through your motivation letters, your cover letters, tell you how bad it is so that you can fix it, make it better. Because it's often very bad. You haven't really had a job. You're coming into the working world. You're unprepared, right? And so that's why these centers exist, to help prepare you. And for the universities, it helps them because they can then publish how many the percentage of graduates who have found employment. And they can say 80% of our graduates find employment within the first year. So they prepare you for employment. To what extent does that happen in Nigerian universities? I think very little.
Start preparing for where you're born.
All right. So I think that maybe there hasn't been the institutional culture of universities preparing students for life after university. How do you fill a professional application? I think there was one that this article highlighted where the students included a prayer in the application. Now, there's nothing wrong with prayer, but it's about the right time and place. You're not supposed to put an entire prayer in your application letter. So yeah, I think institutionally, we're often unprepared in the country, and there definitely needs to be a shift in how universities approach their students and preparing them for life after university.
Okay, I'm going to push you a little bit into election issues, and I will tell you what I found out. I'm big on AI in media, not just a theory, but in terms of how do I get Al Hassan. I missed asking one question. So if Al Hassan is not here, how can I replicate him? AI replicating his hyper realistic model, create a prompt for him to answer the question in a way that is, it's sentiment analysis. It's
you want to build a model based on me? Have I given my consent for this?
Good. Now we're getting close to the point I'm actually making. Because, a lot of politicians would never get the chance to give a consent about which party, for example, they belong to now, or what they didn't say or said. But the election is coming up. Somebody somewhere is trying and willing to sway somebody to their direction.
one party will say, oh, you are misinforming, and that person. The other person, no, I'm not misinforming. I'm just swaying you in my direction. How big a role is AI, and I'm not use the word fake now, but models will play in the 2027 election in making people appear where they are not, say what they don't mean to say, and do much more, if I would say?
I think that's a difficult question to answer, but if we start by all right, so AI, first of all, refers to a collection of different technologies, right? If we're speaking specifically about LLMs, so large language models, I think what we're seeing now, their major effect is just creating slop. So just creating a ton of generated content, false or otherwise. I think in terms of the effect of that, in 2024, there was an interesting report that looked at the effect of AI on elections globally. And, the effect is increasing year in, year out. There's almost every election is in some way affected by it. So then the next question is how does that affect our own context, right? So typically, what we've seen in Nigeria is Nigerian elections are typically a battle, right? Because the stakes are so high, right? People run for elections, they invest heavily in those elections, and so it's a do or die affair, as they say. And so if it's a do or die affair, then they also invest heavily in the sort of information and propaganda machine behind them. One of the big findings, and when I was working in Nigeria in an organization, and we were looking at CDD, we were looking at the effect specifically on elections. The Buhari administration created what they call the Buhari Media Center, and this was, we call them data boys, and you give them 5K or whatever a month, and their entire job is to just produce content for the administration. We're still seeing that today.
Sure deal.
But the question is, how effective is it? Propaganda is effective to the extent that it has the capacity to sway you one direction or the other. One thing that's unquestionable in Nigerian politics is each administration has less trust than the last one.
True.
They make promises, they come into power, and they get amnesia. They forget all the promises they made. So then the next administration comes and makes an entire new set of promises. They hire a whole new set of data boys to push their campaign material. How many people really believe what is being said? There are networks of accounts now that are pushing content that's in favor of the current administration. Now, whether that is coordinated or not, the question also to ask is how effective is it? If we're going to also criticize the extent to which there is fake content produced, we also have to look at what's its trust scale in the country. And there was some very interesting research done in Finland some years ago. And the whole idea was, can you track the effectiveness of propaganda and place it against the trust index in a country? And so a trust index is essentially the extent to which the population trusts that government fulfills their mandate in healthcare, in public infrastructure, just meeting the services they are supposed to. The higher the trust, the lower the impact on propaganda and fake news. And one of the things I've realized, and why I got slightly tired about talking of fake news and misinformation in Nigeria, is we have such a low trust index that why are we so bothered about the propaganda, whether it's produced by the politicians or against the politicians? It's just at some point we have to ask the politicians to actually do their job. And if someone creates fake news against you, then I'll be upset. Now, as a professional, you are, of course, supposed to be interested in having an information environment that has, it's called information integrity. You want to have an information space that has high integrity. If I'm searching for a piece of information about party dynamics, I want to trust that the information is good. So we also have to look at the quality of our media ecosystem. Who funds the major media houses in Nigeria? Some of it is funded by individuals who've made their money elsewhere and now run media houses. Some of it relies on support from external actors, external funding. You can also critique that. You can say that if you're getting your funding through development aid, are you working to the interest of others? That was a big criticism the Buhari administration made. They accused media of leaking secrets, and they accused the media of being complicit in helping terrorism. Now, anyone who understands global intelligence work knows that the biggest intelligence leaks happens in embassies. Embassies are where foreign governments put in their intelligence staff. It's not the media, right? The media might have some access here and there.
It's always posts. I mean, the information is almost public already before the media gets it.
Yeah, and if a journalist is able to get information about how terrorist networks are functioning, the response as the government should be, oh, we are not doing very well. We are not doing our jobs well. How is a journalist able to get more information than I am? So the Nigerian insecurity scene is very complex. There are issues and discussions around intelligence leaks. There are issues around enlightened self-interest, about people who are perhaps concerned with keeping insecurity because it benefits them in some way. So that's a very messy space to begin with. But yeah, just to maybe bring it around to your question, which was on, was it on
elections and making models and things to sway people per se?
Yeah, like to what extent are we going to see LLMs or other AI tools affect our election? I think it's hard to predict, but what we're seeing now is the biggest way AI helps people who are in the knowledge producing and media space is content generation. So you give your favorite AI model a prompt, just produce a series of 20 tweets for me, and you might automate it and say, so be posting this at X time every day for the next few months. But I think for me, the bigger questions for these upcoming elections are issues to do with legislative oversight. We've seen the administration exercise their power to either push people in or out of certain parties. So at this point, we just want to see which politician is allowed to run with which party, first of all. Yeah.
The word allowed is what's making me laugh, actually.
I mean,
and I know that I have another grad cough, so I do want to extend my laughter on that. But I mean, it's interesting you do bring that up aloud. And I also think of the concept of phone tapping. Former Governor Kaduna State, El Rufai, in his own words, talked about being able to listen. And
that was a big blunder. Like, even if it was true, why would you say that?
And it really takes a brilliant lawyer to get you out of that.
I mean, he said what he said.
Yeah.
And the thing with El Rufai is that he's never really been known to hold his mouth. He says what he wants to say, and to hell with the consequences. And so we're seeing some of those consequences now. I cannot say if it's true or false whether he tapped it, but let's explore.
But do you believe our phones have been tapped in Nigeria, especially for advertorial reasons? I have a conversation with mine, for example, on, how yellow glasses looks like it's going to fit me on set. And yellow glasses is pushing me everywhere on the internet.
So the I think this is why Nigeria is such an interesting country. You know the NFIU?
Yes.
Nigerian Financial Intelligence.
Financial Intelligence Unit.
They have data on almost every financial transaction that happens. Bar none. So you know that. So how are people able to pay ransom to terrorists for kidnapping?
Oh yeah, no, I was pushing you towards the direction, but now that you're there,
the data exists, but then the action is lacking. So you then begin to ask yourself, so what happened? At what point did the chain break? Let's go to telecoms. think the telecom space is a bit more fractured because a lot of it is driven by companies like Galaxy Backbone and MTN. But we do have a telecoms regulatory agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the extent that your phone lines will be able to be tapped, assume that if you're speaking on the phone with someone, your phone has the capacity to be tapped. That's always a safe assumption to make. That's not a hard thing to do for any country that has some kind of centralization on how telecoms are regulated. This is why certain apps like Signal are very popular. Signal promises end-to-end encryption for users. WhatsApp makes a similar promise, but it's not completely end-to-end encrypted, right? WhatsApp themselves have backdoor accesses. So it's a fake end-to-end encryption. Signal is being pressured by European regulatory agencies to allow them backdoor access, and they're resisting. So there are apps that allow encryption, but...
And I don't even want to mention Telegram because
that's a Telegram, all sorts of things happen there. But on your phone line, just assume that if somebody is interested in you, there's a reason why the entire process around getting a phone number was changed. And so when we think about data, just to get a SIM card, you have to upload your BVN, your name, address, your LGA, your
mother's maiden name.
Yes,
strange as
almost everything in Nigeria now requires an extraordinary amount of data to be given up by citizens. Why you need that data is not always made clear. What that data is being used for, where is it even housed?
Why you need my mother's maiden name?
Or my LGA. What does my LGA have to do?
The one you've not been to in a while.
In a long while. So we collect an extreme amount of data. We don't do as much as one would think with that data, but the capacity is there. And, it would be an extraordinary lie for El Rufai to make. So one would assume he's telling the truth. And as an ex-governor, one thing we know about power is that it lingers. People try and maintain, their hands on power as much as they can. So we'll see what happens with him.
Well, that's a lot to go by, and that's a lot to think about. Would you ever take up a government role in digital intelligence for Nigeria?
I think the way I'd answer that is it depends. I wouldn't say no or yes. There are certain administrations I might not want to work with, and there are some that would make it more attractive. I think for those who have studied the quality of our administrations, and I've said this before, we have gotten it right before. I think we underestimate the quality of Goodluck Jonathan's administration. And the way to show how good his administration was look at the people that were in it and where they are now. So his Minister of the Environment did such good work in sort of UN Sustainable Development Goals that she's now the number two, Deputy Secretary General. The formidable Okonjo Iweala, right? She's now the head of
World Trade
WTO. So there are very high quality people in that administration, and we know that because after the administration, they went on to continue doing big things. You can't say that for every administration. So my point is that depending on who gets into power and what sort of administration they're running, it tells you about what they want to achieve. I think there was a significant amount of criticism of Tinubu's current administration. And you can look at the appointments. He appointed the ex-governor of a state that had the worst insecurity record and gave a minister of state for defense. So there's a logical inconsistency there. So that just tells you this was about giving political gifts, right? Now, whether one disagrees or not, I think you can look at the evidence of how well they've worked. In Nigeria, we often shy away from measuring people against their KPIs. You have a job to do. And you should be judged against the quality of the work you've done. You should also be judged in the context of the conditions that administration enables for you to do your work. And I think it's very poor, the current administration and what they've been doing. So this isn't one I'd want to work with. But if there was a better one, then I would be open. So it really depends.
All right. Well, I have to leave it at that with you this very day. Thank you so much for coming on Volume with FemiDlive. My guest has been Al-Hassan Ibrahim. He is the Director of Research at Tunani Initiative. Digital risk expert focusing on information integrity and AI governance, former UN consultant on digital intelligence. And yes, he's currently working on Edinburgh University project on digital labor and exploitation. Thank you so much for being on the show today. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for a simple, pleasant conversation.
Thank you.
And less technical one, because I was afraid we'll go into this very detailed technical one.
No, it was a good conversation.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you. When we have kidnapping in Nigeria, whether it's school children or... My people, we are live right now on the Volume Pod channel. And if you're not watching, you're missing out. This is where the real conversations happen. Yes, no filter, no nonsense. Just the truth about Nigeria, the politics, the economy, the governance, the stories, and all the stories. All those stories. Well, everything you want to hear is right there. So here's what you need to do right now. Hit that like button. Yes, that one right there, just there. Right now, don't wait. And second, drop something in the comment section. Even if it's your name, look, we know you now. Let's know what you are here for. We'll see that. And yes, the third and most important part of it all, if you're not yet subscribed, please and please and please, we'd like you to hit that subscribe button, turn on that notification bell so you will never miss a thing. And if you have somebody, a family friend or a friend of me or somebody around the corner, well, you want them to know what you're watching, share the stream link with them right now. There's a share button just there. We build the Volume Pod for the informed and curious mind. And that's exactly who you are, right? Informed and curious. So stay with us. The conversation is just getting started. We are the Volume Pod and we're just warming up. I'm FemiDlive and we're turning up the volume. Let's go. Or some family abducted and taken into the forest. Is it that we can't see? And this is not an indictment on maybe the security operatives. I just want to have an idea. Is it possible to see with technology where people are seated in the forest when they're not supposed to be seated?
Signals can come from anything. We can have thermal imaging, heat reading of heat sensors from the body, and a lot of things that we can gather. So when we're looking at security, we're looking at gathering several things that can help us see even when we're not seeing. Use a drone to hover over, just at a low altitude, to hover over a space and see if we can pick certain digital signatures that can help us to identify a mine, or an IED. We've narrowed the idea of the application of a drone to mine detection because of our unique problems. Right now we have things you call a kamikaze drone. Kamikaze drones are drones that are loaded with payloads of ammunition, and they are sent to a target and they go there and destroy things. We don't have to wait until these things become a tool in the hands of the enemy before we begin to wake up to them. We cannot win the warfare of technology against insurgents if we don't begin to go above them.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG, Abuja Radio, 97.5 FM, and the Azu Development.
This is Volume with FemiDlive. Oh yes, super excited for all you do and all the time you do taking right into the comment. Yes, we cover politics, leadership, and yes, very important topics that drive the Nigerian society. In fact, African country as we have it. Across Nigeria, there's been quite a number of challenges, as you know, and a lot of things with regards to securing lives and properties continue to be a big one. But what if what we see in movies can be made real?
losing the drones and the likes of that to look at things. Well, my guest today will provide perspective to such a conversation is with me today. And yes, I'm pleased to introduce to you Adejo George Fabian, an AI intelligence systems and drone, lecturer of bespoke systems. He deploys it for securities and for many other things. What he does oftentimes is that he operates equipment that sometimes is deployed for security reasons. I hope I'm right on this. And of course, deployed extensively in many other areas. Welcome to the program. I'm glad you joined us. And yes, the men and women who operate this equipment and a lot of other reasons that they do. So I'll be speaking with him today. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Okay, so I mean, for people to understand the context of what you do, and I mean, if I were explaining your job to someone outside who doesn't understand tech and the likes of that, how AI intelligence system works, which is like you teaching AI and, certain kind of situations that sometimes very peculiar to us, especially on security. This is me asking in layman's terms, and I mean layman's terms when everybody is a layman. What do you do, and how do you do it?
All right. Thank you so much. First of all, as a lecturer, your work begins in the classroom. So, as a computer expert, someone who is within the computing field, I'm an engineer as well. So, within the computing field, one of the areas that is quite in vogue for the time is intelligence, whatever has to do with intelligence. So artificial intelligence is also a key part. Part of my work also, I do with intelligence systems when it comes to probably building hands-on bespoke systems, embedded systems, components, and so on and so forth. So my work revolves around embedding AI to make things smarter, including even in control systems like we have in smart houses and so on and so forth. So although not so much in full of that, but when it comes to developing specific embedded system components to solve certain problems, we come in. So it could be from personal tools to, it could cut across anything. So long we can create a study for it, we can develop it and we can design it.
But I can imagine what that looks like when the situation, maybe a combat situation, you're trying to know what exactly. Let's say, for example, when opening up to a terrorist group or terrorist groups as we have them in Nigeria sometimes, because one of the challenges I presume that sometimes people go through, maybe with the Nigerian army goes through it, is looking for or knowing what they are looking at, right? What can technology do in fighting insecurity as we have it, right? It makes me think about how do we as humans and how do we teach this? How can one imagine a situation where you're trying to avert, making everybody safe, but kidnapping Nigeria on the other hand continues to go up? What are we looking at in many of these instances?
All right, thank you for that question. It's a very interesting one. A lot. The world is a computer village, right? And technology is, I wouldn't say has crept into, but I would say has taken over every field of life, as it matters now, for security purposes. And of course, we can't overstretch the importance of how it could be used and how it should be used, from surveillance to communication, to encryption of communication channel signals and so on and so forth, to when you talk about security, the first thing that should come to your mind is communication. People don't think that way, but communication is security. Because when we talk about transferring, you sense a signal here, you want to send it somewhere, you have to encrypt it. That's security. So the idea of getting it from here to the other place, that what makes it secure. Now, if you look at the military, for instance, if you look at the US, you look at Russia, you look at China, one of the things that is very common with their invention is the fact that they have been able to develop components that are bespoke to their needs, right? That speak to their environment. So from developing systems like that, which of course is all based on technology these days, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is all based on that. adopting that in our own system, we're looking at designing things that go to speak to our specific problems, right? When you go to the northeast part of our country, you can study what they have there. The capacity for you to see your enemy before he sees you, plan for your enemy before he plans for you. You know, that is just what security is all about. That is what people should be looking at when it comes to using technology to solve security challenges.
But school children or some family may be adopted and taken into the forest. I mean, large forest. Is it that we can't see them? I don't know how people say it, but this is not an indictment, by the way, on security operatives. I just want to have an idea. Is it possible to see with technology where people are seated in the forest when they are supposed to be seated? I mean, how do we see what they do in the forest with some of these people, or we just can't see at all?
It's a very good context and an area to view our question from. What I would say is this. When we talk about seeing the enemy, it doesn't just come from sight alone. Of course, that's one of the senses. When I talked about security being communication, I talked about encryption of signals, right? So signals can come from anything. We can have thermal imaging, heat reading of heat sensors from the body, and a lot of things that we can gather. So when we're looking at security, we're looking at gathering several things that can help us see even when we're not seeing, right? For example, if you take, for instance, you train a model to detect a particular kind of shape, a particular kind of object, or you're using radar to detect a particular speed of movement and to send a signal so that's why I started by saying that bespoke solutions to problems. What I mean is developing systems that speak to certain context, certain problems. So let me give you an example. For example, there was only a time we had the opportunity of doing a research on working on things that can help us detect mines, right? But we have a challenge with detecting of mines and how it could help the military or security agents, more especially putting a context to the Northeast, for example, right? So what we came up with, the idea of trying to use a drone, right? So use a drone to hover over, just at a low altitude, to hover over a space and see if we can pick certain digital signatures that can help us to identify a mine, or an IED. So you get that we've narrowed the idea of the application of a drone to mine detection because of our unique problems.
So sorry. For a moment, for some people who don't know what mine is, okay, let me explain and correct me if I'm wrong. For those who don't know what a mine is, those are things that are planted and covered, and if people were to step on it, it explodes. We see them in movies, by the way, and I'm sure you now understand what I mean when you see all those mines that people step on. So people see them in movies, and yes, I don't know what comes to mind, but people step on them and it explodes, and machinery steps on them and then they do explode. So, and we have a peculiar situation where sometimes